Brainstorming, rebirth, traveling to the Naruto world, awakening a god-level sign-in system at. The start. What? Born a commoner, destined to be cannon fodder? Sage body, sage techniques, super strength, get to know it. The Ninetales is strong? Are you talking about my pet? Bloodline limits are rare? Sorry, I can change my bloodline limit at will. Yejian says, there's nothing that can't be obtained with one sign-in. If there is, then let's do it again. Chapter 1. Divine Sign-in System. In the 43rd year of Konoha, winter, at the frontline medical station of the Land of Wind, a silver-haired, blue-eyed young man murmured with anticipation. 3, 2, 1. A mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Divine Sign-in System awakened successfully. Synchronizing data from the current world. Synchronization successful. Beginning binding. Binding successful. A light screen filled with various information appeared before the young man. His breath quickened, and his gaze became fervent as he said, "It's finally here after 3 years." The young man's name is Yagami Haken. He arrived in this world 3 years ago. He is an orphan. He was accompanied by a system, but it could only awaken today, 3 years later. Although during these 3 years of waiting for the system to awaken, I was accepted as a student by Tsunade due to my outstanding medical talent and achieved some success. However, I have also offended Danzo by repeatedly rejecting his offers. Being on the front line is fine for now, but once I return to the village, I will undoubtedly face Danzo's schemes. His gaze was resolute. If I don't become stronger, I will always be controlled by others' fate. In his previous life, he lost even the life-saving items at the last moment due to his lack of strength. In this life, he cannot be so powerless again. System, please don't let me down. Divine Sign-in System. As the name suggests, signing in can yield rewards. Rewards include but are not limited to bloodline limits, ninjutsu, senjutsu, ninja tools, medicines, etc. Sign in once a day. You need to go to a designated location to sign in. If the time limit is exceeded, it is considered a sign-in failure. The rewards obtained also vary based on the sign-in location. Host, Yagami Haken age, 13 chakra amount, 15 normal genin, 5 medical ninjutsu. Creation of heaven and earth, severing of heaven and earth, heavenly technique title, Konoha. Medical genius awarded by Sand Ninjas for repeatedly neutralizing poison attacks and significantly reducing casualties ninja combat power. Genin considered weak. That's so weak. Looking at the system's evaluation of his strength, Haken couldn't help but smile bitterly. Ding! Newbie gift pack has been sent. Please check it, host. Haken opened it. Shuriken Kanai explosive tag steel wire 10 healing physical energy food pills 5 swordsmanship scroll. Willow leaf dance 1 ninjutsu. Shadow clone scroll 1 ninja tool. Skill. Instant shuriken technique increases shuriken throwing speed through hand seals, catching enemies off guard. Haken noticed. There was a line of small text below the 3 skill scrolls. System benefit. Touch the scroll to instantly learn the skill. Seeing this line, Haken's heart raced. This means that, as long as he holds the scroll, he can learn these 3 skills immediately. He immediately tried it. In an instant, a surge of complex power flooded into his mind. He felt as if he had used these techniques countless times, almost becoming instinctual. After 3 consecutive attempts, the 3 scrolls disappeared, and Haken suddenly felt as if he knew how to fight. A powerful feeling surged in his heart. Sign-in begins. Please proceed to the medical station for sign-in. Time limit 1 minute. Hearing this, he immediately went to the medical station next door. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained incomplete sage body. Looking at the reward from the sign-in, Haken's eyes widened in ecstatic disbelief. Sage body, even if it's incomplete for him right now, it is like a treasure. He felt a heat flow through him. Immediately, his limbs and bones began to change. This was a transformation deep within his soul. His body was continuously being enriched, and power was surging forth. Every cell possessed unimaginable strength. The chakra that was originally not substantial suddenly reached an unimaginable level. Truly worthy of the sage body. I wonder how much stronger I've become? Haken eagerly opened his attribute panel. Host, Yagami Haken age, 13 ninja combat power, Chunin Genin, Chunin, Special Jonin, Jonin, Elite Jonin, Kage, Strong Kage, Super Kage, 6 path chakra amount, 35 normal. Genin 5 items, Shuriken 10, Kanai 10, Explosive Tag 10, Steel Wire 10, Healing 5, Physical Energy Food Pills 5 Medical Ninjutsu, Creation of Heaven and Earth, Severing of Heaven and Earth, Heavenly Technique Ninjutsu, Instant Shuriken Technique, Body Flicker Technique, Shadow Clone Technique Swordsmanship, Willow Leaf Dance Physique, Incomplete Sage. Body Title: Konoha Medical Genius, awarded by Sand Ninjas for repeatedly neutralizing poison attacks and significantly reducing casualties. Truly worthy of his system. It's incredibly powerful. Just a few minutes ago, he was a weak Genin, and now, he already possesses the power of a Chunin. The speed of his strength enhancement is astonishing. I wonder how I will perform in actual combat. He stepped out of the room, preparing to calm his excited heart, but suddenly a kunai, glimmering with a ghostly light, shot towards him. His hair stood on end, and he quickly dodged. He saw a group of Sand Ninjas breaking through the air. Not good. He was shocked and immediately shouted, "Enemy attack!" Even the Sand Ninjas were unable to stop in time. The guards near the medical station rushed over upon hearing his warning. "You bastard!" Seeing his ambush plan being ruined by Haken, the leading Sand Jonin was furious and shouted at Haken, "Kill him." Then he issued the order, "Quickly end this, kill all medical ninjas." The group of Sand Ninjas immediately dispersed to assassinate. "You little brat, die!" A short-haired Sand Ninja charged at Haken like a beast. "Since that's the case, let's see what my strength is like." Watching the Sand Ninja strike aimed at him, Haken said, "Puff." Haken's head was instantly cut off, but then it immediately exploded into a log. "What?" The Sand Ninja was horrified, quickly searching for Haken's figure. Puff. But the next moment, his chest was pierced by a hand. "You are too slow." The first time killing, Haken found it wasn't too uncomfortable, but rather a bit exhilarating. He was excited with satisfaction in his strength. And the killing technique was his severing of heaven and earth, used to save others. Impossible. The surrounding Sand Ninjas were stunned. "You bastard, die." A short Sand Ninja angrily formed hand seals. Wind release. Air bullet. A wind bullet with penetrating power shot out at high speed, so fast that Haken couldn't react. Puff. Haken's body was pierced through. "Ha ha. Know your place." But the next instant, Haken exploded into a piece of wood again. Another body replacement technique. How is this possible? The short Sand Ninja was shocked, quickly looking for Haken's trace. Whoosh! A sound came from behind him, and he immediately turned around, only to see Haken throwing a shuriken. Just a shuriken. Before he could finish speaking, Haken began to form hand seals. Ninjutsu. Instant shuriken technique. That shuriken, which had already reached him, suddenly accelerated violently, catching him completely off guard. "No!" The Sand Ninja cried out in horror, but was unable to evade. With a series of splattering sounds, another Sand Ninja fell down, filled with unwillingness. Haken's record of killing 2 people instantly stunned the entire battlefield. Everyone looked at Haken in shock. Those were 2 Chunins. He just killed them without hesitation? So powerful. Just when they were in shock, Yi Jian surprisingly created a shadow clone. One used swordsmanship resembling willow leaves. The other launched shurikens that suddenly accelerated. In just a few moments, he took down another Sand Ninja. In less than 2 minutes, 3 kills. Chapter 2. The First Battle. Astonishing Achievements. Everyone attack and kill him. The leading Jonin finally reacted and shouted sternly. Suddenly, a swarm of Sand Ninjas rushed in. Yi Jian's scalp instantly tingled. Hey. Isn't it a bit unfair to take advantage of the numbers? Moreover, that Jonin is charging over. Doesn't he have any semblance of a strong fighter? He is no match for him. Body flicker technique. At that moment, a command's voice rang out, and the charging Jonin suddenly crashed heavily to the ground. Shadow binding technique. Another voice sounded, and the remaining fallen Sand Ninjas were instantly controlled. Super multiplication technique. A giant suddenly appeared, slamming down with a mighty palm, suppressing the raging winds and waves. With just one slap, it directly wiped out all the attacking Sand Ninjas. The violent wind even blew so fiercely that Yi Jian couldn't open his eyes. But the other Sand Ninjas could clearly see who had arrived. "Pig, deer, butterfly," a Sand Ninja exclaimed, "quickly retreat." But what awaited them was a rain of shurikens, kunai, and explosive tags coming their way. No, this was definitely an extremely spectacular scene. Lives were like weeds, rapidly withering away. Not a single sand ninja managed to escape. Seeing this, Yi Jian couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. It seemed that the crisis was averted. Of course, looking at the sea of corpses and blood around him, he still felt a bit queasy in his stomach. Whether it was the pungent, nauseating smell of blood or the gruesome state of the dead ninjas, it was completely different from killing a ninja alone or saving someone. However, knowing that he would experience such scenes repeatedly in the future, he quickly adapted. Seeing that Yi Jian adapted so quickly, Narashika couldn't help but nod in approval. After all, Yi Jian had saved countless people on the front lines and had seen bloody scenes. Unlike him, after he killed someone for the first time, he felt like throwing up at the sight of red, and it took him several days to get used to it. Thank you, Lord Shikaku. As he watched Nara Shikaku approach, Yi Jian respectfully expressed his gratitude. It should be us thanking you. If it weren't for your discovery of the enemy's situation, we would have suffered significant losses. Nara Shikaku praised, surprised to find that you actually possess such powerful strength. Your performance just now was quite impressive. Yi Jian smiled. My teacher is Lady Tsunade, so having this kind of strength is normal, right? Nara Shikaku nodded in agreement, indeed. Oh, by the way, Lord Jiraiya wants to see you. Upon hearing this, Yi Jian nodded and followed Nara Shikaku. Commander S-Camp, Lord Jiraiya, you called for me? Yi Jian respectfully saluted and asked. I heard that you just took down 3 Chunin? Yes. Yi Jian knew he couldn't hide this from Jiraiya and admitted frankly. Your combat just now was quite methodical. Do you plan to join the battlefield next to sharpen yourself and become a combat-type medical ninja like Tsunade? Yes. Yi Jian replied seriously. Strength gives one a voice. This applies everywhere. Hearing this, Jiraiya sighed, but when you came to the front lines, the old man specifically instructed me not to let you join the fight and take risks. With you here, our casualty rate has dropped to the lowest point. If something happens to you, the old man would probably tear me apart. As soon as these words were spoken, Yi Jian's heart sank. If he couldn't go to the battlefield, how could he quickly become stronger and gain the power to control his own destiny? But Jiraiya changed his tone. You have already learned the shadow clone technique so clearly, I can't stop your determination. Rather than letting you sneak onto the battlefield, I might as well take on this responsibility. He looked at Yi Jian's anxious face and couldn't help but feel somewhat helpless. Really not knowing what you kid was thinking, others would rather stay in the rear for safety, but you're eager to rush to the front lines to fight. He sighed, then became serious. You can go to the front lines to fight, but you must prove to me that you have that capability. As soon as these words were spoken, Yi Jian was overjoyed. Please give the order, Lord Jiraiya. Jiraiya said, according to our intelligence personnel, a sand transport team will pass through Iron Gate Bridge, 50 kilometers away, in 1 day. In this mission, as long as you take down 5 Chunin-level enemies, I will acknowledge that you have the ability to go to the battlefield. Yi Jian immediately replied, it's a promise. Hearing this, Jiraiya laughed heartily, quite confident. Little brat. He then handed Yi Jian a scroll. This is your new identity and mission details. It doesn't matter if you can't complete it. As long as you come back alive, no one will laugh at you. Upon hearing this, Yi Jian firmly stated, I will definitely complete the mission. Failure is not an option. When he returned to the medical station, it immediately caused a stir. Mr. Yi Jian, I didn't expect you to be so deep and unassuming. Yes, taking down 3 Chunin all at once is too strong. Yi Jian humbly replied, you flatter me. To be honest, I was quite scared too. Look, my hands are still shaking. Saying this, he extended his hand, pretending to tremble, and there was some not bad acting cold sweats on it. Even so, that is still very impressive. After all, those were 3 Chunin. The medical ninjas were full of admiration. All right, disperse. Hearing this, everyone immediately scattered, and they couldn't help but admire Yi Jian even more. Shadow clone technique. Back at his residence, he split off a shadow clone to serve at the medical station. The main body immediately opened the mission scroll and pondered carefully. This was a serious matter that must be treated with caution. In the blink of an eye, it was noon the next day. Yi Jian donned a mask and transformed into another appearance. Arriving at the gathering place, several people had already arrived. But upon seeing these people in front of him, Yi Jian couldn't help but be startled. Noara Kakashi and Inazuka Kiba. Yamashiro Aoi, Ebisu, and the lonely silver-haired youth ahead, Hatake Kakashi. Their strengths were basically at the Chunin level. While he was observing everyone, the others were also sizing up this newcomer. Noera Kakashi, what is your name? At this moment, Noera Kakashi came over to strike up a conversation. Yi Jian replied, Qian Song. Then Kakashi, with his arms crossed in front of him, glanced at him and introduced himself. Kakashi, he said coldly, I hope you don't hold us back. I don't like teaming up with trash. It's best if trash dies. Yi Jian chuckled and looked at Kakashi. You'll know once the mission starts. I hope you won't be surprised then. He understood why Kakashi was so cold. His father, Hatake Tsukumo, had just committed suicide not long ago after failing a mission to save his comrades. From that moment on, his ninja principle had become mission first. But understanding was one thing. It didn't mean he could remain indifferent if targeted. Kakashi coldly huffed, I'll be waiting. Just then, two figures appeared in a flash. Two Jonin, Hakayama Yama, Sarutobi Jotaro. After each introduced themselves, Hakayama Yama coldly said, Qian Song, Ebisu, Noera Kakashi. You three will form a team with me. Sarutobi Jotaro continued. Hatake Kakashi, Yamashiro Aoi, and Inazuka Kiba, you three will team up with me. Chapter 3. The Massacre of Chunin. Iron Gate Bridge mission. After the teams were assigned, Bayun Yesan glanced at everyone and said, You should all be clear about the mission details. This time, we can only succeed, understand? Everyone nodded in agreement. The sign-in begins. Please proceed to sign in next to the Jonin Bayun Yesan within 30 seconds. Hearing the system's outrageous request, Yi Jian couldn't help but twitch his lips, but had no choice but to comply. To become stronger, he had to endure. So, everyone watched as Yi Jian suddenly walked up to Bayun Yesan, a hint of awkwardness on his face. Everyone immediately showed expressions of anticipation. Could it be that Yi Jian was going to back out at the last moment? Sign in successful. Congratulations, host, you have received Jonin Combat Experience Pill X1, D-Rank Ninjutsu Body Freezing Technique Scroll X1, Ordinary Battle Knife X1. However, just after signing in, Bayun Yesan shot him a cold glance and said, What's wrong? Are you afraid and planning to submit a request to withdraw from the mission? If so, hurry up, we don't need cowards. Kakashi snorted coldly, his gaze filled with contempt. Yi Jian pretended not to hear and replied to Bayun Yesan, No, Captain, I just wanted to feel your powerful aura to relax my mind, which will be more beneficial for the mission. Hearing this, Noera Jinkan and others had strange expressions. Was this excuse a bit flimsy? Bayun Yesan stared at Yi Jian for a moment and then coldly said, Next time you want to relax, remember to inform me in advance, because this reason really sounds ridiculous. Set off. Yi Jian immediately fell in line with the team, and even Yamashiro Aoba couldn't help but sigh, feeling heavy-hearted. With such a burden around, could they really complete their mission? Iron Gate Bridge. Listen carefully. The plan is to destroy the cliff where the Iron Gate Bridge is located and use falling rocks to destroy the bridge. While the Sand Ninjas are in a panic, we will use the terrain to release kunai, causing the first wave of damage. After eliminating their fighting force, we will engage in close combat. Our team is responsible for containment, while Sarutobi Jotaro's team will deal with the main forces. Any questions? Everyone shook their heads, and Bayun Yesan immediately instructed everyone to hide. During the battle, I will handle the strong ninjas. You deal with the ones who are a bit weaker. You mustn't hold me back. I'm begging you. Noera Jinkan leaned over and earnestly said, Damn it. Hearing Noera Gunkan's words, Yi Jian felt like spitting blood. Why did it seem like he was the one holding everyone back? Did he really look that weak? However, seeing Noera Gunkan's sincere demeanor, he endured it. At worst, he would prove himself during the battle. Body freezing technique, learn. Yi Jian entered the system and opened the body freezing technique. In just a minute, he mastered the technique as if it were instinct. He then swallowed the Jonin Combat Experience pill. But this was not as gentle as the scroll. He felt like his head was going to explode. What's wrong with you? Noera Jinkan immediately noticed his abnormality and frowned slightly, saying, Even if you're scared now, it's too late to withdraw. He thought Yi Jian was afraid, which was why he was acting this way. Yi Jian helplessly replied, You're overthinking it. It's just a brief discomfort. Is that so? Noara Jenkins seemed a bit skeptical. Yi Jian couldn't be bothered to explain to him. He would show his abilities during the battle. At this moment, countless pieces of knowledge were being digested and absorbed in Yi Jian's mind. The experience of a Jonin was indeed extraordinary. Yi Jian marveled inwardly. He felt at least twice as strong as he had just been. 2 hours later, they're here. Bai Yun Yeshan's sudden low shout made Yi Jian and the others immediately alert. In their line of sight, a group of sand ninjas was escorting supplies. 10, 20, 32 people. Noara Gun Khan's voice was filled with shock. What is going on? How come there are 6 more people? The intel clearly stated there were only 26. Would there be unexpected changes? Even so, we must complete the mission. Bai Yun Yeshan said solemnly. There are only 2 Jonin. The situation is not that bad for us. Yi Jian observed and said. This made Bai Yun Yeshan look at him with newfound respect. Aside from the 2 Jonin, only he and Kakashi appeared unaffected, regardless of their strength. This mindset was commendable, but there was no time to dwell on that now. In their line of sight, the Sand Ninjas dispatched a reconnaissance team. After confirming that there were no abnormalities at the Iron Gate Bridge, the main force continued to advance. Prepare. The 2 captains simultaneously whispered. Doton, Iwagakure collapse. With Kakashi using his ninjutsu, the cliff connecting to the Iron Gate Bridge suddenly collapsed with a rumble. A significant number of Sand Ninjas didn't have time to react and were buried under the rubble. They never expected to be ambushed suddenly. Bastards! The other evasive Sand Ninjas couldn't help but shout angrily. But what awaited them was a barrage of kunai and shuriken. Puff, puff, puff. Just like dumplings, another batch of Sand Ninjas fell. Kill! Seeing this, Bai Yun Yeshan and Sarutobi Jotaro issued commands simultaneously. They were in charge of the 2 Jonin. The rest would follow the plan. 1 team to contain and 1 team to deal with the main forces. Damn Leaf Ninjas. The remaining 18 Sand Ninjas immediately charged forward. Jian-san, what are you doing? Those enemies are strong. Noara Jankan exclaimed in shock as he saw Yi Jian directly charging towards several powerful Chunin. But the next moment, he widened his eyes in disbelief, because he saw Yi Jian create a shadow clone. What is going on? He was dumbfounded. That was a shadow clone. Can a genin learn such a technique? Over here with Yi Jian. Little brat, so arrogant. Seeing Yi Jian charging toward himself and 2 others, Kijuru was immediately enraged. Wind release, wind cutter technique. He quickly formed hand seals to unleash a wind blade, moving at incredible speed. But Yi Jian dodged swiftly and reappeared right in front of him. Gripping his long knife, he slashed down powerfully. What strength! Kijuru's expression changed. Seeing this, the 2 Sand Ninjas beside him immediately attacked Die Brat. But at that moment, Yi Jian's shadow clone quickly formed hand seals, body freezing technique. The 2 Sand Ninjas were instantly horrified. We can't move. This shocked Kijuru as well. But Yi Jian's power surged suddenly, forcing him back. Willow Leaf Dance. Yi Jian surged forward, moving with incredible grace, like fluttering willow leaves, gliding past Kijuru and his companions. Puff, puff, puff. The next moment, all 3 had blood gushing from their necks. Kijuru and his companions fell down, their faces filled with unwillingness. Hiss. Witnessing this scene, both Leaf Ninjas and Sand Ninjas were shocked as they stared at Yi Jian. What's going on? Those were 3 Chunin, not 3 pigs. They were just killed like that. Chapter 4, shocking everyone. Mission accomplished, that guy. Even Kakashi, watching this scene, couldn't help but feel a surge of shock in his heart. Even he couldn't kill 3 Nin in an instant. He admitted he misjudged. That guy, unexpectedly so powerful. A few of the people from Yamashiro Aoi were completely stunned. Such a strong individual, and they were blind enough to think he would hold them back. Who exactly is holding him back? Noara Hayoma was even more dumbfounded. Did he just say he would take care of Yejian? But with Yejian being this strong, who is taking care of whom? How about now? Do you believe I'm not here to hold you back? Yejian flashed to Noara Hayoma's side and joked. All right, Noara Hayoma really believed it. Kakashi, I've already taken down 3 enemies. Now, you're the one holding us back. He shouted loudly at Kakashi, who was not far away. TCH. Got it. Kakashi replied, grumpily and annoyed. If he had known Yejian was this strong, he wouldn't have spoken so arrogantly. Ha, good. I told you Lord Jiraiya wouldn't send a coward on a mission. Kid, can you keep going? As soon as this was said, everyone from Konoha couldn't help but look at Yajian in surprise. It was arranged by Jiraiya? No wonder he is so strong. Why not? Yajian replied loudly, pulling out a stamina recovery pill from the system and swallowing it. After quickly dispatching 3 sand ninjas, it looked impressive, but it nearly drained his chakra. He charged towards new enemies again. Good, this is the good son of Konoha. Sarutobi Jitaru couldn't help but laugh again, while his opponent, a Sand Village Nin, wore a gloomy expression. Damn Konoha, always producing so many geniuses. He immediately ordered, focus your strength and kill that silver-haired brat first. Suddenly, a group of sand ninjas all rushed towards Kakashi and Yajian. Kakashi? He had something to say. Come on, he is Hatake Kakashi, and has nothing to do with your target. Haha, sorry Kakashi. Seeing this, Yajian couldn't help but laugh. Since that's the case, let's take down these enemies together. He had already proven his strength. Next, it was time to collaborate with the team. How could he handle so many enemies alone? Damn silver-haired brat, stop being so arrogant. The sand ninjas were furious. What about me then? Me too. Noera Hayoma and Yamashiro Aoi echoed, and Chikura also rushed over. Chien-san, you just fight. The strength Yajian had shown had gained the recognition of all of them. Okay, thanks everyone. Yajian laughed, immediately unleashing a powerful aura. Then I'm going. His shadow clone quickly formed seals, ready to release the paralysis technique again. The sand ninjas immediately scattered, not wanting to fall for his trick a second time. But, instant shuriken. He actually threw out a flurry of shuriken and quickly formed seals afterward. The already fast shuriken became even more elusive, like phantoms. The sand ninjas nearly spat blood. How could this guy always catch them off guard? Didn't he say he would use shadow clones? What else with this instant shuriken technique? PFFT, PFFT, PFFT. Several sand ninjas screamed and fell to the ground. Kakashi and the others were once again shocked. This killing speed is terrifying. While they were in shock, Yajian was quickly finishing off the enemies. Soon, he surpassed the 5ch Nin that Jiraiya had assigned him. Finally, he could legitimately train on the battlefield and grow stronger. Breaking free from a fate controlled by Danzo was not far off. Damn it! Watching the number of his companions decrease by 7 or 8 in an instant, the remaining sand ninjas immediately targeted Yajian and charged at him. Paralysis technique. However, Yajian's shadow clone suddenly appeared and unleashed ninjutsu at them. Not good. The sand ninjas were caught off guard. Kill. Kakashi rushed in without hesitation. Go. Noera Hayoma immediately reacted too. A one-sided slaughter began. Ah, bastard, I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. The Sand Village Nin, witnessing this scene, was filled with rage. He fixed his gaze on Yajian's face, as if he wanted to remember it forever. Don't worry, you won't have that chance. Hearing the Nin's words, Yajian grinned. His current strength was already quite good among CH Nin. It wouldn't take long to reach Nin level. By then, who kills whom is still unknown. Fire release, flame bullet technique. Accompanied by a strike of fire release from Noera Hayoma, the supplies were destroyed. And this mission was basically over. Damn it, retreat. Seeing this, two Sanjay Nin showed no hesitation and quickly fled. Bai and Yesan also didn't pursue anymore. One reason was the heavy personnel losses. The second was that there was no need to stir up trouble. What if they got surrounded by sand ninjas during the pursuit? This is in the enemy's territory. We will retreat too. Bai and Yesan immediately issued the retreat order. Noera Hayoma, Yamashiro Aoi, Hatake Kakashi. On the way back, the few of them introduced themselves to Yajian one after another. Officially introducing myself, my name is Chien-san. Yajian smiled and responded. He thought to himself, as expected, only with strength will others respect you. Returning to the Konoha camp was already a few hours later. It seems that even if I wanted to disagree, I can only agree to let you join the battlefield. Looking at his achievements, Jiraiya couldn't help but shake his head helplessly. 9ch Nin. You really worked hard to complete the mission. He took a deep breath, and since you've proven yourself, you can participate in the war under the identity of Chien-san from now on. Hearing this, Yajian breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you. Lord Jiraiya, for your support." Watching him leave, Jiraiya couldn't help but murmur, "Old man, another genius has appeared in Konoha." He could already imagine how happy the third Hokage would be upon seeing Yajian's achievements. Back then, the third Hokage valued Yajian's medical abilities greatly. Therefore, he readily agreed to let him head to the front lines for training and instructed Jiraiya to always send someone to secretly protect him. And now, Yajian had not disappointed the third Hokage's expectations. Not only was his medical level superb, but his combat strength was also formidable. Medical office. All right, the injuries are not a problem, and you can carry out missions normally tomorrow. Closing the medical record page, Yajian said to Bayun Yeson in front of him, "Why do I feel like your aura is very similar to one of my subordinates?" Lord Yajian. As soon as Bayun Yeson said this, Yajian secretly thought that Jainin are indeed impressive, then smiled and said, "Is that so? If I have a time, I really want to meet your subordinate." After saying that, he went to attend to other injured personnel. The next day, sign-in begins. Please head to Jiraiya's tent for check-in. Time 1 minute. After a night of digesting the Jainin experience rewarded by the system and the combat experience from this operation, Yajian's sign-in came again. Chapter 5, Mastering the Possibility of Wood Release. Of course, the guards at the camp still stopped him, as usual. To enter, he had to be searched and provide identification. However, Yi Jian stated that he was just here to take a stroll. Successful sign-in. Congratulations to the host for receiving a Ninja Technique Blind Box 5. Chakra Test Paper 1 and Special Jonin Chakra 1. Looking at these rewards, Yi Jian thought to himself, "I wonder how much my strength will grow this time." Of course, knowing one's chakra attribute is also a delightful thing. Just as he was about to leave, the tent was suddenly pushed open, and Jiraiya appeared in front of Yi Jian. The overwhelming chakra aura, like turbulent waves, made Yi Jian feel a suffocating sense of despair. "Oh, so you were here, kid. That's perfect. I won't have to send someone to find you." Jiraiya greeted Yi Jian, saying there was something urgent that only he could help with. Yi Jian, curious, asked what it was. Jiraiya immediately let Su Yang in to talk. As soon as he entered, Yi Jian saw a rebellious sand ninja being restrained nearby. Jiraiya pointed at the sand ninja and said seriously, "This person has important intelligence about the sand ninja." However, he was already administered a nerve toxin when captured. The antidote provided by Konoha is ineffective. I used all my means, but couldn't make him speak, and the presence of the nerve toxin also prevents Hai Yi's mental probing. He continued, "But the intelligence on him is incredibly valuable. Once obtained, we can deal a significant blow to the sand ninja. You've repeatedly neutralized the sand ninja's toxin attacks, and have an antidote level not inferior to Tsunade's. Now you're the only one who can give it a try." Upon hearing this, Yi Jian became interested. Interesting, even the antidote from Lady Tsunade doesn't work? I want to see what the mystery is. But the sand ninja, upon hearing this, suddenly laughed arrogantly. "Huh, where did this ignorant brat come from? You know nothing." Looking at Yi Jian as he approached, he sneered. "What I took was Lord Chiyo's latest masterpiece. She said that even she couldn't unlock this poison. Maybe your village's Tsunade can make poison, but by the time she concocts it, my brain will have already been destroyed by the toxin. You won't get any information from me." Seeing everyone shocked, the sand ninja became even more smug. "You don't know, do you? This poison will completely kill my brain within 3 hours. And now, it's been 2 hours and 45 minutes since I took the poison. Hee, even a god can't save me now, let alone you, kid." This situation was indeed unexpected for Jiraiya. Who would have thought the effect of the poison would be so short? "But, are you done talking?" Yi Jian calmly extended his hand. "Then I'll take action. Making an antidote? There was no need for that." What Jiraiya wanted was just the intelligence in the sand ninja's head. Since that was the case, it was enough to keep his head intact. After extending his hand and sensing the spread of the toxin in detail, everything began. Then, accompanied by the green light emerging from Yi Jian's hand, the sand ninja felt as if countless hands were tearing at his brain. The intense pain immediately made him emit the most tragic wailing. Even Jiraiya and Nara Shikaku couldn't help but shiver. Just looking at the sand ninja's distorted face made it clear how painful it was. Yet Yi Jian remained completely unfazed. Truly a monster. Strands of toxin were peeled away by Yi Jian. The Sand Ninja suddenly panicked, because the reaction to the poison was gradually fading away. Surprised? Yi Jian gave a big smile. Didn't he expect there would be such a method to relieve it? But I remember you just said that even Chiyo couldn't unlock this poison? The Sand Ninja clearly sensed Yi Jian's ill intentions and nervously asked, "What are you trying to do?" Yi Jian smiled brightly. "Of course, I want to study it, and then let you Sand Ninja try it out. But don't worry. I'll speed up your time to death. An hour? No, how about half an hour?" The Sand Ninja immediately panicked. No, you can't do that." Jiraiya and Nara Shikaku couldn't help but take a few steps back. Yi Jian was simply a devil. Fortunately, this devil was on their side. Yi Jian curled his lips. TCH, boring, really can't help but tease. This method of directly peeling away toxins is called the fine illness extraction technique. In more than a decade, a certain Haruno Sakura would also use it. It's not something rare. It's just that there are indeed very few people capable of such precise operation. Who exactly are you? The Sand Ninja stared at Yi Jian. Even Lord Chiyo couldn't use this method so skillfully. When did the ninja world have such an impressive medical ninja like you? Hearing this, Yi Jian couldn't help but roll his eyes. Could it be that you guys are too ignorant and arrogant? Does Lady Tsunade really need to act for such toxin treatment? Your Chiyo really thinks highly of herself. Upon hearing Yi Jian's words, Jiraiya couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. That was something he liked to hear. No, you are definitely not an ordinary medical ninja. Such precise detoxification techniques. You are Konoha's medical genius Yi Jian. The Sand Ninja suddenly recognized Yi Jian and couldn't help but exclaim. Looks like you're not too stupid, but unfortunately, you'll soon have no value left. He blocked the main exit of the Sand Ninja's heart with chakra and said, "Lord Jiraiya, you can start probing for intelligence now. In 30 minutes, the toxins in his body will continue to flow, and then he can die as he wishes." Jiraiya nodded upon hearing this, but couldn't help but take a deep breath. This guy actually decided a person's life and death so casually. Indeed, finding you was an incredibly correct choice. Jiraiya praised him endlessly while Yi Jian just smiled and took his leave. In the future, he would need to find someone to secretly protect him on the battlefield. Jiraiya looked at Yi Jian's departing figure and said, "If someone like him were to fall, I wouldn't be able to forgive myself." Nara Shikaku beside him deeply agreed. At Yi Jian's residence, "I wonder what my chakra attribute is." Taking out the test paper from the system, a surge of chakra immediately erupted from his hand. He saw the chakra test paper immediately wrinkle and then melt. Looking at this second reaction, Yi Jian was dumbfounded. The wrinkling was lightning. But what does melting mean? Is there such an attribute? System, what is my second attribute? When faced with uncertainty, he asked the system. Young, the system answered briefly. It can enhance the power of your lightning release. If you can possess a complete sage body, you may have a certain probability of awakening would release. Hearing this, Yi Jian couldn't help but gasp. So powerful. This is too tempting. After all, it would release. Chapter 6. Lightning Release. Chidori Blade, but then again, I reconsidered. Without the monstrous chakra reserves of Senju Hashirama, what uses would release? The 4 rooms and 3 halls technique is more like it. Special J-Nin chakra, absorbed. I opened that condensed chakra mass. After absorption, his chakra strength and total amount would reach the level of a special J-Nin. 3 minutes later, accompanied by a satisfied sound from Yejin, he officially entered the combat power level of a special J-Nin. This powerful feeling of being able to control every part of his body will made him feel that he could even exchange a few moves with a J-Nin. I wonder what kind of surprises this ninjutsu blind box will bring me. If there are a few powerful ninjutsu inside, then his strength would definitely take another big leap. At that time, facing a J-Nin wouldn't be impossible. With great anticipation, he opened the first one. Empty, the expectation on Yejin's face instantly froze. He opened the second and third ones. He thought to himself, it can't all be empty, right? Empty. One ordinary chakra war knife. Yejin couldn't help but feel a bit speechless. At least it should be a system reward. How come it's so lame? So he opened the last 2 in quick succession. After all, he had already lost hope of getting anything good. However, lightning release, lightning armor, lightning release, Chidori Blade. The last 2 were actually good items, especially the Chidori Blade. For him at this moment, it was definitely a weapon that would increase his lethality. All right, He admitted he had indeed misjudged the system. The learning of the two ninjutsu didn't take too much time for Su Yang. But this vast knowledge required some time to digest. At this moment, from Jiraiya's side, Shuyang Mountain, so this is where your supply point is. Good. In that case, there's no reason not to destroy it. Looking at the intelligence obtained from the Sand Ninjas, Jiraiya seemed to have already envisioned the Sand Ninja high-ups gritting their teeth in frustration. Meanwhile, at the Sand Ninja Command Center, Lady Chiyo, Lord Raza, it's bad. A battered Sand Ninja, Nin, rushed into the camp, interrupting the high-ranking discussions of Sunagakure. What happened? Chiyo frowned, asking somewhat displeased. Lord Taki has been captured. The Nin delivered a shocking answer that even made Chiyo gasp. What? He was captured? Chiyo shouted. Did he consume that thing? The Nin nodded, and Chiyo immediately sighed in relief. That's good. Our tactics won't be leaked. Hearing this, the future 4th Kazekage Raza couldn't help but feel worried. Lady Chiyo, is that poison really unresolvable? If someone finds a way to counter it, won't our tactics be exposed? Don't forget that medical genius from Konoha on the front lines. Chiyo laughed confidently. That mere wild Yejin kid thinks he can deal with my poison? He might qualify after studying for a few more years. The only one with that qualification now is that cheap woman, Tsunade. But even she probably won't be able to produce an antidote before the poison takes effect. Let alone, she's not even on the front lines. According to the habits of those Konoha people, as long as Taki keeps his mouth shut, even Yamanaka in Noichi 1T be able to extract information while Taki is alive. So, if the poison can't be resolved and no information can be extracted, they can only watch Taki die without getting anything. Our information has no chance of leaking. Listening to this, Raza nodded, that's good, but that wild Yejin is still a threat and must be eliminated. Chiyo also nodded, if he grows up, he'll be another Tsunade. Speaking of this, Raza suddenly seemed to remember something. It seems another genius has emerged in Konoha recently. What is his name? Chikura? Chiyo replied. Is that the kid who single-handedly made us retreat in defeat at the Iron Gate Bridge yesterday, costing us a batch of supplies? Raza nodded. Chiyo gritted her teeth and said, damn Konoha, there always seems to be some outstanding figures popping up. If only our Sunagakure could produce talents like them, we wouldn't be in this situation. At this moment, far away at the Konoha camp, Yejin, of course, had no idea he was being hated. He had just finished digesting his newfound strength. Host, Wild Yejin Age, 13 Ninja Combat Power, Special J Nin Chakra Amount, 50, Normal Nin 5, Items, Kunai 10, Explosive Tags 10, Steel Wire 10, Healing Food Pills 4, Stamina Food Pills 4, Medical Ninjutsu. Palm Sage Creation, Palm Sage Destruction, Sage Palm Technique Ninjutsu, Instant Shuriken Technique, Body Flicker Technique, Shadow Clone Technique, Lightning Release, Lightning Armor, Chidori Blade Swordsmanship, Willow Leaf Dance Physique, Incomplete, Sage Body. He arrived at the cliff behind the base. Combining Lightning Armor with Body Flicker Technique could significantly increase his speed, and combining Chidori Blade with Willow Leaf Dance would greatly enhance his lethality. He had no reason to refuse. Lightning Armor. With a low shout, a layer of violent lightning instantly surrounded him. In an instant, it felt like his cellular activity had been enhanced once again. What a great technique. Not only could it serve as armor for defense, but it could also use lightning to stimulate cells, enhancing power, speed, and other physical attributes. Moreover, it should also be able to attack. Focusing his mind, he saw the lightning that had originally surrounded him suddenly shoot out in all directions. Just as expected, in his previous life watching Naruto, he had seen Arakage use this technique. I wonder how much my speed will increase when paired with Body Flicker Technique. Body Flicker Technique activated. Bang! The next moment, the cliff face was smashed into a large pit by a burst of lightning. Cough, cough. It seems it's not so easy to master. Climbing out of the pit, Yejin shook his head. Bang! Boom! After a brief trial, Yejin finally grasped the essentials. Swish! The next moment, Su Yang instantly appeared dozens of meters away. Then with another whoosh, he appeared just a few meters away. Like lightning, it left people completely unprepared. I wonder how much slower this is compared to Flying Thunder God, but when combined with Chidori Blade, it's simply a killing weapon. Thinking this, he took out the chakra war knife from the system space. Chirp, 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 accompanied by a sharp sound. A layer of violent lightning also surrounded the knife S-blade. Chidori Blade, a nature-altered lightning release ninjutsu. Nature alteration to tear and impact. I wonder how powerful it is. He looked at a huge rock in the distance. Crack. The next moment, the huge rock was actually split in half. Truly terrifying. Looking at the scene he had caused, Yejin couldn't help but marvel. Although a tenth of his chakra was gone in an instant. But this destructive power truly justified such consumption. Even a Janine would probably find it hard to withstand. Let us try it with Willow Leaf Dance. A layer of sword intent instantly surrounded him. In an instant, he saw a flash of lightning floating like willow leaves, exuding a chilling destructive power wherever it passed. The cliff face exploded and fragments flew everywhere. A line of characters also appeared on the cliff face. Chapter 7. S-rank mission very good. Now I have the confidence to face a Jonin. I popped a stamina recovery soldier food pill. Restores stamina faster than a regular soldier food pill. He began practicing again from start. For a moment, all that could be seen was the endless flashes of lightning and roars, accompanied by increasingly bizarre and unpredictable movement trajectories. The aura emanating from Yejin became more and more restrained and solid. After several hours, TCH, it seems I really startled the people in the camp. Huh? Yejin originally wanted to practice a few more times to become more proficient in these moves. Unexpectedly, the shadow clone sent a message. Someone is coming. A few minutes later, what is this? Two Chunin stared at the scene before them, a ground littered with chaos and rubble, speechless in surprise. It was one thing to have the rocks split apart, but the characters on the cliff face were clearly marks that could only be caused by a change in the nature of lightning. The Chunin were puzzled. When did such a terrifying lightning master appear at the front lines? Nature transformation is a skill that only Jonin can master. They hurried back to report to Lord Jiraiya. The two didn't dare to delay, and on that cliff, it was boldly written, "Where the leaves of Konoha dance, the fire continues to burn." All right, I understand. You can go now. After hearing the report, Jiraiya was not surprised. This left the two Chunin utterly confused. It seemed Jiraiya knew this mysterious powerhouse. But how come they didn't know that there was such a master at the front lines? What a terrifying kid to have mastered such a formidable lightning technique. However, just right, since you have such strength, I can rest assured to let you participate in this mission. Jiraiya glanced at the character scroll on the table and muttered to himself. He was clear that this mysterious powerhouse was most likely Yejin. The next day, check-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Shurikens 5, fashionable clothes 2. After successfully checking in at the room of a female medical ninja, Yejin quickly left. He stated that it was absolutely not his intention to come here. It was the system that forced him to do so. Yejin, Lord Jiraiya is looking for you. Just as he returned to his quarters, an Umbu directly under Jiraiya appeared. I know. After tidying up his clothes, he walked towards Jiraiya's tent. Qian-san, ha ha ha. We're going to carry out a mission together again. Upon entering the tent, Yejin saw Nora Gunma happily speaking. Yejin scanned the room. Wow, several familiar faces. Hatake Kakashi, the future Might Guy, and Jonin Baiyun Yasan. Of course, there were also many people he did not recognize. Jonin and Chunin were present. A total of 30 people. Yejin immediately realized that this mission was definitely not ordinary. All right, since everyone is here, I won't keep you in suspense. Jiraiya looked at everyone. According to the information we learned from the Sand Ninja yesterday, there is a hidden material base in the Su Liang Mountain, 100 miles away from Sunagakure. It concerns the important survival issues of Sunagakure, so, at this point, a sharp look flashed across Jiraiya's face. I hope you will destroy it. He glanced at the 5 Jonin present, each leading 5 people to destroy the enemy's camp in 5 different directions. Understood. Hearing this, Baiyun Yasan and the other 5 Jonin did not hesitate at all, simultaneously kneeling on one knee in response. Understood. After listening to Jiraiya finish explaining the mission details, Yejin and Kakashi and the others withdrew. The mission was named Su Liang Mountain Mission. S rank. Qian-san, Kakashi, this mission won't be easy. Noaragenma said, with a serious expression. Indeed, Yejin nodded. That is the enemy supply point, and the guarding force is quite considerable. It is definitely different from the A-rank mission they executed last time. If you're afraid of dying, you can go find Lord Jiraiya and apply to withdraw right now. At that moment, a malicious voice came. A gray-haired Chunin sneered. Exactly, we're a bunch of little kids doing here, making a fuss. I really don't know what Lord Jiraiya is thinking, letting such a group of kids drag us down. Another burly Chunin said similarly. Don't underestimate us. We just completed the Iron Gate Bridge mission, and we won't drag you down. Noaragenma retorted, somewhat excited. That's really impressive, completing a child's play kind of mission. And you dare to brag about it. The gray-haired Chunin scoffed. Upon hearing this, Baiyun Yeshan frowned. You. Noaragenma was even angrier, but was stopped by Yejin's hand. He looked at the two Chunin, and you seem to look down on us? Upon hearing this, the two Chunin couldn't help but burst into laughter, aside from Itaki Kakashi, who was barely acceptable. Aren't you several just burdens? Upon hearing this, Yejin suddenly smiled. Burden? He disappeared directly from the spot. Everyone only saw two flashes of lightning. The next moment, the gray-haired Chunin and the burly Chunin were smashed into a wall dozens of meters away with a bang. So fast, even the Jonin who were originally watching the excitement couldn't help but narrow their pupils. This speed was such that they couldn't even react in time. Even I can't withstand one strike. I wonder who the real burden is? After Yejin appeared, he glanced at the other Chunin and asked indifferently. The group of Chunin was left astonished and speechless, all thinking about whether they could have dodged if it were them. But the answer was, it was absolutely impossible. Bastard. The gray-haired Chunin, having been humiliated in public, instantly exploded with rage. Just as he was about to form seals, Yejin appeared before him once again. A glimmering kunai pressed against his neck. If you were my enemy, you would already be dead. Everyone was horrified once more. Only a few Jonin barely managed to see his figure. All right, everyone stop. Baiyun Yeshan scolded. We're about to execute a mission, and you still have the mood to bicker? What do you want to do? Hearing this, Yejin immediately sheathed his kunai. The other four Jonin also spoke, addressing the Chunin. So, do you still dare to underestimate others? You might just be the burden yourselves. This made the gray-haired Chunin and the burly Chunin's faces flush red. Kid, thanks. A bearded Jonin suddenly spoke to Yejin, which left many people puzzled. Why did the Jonin captain thank Yejin? That guy just shown mercy. Otherwise, those two would have already suffered severe internal injuries from the violent impact when they were kicked away. But look at these two. They only had superficial injuries. His control over power had reached a remarkably precise level. Kakashi answered everyone's doubts, but couldn't help but clench his fists. Last time, Yejin's strength was still about the same as his. But now, he had already surpassed him by so much. It was impossible not to feel pressured. We are all comrades. There's no need to seriously injure others, Yejin said as he apologized to the five Jonin. Captains, I apologize for the offense earlier. I hope you can forgive me. Chapter 8, Infiltration. The unstoppable killing. Hearing this, the bearded Jonin couldn't help but burst into laughter. Well, kid, you really know how to hold your ground. He turned to Baiyun Yeshan and said, I must admit, I'm starting to envy you. You actually have such a powerful ninja under you. Baiyun Yeshan showed little expression in response. Since there are no issues now, let us set off. Everyone immediately dashed out. After a day's journey, they arrived near their target. According to the tactical plan, we were responsible for the southwestern fire position to sabotage the freshwater reserves there. Make sure to rest up, and we'll launch the attack based on the signal. Baiyun Yeshan outlined the attack direction and formulated the corresponding tactics. Qinsong, when did your strength become this formidable? During their rest. I can't believe it, Shiranui Jinkan said in amazement. You weren't holding back last time, were you? Yejin smiled. Why not? This left Shiranui Jinkan scratching his head in frustration. If I had known you were that strong back then, I wouldn't have foolishly said I would take care of you. Hearing this, Yejin smiled again. It's all in the past. No need to dwell on it. All right, let's make the most of our rest. Seeing this, Shiranui Jinkan snorted and went to rest. There were a total of 119 enemies to the southwest. Notable enemies included 2 Jonin, 5 special Jonin, and 12 Ch-nin with special Jonin level strength. Yejin couldn't help but clench his fists slightly. thinking to himself, besides that, there are still 100 ch. This is indeed a dangerous mission. A slight misstep could lead to total annihilation. In the early morning, this was the time when vigilance was at its lowest, and at that moment, the action signal for Yejian and the others arrived. Move out. The moment Baiyun Yesan issued the command, Yejian shot out like a bolt of lightning. Kakashi followed suit. The two were responsible for swiftly dealing with the enemies on the watchtower. Might Guy and Shiranui Jinkan, under Baiyun Yesan's lead, took the opportunity to quickly deal with the patrolling sand ninjas. Puff, 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 like a flash of lightning, they severed the enemy's blood vessels and windpipes. The enemies had no chance to react and fell one after another. What was that? The sand ninja on the opposite watchtower looked confused, as if a flash of light had just passed by. Hey, Ryoji Kintaro, did you see? Before the dark-skinned sand ninja could finish his sentence, he saw two of his companions clutching their necks, covered in blood, collapsing in shock. Another one suddenly had a knife protruding from his chest, falling to the ground while spitting blood. Enemy. The dark-skinned sand ninja immediately reacted and was about to pull the alarm bell. Oh no! Kakashi, having just taken care of two sand ninjas, saw this scene and his expression changed dramatically. If he was exposed, it would immediately throw them all into dire straits. He would never forgive himself for that. Do you believe in light? A voice came from behind the dark-skinned sand ninja. Before he could respond, a surge of pain overwhelmed all his senses. All his ability to move, including his voice, was instantly extinguished. It was Yejian. Thank you. Kakashi sighed in relief while expressing his gratitude. No problem. It's all for the mission. Yejian grabbed Kakashi. We need to support the captain. Having dealt with the sand ninjas on the watchtower, the patrol team entangled with Baiyun Yesan was like a headless fly without eyes. But this could only last for a minute. If they couldn't eliminate them all in a minute, they would all be exposed. Even though they were at the foot of the mountain, if they didn't make a big commotion, the sand ninja squad on top of the mountain wouldn't notice at all. But once exposed, it would be quite troublesome. Whoosh! Yejian reappeared, already in front of the patrol team. Who are you? The patrol team leader, a special J-Nin, looked at Kakashi and Yejian, who had suddenly appeared before him. After a brief pause, he immediately reacted. Kill! Puff! Before he could finish the word kill, the sand ninja captain's neck was torn apart. However, he was indeed a special J-Nin. The captain turned into a cloud of sand and scattered to the ground. Sand clone. Kid, your speed is indeed impressive. I almost fell for it. The sand ninja captain reappeared, but this time you won't be so lucky. But before he could finish his sentence, a blade crackling with lightning pierced through his chest. Yejian's voice rang out. You talk too much. The sand ninja captain couldn't believe it as he looked back, only to see Yejian calmly withdrawing his blade. The Yejian in front of him faded away like smoke. Shadow clone technique. Damn it, I actually fell for such a low-level ninja technique. The sand ninja captain fell down, unwilling to accept his fate. And this scene greatly shocked the remaining patrol team members. Are you kidding me? The captain died so easily? We have no chance of winning. Without a second thought, they try to flee. Don't let them escape. Baiyun Yesan shouted. Shiranui Jinkan and Kakashi were preparing to launch an attack, but someone was faster than them. Ninja technique. Instant shuriken technique. All they saw was a flurry of shurikens whistling through the air, splattering bright blood. The 6 escaping sand ninjas all fell to the ground, their eyes wide open. Yejian swiftly dealt each of these sand ninjas a fatal blow. Baiyun Yesan approved of Yejian's meticulous actions and immediately ordered them to continue advancing. Captain, we've already taken care of the enemies. Why do we still have to do this? On the way, Might Guy asked in confusion. Baiyun Yesan replied, because we must ensure the enemies are truly dead. Otherwise, we'll end up dead ourselves. Guy, you must remember this. He glanced at Yejian, noticing he didn't show any dissatisfaction towards Might Guy. This made him rate Yejian even higher. Meticulous and broad-minded. He truly is an excellent ninja. In the silent night, it was also a night of slaughter. Yejian and his group had arrived at their destination, the supply depot on the summit of Shuliang Mountain. The final challenge had arrived. Looking at the large camp before them, hidden among the trees, Yejian and his team thought in their hearts. After reconfirming the corresponding tactics and task arrangements, the battle began again. Puff, Puff! Yejian, like a ghost, crashed into the Sand Ninja camp, silently harvesting the lives of the Sand Ninjas along the way without raising any alarm. What was that? Finally, as Yejian was about to approach the freshwater reserves, a tall Nin noticed something was off and launched a probing attack towards Yejian. I thought I could complete the mission smoothly. Realizing he had been discovered, Yejian stepped out from the shadows. Due to his outstanding mobility, his task was naturally to sabotage the freshwater reserves. Konoha Ninja! Upon seeing Yejian, the tall Nin's face turned incredulous. He shouted, "Kid, how'd you find out about this place? This is a secret location of the Sand Village, known only to the higher-ups of the Sand Ninja. But now, a Konoha Ninja had appeared? Did that mean their intelligence had been leaked?" Chapter 9. A Turn of Events. The arrival of the Jonin. How do you think I know? Zin Grinut. I didn't expect you to say anything. The tall Chunin shouted angrily. I'll kill you first, then I'll capture your companions and find out. With that, the tall Chunin swiftly attacked, thrusting his kunai fiercely. Seeing Yi Jian showing no reaction, the tall Chunin exclaimed excitedly, "Too slow." However, Yi Jian suddenly looked up and said, "Not so fast." In the horrified gaze of the tall Sand Ninja, a cold light pierced straight through his chest. How is this possible? The tall Chunin stared in disbelief at the wound on his chest. Before he could react, his chest was pierced again. "Kid, who are you really?" The Sand Ninja, who rushed over from a distance, looked at this scene, all of them shocked. Wind release, wind cutter technique. But at that moment, another sharp wind blade attacked from behind Yi Jian. The speed was incredible. Yi Jian dodged in midair, but before he could land, a whip-like leg was already rapidly enlarging in front of him. Bang! Yi Jian was forcefully knocked away, but it instantly turned into a piece of wood. The green-eyed Sand Ninja, who knocked Yi Jian away, quickly sensed something and retreated. No wonder he has special Jonin genes, truly extraordinary. Yi Jian appeared, looking at the green-eyed Sand Ninja genes, and said, "It seems the worst has happened." Hearing Yi Jian directly call out his name, Jeans' expression turned serious. "No wonder. It's Konoha. They could get information from a base. I want to know who has the ability to remove the toxins from him. Who allowed you to obtain intelligence so smoothly?" Yi Jian immediately laughed. "Coincidentally, it's me." Upon hearing this, Jeans' eyes sharpened. If that's the case. In the next moment, he had vanished from sight. You absolutely cannot be allowed to live. He appeared behind Yi Jian, kunai wrapped in sharp wind chakra. With just one strike, Yi Jian would die on the spot. Sizzle. Yi Jian was pierced without any reaction. "It's done." Jeans felt relieved, but then sensed something was off. Could someone who could kill his way here be this weak? Sure enough, Yi Jian's body immediately dispersed. A shadow. Jeans was alarmed. A severe threat rushed in from behind. Without thinking, he turned to block. Clang. Sparks flew as Jeans was actually knocked back. Jeans stared in horror at Yi Jian, who was charging at him with immense strength. The kunai in his hand shattered, and his entire arm went numb. "Hey, no wonder your special Jonin genes. Impressive." Yi Jian grinned, and in an instant, he was enveloped in a layer of lightning. "Then let's try this." As soon as the words left his mouth, he was already in front of Jeans, shocking him again. What incredible speed! Puffed. Jeans, with his chest torn open, turned into a pile of sand that scattered on the ground. In the distance, Jeans appeared with a dark expression, a blood-red wound on his chest. "Kid, I admit I underestimated you just now." Jeans unleashed terrifying chakra, but next, you won't have this chance again. In the next moment, Jeans charged forward like a phantom while rapidly forming hand seals. Wind release, violent wind palm. He quickly compressed a violent gust of wind in his hands, roaring as it swept through the world. A heavy sense of oppression descended, making it feel like being trapped in a swamp, completely unable to exert speed. But that wasn't the end. He also threw out several kunai, rapidly forming seals that increased their number tenfold, blowing chaotically in all directions. The oily green light clearly indicated they were poisoned. Jeans grinned. Without speed, you lose any threat. Don't even think about dodging, facing this move. Even the Jonin in the village can't escape unscathed. Seeing Yi Jian standing still, Jeans felt he could already see his tragic death. Is he really that powerful? Yi Jian smiled dangerously. I really want to experience this. In the next moment, Jeans only saw a flash of lightning rapidly approaching, knocking away all the kunai. Then a severe pain struck his chest. No way. Jeans looked at Yi Jian, who was so close, in disbelief. How can this kid be so strong? Yi Jian withdrew his blade and retreated. Could it be that you were too weak? Of course, dying under the Chidori blade is a privilege for you. He turned to look at the other sand ninjas, his smile bright. It's your turn. Together, you just went through so many battles. His chakra must be greatly depleted. Seeing even Jeans had died at Yi Jian's hands. The surrounding sand ninjas, though fearful, were unwilling to retreat. Kill. Under the leadership of a Chunin in a yellow outfit, a group of sand ninjas immediately surrounded Yi Jian. Suddenly, a dense barrage of shurikens, kunai, and explosive tags surged forward. Wind release, gale technique. Wind release, wind cutter technique. Wind release, gravel needle. Following was a wave of wind release. Such a formation was truly formidable. Yi Jian could only avoid the onslaught. His condition was not good. He had to keep going. Seeing Yi Jian choose to dodge, the yellow-clad Chunin shouted sharply, eager to press the attack. But in the next moment, a bolt of lightning pierced through his chest. Famas. The surrounding Chunins were horrified and hurried to attack the lightning. But willow leaf dance. The lightning traced a trajectory like fluttering willow leaves, swiftly passing by these Chunins. What's going on? The sand ninjas were still confused. Suddenly, they saw a companion next to them, a gash torn open on his neck, blood gushing out. Then, they experienced the same. With the obstacles cleared, only one final strike was needed to complete the task. He glanced towards Baiyun Yeshan and the others. What a grand momentum. They were facing immense pressure head-on, and Yi Jian naturally didn't dare to slack off. Completing the task early and rushing to support and assist in retreat was the right way. He immediately transformed into a bolt of lightning and dashed towards the nearby freshwater reserve. According to the Intelligence Department's reports, he had already eliminated all the guards of the freshwater reserve. There would be no further obstacles. Although it was perilous, fortunately, it was more of a thrill than danger. After landing, he immediately pulled out an explosive tag from his ninja tool pouch. Just as he was about to stick it on, an unexpected change occurred. Wind release, net. An extremely condensed and sharp wind net struck, sending Yi Jian flying without giving him a chance to react. Kid, do you think I would let you succeed? A sand ninja dressed in red with curly hair appeared behind the flying Yi Jian. With a long blade wrapped in sharp wind chakra, he thrust forward. It's over. Dying at my hands is your honor. In an instant, an extreme sense of death enveloped Yi Jian. I cannot. Die here. Yi Jian roared. Lightning armor, activate. In an instant, wild and furious thunder erupted from his body, striking out like a venomous snake. Chapter 10, Jonin Fall. Bang. Yi Jian was sent flying by a sword strike from Lucky that was refined to the extreme, and Lucky was also injured by the lightning on Yi Jian's body. Both of them landing simultaneously. Poof. After landing, Yi Jian immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, his upper body covered in shocking web-like wounds. If he hadn't temporarily blocked with the Thunderstrike armor, he would have likely been cut into pieces by now. It's actually a Jonin. Yi Jian gritted his teeth against the pain and quickly swallowed a healing soldier's food pill, feeling an overwhelming heaviness in his heart. Lord Lucky, are you all right? At that moment, several figures approached together. Yi Jian's heart sank again upon seeing them. 2 special Jonin. Following that, there were another 20 Chunin. It's fine. The sand ninja named Lucky waved his hand and told the arriving sand ninjas, this little brat is not right. You all assist me. As soon as he said this, the sand ninjas who arrived saw the already deceased kings and farmers. Their hearts couldn't help but be startled. Farmers was on the verge of being promoted to special Jonin, and Kings was close to Jonin level as well. How could 2 people lead 20 Chunin and fail to stop this little brat in front of them? On the other side, Captain, what should we do? Yi Jian can't possibly handle a Jonin. Noera Jinkan asked in panic, looking at Baiyun Yeshan, who was in fierce battle with the Sand Village Jonin. Just a moment ago, sensing the abnormality at the freshwater reserve, a Jonin was dispatched to hunt down Yi Jian. Moreover, this Jonin brought a lot of helpers with him. No matter how you look at it, Noera Jinkan felt that Yi Jian was doomed. Jonin are invincible. Even if we die, we must complete the mission. Bai Yun Yeshan replied coldly. This made his opponent laugh heartily. Bai Yun Yeshan, what nonsense are you talking? You don't really think a mere brat can defeat Lucky, do you? Once Lucky returns, all of you will die. And the truth was indeed as stated. Hatake Kakashi was struggling against the only special Jonin on the battlefield. Noura Jinkan, Might Guy, and another Chunin were also in peril under the hands of 3 special Jonin-level sand ninjas. The sand village held the advantage. Although the Chunin were caught off guard and nearly wiped out, the remaining ones were enough to deal with Bai Yun Yeshan and his group. Damn it! Bai Yun Yeshan gritted his teeth. He initially thought he could hold off 2 Jonin to create an opportunity for Yi Jian. But unexpectedly, he was directly held back by his opponent, allowing another Jonin to hunt down Yi Jian. He knew, if Yi Jian grew up, he would definitely become a backbone of the village. Now, because of his mistake, it was about to be cut short. He felt immense regret. Lord Jiraiya, it seems I won't be able to complete the task you entrusted to me. Bai Yun Yeshan thought in despair. He was the one entrusted by Jiraiya to protect Yi Jian. He glanced at Kakashi, Noura Jinkan, and the others, gritting his teeth and saying, but these promising talents I must preserve for the village. Losing one Yi Jian was already more than he could bear. If Kakashi and the others were also lost, then he would never rest in peace even in death. Meanwhile, at Yi Jian's side, Brat, state your name. If you don't die today, the ninja world will once again see a famous powerhouse. Lucky looked at Yi Jian, who was surrounded yet remained composed, and couldn't help but feel a bit of admiration. Konoha Chikura, Yi Jian calmly responded. But in his heart, he thought, my luck is truly terrible. I actually ran into a Jonin. According to intelligence, this Lucky is not easy to deal with. He is skilled in wind release and swordsmanship, and extremely proficient in body flicker technique, known as Tempest Azura. Of course, Lucky's background is also quite interesting. The Sand Ninja Taki they captured is his older brother. He also has a younger brother, Maki, the man who defeated Moonlight Gale in the original story. Chikura, huh? Lucky muttered, his eyes suddenly sharp. Then you can die. Yi Jian felt a figure flicker in front of him, and Lucky appeared. The fierce long sword slashed down, giving no chance for reaction or evasion. Then let me see just how big the gap is between me and a Jonin. Yi Jian also swung his sword, clashing violently with the descending strike. Clang! Accompanied by dazzling sparks, Lucky was unexpectedly forced back. This guy, such strong power. Lucky pushed back, was shocked, and immediately intensified his killing intent toward Yi Jian. Such a genius must not be left for Konoha. Bang! The two clashed violently again. Sparks flew continuously, and Yi Jian surprisingly did not fall behind against Lucky. As they continued, the two moved faster and faster, only cold glints and sparks visible. In the blink of an eye, 10 minutes passed. The two finally separated, both injured. Wind release. Great wind net. Lucky quickly formed hand seals to create a massive wind net. It was fast and had a wide range. Once released, the escape route would be immediately sealed off. You won't get away. Yi Jian's body erupted with violent chakra, activating body flicker technique, and he swiftly escaped from the wind net's blockade. You fell for it, brat. But Lucky suddenly burst into laughter, his hand seals changing instantly. The wind net transformed into a roaring violent windstorm, instantly filling all nearby space. Not good. Yi Jian once again felt a sluggish sensation akin to a swamp and immediately realized something was wrong. This fierce wind was extremely sharp, carrying a change in properties, far stronger than the earlier kings. Poof, poof, poof. His Thunderstrike armor was instantly shredded into pieces. Taking advantage of the armor not being completely destroyed, he quickly used the body replacement technique to dodge. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly be instantaneously reduced to a skeleton. Whoosh! But as soon as he appeared, a whip kick tore through the air and struck him. Poof! Yi Jian felt as if his organs were about to burst out, and several bones broke in an instant. Is this the power of a Jonin? Yi Jian thought, and then poof, he turned into a cloud of smoke. Shadow Clone? Although surprised, his rich experience allowed him to quickly turn around and stab out with his sword. Pucci! Yi Jian was pierced through the chest with a look of disbelief. It's over. Brat! Lucky pulled out the long sword, saying, I must admit, being able to kill so many elites from my sand village You are indeed impressive. But unfortunately, you ran into me. Lucky showed a proud expression, stating that a Jonin is an insurmountable barrier. Before he could finish his sentence, the Yi Jian in front of him suddenly poofed into smoke. Another shadow clone. Lucky's pupils instantly contracted, filled with horror, as if falling into an ice cellar. His rich experience made him immediately react. But, zing! The lightning long sword that pierced through his chest didn't give him that chance. The fierce long sword was enveloped in humming lightning, possessing extreme impact and tearing power. It was the Chidori blade. Chapter 11. The killing performance of Yejian Wao. Liuji couldn't believe it as he looked back. Yejian's pale, yet wise face, illuminated by the lightning, appeared exceptionally cold. Damn it. I can't believe I was fooled by such a simple transformation technique. Liuji roared in frustration, "You sly bastard." That first shadow clone was intentionally created by Yejian to confuse him, but he actually fell for it. No matter how unwilling, a loss is a loss. Yejian drew the long knife that hummed softly, and after all, tactics are a mandatory course for ninjas. You don't use them, does that mean I can't? Liuji's chest was struck with a fatal blow, and his life was immediately extinguished. In that moment when I kicked him away, he actually thought of such a terrifying tactic. This kid is so young, yet his mind is already so meticulous. Who in Sunagakure will be able to stop him in the future? Liuji thought in despair before dying. This scene also shocked the surrounding sand ninjas. How is it possible that Liuji, a Jonin, was actually killed by such a kid? Kill him. Avenge Liuji. Yes. Take advantage of his weakness and finish him off quickly. The two special Jonin, disregarding their shock, take advantage of the situation. Since Yejian is so weak now, he can't be left alive. Go. The two special Jonin, along with 20 Chunin, rushed to surround him. TCH, surrounded again? Yejian looked at the incoming attackers unhappily, his body crackling with lightning as he charged towards them. But just when the two special Jonin were on high alert, thinking they were about to engage, Yejian suddenly made a sharp turn and shot out a handful of kunai with explosive tags towards the water storage area. Ninjutsu, instant shuriken technique. The sound of whoosh filled the air as all the water storage places were pierced by the kunai. No. Seeing this scene, all the sand ninjas couldn't help but scream in shock. But it was too late to stop Yejian. Boom! A towering fireball erupted with a deafening roar. Terrifying waves of wind created a violent mist, instantly obscuring everything around. This provided Yejian with the perfect environment for slaughter. Watch out, that guy's coming. The special Jonin, being particularly perceptive, sensed Yejian's approach. Two at the same time? It's a shadow clone. Be careful. Another special Jonin exclaimed in shock, raising his hand to form seals and unleashing a powerful gust of wind to disperse the mist. Yet Yejian had already arrived before them. How abundant is this guy's chakra? He can still use shadow clones. The blonde special Jonin was horrified, but he didn't hesitate and began to form seals. However, Yejian was much faster than them. Sealing technique? You think you can bind us? Dream on. The two special Jonin unleashed their powerful chakra, breaking free from the bindings. I never expected to bind you. Yejian's voice echoed again, and his shadow clone had already reached the front of the Chunin, transforming into a bolt of lightning. My target is them. In an instant, the 20 Chunin didn't even react before all had their throats slit, falling into the surging water. Ah, you bastard! The blonde special Jonin roared, his eyes turning red. But amidst his fury, he felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness, completely toyed with by Yejian. How pitiful. Don't worry, it's your turn next. Yejian turned around, and so did the shadow clone. You monster, how much chakra do you still have? Seeing Yejian's seemingly endless chakra, another special Jonin felt a deep despair. Just enough to take you two down. Yejian grinned, thinking, chakra running low? Sorry. You don't understand the joy of being a sage. Although it's just a fragment of the sage body, my chakra recovery speed is still quite fast. After fighting for so long, I still have 40% chakra left. I'm coming. Yejian and his shadow clone shouted simultaneously, transforming into lightning and instantly reaching the two special Jonin. Bang! After all, they were special Jonin, and they managed to block Yejian's attack. Not bad. Special Jonin are indeed impressive. While praising them, Yejian suddenly formed seals, but unfortunately, I was still a step faster. The two special Jonin realized something was wrong and quickly checked their sides, only to find explosive tags stuck under their ribs. In their shock, they hurriedly attempted to use Sand Clone to evade. But, boom, boom, two explosions erupted, sending blood flying. The two special Jonin hadn't even recovered from the pain when Yejian descended like the Grim Reaper. Pucci, one knife, two lives. Yejian sheathed his knife and stood still, confirming that the water supply had been completely destroyed before quickly rushing to support Baiyun Yeshan and the others. Elsewhere, Baiyun Yeshan, there's no need to struggle anymore. This sand ninja, Jonin sneered. Your final outcome will only be death. You don't really think that a kid can be a match for someone like Liuji, do you? Baiyun Yeshan couldn't help but snort. You're talking too much. This made the sand Jonin immediately laugh triumphantly. It seems you're really stubborn. Well, when Liuji returns, your beautiful dream will naturally shatter. Enjoy your last pleasant thoughts. Our Sunagakure will never fail. But just as he finished speaking, a terrifying fireball suddenly erupted in the direction of their water supply. Immediately afterward, accompanied by a dull explosion, a surge of water could be heard. The expression of triumph on the Jonin's face instantly froze. How could such an explosion happen at the water supply? He suddenly had a bad premonition. The next moment, his premonition came true. A terrified sand ninja ran over, gasping, "No, it's bad, Captain. The water supply has been destroyed." Before this Jonin could ask for details, the ninja collapsed, lifeless. The crowd then saw the fatal wound that pierced his back. But the news he brought left the sand ninjas present dumbfounded. This Jonin found it even harder to accept, roaring, "Impossible!" Liuji, a dignified Jonin, still had so many helpers. How could he not defend the water supply? This news must be false. Even if it's true, it must be declared false now. Otherwise, he couldn't imagine the consequences. Why is it impossible? Just then, a cold voice sounded behind him, making his hair stand on end. A long knife with immense tearing power surged toward him. Entangled with Baiyun Yeshan, he couldn't dodge at all. Pucci. But after all, he was a Jonin, and he managed to avoid the blow at the cost of one arm. This sudden scene left everyone present momentarily stunned. But upon seeing Yejian, Baiyun Yeshan exclaimed in delight. "Did you succeed?" Yejian nodded. "Ha ha ha, great, you really are something, Yejian." Baiyun Yeshan laughed uncontrollably. But his enemy, the sand Jonin Qingjie, could not accept it at all. "Impossible, you little brat. I clearly sent Liuji to hunt you down. How could you come back alive? Where is Liuji? Where is he?" The situation in battle had changed because of a kid. He couldn't accept it. Chapter 12. This world is too crazy in the face of Qingjie's roar. Yejian suddenly looked behind him and said, "Then you should ask my real body." After saying that, he disappeared in a puff of smoke. It was actually a shadow clone. This scene stunned everyone. But Qingjie felt as if he had suddenly been targeted by a venomous snake, a chill running down his spine. Before he could take any action, a long knife, wrapped in lightning, pierced through his chest. Yejian's voice came from behind him. "Weren't you asking where Liuji went? Now you know, yes. This is how you die." After saying that, he quickly withdrew his blade, just dodging Qingjie's final strike before death. What a joke, Captain Qingjie died just like that. And he died at the hands of a Konoha brat? The sand ninjas were unwilling to believe what was happening before their eyes. Yet Yejian's earlier words proved that he indeed had this kind of strength. The Jonin Liuji died at his hands, so another Qingjie seemed not too surprising. But with Qingjie dead, the tide of battle changed instantly, and Konoha began to gain the upper hand. The remaining sand ninjas felt a wave of despair. Baiyun Yeshan and these few Chunin brats were already enough to wipe them out. Not to mention Yejian on the side, who had just killed two Jonin and was now eyeing them ominously. They had no chance of winning. Is this guy a bit too outstanding? He deliberately made a shadow clone to draw everyone's attention, while his real body snuck up behind the enemy captain to launch a fatal strike. Kakashi was a little skeptical about life. This tactic, while simple, was quite effective. If it were him, after killing a Jonin and successfully completing the mission, he would never think of using such a tactic to quickly turn the tide of battle and in the fight. Kill. Baiyun Yeshan was the first to react, turning and charging towards the opponents of Might Guy and the others. 5 minutes later, Amazing, Yejian. Youth indeed requires the strongest struggle to unleash the most dazzling brilliance. On the way back, Yejian was questioned by Might Guy and Noera Kakashi to the point where he had no choice but to share his combat experience. Instantly, Might Guy's eyes lit up with excitement. When they met at the agreed location, seeing Bayun Yesan arrive with a complete five-man team, the two teams that had already arrived showed looks of surprise. Yesan, didn't you encounter any enemies? The bearded Jonin asked Bayun Yesan, unable to help himself. They had encountered a large number of enemies led by two Jonin, so only half of them had returned alive. I think it should be like this. You probably had good luck and only ran into one Jonin. Otherwise, how could your whole team return? Another tall, thin Jonin responded. Sort of. Bayun Yesan thought for a moment. Yejin alone took on nearly half of the enemies. Having such a powerful subordinate, indeed, was good luck. I knew it. The tall, thin Jonin scoffed. Yesan, your luck is still so good. This made Yejian involuntarily touch his nose. Good luck? His words made the bearded Jonin and the tall, thin Jonin look at him. So, Chin Songbrat, how many enemies did you take down? Was it 10? With his strength, I think it should exceed 10, right, Yesan? But Bayun Yesan shook his head, which made the bearded Jonin feel a bit disappointed and say, did he not even take down 10 enemies? He pointed at the two people behind him. Although their performance was not great, they had jointly taken down 16 enemies. Instantly, the two Chunin had proud expressions. They even looked provocatively at Yejian, with a mocking expression, as if to say, weren't you very impressive before setting out? How come your actual performance in battle is so lacking? Bayun Yesan said lightly. No, you misunderstood my meaning. I meant he took down more than 10 enemies. Not only did he take down several special Jonin, but he even killed the sand village Jonin Lyoji. And after destroying the freshwater reserves, he used tactics to take down the final Jonin, instantly turning the tide of battle. Once this was said, the bearded Jonin stood up in shock, incredulous. That Xiansong kid killed a Jonin? How is that possible? Bayun Yesan glanced at him. You'll know after you try when you get back? Hiss. The bearded Jonin gasped. He knew Bayun Yesan's character too well. He never joked. One word is one word. Looking at Yejian, a 13-year-old Jinin with Jonin strength, for the first time, he felt the world was so crazy. How many enemies did he actually kill? The tall, thin Jonin asked curiously, was it 20? It shouldn't exceed 30 at most. After all, he killed a Jonin. Who would have thought? Bayun Yesan shook his head again, which shocked the tall, thin Jonin. Could it be 40? He felt the world was a bit crazy, but unexpectedly, Bayun Yesan shook his head again and stated the final answer. He took on nearly half of the enemies in this mission. Once this was said, a wave of gasps arose. If I remember correctly, the number of enemies in your mission was 119. Are you saying this kid took down nearly 60? The bearded Jonin said in shock, this world is too crazy. Bayun Yesan nodded, ISNT it fantastical. But this is what really happened. Both the bearded Jonin and the tall, thin Jonin nodded. How fantastical, simply surreal. Even they might not be able to do it. The bearded Jonin increasingly wanted to fight Yejian. And the two behind the bearded Jonin had their faces completely replaced by shock. What kind of god is this? Not long after, the returning two teams were also incomplete. Therefore, they were even more envious of Bayun Yesan having such an excellent subordinate as Yejian. This way, they wouldn't have to make such great sacrifices. Of course, they didn't dare to linger too long in the Sand Village's territory. After the team was complete, they quickly retreated back to the Konoha front line. What? Shuyang Mountain was ambushed? While Chiyo and Rasha were still planning whether to launch a surprise attack on Konoha recently, a team of blood-soaked sand ninjas brought such a thunderclap of news. How is this possible? Chiyo couldn't remain calm at that moment. She grabbed the sand ninja who brought the news and questioned, Shuyang Mountain is the highest secret of our sand village. How could Konoha ninjas know? But as she spoke, she suddenly seemed to realize something and stepped back several steps in shock. Rasha also seemed to understand why. His face darkened as he questioned Chiyo. Lady Chiyo, weren't you adamant that the information in Taki's head would never leak? Yes. Both Chiyo and Rasha simultaneously understood why Konoha ninjas knew the location of Shuyang Mountain. The captured Taki leaked the information. The information that Chiyo thought would never leak was out. Chapter 13, The Rebirth of White Fang Eye. I. Chio felt deeply shocked and bitterly resigned, ultimately transforming her feelings into a long sigh. This time it was my fault. Raza, I agree with your thoughts. Sunagakure needs a practical leader. Upon hearing this, Raza couldn't help but feel ecstatic, but he still snorted coldly. This woman in front of him had obstructed him quite a bit, and now that he had caught her flaw, how could he let her off so easily? I will step down from my command position, but considering that the new Kazakage might still need assistance, though I may be useless, I can still manage the role of advisor to the Kazakage in Sunagakure, assisting him in the battles ahead. I wonder what you think, Kazakage? Chio could see through Raza's thoughts and replied lightly. The loss of Kyo Rio Mountain due to her mistake was indeed her fault. However, she had made a concession, agreeing for Raza to take over as Kazakage of Sunagakure, holding great power. If Raza still didn't know his place and wanted to push her out of a high-ranking position, she was not someone to be easily provoked. She and her brother, Eyes, had solid foundations in Sunagakure. Raza felt somewhat unwilling as he didn't achieve what he wanted. But he also knew the importance of the situation. With the Kazakage position in hand, the entire Sunagakure would eventually be his. I apologize, Granny Chio. I was too rude just now. As someone who covets the position of Kazakage, how could Raza not have a bit of cunning? No worries. Young people are bound to be impulsive. Chio smiled calmly, as if the previous scene had never occurred. In front of Konoha, ha ha ha, Yejian, your growth has truly begun to astonish me. Jiraiya looked at Yejian, whom he had summoned alone, with a face full of disbelief. He originally thought that if Yejian could slay a special J-Nin level enemy, it would already be a tremendous achievement. But who would have thought he was such a genius? Actually slaying a J-Nin? That was a J-Nin, a strong figure in the ninja world, not something trivial. Jiraiya could almost envision a near future where Yejian stood alongside him and the other three legendary ninjas. The White Fang of Konoha has been reborn. Looking at Yejian, Jiraiya couldn't help but see him overlapping with the late Tsukumo Hatake. They were really similar. Both excelled in lightning release sword techniques, with styles that were equally swift and fierce. Moreover, Yejian was even more monstrous than White Fang. Old man, this time you won't persecute town again, right? After all, Yejian poses no threat to you. Back when White Fang was forced to death, he was far away on the battlefield. By the time he returned, everything had already settled down. Although he didn't say much, he couldn't help but feel extremely disappointed in Konoha's higher-ups. He felt an immense regret over the premature death of White Fang. But now a talent akin to White Fang stood right in front of him, and he possessed such strong medical abilities. He felt that for both public and personal reasons, he must protect Yejian and help him grow successfully. Good luck, good luck. It's all thanks to the captain's strategic deployments. Yejian only smiled humbly at Jiraiya's praise. He had no idea that in those brief seconds, he had gained a powerful ally. Jiraiya shook his head. You still remain so humble. All right, go do your own thing. Yejian immediately exited, dispelling his shadow clone, and a particularly full feeling spread throughout his body. Thanks to the sage's body, his mental strength was exceptionally strong. Thus the fatigue brought by the shadow clone had almost no effect on him. Arriving at the medical facility, he began treating those injured in this mission. As he passed by Kakashi, the latter suddenly stared at Yejian for a while, making Yejian raise an eyebrow and curiously ask, Lord Kakashi, is there something on my face? Kakashi replied seriously, Lord Yejian, you really resemble someone I know too much, whether it's your temperament or expression. Hearing this, Yejian couldn't help but feel a bit gloomy. Why does everyone say the same thing? Is my disguise that obvious? Of course, he still maintained his calm demeanor on the surface. Smiling as he said, You're not the first to say this. Your captain, Bain Yasan, said I looked very much like his subordinate, Chinchong. By the way, where's your team, Chinchong? I haven't seen him around. Hearing you say that, I really want to meet him now. Kakashi shook his head. He might still be summoned by Lord Jiraiya at this time. I heard he has agreed to a duel with J-Nin Senjutaro. If you, Yejian, have time to visit the medical facility tomorrow, you will naturally get to see him. Yejian smiled. I see. That is truly something to look forward to. The next day, sign-in completed. Congratulations to the host for receiving Explosive Tags 10, Perception Technique 1. Healing Potion Production Scroll 1. Just after completing the sign-in at a patient's bedside, Yejian heard a commotion from outside. Have you heard? That hero Qinchong is going to duel J. Nin Sendutaro. What? Is he the hero Qinchong who single-handedly killed 8J Nin from Sunagakure during an S-rank mission? I heard this Qinchong is only 13 years old, and he can actually kill 8J Nin? What monster? Yejian stood at the entrance, watching the excited ninjas gathering not far away, and suddenly realized. I almost forgot. Yesterday, I agreed with Jiraiya to accept that bearded J. Nin Sendutaro's challenge. Yejian quickly found a place to create a shadow clone to replace himself, then transformed into Qinchong's appearance and went to the appointment. During this process, he learned the perception technique. Here he comes. J. Nin Sendutaro is here. Why isn't Qinchong here? Is he too scared to come? How is that possible? He has even killed J. Nin. Even if he can't defeat Sendutaro, he wouldn't be afraid to show up. The battle power of a 13-year-old J. Nin is truly something to look forward to. Among the onlookers, many doubted Qinchong had this strength. They were more willing to believe that Baiyun Yeshan, Sendutaro, and others, out of respect for Jiraiya, shared the credit with Yejian. Perhaps Yejian had only managed to kill the J. Nin from Sunagakure with the help of Baiyun Yeshan and others. And then the story evolved into Yejian slaying the J. Nin alone. A 13-year-old can kill a J. Nin? How are those of us who have lived a lifetime, barely touching the threshold of J. Nin's strength, supposed to live? Excuse me, could you let me through for a moment? At this moment, someone was tapped on the shoulder and, turning around, he saw a little kid speaking like this. He immediately became displeased, asking, "Why should I let you through? Do you want to cut in line? Do you think that's possible?" The ninjas around him nodded in agreement. Yes, there is no reason to cut in line. Chapter 14, Fierce Battle. The final showdown with the Jonin. Facing this situation, Yi Jin couldn't help but touch his nose and thought, if I don't go in, this battle won't be able to start. This made the person immediately unhappy, thinking to himself, who do you think you are? As he was speaking, the person suddenly realized and exclaimed, You are Senju? This shout instantly attracted the attention of those nearby. Facing the uncertain gazes of the crowd, Yi Jin smiled and said, Doesn't it look like it? Suddenly, a gasp of surprise echoed among the crowd, and they quickly made way. Thank you all. Yi Jin politely expressed his gratitude and then walked towards the inner circle. Ha! Your entrance is truly unique. Sendutaro laughed heartily upon seeing this. I apologize for making everyone laugh. Yi Jin chuckled and then said seriously, If I offend anyone later, I hope the Jonin will forgive me. Upon hearing this, Sendutaro patted his chest and said, Come on, let's see what level you're really at. Among the onlookers were Baiyun Yeshan, Hatake Kakashi, and others. Even amidst the crowd's exclamations, the frontline commander Jiraiya appeared at the scene. Then I'll start. Yi Jin drew his long knife from his waist, and a layer of frenzied lightning immediately enveloped him. The faces of the spectators instantly became serious. Many ninjas were directly horrified in their hearts. How could he control such wild lightning so skillfully? This guy hasn't really killed a Jonin before, has he? They could sense the change in the nature of the lightning. But it was precisely because of this that they were even more astonished. The change in nature was something many present had not mastered. It seems Yesan really wasn't lying. This kid is truly a monster. Sendutaro's feeling was the strongest. He felt that Yi Jin at this moment was like a gathering of lightning. If he touched him, he would definitely get hurt. The two exchanged glances. In the next moment, both of their figures vanished from the scene. So fast, countless onlooking ninjas were astounded. Bang! A dazzling spark erupted in the air, accompanied by a muffled collision sound. Two fierce shadows fell into the arena and then violently collided together. Boom, boom, boom. It was like two ferocious beasts colliding, and the scene was extremely shocking. They weren't at a disadvantage at all. How is that possible? Sendutaro, a Jonin, inherited the monstrous strength and keen perception of the Senju clan, and even other Jonin wouldn't dare to engage him in close combat. Is this a monster? Watching the battle that could be described as that of humanoid, ferocious beasts, everyone present was stunned. Kakashi, Shinjian, and Kai. Such a rare opportunity to learn up close. Don't miss it, Baiyun Yeshan said to the three beside him. The three nodded, but they didn't need him to say it. They knew how precious this opportunity was. At this moment, not only them, but also the Chunin like Yamashiro Aoi and Ebisu were focused on the battle. They watched with rapt attention, fearing they might miss any moment. Even the Jonin felt they were greatly benefiting from the experience. Fire style, dragon fire technique. Suddenly, Senjutaro actually retreated, quickly forming hand seals and spitting out a line of scorching flames. Yi Jian, who was pursuing, was directly pierced through the body without any defense. Defeated? Looking at this scene, the crowd gasped in shock, but they quickly realized something was off. It couldn't be this quick. Sure enough, in the next moment, the pierced Yi Jian turned into a wooden substitute with a bang. What a fast substitution technique. The Jonin were all amazed. Even they hadn't seen Yi Jian perform hand seals. Just as Senjutaro landed, he seemed to sense something and flew back with a punch thrown behind him. Bang! Senjutaro felt as if he had struck an iron plate. The hard and heavy sensation shocked him. But what surprised him even more was what happened next. The moment his chakra-wrapped punch hit Yi Jian, the lightning on Yi Jian's body suddenly crackled and surged forward. What? Senjutaro was shocked and quickly retreated. But the crowd immediately cried out, "Watch out behind you." Senjutaro was alarmed, as in his perception, another Yi Jian had appeared behind him, quickly attacking. The Yi Jian in front of him turned into smoke with a bang. Bang! Senjutaro narrowly dodged the attack from behind Yi Jian using the substitution technique. But he still felt a numbness in his right hand. He had been hit by the lightning from the Shadow Clone's lightning armor. What a clever kid, using Shadow Clones to confuse me. Senjutaro couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, thinking that he would have to show his true skills. Otherwise, if he lost, he would be a laughingstock. Yi Jian laughed and said, "I wouldn't dare," but in his heart, he became even more vigilant as the lightning tightly enveloped him. Without being in this state, he couldn't keep up with Senjutaro's rhythm. This is the power of a serious Jonin. If Ryoki didn't underestimate Yi Jian, he definitely wouldn't have been easily defeated. Whoosh! Senjutaro charged again, throwing a handful of shuriken. Yi Jian dared not respond. Countering the shuriken would surely give Senjutaro the chance to land a heavy blow. What a clever kid. His reaction speed is impressive. Seeing Yi Jian retreat directly, Senjutaro couldn't help but praise him. This made his plan to engage Yi Jian for a heavy strike instantly fall apart. Fire style, dragon fire technique. But after all, he was a Jonin. His rich combat experience quickly led him to choose another tactic. A line of flames surged forth, roaring towards Yi Jian, who had just landed. The simple dragon fire technique inherently had good penetrating power, easily piercing through trees. But in the hands of Jonin Senjutaro, it was different. He had added a change in nature. Yi Jian felt the flames were still a meter or two away, but the terrifying heat already made him feel pain all over. With a powerful oppressive force that felt like it would obliterate him. This isn't just dragon fire technique. It feels more like a fire dragon missile. Boom! Yi Jian leaped to evade, and the barrier behind him trembled violently, causing the ground to shake as well. The power of this attack shocked Yi Jian, who secretly thought that Jonin truly should not be underestimated. But, is it not over yet, kid? Senjutaro shouted, and he unleashed another dragon fire technique, creating a dense firepower coverage that completely cut off Yi Jian's options to advance or retreat. Here it comes, Senjutaro's ultimate technique, Dragon Fire Strike. Just as rumored, it instantly cut off all escape routes, forcing him to confront it head-on. But how could such terrifying fire techniques be faced head-on? It's too frightening. Everyone looked towards Yi Jian with curiosity, eager to see how he would respond. Chapter 15, Victory. Lightning Release. Thousand Birds Blade. With nowhere to escape, lightning surged from Yi Jian's body, and he gripped his lightning blade, charging forward to clash head-on. Fida. An astonishing event occurred. The dense barrage of attacks was torn apart by Yi Jian's lightning blade, and he leaped forward like a thunderbolt, instantly appearing in front of Senjutaro. So fast. Even Jiraiya couldn't help but be surprised. With such speed, perhaps only Minato in Konoha could match him. The others couldn't see Yi Jian's movements at all. All they saw was a flash of lightning descending upon Senjutaro, and the battle blade he used to block was effortlessly severed. Pucci. A spray of blood filled the air. Senjutaro was forced to retreat, and the pursuing lightning suddenly halted due to an explosion, revealing Yi Jian's figure. Yi Jian had to admit that the Jonin was terrifying. Under his high-speed strike, Senjutaro had managed to accurately place an explosive tag on him, interrupting his momentum and buying himself a moment to breathe. Wind release. Great breakthrough. Seizing the opportunity, Senjutaro quickly formed hand seals with both hands. Yi Jian couldn't let him have his way and swiftly performed his own hand seals. Ninja art, body binding technique. He knew this wouldn't hold Senjutaro for even a second, but he only needed that brief moment. Ninja art, instant shuriken technique. A flurry of shuriken was launched, speeding towards Senjutaro. Just as Senjutaro broke free from the binding technique, he was forced to interrupt his hand seals to evade this attack with the body replacement technique. Over here, using his sensing technique, Yi Jian instantly detected movement behind his right hand and immediately threw a kunai wrapped in lightning. Good kid. The newly emerged Senjutaro saw the approaching kunai and felt it was troublesome, quickly wrapping his chakra around it to deflect the kunai. He actually sensed the Jonin's presence. This kid was truly extraordinary. Is Senjutaro about to lose? The other Jonin hadn't felt much before. But after Yi Jian's precise strike against the newly emerged Senjutaro, their perception of Yi Jian skyrocketed several times. This meant that Yi Jian possessed a terrifying sensing ability, something they, as Jonin, could not achieve. But it didn't stop there. Jiraiya felt even more deeply. He had even interrupted another Jonin's hand seals and forced him to retreat. Yet at the moment the opponent emerged, he sensed their presence and launched a ninja tool, leaving the opponent only able to defend, thus seizing the initiative. This entire combat method was hard to believe coming from a 13-year-old ninja. Just as he said, in the arena, Yi Jian unleashed the incredibly fast instant shuriken technique once more. Senjutaro's head spun. He had no choice but to swing his kunai, retreating rapidly while swiftly knocking down the still powerful kunai. He knew all too well the consequences of doing this, but he had no other choice. Watch your back. In response to everyone's exclamations, Senjutaro suddenly grinned. Kid, I knew you'd come close. He suddenly turned to Yi Jian and glared. Freeze. He could use the body binding technique too, although it could only hold Yi Jian for a brief moment. That was enough for Senjutaro. You lose, kid. Senjutaro's large hand reached directly for Yi Jian's neck, just as Yi Jian had just broken free from the binding technique. Really? Yi Jian looked at the approaching hand, but suddenly smiled. A twist of fate. A shuriken on the ground behind Senjutaro suddenly transformed into Yi Jian. Just as Senjutaro grabbed the neck of the Yi Jian in front of him, the Yi Jian behind him threw a punch that sent Senjutaro flying. Senjutaro could only manage to block with his right arm, and his body flew uncontrollably backward. The Yi Jian being grabbed was also forced to let go, but unexpectedly. The Yi Jian being held was not a shadow clone. Instead, it was the one that sent Senjutaro flying. Senjutaro quickly got up, but he felt a flash of lightning in front of him, and a bone-chilling coldness came from behind. Senjutaro, you'd better not move. Hearing this, Senjutaro couldn't help but smile wryly, raised his hands in surrender, and said, The young are truly formidable. I admit defeat. Watching this outcome, the crowd erupted. No way. Jonin Senjutaro actually lost? My God, what kind of monster is this? Defeating a Jonin at 13 is unbelievable. No one expected this result. They thought a tie was the best Yi Jian could achieve. Senjutaro losing? Impossible. But the reality slapped them hard. Yi Jian really won. That lightning release, can I have it? Kakashi was not interested in Yi Jian's victory. He was deeply attracted to the Thousand Birds blade. This violent strike filled with tearing and impact made him suddenly feel enlightened. Some ideas he had only conceived now had a theoretical basis and the possibility of realization. I wonder if I could discuss it with him. Kakashi couldn't help but clench his fists. Never had he felt this excited before. Has he really become this strong? Noara Hikari was shocked and felt a strong sense of helplessness. Are geniuses truly incomparable like this? On the other hand, Might Guy was extremely excited, shouting, Yi Jian, I've realized. Youth is filled with miracles and struggles. I've decided, today I'll do 10,000 push-ups. If I can't finish, then 5,000 sit-ups. If that doesn't work, Then 4,000 frog jumps. I will definitely shine the brightest. Seeing Might Guy like this, Jiraiya couldn't help but admire him. He was truly a passionate kid. Looking at Yi Jian approaching him, he sighed. You always manage to surprise me, but I didn't expect that even without a life-and-death battle, you could still defeat a Jonin. Hearing this, Yi Jian scratched his head. Always humble. Senjutaro was just looking out for me. If it were yesterday, without a life-and-death battle, Yi Jian would have had no confidence in defeating Senjutaro. But before today, after carefully digesting the combat experience from his mission, he had a new understanding of various abilities, which led to today's victory. ISNT that right? I think everyone knows in their hearts. Jiraiya moved closer to Yi Jian and whispered, when do you plan to reveal your identity? After a moment of thought, Yi Jian replied, maybe when I become a renowned ninja like you. Without sufficient self-protection, revealing his true identity would only lead to a quicker demise. He was well aware of how much the Sand Village hated him. That makes sense. Seeing Yi Jian so well planned, Jiraiya felt relieved. If Yi Jian didn't have a plan, he would worry that he might be a bit too proud. I look forward to your further growth. Go ahead and grow. Jiraiya patted Yi Jian's shoulder, saying, while I'm still on the front lines. Chapter 16, Fame. The cold light of Konoha hearing this. Yi Jian was suddenly shocked. You, Jiraiya, shook his head. You'll know soon enough, and you don't need to ask so much. You don't need to know these things right now. However, Yi Jian couldn't help but wonder why Jiraiya said such things. According to the original story, Jiraiya had been on the front lines managing the situation until 46 years after the founding of Konoha. In the 46th year, the Battle of Kaiki Mountain broke out, where Iwagakure and Kimogakure jointly launched a surprise attack on Konoha. Jiraiya was reassigned to the front lines against Iwagakure to manage the situation. Meanwhile, Orochimaru took over Jiraiya's role in the battle against Sunagakure and defeated them. However, that same year, Tsunade left Konoha. Shortly after, Orochimaru, who was supposed to inherit the Hokage position, defected due to the exposure of his human experiments. To monitor Orochimaru's whereabouts, Jiraiya also left Konoha's front lines. This led to the later events where Minato Namikaze took on a significant role, gaining fame throughout the ninja world. Could it be that I stirred the wings of the time traveler? Yi Jian thought to himself. In the original story, one of the factors for Konoha's ultimate victory in the Battle of Kaiki Mountain was cutting off supplies to Sunagakure, which forced them to surrender and end the conflict. Yi Jian didn't know if the location that cut off supplies was Kairi Mountain, but according to the intelligence obtained from the base, the supplies from Kairi Mountain were indeed extremely important to the Sand Ninja. Because of this, it was not impossible for Jiraiya to leave the front lines of Sunagakure early. Well, just as Jiraiya said, I don't need to think about these things right now. All I need to do is focus on becoming stronger. Whether it's the upcoming invasion of Iwagakure and Kimogakure, or the troublemaker Danzo in the village, or even the later Nine Tails disturbance, all of them require strength to deal with. Just as Yi Jian was about to head back, Kakashi suddenly blocked his way and said awkwardly, Kinch, can I ask you for a favor? This surprised many who were preparing to leave. Even the genius Kakashi Hatake is starting to seek help from this monster. Immediately, they felt an even greater pressure. If geniuses are working so hard, what reason do they have not to? Let us talk somewhere else. Yi Jian suspected Kakashi's intention was likely related to the Chidori blade. He took Kakashi to the place where he originally trained. What do you want me to help you with? But I have to say, I can't help with anything too outrageous. Yi Jian was clear that to live well in Konoha in the future, it was important to be strong, but having his own small influence was equally important. Why do the legendary Sannin hold such a significant position in Konoha? It's because they not only have strong power, but also personal influence that can sway the situation in Konoha. That's why they have such status. Otherwise, they would end up like White Fang, suffering a tragic fate. I have this idea. Kakashi detailed his thoughts on how to gather violent lightning in his hand to form a high-speed piercing technique. Aren't you afraid I'll steal your ideas and claim as my own development? Yi Jian joked. Kakashi's intention was as he suspected. He wanted to learn the principles behind the Chidori blade to develop Raikiri. Unexpectedly, Kakashi replied seriously, I believe no one would think that way. After all, ISNT your Chidori blade, just that kind of technique? It's normal for you to enhance and upgrade a bit. Moreover, on the contrary, after everyone sees my new technique, they should think I've borrowed your technique." Hearing this, Yejian couldn't help but smile, then said seriously, "If you want me to explain it step by step, I definitely don't have enough skill. I can only tell you that your idea is correct. The essence of this technique lies in the impact. Of course, my chakra manipulation method, the ratio of converting lightning chakra, and other aspects may also be useful to you." At this point, he suddenly became serious. "But I advise you, your current reaction speed can't keep up with the technique you're about to develop. Perhaps you should focus on other properties of lightning, like tearing. Imagine holding a bolt of lightning in your hand, able to control it at will to attack your enemy, rather than gathering lightning, but being controlled by it to attack." After hearing Yejian's words, Kakashi seemed to ponder deeply, then bowed deeply to Yejian. "Thank you." He believed that such secret techniques were not something many ninjas would willingly reveal. Yet Yejian had straightforwardly shared them with him. This help was undeniably significant. "I look forward to your new technique." With a wave, Yejian left. As winter gave way to spring, in the 44th year of Konoha, at a battlefield in the Land of Wind. "The cold light of Konoha is here. Everyone be careful." A sand ninja elite shouted in fear. The next moment, a bolt of lightning brushed past him. He widened his eyes in disbelief, clutching his neck as he fell. "Kill!" A young man shouted to the Konoha ninjas behind him. "Oh!" A group of Konoha ninjas looked at the young man with admiration, their morale soaring. "Retreat, quickly retreat!" The Jonin from Sunagakure shouted in panic upon seeing this scene. "Retreat?" But unexpectedly, the young man suddenly smiled. "Do you think you're looking down on me a bit?" With a whoosh, he appeared behind that Jonin. Although the Jonin tried his best to block the lightning-filled long sword, he was sent flying a great distance like a kite with a broken string. "Karamaru, spare your life to tell your Kazekage that your Sunagakure has no chance of winning if you hold out any longer. Surrender." The young man looked at the panicking sand ninjas and spoke these thunderous words. "Bastard, stop speaking nonsense." The blasted Karamaru stood up, his face dark as he shouted. "So stubborn." The young man laughed. "Well then, everyone, let us teach them what absolute power suppression is." The Konoha ninjas behind him shouted again, their fighting spirit high. An hour later, "Ha ha, you've become a renowned, strong figure now. Not bad. You have my former style." Jiraiya looked at the young man in front of him, laughing with satisfaction. "This is the third front line you've captured this month. Plus, you've taken down several of their elite ninjas. I imagine the Kazekage must hate you to the bone by now." After all, he had placed a bounty of 45 million ryo on him, and just after becoming Kazekage, he ordered an attack against me. Since he thinks so highly of me, it wouldn't be right not to give him a proper return for this favor. The young man, who is Yejian, smiled and said, Chapter 17, Return. Hokage summons 2 months have passed since the Battle of Shuliang Mountain. During these 2 months, Yejian has gradually grown to a point where he can stand on his own. With his extraordinary speed, he has repeatedly broken through the Sand Ninja army, earning the title of Konoha's Cold Light and becoming famous on the battlefield. His reputation is on par with the yellow Flash Minato Namikaze. He has become an object of admiration for countless young ninjas on the Konoha front. Below him, the most famous is undoubtedly Lightning Kakashi. With Yejian's help, he successfully developed the powerful skill Purple Lightning in just 1 week. He can almost be said to be invincible against lower-ranked ninjas. And he is only 10 years old. He is praised as having even greater potential than Yejian. Now, let's get down to business. Jiraiya's expression became serious, and Yejian instantly became serious as well. A month ago, the healing potion formula you submitted received unanimous approval from the higher-ups. The related production and transportation matters will require you to return and plan with Tsunade. Given the significant contributions you have made on the front lines, and now that the Sand Village is in a downturn, the higher-ups feel it is inappropriate to engage in further conflicts. Therefore, they have decided to suspend military operations. Jiraiya looked at Yejian. Do you remember when I told you to take advantage of my presence on the front lines, to work hard and grow stronger? Yejian nodded. He naturally remembered that he had been fighting hard these past 2 months to become stronger. Because of this, when you asked me why back then, I didn't answer you. Now I can tell you. Jiraiya's expression became grave, According to Konoha's intelligence reports, Iwagakure and Kumogakure seem to be moving as well. After discussions among the higher-ups, it has been decided that Orochimaru will take over my duties. If Iwagakure and Kumogakure declare war, I will go to the front lines there to oversee the situation. Hearing this, Yijin immediately showed a look of I see. So you, Kakashi, Noara Rin, and others who have made significant contributions this time will return to Konoha with me, and you will likely be transferred to other battlefields next. Jiraiya patted Yijin's shoulder. However, Konoha is not like the front lines. You need to be careful. Of course, as long as you don't go too far with Tsunade and me around, no one dares to harm you. Except for the Hokage advisor, that old man's comrade, Danzo. Hearing this, Yijin looked at Jiraiya with some surprise, but also felt deeply moved. Jiraiya could have chosen not to say this and avoid this murky water. Protecting him would offend Danzo, but Jiraiya did it anyway. Yijin deeply bowed to Jiraiya, feeling immensely grateful. Jiraiya laughed. You're always so polite. But maybe there's an even bigger surprise waiting for you. A bigger surprise. Refers to what? Yijin curiously looked at Jiraiya, who smiled mysteriously. Maybe you can receive a higher level of protection? All right, get your things ready and let's set off. When we get back, I'll introduce you to an interesting person. Yijin could only sigh helplessly. He hated this mysterious way of speaking the most, teasing his curiosity without telling him anything. However, he couldn't help but guess about the interesting person Jiraiya mentioned. Could be that naming genius? Back in his room. Host, Yijin age, 14 ninja combat power, elite Jonin chakra amount, 80 normal chunin, 5 items, kunai 50 explosive tags 100, wire 70, healing soldier pills 10, stamina soldier pills 10 medical ninjutsu, sage creation, sage destruction, sage technique ninjutsu, instant shuriken technique, body flicker technique, shadow, clone technique, giant strength technique lightning release, lightning armor, Chidori blade swordsmanship, willow leaf instant dance physique, incomplete sage body. In these 2 months, Yijin's strength hasn't improved too much. He has only advanced from the Jonin level to the elite Jonin level. It is as if the system has entered a period of stagnation, as most of the items obtained from signing in are auxiliary items. For example, explosive tags and kunai. The only useful items are the giant strength technique, which makes his power extraordinarily terrifying, and the swordsmanship willow leaf instant dance, which matches his high-speed movement. However, outside of the system, he has also gained considerable benefits. The biggest gain is the complete mastery of this rapidly growing strength. He now controls his power very freely and has walked his own path, rather than just imitating others like he did 2 months ago. In contrast to the current tranquility on the Konoha front, the atmosphere in the Sand Village is truly oppressive. Damn it, damn it! Lo Sha roared furiously. Qinsong, I will kill you. In these 2 months, the casualties caused by this Qinsong alone accounted for 1/5 of their overall losses. To eliminate this guy, he even personally took action but was stopped by Jiraiya. Chiyo's surprise attack was blocked by Ino Shikacho, and they had no way to deal with Qinsong's astonishing speed. Time and again, just when they were about to succeed, he would escape, to the extent that the dignified Sand Village couldn't do anything against the kid. They could only watch him make a huge name for himself on the front lines, and eventually become known as Konoha's cold light among the people. But after the anger, he felt deeply powerless. Because the supplies from Shuyong Mountain were destroyed, coupled with repeated defeats over the past 2 months. Not only were the Sand Ninja tired of fighting, but they also began to lose confidence in defeating Konoha. Even the daimyo of the Wind Country, who had once strongly supported them, has shown signs of retreat. If the Sand Ninja do not achieve a decent victory soon, the daimyo of the Wind Country will have no choice but to withdraw economic support for the Sand Village. This would undoubtedly be fatal for the Sand Village. Lo Sha couldn't understand. Why has being the Wind Shadow become so difficult? Wind Shadow-sama, urgent report. At that moment, a member of the Sand Village's Umbu appeared. The Konoha High Command has decided to suspend the situation. Jiraiya, Konoha's cold light, and others are about to return to Konoha. Upon hearing this, Lo Sha frowned immediately. He felt no joy but rather a deep chill. Who was the new frontline commander? A cold face suddenly appeared in his mind. If that man appears on the front lines, he thinks it would be worse than having Jiraiya there. Though it is currently unknown, it is highly likely to be Orochimaru, one of the 3 legendary ninjas. It is said that Danzo from Konoha's high command is pushing for this. The Anbu replied. Lo Shan nodded, his face darker than ever. I understand. After the Anbu left, he murmured, it seems that it has really come to the point where we must decide the outcome. Orochimaru's aggressive style is nothing like Jiraiya's steady approach. He is a venomous snake, and Jiraiya has left them so weak. With Orochimaru's style, he will undoubtedly strike hard. Even if he doesn't want to fight a big war, he won't be able to avoid it. Chapter 18. 3 generations of apprentices, medical vice leader 2 days later, in Konoha village. Welcome back, Jiraiya-sama. Hokage-sama is waiting for you. As Jiraiya arrived at the gate, an Anbu appeared. Got it, Jiraiya said to Kakashi beside him. You guys head back first. Then he called to Yakumo. You come with me. Yakumo nodded and followed Jiraiya towards the Hokage building amidst the envious gazes of Noera and the others. Along the way, they naturally attracted quite a bit of attention. Who is Jiraiya? One of the legendary 3 ninjas. And who is Yakumo? How could he be brought along by him? In the Hokage office. Old man, take a good look. I brought back Yakumo safe and sound. As soon as Jiraiya saw the 3rd Hokage, he said in a silly manner, Don't say I got the medical genius into danger again. I found someone who is outstanding in both combat and medical skills for Konoha. You must train him well. Don't let him down. Hearing Jiraiya's words, the 3rd Hokage's face darkened, and he laughed while scolding. Is this how you treat me? As if I'm a foolish old man who is jealous of talented people. Only Jiraiya could say such things in Konoha. If anyone else did, they wouldn't receive just a chuckle from the 3rd Hokage. While the 2 were talking, Yakumo was also observing the 3rd Hokage. He looked a bit more worn than the last time he saw him. All right, let us get to the point. The 3rd Hokage became serious. He looked at Yakumo, who had just come back to his senses, and said with a complicated tone, I never expected you to have such combat talent. I thought you were just a medical genius. It seems I underestimated you. Now that it has come to this, I want to stop your development. Upon hearing this, Yakumo immediately bowed and said, Thank you, Hokage-sama. The 3rd Hokage continued, You performed very well on the front lines, and now that you're back, I don't have much to reward you with. I heard you excel in swordsmanship and lightning techniques. So these collected techniques in Konoha should help you. The 3rd Hokage took out a scroll and said, I hope you remain humble and continue to contribute to Konoha. Yakumo's heart surged with joy upon hearing this, secretly thinking that the 3rd Hokage truly knows how to win people as hearts. Such a valuable item was given to him directly. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Receiving such a good item was something he couldn't refuse. Actually, I should be the one thanking you. Thanks to you on the front lines, many severely injured ninjas were able to recover, greatly enhancing Konoha's combat power. The healing potion you developed, especially the soldier pill, has even been praised by Tsunade as the 2 greatest inventions in Konoha's medical history. The 3rd Hokage's eyes were full of appreciation. So, are you willing to be my disciple? Yakumo was momentarily stunned, but then respectfully knelt and said, Teacher, I bow to you. Becoming a disciple of the 3rd Hokage came with many benefits, and Yakumo had no reason to refuse. Being the 3rd Hokage's disciple meant he was officially entering Konoha's core circle. In the future, when he became stronger, he wouldn't have to worry about ending up like White Fang. With such benefits, why not agree? Congratulations, old man. You've taken such a good disciple, Jiraiya said, looking at Yakumo, who was getting up, with a teasing expression. From now on, you'll have to call me senior brother. Yakumo smiled and replied, why not? He finally understood what Jiraiya meant by greater protection. The 3rd Hokage continued, Yakumo, considering your contributions to Konoha's medical development, I officially appoint you as the vice leader of the Konoha medical team, assisting Tsunade in developing medical affairs. Of course, I want to restrict you from going to the front lines or undertaking temporary missions. Hearing this, Yakumo nodded, thank you, teacher. The Konoha medical team is only half a rank lower than the Konoha Guard. With the identity of Hokage's disciple, he wouldn't be seen as lacking qualifications to hold the vice leader position. Moreover, with the identity of the 3rd Hokage's disciple, he had one foot in the decision-making circle. The 3rd Hokage continued, Yakumo, Since you are now the vice leader of the medical team, your Chunin status is no longer sufficient. How about this? I'll promote you to Special Jonin. But to avoid any doubts, I'll grant it to you after you complete this task. What do you think? Yakumo nodded. Please give your instructions, teacher. The third Hokage was pleased with Yakumo's politeness. IWA, Shinobi, and Kumo Shinobi have been restless lately, seemingly planning to raid Konoha. I need you to go to IWA Shinobi Village to investigate the situation and prevent us from being caught off guard. Upon hearing this, Yakumo immediately responded, understood. At this moment, the third Hokage seemed to remember something and smiled. I heard you helped Kakashi develop a new technique? I didn't expect you to have this talent as well. Yakumo replied, I wouldn't say I helped much. He already had the idea. I just provided a little insight. I didn't expect Kakashi to be so clever, developing it in just a week. The power is indeed impressive. Hearing this, the third Hokage smiled helplessly as Jiraiya said, You're always so humble. Yakumo shrugged. I'd say honesty is more accurate. This made both Jiraiya and the third Hokage chuckle. Now, your identity can be made public, Jiraiya said. I believe everyone will be surprised. Yakumo thought for a moment and smiled. Perhaps. Just then, he heard the system's voice in his mind. Check-in started. Please go to the Konoha medical team to check in. Time 5 minutes. This made him raise his eyebrows. Then he said to the third Hokage and Jiraiya, If there is nothing else, I'll take my leave. The two nodded in agreement. Yakumo thought to himself, I was planning to see Tsunade-sensei anyway, and since the check-in task is on the way, it's even better. I wonder what I'll get this time? An Seal would be the best. In the Konoha medical team, Tsunade-sensei, I'm back. Yakumo pushed open the door with a beaming smile. You brat, you finally decided to come back. Tsunade, who was teaching medical ninjas, glanced at him and said angrily, Just in time, I have a severely injured person here. I was about to amputate, but since you're here, it's his lucky day. Upon hearing this, Yakumo raised an eyebrow. Seems I came just at the right time. Tsunade led him to a comatose ninja and introduced. He tore his Achilles tendon during a mission and has been delayed for 2 days. It's up to you now. As she spoke, Tsunade addressed the few medical ninjas who followed. Watch closely. Whether you can learn anything depends on your own ability. This made the medical ninjas a bit unconvinced. Who is this kid? Why is Tsunade placing so much importance on him and letting them observe his surgery? Is he really that great? Chapter 19. Tsunade-sensei. Let's discuss our own matters, Tsunade-sama. It's not that I doubt you, but if you can't handle a patient, how can a kid do it? Yes, Tsunade-sama. Shizune is the most skilled among us, and even she couldn't save this person under your guidance. Can he really be better than you? Upon hearing this, Tsunade scolded angrily. Idiot, stop talking nonsense and just watch. This made several medical ninjas even more unhappy. Looking on, Yejin was filled with disbelief. How powerful could a teenage kid really be? What could he possibly learn from observing his surgery? It seemed like they were underestimating him. Hearing their words, Yejin shook his head, sensed the condition of the injuries using medical ninjutsu, and began. He cut through the flesh and injected anesthetic, astonishing the onlookers when the wound was cut open without bleeding. This was something they could never accomplish. He removed the necrotic tissue, eliminated the excess shattered bones and the rotting tendons. The break was quite severe. Yejin skillfully located the tendons among the blood vessels. The two ends were nearly 10 centimeters apart. This exceeded the limits of tendon lengthening and suturing. No wonder Shizune couldn't complete the surgery, even under Tsunade-sensei's guidance. He thought to himself as he cut out a small section of intact tendon. The medical ninjas couldn't help but scoff. Is this it? It's just a bit better than our incision technique. The rest of the procedure seemed quite standard. What Yejin could do, they could too. Moreover, they didn't understand the significance of Yejin taking the tendon. Could he possibly reshape it? Ignoring their comments, Yejin quickly formed hand signs, and a green chakra appeared in his hands, invoking the creation of life. In the next moment, an astonishing event occurred. In the shocked gaze of the medical ninjas, the segment of tendon began to slowly extend forward, perfectly enough for suturing. This left the medical ninjas dumbfounded. What just happened? It seemed like a very advanced medical ninjutsu. So young, yet possessing such strong medical ninjutsu skills. A monster? He sutured the tendon and repaired the associated ligaments, muscles, and blood vessels of the injury. It seemed there was some poison too. Just as Yejian was about to suture the wound, he suddenly sensed a new situation, and green light erupted from his hands again. He saw the patient, unconscious, suddenly frown as if enduring some pain. But this move shocked the attending medical ninjas. The extraction of illness technique? My God, why can he use such advanced ninjutsu so casually? Who exactly is he? They watched as drops of black, poisonous blood were extracted from the wound. The patient's originally pale face immediately turned red. When the extracted blood became bright red, Yejian finally stopped. He quickly sutured the wound, and green light burst forth again from his hands, filled with powerful vitality, which made the medical ninjas exclaim, "Creation of life?" This was even more difficult than the extraction of illness technique. They considered themselves elites, yet they had only scratched the surface. But Yejian was using it so casually. My God, what a genius, how incredible. Indeed, you've improved in medical ninjutsu, kid. When you went to the front lines, you weren't this skilled. Tsunade couldn't help but praise as she watched Yejian handle it with such ease. If he returned from the front lines after a year or two without any progress, wouldn't that embarrass Tsunade-sensei? Yejian smiled, looking as if it was only natural. At this moment, someone finally recognized Yejian and exclaimed, "You're Yejian from the wild, the medical genius from the front lines of Sunagakure." Upon hearing this, the others were instantly shocked. What? It's him. Seeing their reaction, Shizen couldn't help but speak up. Did you think Tsunade-sama was joking with you? Just randomly picking someone for you to learn from? Everyone felt a wave of shame. How long are you planning to stay this time? Tsunade asked, looking at Yejian, who was washing his hands, trying to suppress his discomfort from the blood. I don't know. I just received a secret mission. Yejian quickly wiped his hands and ruffled Shizun's hair, earning her displeasure. You really don't know how to think. Clearly a medical genius. Yet you yearn for battle. You better not end up like me. At this, Tsunade's expression darkened. As one of the legendary Sannin and Konoha's top medical ninjas. Now, she could only retreat to the sidelines to teach students because of her hemophobia, her skills rendered useless. How tragic. Tsunade-sensei, what do you think of the title Konoha's Cold Light? Yejian changed the topic, pretending to show off. Hee, I didn't embarrass you, right? Tsunade nodded at his words, then gave him a heavy knock on the head. Kid, you're still far from it. Your healing potions have done well too, especially the healing soldier pills. It's worth the time you spend on the front lines. Your current achievements are not inferior to mine. Keep calling me that, and you won't be afraid of the old man having an opinion. By seniority, you should call me senpai. Hearing this, Yejian smiled. If it weren't for Tsunade-sensei teaching me medical ninjutsu and guiding me on this path, there wouldn't be today's me. Calling you teacher is only right. As for the third Hokage, we'll discuss that separately. It won't conflict. Upon hearing this, Tsunade rolled her eyes. You're quite slick. The nearby medical ninjas were left in shock. What? Yejian was actually a disciple of the third Hokage? Hey, isn't that a bit scary? But he also called Tsunade-sensei. Doesn't that confuse the hierarchy? Oh, right. Yejian suddenly seemed to remember something. I was just appointed as Tsunade-sensei's assistant, serving as the deputy of the medical team. I hope everyone will guide me in the future. With that, everyone was left in shock. Goodness, they thought he was just visiting, but he turned out to be their superior. They felt intimidated. Would he hold a grudge for their earlier rudeness? Tsunade, however, was not surprised at all. Yejian quietly asked, Tsunade-sensei, this suggestion was made by you, right? He believed if it were the third Hokage, he wouldn't have given him such an important position just because of his contribution of healing potions and soldier pills. Only if Tsunade intervened would the third Hokage consider this matter. This was not about the third Hokage's character, but about the balance of power as Hokage. Chapter 20 Quick Action. Identity revealed. Tsunade snorted twice, but I never suggested that you become my little junior disciple. Seriously, the old man is getting more timid with age, wanting to keep all the slightly powerful ninjas to himself, as if anyone would want to compete with him for this disciple. All right, go take care of your own business. I still have to teach these fools. Tsunade immediately issued the dismissal order. Yejian had no choice but to bow to Tsunade and leave. But at this moment, the outside world was already in chaos. What? Hiro Qiansong is actually the medical genius Yejian? No way, this is actually the same person. My eyes are stunned. The ninjas who withdrew from the front line of Sunagakure all had incredulous expressions. The ninjas in the village were even more baffled. A medical ninja with such immense strength. How could people live with this? Any so-called genius pales in comparison. But what surprised them even more was Yejian's new identity. Vice President of the Konoha medical team. This everyone could barely accept. But the disciple of the third Hokage? Hey, isn't that a bit scary? Does the third Hokage think that Yejian can become a being like the legendary three ninjas? At this moment, Hokage's office. Are you playing with me? The Hokage took in disciples without consulting us, the advisors. Moreover, we had previously agreed that it was only to grant Yejian the position of vice president of the medical team. Shimura Danzo angrily confronted the third Hokage, questioning loudly. The reason he initially agreed to grant Yejian the position of medical vice president was because he had a deal with the third Hokage. The position could be given, but the person must join his root organization. His root organization was in dire need of a powerful medical ninja. This way, their forbidden human experiments could progress faster. As for Yejian being disobedient after joining, possible? He had many ways to make Yejian obedient. Why was he so eager for Orochimaru to take over the front line of Sunagakure? Jiraiya could achieve the same results and still attain ultimate victory. Wasn't it just for the sake of having enough corpses to study for such a final war? Only then could his research yield results sooner. Moreover, Danzo was unwilling to just be an advisor. He wanted to push Orochimaru into the position of Hokage. This war was one of the important capitals for Orochimaru's competition for Hokage. Once Orochimaru was in power, with a root organization and research results in his hands, he would become the true Hokage of Konoha. Even if Sarutobi Hiruzen stood in his way, it wouldn't matter. He could reshape Konoha as he wished. But now, Sarutobi Hiruzen had directly gone back on his word and made Yejian his disciple. Without Yejian joining, he didn't know how long it would take for his and Orochimaru's research to reach a conclusion. What if someone discovered some clues in the meantime? That would be the end of everything. Therefore, how could Danzo be willing to accept this? That's right, Danzo was right. Hiruzen, what are you thinking? You should at least inform us about such an important matter. Mito Gate-in also arrived shortly after, somewhat dissatisfied. Behind him, another Hokage advisor, Tsunade, shared the same sentiment. But their thoughts were different from Danzo's. They simply felt that the third Hokage didn't respect them by taking a disciple without consulting them. Seeing that the three Hokage advisors had arrived, the third Hokage seemed prepared and smiled. Danzo, you are still so impulsive. Then he looked at Mito Gate-in and Tsunade. I took Yejian as my disciple to make Konoha stronger and to have another powerful combat force. I can't let him engage in any strange research and waste his talent. While speaking, the third Hokage glanced at Danzo with a half-smile. Don't you think so, Danzo? Hearing this, Danzo's face darkened instantly. What is this? A blatant threat. Yet he had to swallow the bitter fruit, because his research absolutely could not be made public. Isn't a talent like this worth cultivating properly? Even if he can't reach the level of the legendary three ninjas, with Yejian's talent, his future achievements won't be far behind. Isn't such a talent the backbone of my future Konoha? Seeing Danzo silent, the third Hokage looked at Mito Gate-in. We're getting old, especially me. I'm really old. It's time to pass the burden to the younger generation. I plan to step down and let someone else take over after Konoha stabilizes. Konoha needs a new Hokage. Mito Gate-in frowned slightly. So your intention is to let Yejian. The third Hokage suddenly laughed. How could that be possible? Even if he has that ability, his qualifications and age are not enough. But the fifth or even sixth Hokage could definitely be possible, right? Upon hearing this, Mito Gate-in and Tsunade behind him couldn't help but nod. Thinking about it this way, it made sense. To become Hokage, one must be a talent from the Hokage lineage, and Yejian currently held a key position, clearly not allowing him to become any of the legendary three ninjas' disciples. Otherwise, it would inevitably cause an imbalance of power. Thus, the third Hokage had to personally take action to accept him as a disciple. All right, Hiruzen, if you had said this earlier, it would have been fine. Mito Gate-in and Tsunade turned to leave, not forgetting to take Danzo along. For Danzo, whether it was him, Tsunade, or the third Hokage, they were all wary of him. No one would let their guard down against someone who had a massive underground influence. Even if that person was a former comrade they had fought alongside. Failed. Haha. Danzo, isn't that just expected? In the Root organization, a pale-skinned man said in a low voice. He had a pair of golden snake-like eyes, purple eyeshadow extending to his nose, radiating a chilling and fierce murderous aura. One of the legendary 3 ninjas, Orochimaru. Oomph. Hearing this, Danzo, who had just returned from a setback, snorted coldly. After all, that was Sarutobi-sensei, the Hokage who had governed Konoha for so many years. He was the only representative of Konoha. Hearing Orochimaru's words made Danzo even more displeased. Orochimaru, is this your attitude towards our cooperation? Orochimaru smiled widely again. I'm just telling you to act quickly next time. After all, your opponent is the Hokage. After saying this, he left. Congratulations on becoming the medical vice president, Yejian. However, my intuition was indeed correct. You are Qinsong. Although he came from an orphan background, due to his outstanding medical skills and having been taught medical ninjutsu by Tsunade before, he also had a small house in Konoha. It was very close to the Hitaki residence. I wonder if it was intentional by certain people. Ha ha ha. Sorry, I had disguised my identity back then. Don't take it to heart. Yejian happily welcomed Kakashi in. Then he saw Shiranui Gunma, and Might Guy had also arrived. So he welcomed them all in together. I said, that Qinsong looks so much like you. He must be related to you. I originally thought he was your brother, but I didn't expect he was actually you. Chapter 21. The sense of crisis brought by a shadow-level expert. After sitting down, Noragima looked amazed and said, Yejian, you really have come a long way. We can't keep up with your pace at all. Yamanaka Ino and others nodded in agreement. Ebisu was especially relieved, thinking to himself that it was fortunate he had apologized back then. Otherwise, with Yejian's current status, it would be as easy as squashing a bug to kill him. Kakashi, now only you have this hope, Noragima said, looking at Kakashi with high expectations. By the way, Yejian, Captain Yama couldn't make it and asked me to bring his congratulations to you. I hope you don't mind. Kakashi did not respond to Noragima, but instead brought Yama's congratulations. Not at all. I'm grateful to even receive this. Yejian waved his hand and glanced at everyone, saying, Don't be discouraged, everyone. I'm just exploring the path ahead. You all just need to keep pushing forward. As long as you don't give up, your day to shine will eventually come. It's free to give motivational speeches, so Yejian thought he might as well go all out. That's right. The essence of youth lies in hard work. Yejian, you really understand what youth is about. Might Guy gave Yejian a thumbs up, revealing his shiny white teeth. Tears streaming down his face in admiration. If Yejian hadn't stopped him, he might have already rushed over. The day shine, huh? Yejian's words caused everyone to fall into deep thought, while Kakashi couldn't help but clench his fists, thinking, is it in this war? After reminiscing for a couple of hours and enjoying a happy meal together, it was already noon. Just as they walked past a small alley, Yejian's originally happy expression suddenly turned sharp, and he shouted towards the end of the alley. A chilling, low laugh echoed, like venomous snakes crawling up his body. A pale-skinned man wearing a Magatama earring appeared in Yejian's line of sight. Upon seeing this man, Yejian's hair stood on end, and his pupils contracted to the extreme. Orochimaru. Yejian felt an ominous premonition. He had encountered one of the 2 people he least wanted to meet in Konoha. You're quite perceptive for someone returning from the front lines. Besides Jiraiya and a few others, you're the first to discover me so quickly. Orochimaru praised. Yejian forced a smile and replied, It truly is my honor. Internally, however, he was tensing up. If Orochimaru meant him harm, although he wasn't a match for him now, Orochimaru wouldn't be able to easily capture him either. At this moment, Orochimaru was far from the powerful figure he was during the Konoha collapse plan in the original story. Don't be so wary. Rest assured, I mean you no harm. Orochimaru observed Yejian's vigilance, licking his lips. With your level of medical ninjutsu, I wonder if you'd be interested in researching the topic of immortality with me. If it were any other ninja, Orochimaru might consider using force to coerce them into joining him. But Yejian was different. His identity was special. If he acted against him, it would surely cause a huge uproar. The key point was that he wasn't confident he could capture Yejian. Yejian was too fast. Sorry, I'm not interested, Yejin replied, jokingly. What immortality? It's clearly forbidden human experimentation. He must be out of his mind to pursue such things. That's quite a pity. Orochimaru glanced at Yejin. Of course. If you change your mind in the future, you can come find me. Hee, I'll be waiting for you. For different talents, one must use different methods. He wasn't like Danzo, who threatened and coerced all talents. That was too low-end. Once Yejin confirmed that Orochimaru really was leaving, he still didn't completely relax his guard. It wasn't until he entered the main street, surrounded by the flow of people, that he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Strength truly is the foundation of everything. Yejin clenched his fists. If he hadn't been strong enough today, Orochimaru might have already attacked him. He could clearly see the intense desire to strike in Orochimaru's eyes. He knew that if Orochimaru weren't concerned about his speed and lacked confidence in subduing him with one blow, he would have definitely attacked just now. Why would he be so polite otherwise? Only by becoming stronger can one be unafraid of any danger. Today, Orochimaru came alone. What if next time both Danzo and Orochimaru came together? He couldn't rely on having such good luck every time. If only tomorrow's sign-in could grant him the 100 healings technique. That way, even if he faced a joint attack from Orochimaru and Danzo, he would have the capital to respond. The most surprising reward from today's medical team sign-in was the Yin sealing technique. With his physique, the stored chakra would be considerable. If he could obtain the release method of the 100 healings technique, the explosive power would definitely not be inferior to the first 6 gates of the 8 gates. By then, in the entire Konoha, the only person who could outpace him in speed would be Namikaze Minato. He needed to go back and study the lightning release and swordsmanship that the third Hokage had given him. Today's encounter filled him with a sense of crisis. He was far from reaching a level where he could relax. Yo, Yejin, finally found you. At this moment, Jiraiya's voice came. He waved his hand, approaching, but suddenly noticed Yejin's unusual expression and couldn't help but ask in a deep voice, "What's wrong?" Yejin waved his hand. "It's nothing. I encountered a troublesome person, but they didn't do anything to me." Jiraiya immediately focused and asked, "Who? Danzo?" "No, that old guy wouldn't make you look like this." "Wait, Orochimaru." Yejin neither confirmed nor denied it. "Jiraiya-sensei, didn't you say you were going to introduce me to an interesting person? Are you taking me to meet them now?" Hearing this, Jiraiya patted his shoulder. "That's right. I'm looking for you because of that." After a pause, he added, "Now you know how dangerous Konoha can be, right?" Yejin nodded, his eyes burning with a strong desire to become stronger. "Next time, I won't be so powerless." Jiraiya nodded in response. "Since you understand, I won't do anything unnecessary. Let's go. I'll take you to meet your master's nephew." Upon hearing this, Yejin couldn't help but touch his nose, feeling like he had unintentionally taken advantage of someone. 7 Training Ground. "Yo, Minato, I brought the person you wanted to meet." From a distance, Yejin spotted the blonde-haired Namikaze Minato. In the next moment, Yejin felt a flash of golden light before Minato appeared right in front of him. So fast, Yejin was astonished. Even he couldn't move that quickly. After all, it was the Flying Thunder God, the fastest technique in the ninja world. Chapter 22. Guiding Wave Water Gate. "Greetings, Master Uncle." Wave Water Gate respectfully saluted, causing Yejin to touch his nose involuntarily, feeling it was too polite. He glanced at Jiraiya and said to Wave Water Gate, "How about this from now on? We each stick to our own titles. I'll call you Brother Watergate, and you can just call me Yejin. Calling each other Master Uncle is too troublesome, and it makes me feel too old." Hearing this, Wave Watergate was taken aback, then smiled and said, "If Teacher Jiraiya has no objections, I think that's fine." He originally thought that someone as young as Yejin, who had gained fame early and was accepted as a disciple by the third Hokage, would be quite arrogant, but he didn't expect him to be so approachable. "Ha, I have no objections," Jiraiya said, knowing that Yejin would say this, as he wasn't someone who cared much about such trivial details. Wave Watergate replied, "Master Uncle, if that's the case, then I'll take my leave." Yejin waved his hand, completely unconcerned. "If you have time, I'd like to ask you some questions about speed. Don't mind me bothering you." Wave Watergate smiled brightly. "Of course, that's no problem. It's a good opportunity for us to learn from each other." Speaking of which, Wave Watergate suddenly became serious. I heard that you guided Kakashi to develop an A-rank lightning release technique, so I thought you might be quite skilled in this area. At this point, he scratched his head a bit awkwardly. I also have an idea, but I'm not sure if you could give me some pointers. Upon hearing this, Yi Jian couldn't help but smile. What a coincidence, I know the Rasengan very well. Seeing him like this, Jiraiya couldn't help but retort. You haven't even heard Watergate's thoughts yet, so being so confident to smile isn't very good, right? Yi Jian then realized he was too quick to be happy and scratched his head. Sorry, I got a bit too excited. Brother Watergate, please share your thoughts. Maybe I really can come up with something. Watergate saw this and wasn't sure if Yi Jian could really offer any guidance. However, since there were more people involved, there was bound to be more ideas, and perhaps they could make some progress. So he shared his thoughts. As you know, I'm famous for my speed, but my current offensive methods are too singular, making it tricky against special enemies. So, I want to develop a ninjutsu that can be released without hand seals and has decent power, just like the tailed beast bomb, made purely of chakra, so that I can fight various enemies more easily and match my fighting style. Yi Jian listened and felt assured. This was exactly the Rasengan. Jiraiya asked, do you have any ideas? It's fine if you don't. He didn't really believe that Yi Jian could come up with anything. He was just there to introduce Watergate to Yi Jian. This was also tacitly approved by the third Hokage. But maybe I can get a try. Thinking about the training method for the Rasengan in his mind, Yi Jian, under Jiraiya and Wave Watergate's puzzled gazes, picked up a leaf and closed his eyes. Jiraiya couldn't help but wonder, could this kid really figure it out? Perhaps the effect you want is like this? He summoned chakra in his hand, wrapping it around the leaf, which began to spin rapidly and slowly compress. If he hadn't already mastered nature transformation and had strong chakra control, he would never have dared to demonstrate like this. Gradually, a whistling sound emanated from his hand, slowly condensing into a small sphere emitting a bluish glow. Huh! Yi Jian suddenly opened his eyes and slapped a nearby wooden post. Boom! The wooden post exploded instantly, splinters flying everywhere. Even Wave Watergate, a genius in his own right, couldn't help but feel a twinge of inferiority at this moment. This guy really isn't a monster? How could he directly realize what I just imagined? Even a deity might not be able to do that. Jiraiya was also dumbfounded, staring at Yi Jian as he turned around. You really can't foresee the future, can you? You actually succeeded. Even witnessing the event unfold with his own eyes, he still found it unbelievable. Don't be too surprised. Actually, I had a similar idea, so when I heard Brother Watergate's words, I got inspired in an instant, Yi Jian said, scratching his head somewhat shyly. He hadn't expected to successfully experiment with the Rasengan in one go. What a coincidence. If I add lightning release, I might even get a disappearing Rasengan. Succeeding on the first try made Yi Jian feel quite good. I see. So what do you plan to name this technique? After hearing Yi Jian's explanation, Jiraiya found it much more reasonable. Wave Watergate smiled at this and raised his index finger. Since it's formed by high-speed rotation and compression, why not call it Shining Spiral Blue Ball Zero style? Yi Jian couldn't help but facepalm. He knew that the naming genius would definitely come up with something extraordinary. It's obvious you're not very satisfied with this name. Yi Jian, Jiraiya laughed at the sight. Yi Jian helplessly shook his head. Let us just call it Rasengan. Maybe in the future, various elemental chakra could be added to develop new forms. This name immediately brightened Jiraiya's eyes. Good. This name is much more concise. Watergate. What do you think? Watergate nodded. It seems I really need to ask you for advice more in the future. This way, I can be more confident in my upcoming mission to the Hidden Cloud Village. Hearing this, Yi Jian looked at Jiraiya in surprise. The person going to investigate the Hidden Cloud Village is actually Wave Watergate? Jiraiya replied. Otherwise, who else in the village would be suitable? Yi Jian thought about it and realized that apart from Wave Watergate, who else had that qualification? Looking at it this way, the third Hokage had chosen people who were all skilled in speed for this mission. It really is urgent, isn't it? Thinking of this, Yi Jian looked at Wave Watergate and said, in that case, let's refine this technique. Wave Watergate nodded earnestly, eager to learn this technique. Jiraiya, you should give it a try too. After all, having more skills never hurts. If it's beneficial, we should naturally share it, Yi Jian said. After all, this technique was originally developed by Jiraiya and Wave Watergate in the original story. He was selling his father's land without feeling heartbroken. The principle of the Rasengan was very simple. The two of them mastered it after a few tries. After that, it was just a matter of controlling the chakra. Rasengan, Rasengan. In the 7th training ground, the voices of the three echoed back and forth. If we were to say who grasped it the fastest, Yi Jian could only admit that it was indeed the man who could learn and promote the Flying Thunder God technique. Wave Watergate was the first to completely master the Rasengan. Yi Jian was a minute behind him. The younger generation is truly formidable. You two actually master it so quickly. It seems I'm going to be the laughingstock here, Jiraiya thought, feeling emotional. Just as he had started to get a bit of a feel for it, these two had already completed it. Shall we try infusing attributes? Seeing that it was still not dark, Yi Jian suggested to Wave Watergate. Let's give it a try. Wave Watergate was also very interested and thought it could be explored further. Chapter 23, Developing Ninjutsu, the God-hiding spiral sphere as Yi Jian concentrated. A lightning attribute aura emerged from his hand, rapidly forming a high-speed, rotating sphere of light, which immediately generated a terrifying repulsive force. Hey, this is interesting, but not enough. Gather. With Yi Jian's current control over chakra, this level of repulsive force was not enough to affect him. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As he compressed the chakra, the spiral sphere in his hand began to move wildly like a runaway horse, buzzing incessantly. Stop! Yi Jian tightened his grip, exerting more force to control the spiral sphere. This made the spiral sphere move even more violently, releasing an extremely explosive aura. Yi Jian felt he was losing control. This was bad. The spiral sphere suddenly ruptured, and the terrifying force caused Jiraiya and Minato to stand on end with their hair bristling. Whoosh! Yi Jian threw it out, and something strange happened. The spiral sphere disappeared. Just as Minato and Jiraiya were astonished, a terrifying force erupted as the space slightly distorted. Boom! It was like dozens of explosive tags detonating simultaneously. The violent power shattered the ground within a few meters, sending debris flying everywhere, leaving behind a deep pit over a meter wide, resembling a spider web. Such power! Jiraiya was astonished. If this hit a person, half their body would likely be blown off. Is this the power of the spiral sphere with added attribute chakra? Minato was equally shocked, eagerly anticipating the power of the technique he was about to complete. With this power combined with his Flying Thunder God technique, even shadow-level ninjas might not withstand it. At that time, he would have the capital to threaten shadow-level powerhouses. Most importantly, Jiraiya was suspicious. Yi Jian, can your spiral sphere really disappear mid-flight? He was sure he and Tima's seen. When thrown, the spiral sphere vanished, only to reappear later. This was incredibly hard to defend against. If it were his first time in battle, he would never have thought it could be like this, and it was very possible to be severely injured due to carelessness. Hee, seems like it. I'll see the final power once I master it. Yi Jian scratched his head and chuckled, thinking that creating original ninjutsu was indeed not that easy. He felt even more admiration for the second Hokage, a madman in ninjutsu creation. Creating a ninjutsu felt so difficult for him, while the second Hokage treated it like a game. This was the gap. Have I really discovered a prodigy? Jiraiya thought to himself as he watched Yi Jian experimenting with ninjutsu again. He had thought that discovering such a genius as Minato was something to boast about for a lifetime. Now it seemed Yi Jian was even better. Boom! Boom! As failures continued, dusk fell. Go! Finally, the spiral sphere in Yi Jian's hand stabilized, but it contained an unknown level of terrifying power that could destroy everything. Just holding in front made Jiraiya break out in a cold sweat. The moment it flew out, it vanished with a whoosh, only to reappear several meters away. Just like the previous failed attempts, the violent power shattered everything and sent debris flying, leaving behind a deep pit filled with spiral patterns. Impressive, Yi Jian. Your spiral sphere can actually be thrown, Minato exclaimed, unlike me, who can only output close to the enemy. Hearing this, Yi Jian smiled. If I could throw it, that would really contradict your combat style. Minato also smiled at this, then bowed seriously to Yi Jian. Thank you. Without your help, I wouldn't know when I could develop this technique. Yi Jian waved his hand. I also gained 2 powerful ninjutsu, didn't I? This is also thanks to you. Minato, Seeing this, Jiraiya couldn't help but laugh. You're good at everything, but you're too humble. Let us go. I really want to see the shocking expression on the third Hokage's face when he learns about all this. They had made such a big commotion developing ninjutsu. There was no way the third Hokage wouldn't notice. Sure enough. What? Yi Jian, you helped Minato develop a new ninjutsu, and you even extended other variants? When the third Hokage heard Jiraiya say that with Yi Jian's help, Minato's long thought-out ninjutsu concept had become a reality, he almost dropped his pipe. Minato and Yi Jian exchanged glances, and each held a blue chakra sphere in their hands. Such a powerful aura. The third Hokage was even more astonished. But thinking that this was only the initial state, he couldn't help but want to see their respective extended states. Then, they each infused wind and lightning attributes. In an instant, the spiral sphere in Minato's hand emitted a sharp, intense aura, while the one in Yi Jian's hand exuded a wild and eerie energy. The similarity was that both made one feel like they were facing a formidable enemy instantly. What? The third Hokage, being a strong ninja himself, could naturally sense how terrifying this ninjutsu was. He couldn't help but feel grateful again that such a talent was not snatched away by Danzo. He calmed his emotions, but his hand holding the pipe still trembled as he looked at Yi Jian with an odd expression. You want to guide others again and develop another surprising ninjutsu. Will you? You seem more like a ninjutsu professor than I do. This made Yi Jian touch his nose, helplessly saying, Lord Hokage, it was an accident, really an accident. The inspiration just came suddenly. Do I look like someone who can guide others? Hearing this, the third Hokage chuckled, reflecting, I'm starting to feel fortunate that Jiraiya discovered you. Otherwise, wouldn't you have been buried among medical ninjas? Jiraiya laughed, of course, old man. You should know who taught me. My vision is certainly good. The third Hokage playfully scolded, still as slick as you were when you were young. He then looked at Minato and Yi Jian. All right, with these two ninjutsu enhancements, I'm even more at ease with your upcoming mission. The ninjutsu you developed should belong to you. Be careful on the way. Tomorrow was the day for them to leave, hence he said this. Thank you for your concern. Lord Hokage. Yi Jian and Minato responded simultaneously before retreating. Root organization. Bastard. Danzo Shimura naturally heard about Yi Jian helping Minato develop a powerful ninjutsu. He couldn't help but feel even more vexed, wondering why he hadn't snatched him away earlier. Perhaps Yi Jian had also accelerated the progress of his human experiments. Chapter 24. If I can't have it, then destroy it, damn. Why can't I get a talent like that? Shimura Danzo was grinding his teeth. And then he suddenly had a crazy idea. Since that's the case, neither of us will get Yagami. Sarutobi, you're forcing my hand. In Yagami's room, he opened a lightning release scroll given by the third Hokage. He had to admit that the lightning release techniques recorded on it were quite good. But it contained not only lightning techniques, but also some Jinjutsu. These two will do. Yagami picked two techniques. One was a lightning clone technique, and the other was the dark movement technique. The remaining lightning techniques didn't quite match Yagami's fighting style for now. However, the knowledge on it could enhance his understanding of lightning release. In the latter half of the night, he arrived at Training Ground 7 again and opened the swordsmanship scroll. Unsurprisingly, it contained content about the White Fang's sword techniques. Ninja swordsmanship. Just like the Raikage ninja body techniques, it was a combat style that combined ninjutsu and swordsmanship. Looking at it this way, the willow leaf dance was indeed very suitable for ninja swordsmanship. After carefully reading the content, Yagami began to practice. Whoosh, zing, swish. Under the night sky, a bolt of lightning flashed everywhere, and as time passed, an increasingly sharp and agile aura emanated. So this is true swordsmanship. The more Yagami practiced, the more he felt invigorated, and his swordsmanship greatly improved. He realized that his previous sword techniques were so rigid and clumsy, completely disjointed. It was at this moment that he noticed that the momentum and sharpness between each movement of swordsmanship could be interconnected and compensated for, creating an effect greater than the sum of its parts. His previous usage was like chewing peonies, wasting a lot of stamina while exposing flaws. It was merely compensated by his terrifying speed. No wonder Senior White Fang could dominate the battlefield. This sword technique was simply a perfect killing machine. The person who created this sword technique was truly amazing. It's a pity he can't be seen. What a regret. He returned home just before dawn. But he no longer had the fierce momentum from the previous night. Instead, there was a profound sense of returning to simplicity, concealing the edge in a sheath. With the Een seal, the god-hiding spiral sphere, and the enhancement from this ninja swordsmanship, he couldn't help but wonder if he now had the qualifications to face an elite ninja. Time to say goodbye to Tsunade. After putting on his clothes, the system's voice suddenly rang in his mind. Sign-in begins. Please proceed to Tsunade's side for sign-in. Time limit 5 minutes. Yagami's face showed a strange expression. System, are you stealing my thoughts? Just as he mentioned saying goodbye to Tsunade, the system sign-in came. But the system did not respond, and Yagami had long since gotten used to it, pouting as he went out. Hey, Yagami kid, you're here so early. Looks like you have something to say. Tsunade said while doing her beauty routine. If you have something to say, hurry up, don't waste my time. She didn't see the sudden fervor and joy in Yagami's slightly lowered gaze. Is my luck really this good today? I actually got this technique. Yagami suppressed his excitement and maintained a calm facade, saying, I came to say goodbye, Tsunade-sensei. Upon hearing this, Tsunade paused her movements, then pretended to be indifferent and said, saying goodbye for a mission? You're not a kid anymore. After a brief pause, her voice turned slightly somber, come back alive. Otherwise, no one will inherit my medical ninjutsu. Yagami nodded, bowed, and quickly said goodbye to Jiraiya before officially embarking on his journey to Iwagakure. Meanwhile, in his system space, there lay a jade-colored scroll with 4 large characters written on it. Baika no Jutsu. Yes, after obtaining the Een seal, Yagami signed in again and received the Baika no Jutsu. The Baika no Jutsu he had been thinking about was really in his possession. Haha, good, very good. It wasn't until he left the borders of Konoha that Yagami finally couldn't help but laugh out loud. Baika no Jutsu. The more chakra you have, the stronger your enhancement will be. With his current chakra reserves, plus those techniques, he might really be able to face elite ninjas without falling behind. This time, he had even more confidence for his journey to Iwagakure. At the same time, in the Root organization, Shimura Danzo's face was dark and fierce as he said, Don't blame me, Yagami. I don't want to eliminate such talent. But since you can't be of use to me, I can only ask you to die. This time, even if you have the strength of the Sannin, you won't escape death. A smile crept onto his lips. Sarutobi, now the competition between us is fair again. You have your talented subordinates, and I have mine. Let me see who ultimately has the final say in Konoha. Orochimaru will definitely become Hokage. Whether it's Namikaze, Minato, or Yagami, they won't be coming back. No one can compete with Orochimaru for the position of Hokage. As he spoke, the madness in his eyes intensified. His strength might not be the strongest, but as the shadow of the ninja world, the interpersonal relationships he controlled underground were absolutely unique. Whether it was the Raikage or the Tsuchikage, they were all his guests. As long as the interests were sufficient, there was no deal they couldn't reach. Diplomacy is also a means. 2 scrolls were swallowed by 2 strange ninja beasts and then disappeared. The ninja beasts bore the marks of Iwagakure and Kyomobikure. Half a day later, at the border between the land of earth and the land of grass, a group of IWA Nin appeared. Captain, is the information from that guy Danzo really reliable? What if he's deceiving us? Wouldn't we come for nothing? A rock ninja with a black afro asked a nearby IWA ninja with concern. This is the old man negotiating with that scoundrel Danzo. The old man has been trading with Danzo for many years. With his experience, he wouldn't fail to see whether it's a scheme or the truth. Moreover, if Danzo dared to deceive the old man, the dealings would surely come to the Hokage's attention. I believe he doesn't have the guts. The captain, with a full beard and a serious demeanor, spoke. If Yagami were here, he would definitely recognize that this was none other than the Tsuchikage's son, the Wagakure's Jonin. K2. It's hard to believe that there are people in this world who would betray their teammates. Another Jonin, hearing this, looked incredulous. After all, he was also from Konoha's upper echelons. Shouldn't he be thinking about Konoha? K2 actually wanted to say this himself. As a high-ranking member of Konoha, he was actually betraying a Konoha ninja. He really didn't know how someone like Danzo could hold a high position for so long. What was the Hokage thinking? If someone like that were in a Wagakure, he might have been dead long ago. Chapter 25. Strong Enemy Ambush. The killing intent of the puppet master, but Captain, can that wild Leaf can really escape from the Sand Ninja's pursuit team? Another IWA ninja asked Huang Tu. Although it was said that Lord Tsuchikage obtained the whereabouts of Konoha's Han Guang from Shimura Danzo and immediately sold it to the Kazekage. Using the latter's hand to eliminate Han Guang, the leader of the Sand Ninja pursuit team is the puppet master H-Zuki. No matter how powerful Leaf Can is, it's impossible for him to escape from him, right? Huang Tu replied, being careful in everything is never wrong. Leaf Can has repeatedly escaped from Chiyo on the front lines. We can't absolutely guarantee that H-Zuki can really deal with that guy. At this moment, we need to step in and deal with him ourselves. Upon hearing this, the IWA ninja was a bit shocked. So, Konoha's Han Guang is that formidable. No wonder the Kazekage wants him dead. At this moment, a similar situation was occurring near Kumogakure. A crisis was also waiting for Namikaze's Minato. Leaf Can would never have thought that Danzo would be so ruthless as to send his whereabouts to a Wagakure to use them as a knife to kill him. But Danzo also wouldn't have thought that Tsuchikage Noki also wanted to use a knife to kill, informing the Kazekage of his whereabouts, so the latter could ambush him. He was currently experiencing the terrifying enhancement brought by the 100 healing technique. His speed was already quite fast, and now it was so fast that he was grinning with excitement. He could confirm that apart from Namikaze's Minato, no one else could surpass him in speed. Not even the future fourth Raikage could do it. As for his strength, he had never tested it, so he didn't know the exact value. But under the 100 healing technique, he felt like he could take on 5 of his original selves without any pressure. Truly worthy of the ultimate ninjutsu developed by his teacher Tsunade, it was incredibly powerful. However, it seemed that Tsunade had not developed this ninjutsu yet. If she remembered correctly, the 100 healing technique was developed by Tsunade around 60 years ago in Konoha. This suddenly became quite awkward. Leaf Can could already envision a future day when Tsunade would say to him, I have a ninjutsu idea, and then go on and on. After which Leaf Can would use the corresponding ninjutsu and pretentiously ask, is it like this, Teacher Tsunade? Shaking his head and dismissing such thoughts, Leaf Can closed the 100 healing technique. In just a few minutes, half of the chakra he had stored for so long was consumed. 2 days later, Leaf Can had already left the Land of Fire, but just as he found a tree shade to sit down and rest, an unexpected change occurred. Swish, swish, swish. A barrage of kunai tied with explosive tags shot toward him. Leaf Can's expression changed, and he immediately dodged to the side. But combination wind release, vacuum sandball, a violent whirlwind blurred everything around, and the howling wind mixed with condensed sand and stones came rushing in. Bang! Leaf Can quickly used the body replacement technique to evade, and the area he had just occupied was instantly flattened into ruins by the fierce wind. Swish! Just as Leaf Can revealed himself, he sensed a sharp crisis behind him through his perception technique. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw a well-crafted puppet lunging at him with a blade. The blade glowed with a green hue, clearly indicating it was highly poisonous. Swish! As Leaf Can swiftly drew his sword, the lightning armor quickly covered his entire body. He couldn't afford to be careless against a puppet master. If he got hit by a poison needle, it would be over. A slash cut through, severing both the blade and the puppet in one strike. However, he was suddenly punched from behind. A hulking puppet had approached him. Swish, swish, swish. As expected, another wave of attacks came. Leaf Can immediately flashed away, landing on a distant tree, and his expression turned extremely serious as he looked at the enemies below. The puppet master H-Zuki from Sunagakure, along with so many elite sand ninjas. Leaf Can felt a bad premonition in his heart. How did the sand ninjas know his whereabouts? This was the land of grass, far from the front lines. Even if they hated him to the bone, they shouldn't be able to target him so accurately. But, kid, what is your relationship with Konoha's White Fang? H-Zuki, who had just lost a puppet, looked up at Leaf Can in the tree, his face dark as he shouted. It was all because of that White Fang. If he hadn't killed his sister's son, how could it have caused Scorpion to lack hair since childhood, ultimately killing the Kazekage and sparking the current war? He had thought he would never see that disgusting sword technique again, yet now he saw that the target, Leaf Can, could also use it. Zuki's killing intent towards Leaf Can intensified. I have no relationship with him, Leaf Can replied, but it seems you have someone behind you giving you pointers, able to grasp my whereabouts so accurately. Upon hearing this, Zuki's expression darkened further. Good. Since you're so stubborn, let me pry open your mouth. As for why we are here, you don't need to know. Why should a dead person know so much? But Leaf Can narrowed his eyes. Is it related to that guy Danzo? Regardless of whether it was him or not, thinking this way was not wrong. In all of Konoha, he was the only one capable of doing such a thing. No wonder you are facing such a calamity. If I were him, I would also eliminate someone as clever as you who is not under his control. Zuki's words were a veiled admission that Leaf Can's guess was correct. This made Leaf Can's expression darken instantly. Danzo, I will remember this grudge. He clenched his fists. He initially wanted to become stronger because he was afraid that this bastard Danzo would make a move against him. Now it had indeed come true. Moreover, it was under the circumstance that he had not provoked Danzo at all. If Danzo wanted to eliminate him, he could do so without any reason at all. Wasn't this more than just infuriating? It was simply disheartening. Kid, do you think too highly of yourself? You still dare to be dazed in this situation. Zuki's cold voice suddenly came. Although he was already 52 years old, he was at the peak of his strength. With a wave of his hand, 9 puppets charged forward together. Although they were replicas of the Chikamatsu 10 puppets, it did not diminish the overwhelming pressure they brought. Shadow level. Without a doubt, Zuki was an absolute shadow-level powerhouse. The absolute pressure above the Jonin could only be achieved at this level. His Chikamatsu 10 puppets didn't know what secret techniques had been used. Their bodies were incredibly hard. Leaf Can's previous use of a Chidori blade's sharpness and sword techniques could barely destroy them. Fortunately, he had stored a bit of chakra these past 2 days. Otherwise, it would have been truly difficult to handle. One shadow-level Zuki was already enough for Leaf Can to drink a pot of tea. Moreover, with a dozen or so elite sand ninjas below, they had already formed a barrier, clearly planning to catch him like a turtle in a jar. If it weren't for the 100 healing technique, Leaf Can felt that today he would truly be in deep trouble. Chapter 26. The Art of Baijia. Activate. Clang. He swung his knife to confront the oncoming burly puppet. As the tall and thin puppet attacked from behind, he shouted, "Stop!" Seizing the opportunity, he transformed into a flash of lightning and vanished from his original spot. His speed was indeed impressive, but today, no matter how fast he was, it would be useless. The ones forming the array were outside the barrier, and the barrier itself was hard to break. He wouldn't give Yi Jian a chance to dismantle the array. Yi Jian's only outcome today was one, a dead end. Whoosh! Yi Jian appeared behind Hai Laozong. The puppet master was weak in close combat, so taking him down would be a piece of cake. But, clang! A puppet flew in to block him, and several more puppets quickly gathered around. Yi Jian's scalp tingled, and he immediately dodged, reappearing behind another puppet, aiming to cut the puppet's strings. What a clever kid. His insight is sharp, but unfortunately, you won't get that chance. Before Yi Jian could act, he felt a blur in front of him, and a puppet with Buddha inscribed on its chest swung a fist enveloped in intense chakra. The weight of that power felt like it could shatter boulders. No wonder he was a puppet master. Even the puppets could use chakra. Yi Jian was alarmed and flashed away again. But the moment he appeared, a puppet with law inscribed on its chest swung a slender sword at him, emanating a razor-sharp aura. If Yi Jian resisted, he could already see the other puppets closing in, and he would surely be surrounded. If he dodged, perhaps he would find himself in the same situation again after reappearing. No matter what he did, it was a dead end and a crisis. The power of a shadow-level ninja was evident. Ninjutsu. 3 treasures absorption. Sure enough, as soon as Yi Jian revealed himself, a tremendous force of absorption and pulling descended upon him. The 2 puppets he just saw, Buddha and Law, along with the monk puppet in front of him, formed this terrifying great array, leaving no room for escape. Your death is imminent, Konoha's cold light. Hai Laozong shouted fiercely. This time, I won't let you escape with speed. My sister and I have specifically discussed strategies to deal with you. As long as we limit your speed, you are nothing. Hearing this, Yi Jian laughed. Oh, really? Since the ordinary state won't work then, the art of Baijia, activate. A diamond shape suddenly transformed into patterns on Yi Jian's chest, spreading across his entire body in an instant. Boom! Yi Jian's aura surged several times, and even Hai Lao Zhang's expression changed. Willow leaf, instant dance. Thousand birds blade. With a flash of lightning, a thunderous sound erupted, and the three treasures' absorption was forcefully shattered. The right arm of the Buddha puppet was severed, and a massive crack appeared under the ribs of the law puppet. If it weren't for the monk puppet's right arm suddenly emitting a sealing technique, shooting out a flurry of flying blades, Yi Jian's heavy punch would have landed on the Buddha puppet. Whoosh! Yi Jian reappeared in front of a group of elite sand ninjas. The power of a shadow-level ninja was truly terrifying. He had predicted all of my potential appearances, pulling me into his rhythm. From that brief contact battle, he felt an unprecedented heavy pressure. If it weren't for the art of Baijia, he would probably have been heavily injured by now from being surrounded. In that case, let's take care of these guys first. Yi Jian's expression turned fierce. Ninja sword technique. Willow leaf instant dance. Thousand birds blade. The sand ninjas all felt an intense threat, and Yi Jian chuckled coldly. If you think you can block it, feel free to try. As soon as he finished speaking, the sand ninjas saw a streak of elegant lightning flash past them. The next moment, only two Jonin managed to dodge the calamity using sand clones. One lost his left hand, and the other lost his left arm. The remaining sand ninjas stared wide-eyed in terror at their companions, who clutched their necks in despair, struggling for only a moment before falling silent. In an instant, only 3 enemies remained on the battlefield. You, bastard! Hai Lao Zhang's eyes turned red at this scene. Break me into pieces. Hai Lao Zhang had never felt such a strong, killing intent toward someone before. White secret technique. Jungle secret burial. Once again, the 3 puppets of Buddha, Law, and Monk combined. The next moment, countless sturdy puppet mechanisms resembling Vajra would surge forth like towering waves from all directions, covering everything. It was as if a low-budget version of God Tree Birth was trying to extinguish all life. To think you want to obliterate me, that's still not enough. Yi Jian roared back, chakra surging and gathering in his hands. Super large-tailed beast Rasengan. A moon-like, terrifying Rasengan was lifted by him and suddenly pushed outward. Boom! 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 All the tentacles crumbled upon touch, unable to stand against the terrifying tearing force. Yi Jian charged directly to stand before the 3 puppets of Buddha, Law, and Monk. Just as he was about to destroy these troublesome puppets, Hai Lao Zhang would not allow it. This guy, he's so strong. After the shock in Hai Lao Zhang's heart, a more intense, killing intent surged. Such a genius must be crushed in the cradle. Immediately, a heavy puppet appeared in front of the Buddha, Law, and Monk puppets, opening its body to launch a giant shield inscribed with array patterns. Boom! The giant shield did block the attack, but it was still not enough. Break! Yi Jian shouted, unleashing tremendous power and ferociously pushing forward. The giant shield's pattern shattered, and the next moment, the entire puppet was obliterated before the super large-tailed beast Rasengan. Not good. Hai Lao Zhang was horrified. Even the shield puppet couldn't stop this guy, but the Buddha, Law, and Monk puppets were the most precious. They must not be harmed, so another shield puppet appeared, finally managing to hold off the attack. The remaining 5 puppets charged toward Yi Jian, with the Buddha, Law, and Monk puppets swiftly surrounding him in 3 directions, forming a barrier. Hai Lao Zhang didn't believe that after unleashing such a terrifying ninjutsu, Yi Jian wouldn't find himself in a state of chakra deficiency. Next, it would be time for him to close the door on the dog. A ninja without chakra was worse than a dog. Buddha, Law, and Monk, the tri-formation, truly a troublesome existence. Yi Jian observed the positions of Buddha, Law, and Monk, daring not to let them unleash their abilities again. It seemed necessary to destroy one of them. The other 2 wouldn't be as powerful then. It should also prevent him from using some strange ninjutsu again. Yi Jian thought this to himself, and once again, a Rasengan's aura emerged from his hand, now infused with a trace of lightning attribute. Little brat, after unleashing such a terrifying ninjutsu, you must be out of chakra. Then it's my turn. Hai Lao Zong grinned proudly, and the two Jonin assisted each other in forming seals to boost the power of his skills. White secret technique, Thousand Needle Rain. Hai Lao Zong rapidly formed seals. In the next moment, all the puppets opened their mouths simultaneously, aiming at Yi Jian, unleashing a barrage of needle-like poisonous projectiles. There was no way to evade. He was about to be shot into a sieve. Chapter 27 Annihilation. God-hidden spiraling sphere. Ye Jian only murmured softly as he threw the spiraling sphere with attached attributes towards the Buddha puppet. He drew his sword and struck out two substantial chakra sword waves, tearing through the raging wind. He took a step back, swinging his battle sword like a full moon, blocking all the poison needles. Even if there were some that got through, they were stopped by the lightning armor. However, the spiraling sphere suddenly disappeared with a pop. Ha! What's wrong? Is your chakra consumption too high that you can't even use a decent ninjutsu? Seeing this scene, Hai Lao Zong couldn't help but laugh loudly, then turned into a more sinister grin. Your swordsmanship is indeed impressive, but now you can die. Ye Jian laughed as well. Oh really? Seeing this, Hai Lao Zong sneered fiercely, pretending to be mysterious. Just as he was about to manipulate the puppet to attack, a pale blue spiraling sphere suddenly appeared like a ghost in front of the Buddha puppet. What? Hai Lao Zong was completely stunned, and before he could react, he heard a loud bang and crack as the Buddha puppet was instantly shattered into numerous fragments, flying everywhere. The spiraling sphere vibrated violently and buzzed, clearly about to explode. Not good. Hai Lao Zong was greatly alarmed and wanted to withdraw the nearby puppets, but it was too late. Boom! A massive chakra erupted, transforming into a large, rapidly spinning energy sphere, mercilessly devouring and tearing apart everything around it. The three puppets of Buddha, along with the other two puppets, were all swallowed up and dismembered into pieces in an instant. In the distance, Hai Lao Zong appeared, facing the huge loss, unable to accept it. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Lord Hai Lao Zong. The two Jounin were shocked and hurried to his side, asking if he was all right. I'm fine. Hai Lao Zong trembled as he stood up, looking at Ye Jian, who was also panting on the opposite side, his expression fierce. Together we must kill him. The two Jounin looked at Ye Jian, both horrified in their hearts. What kind of monster is this guy, that even Lord Hai Lao Zong is not his opponent? He is only 14 years old and already so strong. How much stronger will he become in the future? At the same time, both had only one thought. Kill him. We cannot let him grow any stronger. Ha ha ha, kill me? Ye Jian couldn't help but laugh loudly. Then his eyes narrowed, charging towards the three. Let me see who will kill whom. His speed had now reached its peak, and in the blink of an eye, he was in front of the three. Block. Hai Lao Zong flicked his fingers, and the remaining three puppets immediately rushed forward, weapons sprouting from all over. The two Jounin simultaneously retreated, ready to combine their hand seals. You've fallen for it, everyone. Just as Ye Jian was about to approach Hai Lao Zong, he suddenly withdrew sharply, and he had already completed the last seal. Not good. Seeing this scene, Hai Lao Zong felt something was wrong, but it was too late to stop it. Jinjutsu, dark walking technique. Hai Lao Zong and the three felt as if everything suddenly went black before their eyes, unable to see anything. Not good. Hai Lao Zong was greatly alarmed and quickly manipulated the puppets to defend himself inside. He immediately used powerful chakra to try to break free from the Jinjutsu. Just as Hai Lao Zong broke free from the Jinjutsu, he saw the two Jounin looking at each other in disbelief, a scarlet line of blood suddenly appearing on their necks. They then fell to the ground, blood gushing from their necks. Their weapons had all been severed. And not only that, even the barrier had been blasted open with a large hole. This guy's target, could it be? Hai Lao Zong suddenly had a very bad premonition, but he saw Ye Jian suddenly reveal a chilling smile, and he immediately shouted to the sand ninjas outside. Hurry! Reinforce the barrier, his target is. Before he could finish his sentence, a massive gash was opened in his chest. In the next moment, Hai Lao Zong turned into a pile of sand, but the blood droplets remaining in the air indicated that he had not completely evaded this attack. So this is where you appeared. Ye Jian smirked, having sensed where Hai Lao Zong was about to appear, and his battle sword burst with sword intent, lightning crackling. Willow Leaf Dance, Thousand Birds Blade. In the distance, just as Hai Lao Zong had just appeared, Ye Jian also moved, transforming into a streak of lightning. He drew a brilliant arc in the air. The cold blade was already descending before Hai Lao Zhang's chest. Hai Lao Zhang's pupils instantly contracted, but after years of battle, he was not one to be unprepared for such things. Suddenly, a shield puppet appeared in front of him to block the blow. A hint of pride even appeared in his eyes, as if to say, "Sorry, but I have seen through your intentions." But, with aped sound, Hai Lao Zhang's original pride was instantly replaced by shock and pain. His chest was pierced by a cold bolt of lightning, shattering both him and the puppet in front of him. Are you underestimating my swordsmanship a bit too much? If it were before he learned the ninja sword technique, he might not have been able to break through. But now, the ninja sword technique had concentrated his power into one point and amplified its might. No matter how hard the puppet was, it couldn't stop his edge. "Little brat, I'll take you down with me," Hai Lao Zong shouted unwillingly, and a fierce aura surged from his body. He quickly flicked his fingers, and countless blades appeared from within the puppet's body, some even attached with explosive tags and poison. Then the puppet exploded. Ye Jian couldn't help but shiver and immediately retreated without thinking. Bang! In the instant of the explosion, countless cold lights shot out in all directions, causing ripples of attack to spread through the barrier, and the ground was erupting with small holes. A terrifying cloud of poison began to spread throughout the entire formation. Clearly, Hai Lao Zhang's intention was very clear. He wanted to poison Ye Jian to death. A good thought, but can they pull it off? Ye Jian reappeared, already at the edge of the formation. Looking at the four sand ninjas in the formation with panic-stricken faces, he drew his sword and swung it fiercely. Crack! The formation immediately showed cracks, and Ye Jian laughed sinisterly, delivering another powerful punch. Like a mountain colliding, the four sand ninjas felt a terrifying force surge towards them, causing them all to spew blood and stagger back. The formation instantly collapsed. "That guy's coming out, run." The four sand ninjas in the formation saw this scene, their souls nearly flying away in fear. Whoosh! Ye Jian's figure transformed into a streak of lightning again, instantly taking down three of them. "No, please don't kill me." Looking at the sand ninja before him, who was already terrified and incoherent, Ye Jian actually sheathed his sword. Is he planning to stay? The sand ninja suddenly shivered, turned, and ran, glancing back repeatedly, fearing that Ye Jian would suddenly appear behind him. Chapter 28, a glint in his eye. A plan formed then. Why? Looking at the blade that suddenly appeared in front of his chest, Sand Ninja couldn't help but ask in frustration. Am I stupid enough to leave a living witness? I was just messing with you, and you really took it seriously? Ye Jian pulled out his knife, and in the next life? You better not believe such foolish words again. He deactivated the lightning strike armor mode and exited the 100 treasures technique. Suddenly, an overwhelming sense of weakness hit him, as if his body was about to fall apart. He popped the stamina recovery pill, but the system voice suddenly rang out. Sign-in begins. Please head to the body of Hai Lao Zong to complete the sign-in. The sign-in time is 10 seconds. The sudden sign-in and the short time frame made Ye Jian hurry to Hai Lao Zhang's body. Signing in next to someone else's corpse felt strange. Ye Jian couldn't help but complain. Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Puppet Servants 2. Consciousness Probe Technique Scroll 1. Puppet Servants can act according to the host's thoughts, possess various puppet skills, and the host consciousness can also be attached to them, allowing a personal combat experience. Truly the best choice for underhanded tactics. The body is a puppet made by Hai Lao Zong. Once damaged, it cannot be repaired. This is interesting. This is a good item. Whether as support or for doing some shady business, there are ways now. Consciousness Probe Technique can search for information in the minds of all living beings, including corpses, without leaving traces of access. Isn't this the secret technique of the Yamanaka clan? Ye Jian was overjoyed and immediately learned it, then instantly invaded Hai Lao Zhang's consciousness. His brows furrowed immediately. He then realized that the information about Sunagakure was actually sold to them by Noki. And Naka's information undoubtedly came from Danzo. This was a confession directly from Hai Lao Zong himself. Well, since you plotted against me, don't blame me for plotting against you. He instantly thought of a countermeasure. This time, he would make Danzo spit blood. However, since Noki already knew my whereabouts, he might also send a team of IWA ninjas to ambush me. If he were Noki, even if he knew that Hai Lao Zhang's ambush on the rogue Yi Jian should be foolproof, he would still set up another team along the inevitable route to the land of Earth, just in case. In that case, let us turn the tables. Disguising as a sand ninja to inform the IWA ninjas that Hai Lao Zhang's chase failed, but Yi Jian was also seriously injured, asking them to be cautious. Then, using Hai Lao Zhang's identity to eliminate the IWA ninjas, provoking a war between them, which would also relieve the pressure on my Konoha. Yi Jian stroked his chin and decided to go with this plan. Hai Lao Zhang killing people has nothing to do with me. Yi Jian the rogue. Hee hee. This is where the puppet servants come into play. The puppets are made by Hai Lao Zhang, so the IWA ninjas will definitely not suspect Konoha. They probably won't even believe that I could take down Hai Lao Zhang, let alone the ambush team he led. One Hai Lao Zhang, plus 2 Jonin and a dozen special Jonin in combat power. Even Jiraiya would meet his end. After all, he has only just stepped into the level of a Kage and doesn't possess the terrifying strength he had in the future against Pain. Even Jiraiya would meet his demise. Who would think that a little brat who just made a name for himself could accomplish all this? Arriving at Hai Lao Zhang's corpse, Yi Jian emptied his various items from his ninja tool pouch. Hey, I like people who carry their entire belongings with them. Inside, there were puppet technique scrolls, but he wasn't interested in the other ninjutsu from Sunagakure. As for the poisons and a pile of wealth, he was very interested. Money, who doesn't love it? Just right to let the IWA ninjas experience Sunagakure's specialty poison. Speaking of which, the poison obtained from Taki could also be used on the IWA ninjas. After tidying everything up and digging a hole to bury Hai Lao Zhang, Yi Jian began to recover his stamina. He activated his perception technique to prevent anyone from ambushing him. But, isn't this just what I needed? A few hundred meters away, he sensed the presence of an IWA ninja. Now he was even more confident in the success of his plan. Half a day later, Captain, why hasn't this Konoha cold light arrived yet? Is there something wrong? At the border of the land of grass, the IWA ninja next to Noki asked impatiently. What did the scouts say? Noki inquired, but the IWA ninja shook his head. There was still no news. It is indeed a bit strange. It's been so long. And there hasn't been a single word? Noki felt quite puzzled. Logically speaking, Yi Jian should have arrived at the border of the land of grass today. By this time, there should have been some results. Urgent report. Just then, an IWA ninja appeared a few meters in front of Noki and the others. What happened? Did the sand ninja have any news? Noki immediately asked upon seeing the person. Captain, Hai Lao Zhang's pursuit of Konoha Cold Light was unsuccessful, losing 12 sand ninjas, and Konoha Cold Light is seriously injured. Hai Lao Zhang is heading toward us. This response left everyone present in shock. What? That guy Hai Lao Zhang didn't he capture Konoha Cold Light? Noki asked in disbelief. Are you sure this information is accurate? The IWA ninja nodded. My subordinate saw it with his own eyes, so it can't be false. Noki and another Jonin exchanged glances, both feeling incredulous. Are you sure Konoha Cold Light is seriously injured? Noki asked again. Yes. My subordinate saw him struck by Hai Lao Zhang's poison needle and injured by one of the puppets, causing him to spit blood, the IWA ninja replied. Really? Was yesterday's fish delicious? Noki suddenly asked this strange question. A normal person would instinctively answer, delicious. But this IWA ninja suddenly raised his head in confusion. Lord Noki, you should know I don't like fish. Besides, when did we eat fish yesterday? Facing this IWA ninja's confusion, Noki laughed heartily. Don't take it to heart. I was afraid that the enemy might have infiltrated, so I tested you. The IWA ninja nodded, understood. But he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief in his heart. Luckily, he had checked the relevant information, or it would have been disastrous this time. He was, of course, Yi Jian in disguise. The real IWA ninja scout had long since died. Who? Just then, Noki suddenly shouted in a certain direction. This immediately put everyone on high alert. It's me, everyone from IWA Shinobi Village. An old voice came, and Hai Lao Zhang appeared, with 2 puppets floating behind him. Hai Lao Zhang, what are you doing here? Where's Konoha Cold Light? Upon seeing Hai Lao Zhang, Noki immediately shouted in question. To my shame, I let him escape, but he is already seriously injured. Don't misunderstand, everyone. I came to inform you of this news. Hai Lao Zong bowed to the IWA shinobi and spoke with hatred in his voice. Please give me another chance. I cannot tolerate Konoha Cold Light continuing to live. Chapter 29, Digging a Pit for On Noki. Huangta couldn't help but sneer at this. Humph. Why should we give you this opportunity? Your lack of ability is your own problem. Our ambush on Konoha's Hongguang is our business. I remember we agreed beforehand that if you failed to take down Konoha's Hongguang, the task would fall to us. What's wrong, Lord Kaleo Zhang? As a dignified puppet master, a significant figure in Sunagakure, are you really going to go back on your word? Hearing this, Kaleo Zhang's expression darkened. So, everyone, is there truly no room for negotiation? Huangtu detected the malice in his words. Kaleo Zhang, are you planning to make a move against us? Kaleo Zhang calmly replied. I'm afraid I have no choice. I must kill Yanji and myself. As soon as he finished speaking, two phantoms suddenly rushed out from behind him, heading straight for Huangtu and his group. A torrent of poisonous Senbon rained down like a storm, moving at an incredible speed. This far exceeded Huangtu's understanding of puppet masters. However, considering that the opponent was a puppet master, such strength was not unexpected, so he hurriedly formed hand seals to create a barrier in defense. However, the IWA ninja, who had just knelt before him, was suddenly pierced through the back by a sneak attack. You bastard! Huangtu was furious and retaliated, but unexpectedly, the IWA ninja swiftly retreated and had transformed into a Suna ninja. Didn't he see that coming, did you, Huangtu? The Suna ninja laughed triumphantly. Just as the poisonous needles were about to turn Huangtu into a sieve, another Nin swooped in to save him. But the remaining IWA ninjas were not all so fortunate. A group of IWA ninjas was hit and immediately collapsed, twitching violently. Originally a team of 20, now only 10 remained. Ah, Karamaru, you bastard! Huangtu appeared, seeing this scene, and his eyes filled with rage. Run, Huangtu! The Nin who saved him shouted. Do you think we could take on that bastard, Kaleo Zhang? Not to mention, he has an accomplice. If you don't leave now, we'll all die here. The IWA Nin stood in front of Huangtu, shouting, So, you quickly take Huangtu and leave. The rest of us will hold him off. Huangtu was horrified and was about to refuse when the Nin said, Huangtu, did the Tsuchikage teach you to be wishy-washy? Go. With that, he charged straight at Kaleo Zhang. Where do you think you're going? Karamaru shouted, immediately pursuing them. Since we've already made our move, how could we let you escape? This is a perfect chance to frame Konoha's Hongguang. Haha. Kaleo Zhang clearly thought the same, and two puppets immediately flew out, unleashing the white secret technique. Poison mist. A terrifying cloud of poisonous mist spewed forth, instantly enveloping the IWA Nin. No. Huangtu's eyes widened in fury as he shouted, Kaleo Zhang, I want to. We'll never let this go with you. Sunagakure. He then turned and quickly retreated with Zuojia and Yujia. The IWA Nin flew out of the poison mist quickly, but as soon as he appeared, a flurry of shurikens came at him. How could it be so fast? He had a new understanding of the puppet master's power and hurriedly swung his sword to block. Puffed. Sounds of sharp weapons piercing something echoed from the poison mist. The Nin gritted his teeth, knowing that several of their elite IWA ninjas had fallen. But while he was blocking, another puppet attacked from behind, a blade shining like the full moon. The IWA Nin was horrified. White fan technique, how is that possible? You. But a bolt of lightning suddenly pierced through his chest. It's Kaleo Zhang. You are definitely not Kaleo Zhang. Who exactly are you? Puffed. Yanjian's next strike interrupted his words. When the poison mist dissipated, the remaining 5 IWA ninjas stared wide-eyed at the scene. How could this be? Captain Heishi is dead, just like that? Run. We're no match for them. We must bring this news to the Tsuchikage. One of the IWA ninjas said, and the other 4 immediately turned to flee in different directions. Hee, do you think that is possible? Karamaru grinned, darting through the scene like a flash of lightning. This speed, you are not the Suna ninja, Karamaru, you are. The IWA ninja who spoke of escaping widened his eyes. But suddenly his sword interrupted his words. The other 4 IWA ninjas had already perished. Dead men should stop talking so much nonsense. Karimaru pulled out his long knife, speaking indifferently. Forget it. Don't chase the ones who fled. If they scatter, how can we catch up? We defall right into the IWA ninjas' encirclement, which would be counterproductive. Kaleo Zhang turned and said, "Let us go back and report to Lord Kazakage. With this Nin, we'll know Iwa's next plans, and we can decide whether to form an alliance with Konoha." Karimaru nodded and followed Kaleo Zhang as they left. No one saw the slight smile that crept on both of their faces, as if their words had been deliberately spoken for someone to hear. Indeed, hiding behind a tree not far away was an IWA ninja. His previous words were intentionally directed at this IWA ninja. As for the purpose, that was to incite a war between IWA and Suna. Even if they couldn't, they could make them wary of each other, thereby lightening Konoha's burden. As for Danzo, we'll settle that score slowly. Yanjian certainly didn't plan to return to Konoha anytime soon. He needed to wait until the situation between IWA and Suna began to ferment before heading back. Only then would the effect be optimal. What did you say? Suna plans to ally with Konoha, and they captured Heishi? Anoki had just learned that his son Huangtu had been severely injured, and that Kaleo Zhang had attacked their IWA ninjas. Still in shock and anger, he wondered why Kaleo Zhang would attack them for no reason. Someone like Kaleo Zhang didn't seem like a mindless person. What benefit would this have for him? But from the mouth of this IWA ninja, he learned the reason for Kaleo Zhang's actions. It was actually to form an alliance with Konoha. This revelation shocked him. But what terrified Anoki even more was that Heishi had the entire battle plan of IWA in his head. This included coordinating with Kumogakure to attack Konoha at the time of the battle between Suna and Konoha at Jeking Mountain, taking advantage of the fact that most of Konoha's forces were concentrated on the front lines to launch a sudden attack. There was even a plan to incite Kumogakure to charge first, letting both Konoha and IWA suffer heavy losses, and then pick off the defeated side to gain benefits. In the original story, this was indeed how things unfolded, leading to the Third Reikage fighting against 10,000 IWA ninjas and ultimately dying from exhaustion. Chapter 30. Indeed stepping into a trap. Noki couldn't imagine the terrible consequences if Sunagakure learned of their plan, joined forces with Konoha, and if Kumogakure found out that a Wagakure was preparing to stab them in the back. They couldn't withstand a joint attack from Konoha, Kumogakure, and Sunagakure. Quickly, send someone to pursue Izoso. We must not let him return this news to Sunagakure. Noki hurriedly gathered the elites of a Wagakure and the Jinchuriki of the Four Tails to go together. They must retrieve the Black Stone corpse from Izoso. This battle plan absolutely cannot leak. As for the injury to the Yellow Earth, that can be discussed later. At this moment, on a road in the land of grass, Noki, I suppose you have already started sending people to pursue me. That's perfect. You will have no evidence left. Noki sends people to chase Izoso, but Sunagakure has yet to see Izoso return. Finally, they find Izoso's corpse at the border of the land of grass. What do you think Sunagakure will think? Iwagakure killed Izoso. This grudge will never be settled. Let the wind blow even stronger. He whispered softly, finding a cave, and continued to practice the newly acquired consciousness detection technique. Just right. Let's see what you Iwagakure are really planning. Is it like in the original story, betting on both sides, wanting to ambush Konoha while plotting against Kumogakure? Yajian once again probed into the consciousness of the Black Stone. Initially, his face showed excitement, a look of as expected. Then, it suddenly turned incredibly cold, chillingly. Good, Danzo, my whereabouts were indeed leaked to Noki by you. It was just a guess before, but now it's confirmed. Very well, I will settle this score with you. Retracing his steps, he erased the traces of his intrusion and entered the practice of swordsmanship and the 100 Heroes technique. But compared to his calmness, Noki was completely unsettled. What? Are you saying there's no trace of Izoso anywhere in the entire land of grass? Upon hearing the news brought back by the pursuit team, Noki felt a chill rushing to his head. Not good, I've been schemed against. Noki thought quickly and immediately realized he had been deceived. Perhaps the person who took the Black Stone was not really Izoso at all. But now, even if I had 100 mouths, I couldn't explain it. The pursuit order was issued by him. Izoso is still alive, as confirmed by their IWA shinobi. But in the end, they said they didn't find Izoso, and he also didn't return to Sunagakure. So, how will others think? IWA shinobi lied. They killed Izoso for the sake of the Jane Neen Blackstone. Who exactly has such cunning? Noki felt a chill in his heart. The unknown enemy is the most terrifying. Danzo, must be you. Who benefits from this? Only Konoha. And the only one in Konoha who could do such a thing is Danzo. Bastard, was this your purpose in selling me information? Noki immediately regretted it. If he hadn't been so slow to realize, this wouldn't have happened. And at this moment, in Sunagakure. Noki, I want your Iwagakure to pay with your lives. Chiyo's eyes were blood red as she shouted, her voice extremely piercing. She looked at Kazekage Raza, filled with resentment. Unite with Konoha Kazekage. Whether it's to avenge Izoso or for the greater good of Sunagakure, this is the best choice. Do you want Izoso to die in vain? If you're unwilling to bow down, I will help you. Looking at the corpse that was left with only a head, Chiyo could not remain calm no matter what. Blood feud must be repaid with blood. All right, just as Chiyo said, whether it is to avenge Izoso or for the interests of Sunagakure, uniting with Konoha to attack Iwagakure is a good excuse. A day later, in the Hokage office, the three advisors and the Hokage gathered, looking at Yajian, who had just returned from completing his mission, with different expressions. I didn't expect you to succeed in completing the mission. Not only that, but you also successfully incited hatred between Iwagakure and Sunagakure, promoting a ceasefire between Sunagakure and our Konoha and forming an alliance to deal with Iwagakure, and even let IWA shinobi kill Izoso. Sarutobi, you have taken in an exceptional disciple. Shimura Danzo said coldly, feigning praise. He didn't believe that Yajian could kill Izoso. Mito Kazumi and Nara Shikaku also nodded, their eyes filled with admiration as they looked at Yajian. Hearing this, Yajian couldn't help but smile. I must thank you, Lord Danzo, for your assistance. If you hadn't leaked my whereabouts to the Tsuchikage, Kazekage wouldn't have learned about my location from the Tsuchikage and sent someone to ambush me, which allowed me to guide both sides and achieve this success. As soon as these words came out, the third Hokage frowned and reprimanded. Shut up, Yajian. You just made a great contribution and already don't know your place? Are you unaware of the consequences of slandering a Hokage advisor? Being a disciple of the Hokage is not an excuse for your reckless words. Good heavens, the third Hokage seemed to be reprimanding. Yet he was actually telling Yajian that as long as there is evidence, it wouldn't be slander. Lord Hokage, you'll know soon. I believe Senior Hiruzen will present the evidence to you shortly. Yajian could easily read the meaning behind the third Hokage's words and said with a smile. Watching Danzo's face darken, Yajian felt an inner delight. Let you scheme against me. Now you'll have to spit blood. He didn't believe the third Hokage could remain calm after seeing his disciple being plotted against. If that were the case, he would immediately defect from Konoha. Danzo, I hope you can give me an explanation then. The third Hokage looked at Danzo beside him with an unfriendly tone. I had you secretly connect with the major villages to carry out tasks beneficial to Konoha, not to do such things. If you misuse that, I will have to take back this power. This made Danzo's face turn even uglier, and his gaze towards Yajian became colder. But Yajian acted as if he didn't see it, and instead said, Oh, by the way, I assumed Tsuchikage must feel that he has been tricked this time. If your spies in Iwagakure are not recalled soon, they might just disappear. Danzo almost spat blood. Good heavens, the Hokage had just threatened his life, and Yajian was now stabbing his heart. Truly a master and disciple. Do I still need you to remind me of such things? Danzo snorted coldly, not expecting Yajian to be so bold as to speak such dirty deeds out loud. But then he thought, he is the Hokage's disciple. So it seems there's nothing wrong with what he said. Not long after, the intelligence department personnel under Yamamoto Hiruzen brought in the information. The third Hokage's face quickly darkened. Chapter 31. If the root is rotten, then it must be removed. Because on this matter, there is indeed content about Danzo selling information about Yahiko's whereabouts to Inoki. Danzo, I officially inform you that I am revoking all your powers to connect the various forces in the ninja world today. You will stay obediently in the root organization. Also, You must keep the news of Yahiko instigating a feud between Sunagakure and Iwagakure, allowing us to ally with Sunagakure. Confidential. If there is any leakage or if Yahiko encounters any more problems, I will hold you responsible. If similar incidents occur again, I will show no mercy. Faced with the third Hokage's harsh decision, Danzo could no longer remain calm. Sarutobi, you. The third Hokage looked over, narrowing his eyes slightly. What, Danzo? Do you want to defy the Hokage's orders? Danzo gritted his teeth, his face filled with unwillingness, and finally said, I dare not. He shot Yahiko a resentful glance and then left in a huff. If looks could kill, Yahiko would have died many times over. Having someone backing him felt really good. Watching Danzo's frustrated and blood-boiling appearance, Yahiko felt a surge of relief in his heart. However, now that the face-off was complete, he had to be careful of his retaliation. Strength. He still needed to have enough powerful strength. As long as he was strong enough, he could fear no one and no obstacles in doing what he wanted to do. The initial intention of his efforts to become stronger was to control his own fate. As for the hidden Uchiha Madara, Kurizetsu, and other puppet masters manipulating the ninja world, they also needed to be cautious. Therefore, he could not relax for even a moment. Yahiko, what do you think of this outcome? The third Hokage looked at his disciple and said with a smile, using my hand to take back part of Danzo's powers. Indeed, is something worth celebrating. Seeing this, Yahiko thought to himself, but on the surface, he said, I have no objections. The good and bad have already been handled by the third Hokage. What else could he say? You worked hard this time, and you did well. Minyan, Koharu, I have something I want to ask him privately. What do you think? The two advisors immediately stood up, saying they understood. Hizashi, you can handle the rest of the matters as Hokage. You're right. We old bones should indeed retire. After the advisors left, the third Hokage had Yahiko sit down in front of him. After taking a puff of smoke, he asked, Zuki, you were the one who killed him, right? He is not like Danzo. He could feel the sharp aura within Yahiko, which was not much inferior to the three ninjas. Yahiko nodded, right? The third Hokage immediately took a breath in surprise and asked, How did you manage to do that? The three ninjas might not even be able to do it. Yahiko replied, taking out a small vial from his ninja tool pouch. This contains the toxin extracted from the body of the Suna, Jonin Takigakure. Chio couldn't neutralize it. So naturally, Zuki couldn't either. The third Hokage then understood. So that's how it is. I thought you relied on your strength to take down Zuki. Yahiko smiled and said, I could say that, but would you believe me, sensei? The third Hokage chuckled and shook his head. A 14-year-old boy taking down a puppet master? Unless he is a bloodline limit ninja. The third Hokage continued to ask, his tone suddenly turning serious. Are you not afraid that if you kill an IWA ninja and frame it on a Suna ninja, it might bring trouble to Konoha if you fail? Yahiko remained calm. If I don't have this capability, what kind of Hokage disciple would I be? The third Hokage continued to ask, Do you know why I revoked Danzo's powers? Yahiko shook his head. The third Hokage took a puff of smoke and said slowly, Because not only was your whereabouts leaked, but Minato's was as well. If it weren't for the Flying Thunder God technique, he would not have been able to come back. Danzo's actions this time have truly crossed my bottom line. Upon hearing this, Yahiko was greatly shocked. He didn't expect Danzo to be so crazy. No wonder the third Hokage, who had always been indecisive, was so ruthless this time. The third Hokage shook his head and said, But Minato didn't say anything. Instead, you boldly directed your spear at Danzo. Hearing this, Yahiko chuckled. So, sensei, you chose Minato, who could take the overall situation into account, as Hokage instead of me. He dares to aim at Danzo, because he has evidence. This made the third Hokage laugh. How old are you? And you're already thinking about the Hokage position? He then became serious again. I've actually wanted to revoke this power for a long time, but I never found a reason. But you just gave me one. Speaking of the Hokage position, I think you would also be quite suitable, but unfortunately, your qualifications and age are too regrettable. Yahiko replied, Regrettable? I don't feel that way. Seeing the third Hokage's surprised look, Yahiko shrugged. The village is a tree, and the Hokage is the trunk, but a tree cannot have only a trunk. It also needs branches and leaves. So, it is fine for me to be a branch or leaf. We all contribute to Konoha. The third Hokage couldn't help but laugh. You kid. He continued. Do you think Danzo's power is too large? Hearing this, Yahiko's eyes sharpened. And then he said, I don't know about that. It's not for me to evaluate. But I only know that if a big tree's roots are rotten, they must be dug out. Otherwise, it will affect the entire tree. Once the trunk rots, it won't be of any use even if it encounters spring. Teacher, I just said it casually. Don't take it seriously. It seems like nothing was said, but in reality, everything was said. The third Hokage smiled and said, of course. After chatting with the third Hokage for a while longer, Yahiko left. Teacher, this kid is really too much like you. Watching Yahiko's departing figure, the third Hokage sighed. If this kid becomes a high-ranking official in the future, he will definitely lead Konoha to a brighter future. Konoha medical team, you've come? When Yahiko arrived, Tsunade was teaching Shizune and the others medical techniques. The mission is complete. I came to report my safety to Teacher Tsunade. Tsunade looked at him with admiration, saying he did well in the matter regarding Sunagakure and Iwagakure, and of course, Danzo's fate was also good. Yahiko chuckled, I think so too. Then he went to the vice-captain's office, listened to his shadow clone recount recent affairs, and then left again. With a shadow clone handling the medical team's affairs, he wouldn't be accused of negligence. Konoha Medical Hospital. If it weren't for your help in developing the Rasengan, I probably really wouldn't have made it back. Minato, covered in bandages, looked at Yahiko gratefully. Yahiko checked and confirmed that the bones were unharmed, and the remaining injuries would heal in a few days. He was somewhat surprised. Did it make you unable to return? What kind of enemy did you encounter? The AB combination hasn't appeared yet. Did the third Raikage make a move? Chapter 32. Promotion, Special Jonin, Son of the Raikage and the Eight Tails Jinchuriki. Minato Namikaze said solemnly, I was attacked as soon as I arrived at the border of the Land of Lightning. In the end, I heavily injured the Son of the Raikage with wind-style chakra, infused with attributes, and barely completed the mission after capturing a Cloud Ninja. He looked at Yakumo and couldn't help but praise, You're still more impressive, Yakumo. Not only did you complete your mission, but you also stirred up relations between the Iwagakure and Sunagakure, alleviating the pressure on our front lines. If it were me, I definitely couldn't have done it. Yakumo waved his hand in response, saying it was just luck. Otherwise, it could have backfired. Minato shook his head. You're always so humble. By the way, I haven't congratulated you on your promotion to Special Jonin. Saying this, he took out a scroll. This contains my insights on high-speed combat. I hope it helps you. Yakumo wanted to refuse, but couldn't turn down Minato, so he accepted it. In Konoha Village, the news of Yakumo's promotion to Special Jonin attracted considerable attention. However, no one felt it was inappropriate. Yakumo had that kind of strength. Many even thought that, given Yakumo's contributions in medical support, becoming a Jonin was sufficient. The healing potions he invented and the soldier pills could successfully treat most non-life-threatening injuries, greatly boosting the morale and combat effectiveness of Konoha ninjas while significantly reducing the casualty rate. Everyone is talking about you now. Your reputation is no less than ours. The legendary Three Ninjas, Jiraiya said in a restaurant. To this, Yakumo just smiled. What about Sunagakure and Iwagakure? How are things over there? Yakumo asked. Although he was a Hokage disciple, he still didn't have the qualifications to participate in high-level meetings. With the intelligence Yu and Minato brought back from Iwagakure and Kumogakure, the old man is discussing tactics with the higher-ups, Jiraiya replied while taking a sip of his drink. However, it can be confirmed that the ceasefire between Konoha and Sunagakure has become a fact. Sunagakure suffered heavy losses and plans to bite off a piece of flesh from Iwagakure to compensate for their losses. As for Kumogakure, I don't know what kind of price Inoki paid to form an alliance again with the Third Raikage, who should have been schemed against. Now, Konoha is being attacked from both sides. Yakumo was also surprised. The Third Raikage dares to cooperate with Inoki? Isn't he afraid of Inoki using the same trick again while they are engaged in a fierce battle with us? Jiraiya shook his head. Who knows? Yakumo asked again. What about Kirigakure? They might take this opportunity to launch a sneak attack. Jiraiya nodded in agreement. However, the old man and the others believe that Kirigakure has been closed off for a long time and doesn't have any particularly strong ninjas. So there's no need to worry too much. His tone carried a hint of helplessness. So, it turns out that I facilitated the cooperation between Iwagakure and Kumogakure? Yakumo said somewhat unhappily. Jiraiya laughed heartily, not necessarily. Even before the war started, Sunagakure became our ally, and Inoki has already paid a price. Without your plan this time, who knows how the war would have turned out? At least the situation is clearer now. Yakumo nodded, agreeing with this. But your good days are coming to an end. You must bear the responsibilities of a special jonin. Jiraiya patted Yakumo's shoulder, reminiscing about how that little kid has now become one of Konoha's pillars. Yakumo smiled back. The future is bright. In the afternoon, after Yakumo was promoted to special jonin, Kakashi, Noara Hashin, and others naturally came to offer their congratulations. The distance between us is getting further and further. Noara Hashin sighed sincerely in his heart. He wondered if being born in the same era as someone like Yakumo was a blessing or a curse. These are for you. Yakumo suddenly pulled out several scrolls and handed them to everyone present. These contain my insights on swordsmanship. War is coming, and I hope that after the war, you all remain safe. Everyone was taken aback and quickly declined, saying they couldn't accept such a heavy gift. Yakumo's expression darkened. Do you not consider me a friend? This made Noara Hashin and the others hurriedly wave their hands, and they had no choice but to accept. Don't worry, I've already discussed this with Lord Hokage, and he approved. This statement immediately alleviated many of their concerns. They were hesitant to accept it because it was too precious and feared being blamed by the Hokage. Guy, this is specifically for you, Yakumo said, looking at Might Guy, who was the only one not receiving a scroll and seemed a bit disappointed. You're a taijutsu ninja, so of course you can't be the same as them. He smiled encouragingly. I believe that in the near future, you will definitely become an outstanding taijutsu ninja. Upon hearing this, Might Guy was moved to tears and shouted loudly, giving Yakumo a thumbs up. Yakumo, just you wait. I will definitely become the best taijutsu ninja. Yakumo smiled in response. I've always believed that. Everyone felt warmth in their hearts. Yakumo was genuinely treating them as friends and sincerely hoped they could have stronger life-saving abilities. They all secretly told themselves that they must not let Yakumo down. For Yakumo, these people in front of him were both comrades and his future personal forces. For both public and private reasons, Yakumo hoped they could become stronger and survive the war intact. You all need to train hard. I will check your training results in a week. Yakumo joked. Ha ha ha, of course. This is a matter of life and death. How can we not take it seriously? Noara Hashin and others laughed. Time flew by, and a week passed quickly. At the 7th training ground, I can't take it anymore, Yakumo. You're too amazing. We've been training hard for a week, and even a few of us together can't force you to use ninjutsu. It's too discouraging. Noara Hashin slumped to the ground. Doubting life. I agree. Bunta chimed in, Yakumo, you're a monster. We really can't compare. Hearing this, Yakumo, holding a wooden sword, chuckled compared to 7 days ago. Do you think you've improved? To this, Noara Hashin and the others agreed. They could each easily defeat their selves from 7 days ago. At this moment, Kakashi stood up again, looking at Might Guy, who still had energy left. Shall we go again? Might Guy shouted yes. The items Yakumo gave him that day were restorative medicines. This was what a taijutsu ninja like him needed the most. He felt lighter than ever before, and his taijutsu progress had suddenly advanced significantly. Therefore, he felt increasingly that he couldn't let Yakumo down for all the hard work he had put into training them. Chapter 33. Uchiha, sure sway ha, alright, here we go. Yejin laughed loudly, then pounced on the two like a fierce cheetah. With one punch, he sent Might Guy flying, and with another hand, he grabbed Kakashi's arm that was coming in with lightning, throwing him fiercely away. Ninjutsu, instant shuriken technique. He threw a flurry of shurikens, which instantly descended upon the two under the enhancement of his ninjutsu. Both of them felt their hair stand on end as they quickly swatted away the incoming shurikens. Only by facing Yejin directly would one truly understand how ferocious he was. Being caught in his offensive left no room to breathe. Kakashi, watch out behind you. Noiragama suddenly shouted. Kakashi, startled, realized that Yejin had already appeared behind him. This was bad. With Yejin's punch coming at him, he had no time to react. Zizizizi. A layer of lightning instantly enveloped him, surging violently toward Yejin. Lightning armor. You've even learned this. No wonder it's you, Kakashi. Yejin praised. But still wasn't he enough. Yejin swung down a punch without dodging, and Kakashi was sent flying like a kite with its string cut. But in the next moment, he transformed into a mass of lightning. Lightning clone, lightning release, purple lightning transmission. Behind Yejin, Kakashi reappeared, quickly forming hand signs and shouting here. The lightning suddenly seemed to connect with Kakashi, transforming into a bolt of lightning that shot toward Yejin at incredible speed. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to react in time. Have you already developed a new application for purple lightning? Yejin marveled internally. Truly, Kakashi was impressive. He suddenly swayed, but the lightning bolt had already missed its target. Guy now. Kakashi suddenly shouted toward Yejin's back. Yejin couldn't help but look back. There was no one. He immediately realized he had been tricked. Ha ha, Yejin, take my kick. Coming straight at Yejin, Might Guy charged in with the second gate open. Konoha, great whirlwind. Yejin only saw a massive whip-like leg coming at him like a fan with immense force. Yejin was about to retreat, but suddenly felt his feet stuck. Earth release, Yellow Spring Swamp. Not far away, Kakashi's voice came with a hint of pride. But just as he was about to be hit, Yejin transformed into a block of wood. Kakashi, it seems I can only deal with you to take care of Guy. Hearing this voice from behind, Kakashi's pupils constricted. There was no time to react. Boy, have you ever been kicked by light? Kakashi only saw a dazzling bolt of lightning strike his chest. In an instant, he saw the lightning create a wave, reaching Guy's back, delivering another blow that sent Might Guy crashing into the ground. Another one done. Is even the current Kakashi this powerless? Noaragima looked at the now visible Yejin, then glanced at Kakashi and Might Guy, who were gasping for breath as they got up, sincerely lamenting. Without using ninjutsu or sword techniques, they were simply no match for him. How terrifying. All right, let us call it a day for today's training. I'm very satisfied with your progress over these 7 days. Yejin looked at everyone and sincerely said, make sure to come back alive. Everyone nodded, and Yejin handed each of them a bottle of healing potion and a bottle of pain relief potion. Once Kakashi and the others had left, Yejin turned to the bushes behind him and said, come out. A boy with a serious expression and tousled hair, but with a round nose, stepped out from the bushes. From the emblem on his clothing, he was actually from the Uchiha clan. Uchiha, sure sway, right? Why were you spying on our training? Yejin asked the boy, who was the same age as Kakashi, in a tone that was neither cold nor warm. Uchiha Shursue's age is unknown. Said as the same age as Kakashi, I didn't mean to spy. It was just too exciting, and I couldn't help but watch a bit longer. I'm sorry, I won't do it again. Uchiha Shursui apologized respectfully. Looking at Uchiha Shursui, Yejin suddenly smiled and said, I heard you were the most talented member of the Uchiha clan. Come, let's have a match, and I'll forgive you for spying. Hearing this, Uchiha Shursui thought he misheard and looked at Yejin in astonishment. Come on, let me see what level someone more talented than Kakashi is at. Yejin unsheathed his long knife, clearly indicating he was not joking. Is that so? Then I must offend you. Seeing Yejin was serious, Uchiha Shursui took a deep breath. He was also eager to fight Yejin. He didn't expect to win. He just wanted to know how far he was from his opponent. Fire release, Poppy Blossom Red. Uchiha Shursui attacked without holding back. The surrounding air instantly blurred, and the shurikens shot out, wrapped in terrifying flames. Impressive, such mastery of fire release. Even Yejin couldn't help but praise. It was hard to imagine this was unleashed by a 10-year-old child. He leaped to evade, but Uchiha Shursui suddenly smirked and yanked with his right hand. The scattered fireballs exploded into sparks, instantly filling all escape routes around Yejin like a meteor shower. Such application is also possible? Impressive, Yejin praised, quickly dodging through the dense attacks. Here, just as Yejin appeared, he heard Uchiha Shursui's voice beside him. Shursui glared at him fiercely, casting a genjutsu. His eyes transformed into double tomo. Not good. Ninjutsu, instant shuriken technique. Faced with the shuriken that appeared in front of him in an instant, Uchiha Shursui had no choice but to give up. But he saw Yejin throw another shuriken. The one he had already dodged suddenly changed direction midair and came back at him. What? Shuriken throwing can work like this? Uchiha Shursui was shocked. feeling as if he had an epiphany. Boy, have you ever been kicked by light? Yejian's voice echoed in Shirsui's ears, and his hair stood on end. The speed was too fast, with no time to react. In the next moment, he was sent flying by Yejian. Woo-wah-woo-wah! But Uchiha Shirsui instantly scattered into a flock of crows. He appeared behind Yejian and quickly threw a shuriken. Fast, young man. Yejian didn't turn back. Swinging his sword like a crescent moon, the shuriken was knocked away and Uchiha Shirsui's body was torn apart. As expected, he transformed back into crows once more. Chapter 34, I just said it casually, but I didn't guide you. Even Yejian must admit that Uchiha Shirsui's crow clone technique is indeed mastered to perfection. Even he feels a bit at a loss. The next place to appear, is it ahead? Yejian opened his sensory technique and immediately sensed chakra fluctuations coming from the front. Whoosh! Uchiha Shirsui appeared, and in an instant, his hair stood on end because Yejian had already reached in front of him, slapping down with one palm. Binding technique. Uchiha Shirsui suddenly looked up, his right eye widening and shouting. Yejian felt his body suddenly unable to move, and Uchiha Shirsui quickly took the opportunity to retreat, his hands forming seals like a phantom. Fire style, great dragon fire technique. Roar, like a frenzied curtain. The surging crimson flames instantly engulfed everything in front of Yejian. Sword technique. Yejian's sword intent erupted, and with one slash, he tore through the terrifying flames. But amidst the tearing flames, Uchiha Shirsui reappeared in front of Yejian. A terrifying fireball crashing toward him. Fire style, great fireball technique. The terrifying fireball instantly engulfed Yejian. But Uchiha Shirsui immediately sensed something was wrong and quickly used the substitution technique to dodge. In the next moment, a bolt of lightning swept past where he had just been, and that terrifying fireball was split in half by a single strike. No wonder he is called the most talented person of the Uchiha clan. His reaction is indeed very quick. Looking at Uchiha Shirsui, who appeared again, Yejian grinned. If you have any tricks, feel free to use them. Seeing this, Uchiha Shirsui took a deep breath, using the body flicker technique. 1 became 2. 2 became 4. In an instant, there were more than a dozen Uchiha Shizuis in the field. I'm coming, the Uchiha Shizui shouted, and in an instant, a large group rushed toward Yejian, attacking from all directions. Sword technique, Chidori blade. Yejian suddenly drew his sword, and in an instant, electric light erupted, transforming into terrifying lightning that surged forth like a fierce venomous snake. All the Uchiha Shizuis in the sky seemed like phantoms. The lightning passed through without obstruction, and only one of them cried out in pain as he was blasted away. Is the real one that one? Yejian's figure flickered, and he arrived in front of the real body, slapping down. Bang! Accompanied by a tremor in the ground, all the Uchiha Shizuis disappeared. I lost. Uchiha Shirsui got up from the ground and looked at Yejian. This idea is quite good, but it's not fully perfected yet. Uchiha Shirsui nodded at these words, but he felt a bit confused about the final form. If it's all phantoms, it's of no use other than confusing the enemy. If it's all solid, it's too wasteful. Half solid and half phantom is obviously the correct choice. It can both confuse the enemy and catch them off guard. But Uchiha Shirsui looked at Yejian, his eyes filled with deep hope. I feel this technique shouldn't just be like this. There should be a more advanced form. Do you have any ideas? This was also the reason why Uchiha Shirsui secretly observed Yejian training Kakashi and the others. Nowadays, in Konoha, everyone knows that Yejian is quite talented in guiding the development of ninjutsu. So, he wanted to try his luck. Why do you think I would help you? Yejian raised the corner of his mouth, and besides, everyone in the village is very resistant to you. So why should I go out of my way? Upon hearing this, Uchiha Shirsui's eyes dimmed immediately, and he said dejectedly, True, but I still want to thank you for your guidance. Just now, Yejian-kun. Uchiha Shirsui deeply bowed to Yejian and was about to leave. Have you ever thought about combining the solid and the phantom? When it's phantom, it's solid. When it's solid, it's phantom. The enemy thinks it's solid, but when they attack, it's a phantom. When the enemy thinks it's a phantom and lets their guard down, it's the solid one that attacks them. After saying this, he waved his hand, saying, I didn't guide you. Just treat what I said as if you didn't hear it. But Uchiha Shursui felt as if he had been struck awake, and his thoughts instantly cleared. Right? Developing it this way is exactly the final form he wants. Yejin Dano, Hokage is asking for you. On the way home, a member of the Umbu suddenly appeared in front of Yejin. Got it. Yejin flickered and dashed toward the Hokage building. What's wrong, teacher? Did you need something? After respectfully greeting, Yejin asked about the third Hokage's intentions. I heard you've been training Kakashi, Gunma, and the others for the past 7 days. You're increasingly showing the qualities of a special jonin, which is great. Yejin wiped his sweat upon hearing this, saying it wasn't really training. He just provided them some guidance on swordsmanship, and it was their own efforts that led to such satisfactory results. The third Hokage smiled, regardless. You have nurtured several pillars for Konoha. He continued, I heard you just fought against Uchiha Shursui. What do you think of this child? Yejin couldn't help but smile. His talent is even better than mine. He is very polite, and he is worth cultivating. But then again, he is the descendant of Uchiha Kagami, so it's not surprising that he has such abilities. However, someone with his personality might not be able to bear letting others suffer in difficult situations and might take everything upon himself, ultimately failing to protect anything. Upon hearing this, the third Hokage's expression turned thoughtful. Are you saying? Yejin shrugged. I'm not in a position to discuss this topic right now. This made the third Hokage feel very uncomfortable. If it weren't for Yejin being his disciple, he really wanted to grab Yejin and extract all the information in his head at the intelligence department. Halfway through speaking is really infuriating. Not to mention, it concerns such a crucial issue regarding the Uchiha clan. The third Hokage continued, I'll keep an eye on the troubles in the village. Once you hit the battlefield, be careful. I hope when you come back next time, you'll still be alive and well. Hearing the concern in the third Hokage's words, Yejin snorted, Don't worry, old man. I'm quite afraid of dying. Is everything all right? If there is nothing else, I'll take my leave. The third Hokage thought for a moment and said seriously, Is there really no way to help Tsunade with her blood phobia? Hearing this topic, Yejin's playful expression turned serious. This is a mental illness. Only Tsunade-sensei can walk out of the shadow herself. Otherwise, only a miracle could help. The third Hokage couldn't help but sigh upon hearing this. If Tsunade could actively walk out of the shadow, there would be no need to mention it. At this moment, in the Uchiha clan, Shursui, I heard you fought with Yejin today. What happened? Did you have a conflict with him? Uchiha clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku, frowned and asked. Yejin is a disciple of the third Hokage. If such a thing occurs and is exaggerated, it would imply dissatisfaction with the Hokage. This would undoubtedly make the already precarious situation of the Uchiha clan even more difficult. Chapter 35. Everyone comes to me for guidance. Am I all-powerful? No, Patriarch, you misunderstand. Uchiha Shursui shook his head. I did fight him, but there was no conflict. On the contrary, I received his guidance. Hearing this, Uchiha Fugaku couldn't help but show a hint of surprise. That wild Yejin actually guided Uchiha Shursui? How rare. But looking at the excitement on Uchiha Shursui's face, it was clear he wasn't lying. So he said to Uchiha Shursui, I understand, you can go train now. After Uchiha Shursui left, Uchiha Fugaku pondered. Yejin might become one of the hopes for our Uchiha clan to overcome difficulties. I need to restrain the Uchiha clan members and prevent them from clashing with that guy. A new day. No way, Kai. When did you become this strong? This is not scientific. At the 7th training ground, a boy who somewhat resembled the third Hokage said in confusion, Impossible. This must be an illusion. How could I possibly not win against you? He attacked again, only to be kicked away by Might Guy with a few moves. No, I need to change opponents. Come off, fight me. The boy, unwilling to accept defeat, switched opponents again, and once more suffered a crushing defeat. I'm not saying this, Gamaka. What is going on with you? Has Asuma become weaker? Or have you both become stronger? Why can't I even beat you? The boy was naturally Sarutobi Asuma, the son of the Hokage. Why have your speeds, strengths, reflexes, and various abilities suddenly increased so dramatically? You haven't been secretly training behind my back, have you? Asuma looked at his companions, questioning life for the first time. If you'd been in Konoha a few days earlier, you would know. Might Guy chuckled. Yejin trained us. Hearing this, Sarutobi Asuma was astonished. What? You mean that old man's disciple? Then he immediately said, TCH, I'm not going in for training. What's so great about that? It's not like I can't find other strong people to train me. Kai, I'm leaving. Seeing him like this, Nara Shikaku and the others shook their heads. Sarutobi Asuma just doesn't get along with the Hokage, let alone being trained by the Hokage's disciple. Yejin? Is that the one called the most talented in Konoha? I see. Just wait and see. Kakashi, I will definitely catch up to you. In the grass not far away, a Uchiha boy with goggles and messy black hair said this. Meanwhile, at the Hokage building, a pre-war deployment meeting was underway. Everyone, a new war has begun. The third Hokage said solemnly, this time the enemies are the Iwagakure and Kumogakure. Although we have Tsunagakure as an ally, we are still facing attacks from two sides, and the pressure is still considerable. Jiraiya is the overall commander on site, managing all affairs on both battlefields. The position of commander did not surprise anyone. From the Iwagakure side, Hizashi, you will serve as a model for all the major clans. From the Kumogakure side, Fugaku, your Uchiha clan will serve as the vanguard. The heads of the two clans called out responded. The Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans rushed towards Kumogakure. The third Hokage meticulously arranged the corresponding matters. Yejin, you are quite special. I hope that while you serve as the head of the medical team on the Kumogakure front, you can also lead a three-man team in a battle. How about it? Can you do it? Hearing the Hokage's words, everyone present looked at Yejin. No problem. Yejin nodded. But I hope my subordinates are strong. I'm not being arrogant or looking down on anyone, but war is no joke. I don't want a tragedy caused by my subordinates being too weak. His words made the Jounin present nod in agreement. Rest assured, we will not let you down. The third Hokage smiled. You will definitely be very pleased. He then looked at Minato Namikaze. Minato, you will join the battlefield of Iwagakure. You will also serve as the team leader, leading a three-man squad to execute missions. Is there any problem? Minato nodded, no problem. He glanced at Yejin, a hint of competition in his eyes. Yejin, I'll be waiting for your good news at Iwagakure. Not long ago, Yejin completed the Iwagakure mission so well. Although he also did well, compared to Yejin, it was lacking. This naturally sparked a bit of competitive spirit in him. After all, he's a candidate for Hokage. If he doesn't have decent accomplishments, who will respect him in the future? All right. Yejin naturally understood Minato's intentions and smiled. The Jounin present all showed expectant smiles. A flash of yellow. A cold light from Konoha. Their competition would surely be exciting. Under the will of the higher-ups, the entire Konoha was quickly mobilized. Yejin finally saw his three subordinates. Old man, you really think highly of me. Looking at the three subordinates in front of him, Yejin couldn't help but smile wryly. Uchiha Shursui, Naragama, and the future daughter-in-law of the third Hokage, Yuhi Kurenai. Does the three-man team really need a girl? Shaking his head, he said solemnly, everyone, starting today until the war ends, barring any accidents, you will all be my subordinates. I'm a straightforward person. Once we're on the battlefield, I expect you to be decisive. If you hold me back, I want to take responsibility. His cold words made Yuhi Kurenai shrink her neck. She directly thought this was directed at her. After all, she was the only genin. I don't have anything else to say, dismissed. We'll assemble at 3 in the afternoon to set off. The three immediately left, and Yejin looked towards the nearby bushes. Come out, your hiding technique is too clumsy. The next moment, an Uchiha boy wearing goggles, looking somewhat anxious, stepped out. Uchiha Bito, what do you want from me? Looking at the pure-hearted boy in front of him, Yejin couldn't help but be taken aback. Who would have thought that this pure-hearted boy would eventually turn into the calculating villain of the ninja world? Watching from a distance was fine, but facing Yejin made Uchiha Bito feel like every cell in his body was trembling, and he couldn't speak at all. It was like facing a Shura completely out of breath. Yejin, your presence is too terrifying. Bito certainly couldn't say a word. At that moment, a gentle and sunny aura suddenly approached. It was Minato Namikaze. Teacher, Seeing Minato arrive, Uchiha Bito felt as if he had found a savior. I want to request Yejin to specially guide me in developing new techniques. As soon as this was said, Minato was taken aback and then couldn't he help but laugh. Yejin was instantly filled with black lines. Why does everyone like coming to him for guidance on developing new techniques? Am I all-powerful? If I had known this, I wouldn't have guided Kakashi back then. Chapter 36, If there are immortals in the world, it must be him. Hey, Yejin, why don't you listen to Obito's thoughts? Maybe you'll come up with something enlightening. Minato Namikaze originally came to find his subordinate Obito Uchiha, but unexpectedly ran into this situation. He couldn't help but be a little curious about what kind of thoughts Obito might have. But he was even more curious if Yejin could provide any guidance. Seeing this, Yejin couldn't help but sigh. All right, for Minato's sake, and considering that Obito has a good reputation, he accepted it. Share your thoughts. Hearing Yejin's words, Obito Uchiha was instantly overjoyed, bowing politely and saying, "You see, I already have a bit of an idea." He quickly formed hand signs, and a ring of flames instantly erupted around him. As for the power, it was standard, enough to deal with some low-ranked ninjas. Isn't that already developed? Yejin said, as long as you strengthen your control over the form change, the power of this technique can be considerable. If you can incorporate nature transformation, that would be even better. But, after hesitating for a moment, Obito Uchiha said firmly, I want to develop a jutsu comparable to Kakashi's Raikiri. Hearing this, Minato Namikaze frowned immediately and said seriously, Obito, what nonsense are you talking? A-grade jutsu like Raikiri can't just be casually developed. He wanted Yejin to help Obito. But this request was too much. Yejin is not a god. If it were that easy to develop A-grade jutsu, wouldn't there be any sense of fairness left? But Obito Uchiha looked at Yejin with determination, as if Yejin could definitely help him. Good, I admire your courage. Yejin looked at Obito Uchiha and said, then I'll give you a bit of inspiration. As he spoke, chakra erupted around him. Whether you can comprehend something depends on your talent. Don't tell me that as a member of the Uchiha clan, you don't even have this bit of talent. In his mind, a jutsu called Hard Vortex Water Blade immediately appeared. After all, the principles are similar, and changing the attribute can be used as well. Minato Namikaze was dumbfounded. How did Yejin learn that again? Does he not need to think? Suddenly, the chakra around Yejin began to spin rapidly, creating a tremendous tearing force like a hurricane blade. Minato's expression changed, and he quickly retreated with Obito Uchiha. It was only then that Obito felt a slippery and warm sensation on his face when he touched it. It was blood. Looking around, he saw that the wooden stakes and trees were suddenly covered in various cuts. Kid, remember that feeling just now? Practice it slowly. Yejin stopped the chakra output, and if you don't understand anything, I believe your teacher will guide you. After saying that, he waved goodbye to Minato and left. Teacher, this. Obito Uchiha looked at Yejin's departing figure, shocked. Is he really not a god? He helped me develop a new technique without even thinking. Minato patted his shoulder, equally astonished, and sighed. In fact, when he helped me develop the Rasengan, I felt the same way. He completed the Rasengan as soon as I finished speaking and even further extended its applications. I just didn't expect that his help in developing your technique would be the same, giving you ideas without any thought. If there are immortals in this world, I guess it must be him. Hearing this, Obito nodded. He felt the same way. Kakashi, get ready to be shocked. This time, he wanted to perform well in front of Rin. At 4 p.m., the 20,000 strong Konoha army rushed towards the border of the Land of Fire. Yejin's position was the leader of the first assault team and also the leader of the medical team. Captain, it's like they want to split you into 3 people to use. Kazama Hashirin joked, knowing Yejin's temperament, which was usually quite easygoing. The other 2 teammates weren't familiar with Yejin yet, so he took it upon himself to help them get acquainted. What can I do? Who told me I'm a special Jonin? Yejin said helplessly, which surprised Hinata Yui, who always thought Yejin was cold and unapproachable. It seemed that this captain wasn't so hard to approach after all. Stay alert, the enemy might suddenly appear. Yejin reminded while saying, Yuhi, I've seen your profile. You're a Jinjutsu user, right? Suddenly called out. Yuhi felt a bit flustered and hurriedly replied, yes. Then you should have decent chakra control. So here is this for you. Even a Jinjutsu user needs some close combat skills. Yejin pulled out a scroll from his ninja tool pouch and said, study it well. If you get surrounded by enemies, I might not always have time to save you. This made Yuhi quite frustrated. Just as she had a slightly better impression of Yejian, it was shattered again. What? I'm not that weak. Yuhi unhappily took the scroll and opened it, her mouth agape in surprise. It read, Instant Shuriken Technique. Captain, this. In response to Yuhi's inquiry, Yejian directly said, If you think it's too valuable, I don't mind taking it back. Yuhi immediately hid the scroll, muttering, Who would want something they gave away back? Yejian rolled his eyes, his words not matching his heart. 2 days later, the army arrived at the front line at the border of the Land of Fire. Rest up quickly, reconnaissance teams, stay alert. According to relevant intelligence, the enemy has already crossed the Land of Water and might be secretly monitoring us. Stay vigilant. Reconnaissance work must not be lax, understood? As one of the battlefield commanders here, Nara Shikaku issued the orders. The army immediately began to follow his instructions, methodically entering their positions. Night soon fell, and the weary Konoha troops quickly fell into a deep sleep after days of travel. Who knows what enemies they would encounter this time? Looking at the attribute panel in front of him, Yejian felt a myriad of emotions. Host, Yejian Yama Age, 14 Ninja Combat Power, Elite Jonin Chakra Mount, 100 Shadow Level 90, Items, Kunai X55, Explosive Tags X90, Wire X50, Healing Food Pills X10. Stamina Food Pills X10 Medical Ninjutsu, Sage Creation, Sage Destruction, Sage Techniques Ninjutsu, Instant Shuriken Technique, Body Flicker Technique, Shadow Clone Technique, Giant Strength Technique, Lightning Release, Lightning Armor, Chidori Blade, Lightning Clone, Kirin, Falling Thunder Kill Swordsmanship, Willow Leaf Instant Dance, Ninja Sword Technique Jinjutsu, Dark Walking Technique Physique, Defective Sage Body. Chapter 37. War begins. The Eight Tails Jinchuriki arrives a few months ago. He was just a weak medical ninja. And now, he has become an important target that all major ninja villages need to pay attention to. The role of strength is incredibly important. Moreover, compared to the battle where he defeated Zuki, Yekai is undoubtedly even stronger now. Over the past few days, he has finally developed the amplification effect of Yang Release on Lightning Release. This has allowed his physical attributes to grow at an astonishing rate in Lightning Armor mode. Additionally, because of Yang Release, his incomplete Sage Body has been significantly enhanced, with chakra levels that are terrifyingly higher than those of Kaga level, and the quality is also catching up. Ninjutsu related to Lightning Release has seen a dramatic increase in power. Not to mention that just a few days ago, he signed in and obtained N's level Lightning Release technique. Kirin. With one strike, even a Kage would be crippled. Coupled with the hard work he has put into his sword techniques and body flicker technique over the past few days, he is now nearly invincible below the Kage level. In the state of 100 healings technique, he even feels he can contend with the third Raikage. He stepped out of the tent to get some fresh air, but suddenly frowned. Why did it suddenly become foggy? This is not a good omen. The surroundings were a white haze, and even if the reconnaissance team brought in was from the Hyuga clan, their line of sight would be obstructed. This undoubtedly increased the difficulty of their reconnaissance and made them highly vulnerable to a sneak attack by the enemy. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a series of urgent alarm bells rang out in the distance. Enemy attack. The piercing sound instantly woke all the ninjas. Damn it, Konoha. What does it matter if you've been discovered? Kill them. In an instant, voices of the Kyomogakure ninjas filled the air from all directions. And under the cover of night and fog, the panic on Konoha's side intensified. Captain, Uchiha Shursui and Nara Shikamaru quickly gathered around Yekai. Yugao slowly arrived afterward. And facing Yekai's cold gaze, she felt a bit ashamed and said, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to be late. Though she was panting, she firmly stated, I will not hold you back. Yekai nodded. Next time, be a bit faster. After saying that, he handed each of them a stamina recovery food pill and a bottle of healing potion. The enemy is coming, and they will surely launch a surprise attack on the medical team. We need to provide support. The importance of the medical team goes without saying. The three had no objections to Yekai's plan. They immediately dashed toward the medical team not far away. Yekai-sama. When Yekai arrived, the guards near the medical team had already formed a tight defense under his Shadow Clones organization. A Nara clan CH Nin approached to request operational orders. As the leader of the medical team, Yakai held authority second only to the commander on the battlefield. It was only natural for him to take command. Hyuga, Uchiha, and Nara clans should each form a small team. The Hyuga clan will be responsible for reconnaissance, the Nara for containment, and the Uchiha for the final attack. Additionally, send one person to report our situation to the command center. Yakai said solemnly, "We must protect the medical team. There must be no losses." Everyone responded with fervor, yes. Who is Yakai? The disciple of the Hokage, a medical genius. The legendary Konoha Cold Light, absolutely reliable in strength and capability. Fighting alongside someone like him is surely reassuring. Even Uchiha clan ninjas could find no reason to resist cooperation. Not to mention, many of them had fought alongside Yakai on the front lines in Sunagakure. The captain has such authority. Yugao couldn't help but feel a wave of shock as she watched the enthusiastic responses from everyone. They're coming. In less than a minute, a Hyuga clan ninja shouted loudly. Yakai's perception immediately picked up the corresponding aura. Wait, what is this terrifying chakra? Yakai's pupils suddenly contracted. He sensed an extremely vast chakra presence that made him feel as small as a leaf in front of it. Even Yakai was shocked. Could there really be such terrifying chakra in this world? He immediately realized something and shouted, "The Jinchuriki is approaching. Everyone be careful." Without caring about the astonishment of those present, he swiftly dashed toward the direction from which the Jinchuriki's aura was coming. The next moment, in front of the three-man team at the northwest corner of the medical camp, a figure exuding a violent aura suddenly appeared. What? The three-man team couldn't react in time, only able to watch as the enemy's attack struck them. "It's over," the newcomer stated. "Is that so?" Yakai's voice rang out. Bang! The newcomer was heavily sent flying, and the three from Konoha quickly retreated. Wind Release Ninja dispersed this fog. This fog is severely affecting the battle. Just as Yakai shouted, a lightning-like figure appeared behind him. Lightning Release, for Pillarbind. The extreme piercing power descended, and even Yakai felt his hair stand on end. Binding Technique, Yakai shouted, and the person behind him suddenly froze. Yakai swiftly drew his blade and turned. Sword Technique, Chidori Blade. Boom! The violent explosion sent both of them flying back. Wind Release, Great Wind Technique. Immediately, some Konoha ninjas released Wind Release to disperse the fog. However, the number of enemies revealed before everyone once again made Nara, Shikamaru, and others gasp in horror. There were actually 800 cloud ninjas completely surrounding them. With only about 100 on their side, how could they possibly compete? Everyone couldn't help but feel a wave of despair. Such strength and so young. In the distance, the person who had just fought Yakai spoke, looking at him with certainty. "You are Konoha Cold Light, right?" Yakai looked at the person, silver-haired. With a cold face, the right side of his face covered by a long triangular purple eyeshadow, and immediately recognized him. Kumogakure Jonin Fukai, the third Eight Tails Jinchuriki, the fourth Jinchuriki Killer Bee's mentor, and the cousin of the fourth Reikage. His eyes narrowed, and he said, "I didn't expect the Eight Tails Jinchuriki to recognize me. It's a pleasure." However, upon hearing their names, both sides of ninjas couldn't help but be shocked. What? Konoha Cold Light. The voices of the cloud ninjas trembled, and they couldn't help but take a few steps back. It's actually a Jinchuriki. How can we possibly be a match for such an enemy? The Konoha ninjas felt a chill run down their spines. That is a weapon of war. How could they possibly measure up? Not to mention their forces were already at a severe disadvantage. A tricky enemy has arrived, Yakai said, and he was instantly enveloped in raging lightning. Chapter 38. The end of Konoha's Cold Light. What is going on? Why does he have Reikage's technique? Moreover, it seems that his aura is not any weaker than Reikage's. Looking at the lightning armor on Yejian, the Cloud Ninja were once again horrified. When Fukai saw this scene, he couldn't help but narrow his eyes. It seems the rumors were true. You really can use this technique. As he spoke, crimson chakra began to erupt from his body. Then let me give it a try. But at that moment, Yejian's voice sounded from behind him. You talk too much. Facing Yejian, who appeared behind him, Fukai was taken aback. Such speed, not much worse than Reikage. If that's the case, then I can't let you go. Under the influence of the tailed beast chakra, Fukai's emotions became extremely violent. Several chakra arms shot out like shadows from all directions, grabbing at Yejin. Chidori Blade. A flash of lightning darted by, and in the next instant, all the chakra arms were torn apart in an instant. What? He actually tore apart Lord Fukai's chakra arms directly? Those are as hard as steel, and they were cut off so easily. The Cloud Ninja were filled with shock. Is this Konoha's cold light? Too strong. Giant Rasengan. Without giving Fukai any chance to catch his breath, a sphere the size of a basin smashed down on him. Boom! The ground erupted with a network of cracks like an earthquake. No way, Fukai is actually at a disadvantage. The Cloud Ninja watched this scene in disbelief. That's their strongest weapon. Only Raikage could suppress it. Could it be that Yejin is as powerful as Raikage? They found it hard to believe. Many Konoha ninjas also realized for the first time how terrifying Yejin's strength truly was. He actually suppressed the Jinchuriki. No wonder he is called Konoha's Cold Light. But the next moment, a figure dashed out from the dust like a lightning bolt, followed closely by a fierce red tail pursuing him. Roar! A ferocious monster tore through the dust and appeared before everyone, bringing with it an overwhelming presence, causing the ground around to violently collapse. Puff! The air seemed to be shattered by this roar. Many felt as if their heads were struck by a heavy hammer, and their vision went dark, blood streaming from their noses. Before they could react, a massive figure loomed before them. Boom! A large number of Konoha ninjas were swept away without having time to react, spitting out blood continuously. It's over. Nara clan Chunin was filled with despair. The giant palm before him didn't even give him a chance to form seals to block. But the anticipated pain never came. When he opened his eyes, he found that he was already far away. Yejin had saved him. Thank you, Yejin. Watch out. Before he could finish his gratitude, the Nara clan Chunin couldn't help but scream again. Behind Yejin, Fukai, who was in a semi-tailed beast transformation, had descended once more. And Yejin, as if he had no time to react, turned around and threw a punch to counter it. Seeing this scene, the Cloud Ninja burst in a mocking laughter. We admit you are indeed strong, able to force Fukai in a semi-tailed beast transformation. But do you think that just because you can use Raikage's ninjutsu, you can fight like Raikage against the tail beast? Fool! Prepare to be crushed. Except for Raikage, no one could directly confront Fukai in semi-tailed beast form. The Konoha ninjas closed their eyes, unable to bear to watch the impending brutal scene. Boom! But after this punch collided, all expressions on the faces of the Cloud Ninja froze. How is this possible? A curly-haired Cloud Ninja broke into a cold sweat. Eyes wide. Is this guy the reincarnation of a tailed beast? In their eyes, the incredibly powerful Eight-Tails Jinchuriki Fukai, in semi-tailed beast form, was actually sent flying by Yejin's punch like a sandbag. Boom! It was like a high-speed cannonball crashing into a mountain. The ground erupted with a loud roar, creating a massive pit over 10 meters wide. This scene was extremely shocking. That's the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki, a collection of destructive power. Yet he was sent flying just like that? What does it matter if he is a Jinchuriki? Yejin looked indifferently ahead. It's about whether the Jinchuriki itself is strong or not. For ordinary ninjas, tailed beasts are indeed terrifying, unbeatable monsters. But for someone at the level of a Kage, that is not necessarily the case. If it were Karabi, the perfect Jinchuriki, Yejin would naturally not be able to handle him so easily. But unfortunately, he is Fukai. With Yejin's current Sage body and using the giant power technique in lightning armor mode, how could his power be anything less than terrifying? Sending a tailed beast flying is certainly possible, let alone a Jinchuriki. Alright, seeing this scene, the Konoha ninjas couldn't help but cheer. Shirzue, Jinjin, stop watching the fun. Go! Let them see the strength of Konoha ninjas. Hearing this, Uchiha Shirzue charged towards the Cloud Ninja without hesitation. We're going to. The Nara clan Chunin, seeing this, followed Yejin's earlier instructions, forming a 3-person team to face the enemy. In an instant, many ninjas on the scene charged towards the Cloud Ninja. Bastards! How dare you underestimate us? The angry Cloud Ninja yelled. You think a mere 100 Konoha ninjas can disregard us? How outrageous! At this moment, in Konoha's main camp, Nara Shikaku, Uchiha Fugaku, Aren't you at all worried about your medical team? Their opponent is the future 4th Reikage. Reikage have always shared the same name, and hopes to prove himself through this war that he has the ability to inherit this name. Why worry? Narashikaka looked at A with full confidence and said, "Our medical team is protected by Konoha's cold light." However, upon hearing this, A suddenly smiled playfully. "I know Konoha's cold light is indeed strong. But what if I said we dispatched a Jinchuriki?" Narashikaku's face changed instantly. "What? A Jinchuriki? Not good. Quickly support Yejian Fugaku." Even though he knew Yejian had taken down H-Zuki and simultaneously killed several Sand Shinobi elites not long ago. However, according to the information given by the Hokage, Yejian could defeat H-Zuki because he used poison, but a Jinchuriki wouldn't be affected by that. Moreover, a Jinchuriki is much stronger than H-Zuki. Under such circumstances, how could Yejian possibly be a match for a Jinchuriki? Yejian might be able to escape, but the medical team would definitely be finished. This would be an unimaginable loss for Konoha. In wartime, having no medical ninjas is as fatal as cutting off supplies. Chapter 39. Terror Power, Suppressing the Jinchuriki. Seeing Narashikaku like this, AI immediately laughed triumphantly. "Do you think I came here for no reason?" With a proud laugh, AI declared, "Today, I will make your Konoha army suffer a complete loss at the border of the Land of Fire. The next time we meet, it may be at the surrender ceremony." AI's words quickly spread among the many Konoha ninjas, causing a huge panic to erupt. The term Jinchuriki is extremely intimidating for ordinary ninjas. They are enemies that cannot be defeated. The fear of tailed beasts is deeply ingrained in their souls. Not to mention that the medical team would be completely annihilated, which completely cut off their retreat. "Kill!" AI shouted, donning his lightning armor and charging toward Uchiha Fugaku. In the entire battlefield, he was the only one worthy of AI's attention. He was a powerful yet cautious opponent. If he could defeat him, it would prove to Kumogakure that he had the strength to inherit AI's name. "Moue, let's go." AI not only decided to fight himself, but also called upon a young ninja beside him. Narashikaku had not felt much at first, but when Moue's body emitted the cold chakra unique to tailed beasts, he instantly screamed as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. "Another Jinchuriki?" Before he could finish speaking, Moue's face, which wore a cruel smile, had already magnified rapidly in his eyes. "Get away!" Akiyama Tizo, seeing Narashikaku in a daze, quickly formed hand seals, partial multiplication technique. A massive fist broke through the air, crashing into the oncoming Moue. Yamanaka Heya immediately pulled Narashikaku away and shouted at him, "Shikaku, this is not the time to be dazed. As the commander, how can you be so negligent? Since we cannot currently ascertain the situation with the medical team, your responsibility now is to lead everyone to repel the enemy in front of us. You must believe that there will be good fortune for Konoha." Yamanaka Heia's deafening words immediately awakened Narashikaku. He turned his gaze to Moue, who was suppressing Akiyama Tizo, and shouted to all the Konoha ninjas on the battlefield, "Everyone, so what if it's a Jinchuriki? Does it mean we are definitely invincible? As long as we have firm confidence, what enemy can we not defeat? Yagami Konoha is the disciple of Lord Hokage. Will he really lose to a Jinchuriki?" Narashikaku waved his hand forcefully and resolutely declared, "Absolutely not. I, Narashikaku, do not believe that such a genius as Yagami Konoha, who didn't perish on the front lines of Sunagakure when he was weak, would now fade away on the front lines of Kumogakure after growing stronger. That makes no sense." Hearing his powerful and forceful words, the Konoha ninjas, who had been panicked by AI's earlier statements, suddenly became resolute and shouted, "That's right." Just then, a Konoha ninja rushed in at high speed, loudly transmitting a message that the entire battlefield could hear. "Urgent report. The medical team has been organized by Lord Yagami to fight back. Lord Yagami is currently in combat with the Eight Tails Jinchuriki and is gaining the upper hand." As soon as this was said, the morale of all Konoha ninjas on the battlefield surged. Narashikaku was also stunned, his eyes wide open in shock. That guy, has he become so powerful? He couldn't help but laugh even louder Everyone kill. The Konoha crowd gathered in response. AI, however, could not believe it. How is that possible? That guy can suppress Furkai? What a joke. To him, it was like a huge joke. In the entire Kumobikure, only his old man had such strength. He counted as half of it. Over at the medical team, Roar, Furkai, who could control the Eight Tails, immediately realized after being blasted away by Yagami's punch that he was not a match for Yagami in terms of strength. Since that was the case, he decided to change tactics. If he couldn't win by strength, then he would use speed. Planning to compete in speed? The lightning on Yagami's body became even more dazzling, and with his sensory technique fully activated, he immediately sensed the terrifying chakra circulating within Furkai, deducing his intentions. Then let me show you what it means to crush from all angles. As soon as the words fell, a violent sound of tearing air was heard, and Yagami was already in front of Furkai. This sudden appearance startled Furkai, who had just prepared to move. Boom! The spot where Furkai had just stood was instantly blasted into a terrifying pit. Furkai retreated over a meter, but he was even more horrified. Not only did Yagami possess such terrifying strength, but he could also control such power with such ease. What kind of monster was this? Just as he was thinking this, he suddenly saw Yagami looking up at him with a smile, a strong sense of foreboding rising in his heart, and his long tail shot out behind him. But ninjutsu, Chidori blade, Yagami shouted loudly, as if swinging a hammer of lightning, causing everyone on the battlefield to hear a soul-shattering roar. Furkai was once again blasted away, leaving a deep mark in the air. How is that possible? This must be a joke. Furkai is actually not a match? The Kumanin stared in shock. What kind of monster is this? They had only seen the Raikage capable of such terror, but looking at Yagami in front of them, his not-so-large age combined with his terrifying achievements made them feel an intense sense of unreality. No, you bastard, go die. But beside them, another companion's roar came. Uchiha Shursui, holding a short blade, charged in like a fierce tiger, entering and exiting among the crowd of Kumanin, who could do nothing to him. Beside Uchiha Shursui, Noera Hiruzen was also wielding sharp sword techniques, transforming into a cold Azura, taking down one Kumanin after another. Even the seemingly weak Yuhi Kurenai could hold her ground against Chunin. Just like the former Lord Yagami, a scarred special Jonin from Konoha's side, especially Uchiha Shursui's decisive and straightforward sword techniques. If one would only look at his back, it was truly reminiscent of the former Yagami. In that case, brothers, we can't fall behind either. We can't let people think that we are worse than our juniors. The scarred special Jonin raised his arm and shouted, immediately rallying a group of Konoha ninjas to respond. Damn it, are the young generation of Konoha all such monsters? A Kumanin upper ninja gritted his teeth and said, his face filled with a terrifying, killing intent. We must not let them live. Kumanin, let's kill. The two sides clashed fiercely once again, extremely intense. Chapter 40, A Stunning Strike. The Qilin descends. As for the medical ninjas, under the watch of the shadow clones of Yejian, they were naturally unharmed. Anyone who dared to launch a sneak attack would not escape the blade of the shadow clone. Roar. After being blasted away, Furkai immediately grounded himself and charged forward once more with incredible speed. He unleashed an even more violent chakra, and some external skeletal formations appeared on his body, moving so fast that he left only after images behind. Lightning Plow Hot Blade, Ninja Sword Technique, Willow Leaf Instant Dance, Thousand Birds Blade, both shouted simultaneously, unleashing a terrifyingly powerful strike. Boom! It was like two mountains colliding. The ground immediately let out a mournful wail under the unbearable pressure, and a large area exploded into fragments. Boom, boom, boom. The earth continued to shatter and sink under the ongoing clash of their powers. Furkai's overwhelming and cold chakra collided with Yejian's solid and refined chakra, creating an apocalyptic sensation. Everything around them was completely shattered. The air became a blur, and an astonishing aura of power continuously spilled out. This is a battle between masters? We have no chance of resistance at all. The Konoha and Cloud ninjas watched this scene, both feeling a deep shock in their hearts. But suddenly, an even more violent chakra erupted from within Furkai. shattering the air into particles that trembled. Konoha cold light die. Yejin was directly suppressed. The ground beneath him exploded. Farkai grinned with pride. Do you now understand the terror of a Jinchuriki? Bastard. His right arm rose, and substantial skeletal formations instantly took shape, with shocking lightning erupting from his hand. To die under this move would be worth it. Lightning plow hot blade. In an instant of tearing acceleration, Yejin's entire defense collapsed, and a great head soared into the sky, leaving only Yejin's headless corpse falling backward. Silence. All the Konoha ninjas stood frozen in place, as if a pause button had been pressed. No way, dead. Yugao's face was filled with terror, her voice trembling. This isn't real. I won't accept it. Noera Genkan screamed in despair, unable to believe what he was seeing. He must have been caught in a Jinjutsu. Ha ha. Finally got rid of this troublesome guy. Farkai is mighty. The Cloud ninjas were inexplicably ecstatic, each revealing a cruel expression. Dead? Just then, as the Konoha ninjas were somewhat at a loss, Uchiha Shirsue's calm voice rang out. Perhaps you have forgotten what Konoha Cold Light excels at. Just as he said, the next moment, Yejin's decapitated body suddenly transformed into a mass of lightning, shooting up into the sky. Yejin's voice rose above the entire battlefield. You all remember my terrifying speed. But it seems you forgot that I'm also very skilled at the body replacement technique and lightning release. Some Cloud ninjas suddenly pointed in shock at the sky above Farkai. Everyone looked up to see Yejin forming seals rapidly, one hand pointing to the sky. Lightning release. Farkai bellowed fiercely. Do you think I would let you release ninjutsu? He stomped the ground, rushing towards Yejin like a phantom, his right arm once again gathering terrifying lightning. But Yejin suddenly shook his head, chuckling, self-destructing. Everyone was confused, but the next moment they suddenly understood. The sky had turned pitch black, and a divine-like Qilin tore through the clouds, extending its head downwards. Under that inviolable majesty, the terrifying Farkai seemed as small as a kitten. Fall! With Yejin's loud shout, everyone suddenly felt a sharp pain in their eyes, and all the scenery was completely replaced by white lightning, leaving only a soul-rending roar echoing in all directions. Boom! It was as if the apocalypse had arrived. Amid the earth's muffled roar, rolling thunder engulfed everything in Farkai's vicinity. It wasn't until a long time later that the commotion subsided. What just happened? A Cloud ninja looked ahead, and not far away, Farkai lay motionless in a massive pit of ruins. What Farkai was defeated. Upon seeing the scene, the Cloud ninja felt as if struck by lightning. No way, that guy hasn't been defeated. Just as he said, Farkai suddenly stood up, head hanging low, arms dangling straight, bloodied and mangled like a zombie. Besides Lord Raikage, you are the first one who has forced me into such a dire situation. As he spoke, a heavy pressure descended, making everyone feel as if they couldn't breathe. Farkai was once again enveloped in crimson, violent chakra. His eyes were hollow, and white external skeletal formations sprouted from his head and body, turning him into a monstrous figure. Boom! Without any movement, the ground beneath him exploded. You have the right to die under this move. After finishing his words, he had already lost all will. 6 tails sprouted from his back, possessing destructive power. Seeing this, a cloud-hidden village Nin's expression changed dramatically. Not good. Farkai has entered the second stage of half-tailed beast transformation. In this state, he couldn't distinguish between friend and foe, and his strength was several times greater than before. Only Lord Raikage could subdue him. He immediately called for all Cloud ninjas to retreat, urging them not to approach him. But as soon as he finished speaking, Farkai had already transformed into a fierce red light, flashing past them. The whirlwind he created sent countless ninjas flying. Only Special Nin could still stand. With this, even a strong individual like you, Konoha Cold Light, could only suffer defeat. Watching Farkai's figure, the Cloud Nin thought to himself, he actually took my Qilin strike, and can still continue attacking. Yejin drew his sword to block, but Farkai's speed was absurdly fast, feeling as if a mountain was crashing towards him. Impossible to withstand. Not good. Yejin was filled with horror and immediately used the body replacement technique to dodge. But when he reappeared, a massive fist had already descended in front of him, causing Yejian's pupils to dilate. Puffed. Yejian felt as if all his bones were shattered in an instant, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood as his organs shifted. Half-tailed beast transformation was clearly only close to shadow-level strength. Yet after taking my Qilin strike, he could still unleash 6 tails to attack. Are Jinchuriki really this tough? As Yejian was sent flying, he remained shocked. But are the 6 tails powers a bit excessive? They're almost on par with strong shadows. No wonder the Cloud Ninjas said only Lord Raikage could handle him. And it truly is so. Chapter 41. Suppression. Thunder Killing. Strong Shadow. This is his title for those who are stronger than Shadow level, but not quite at the Super Shadow level. The third Raikage and Sage Jiraiya are both at this level. With all firepower unleashed, the resourceful Noki and the third Hokage are also among them. No wonder the tail beasts are referred to as weapons of war, instilling despair and fear in countless ninjas. At this moment, Yejian suddenly understood. Roar. Above Yejian, Fukuai appeared again, his hands clenched like heavy hammers, slamming Yejian down towards the ground. Boom! The earth sank, the air howled, and dust waves were kicked up several meters high, shaking and toppling many ninjas. Even a steel body could hardly survive this. It's over. Lord Yejian has no power to fight back. Watching this scene, Nara clan Ch Nin sat helplessly on the ground, his face pale. Never would he have thought that the situation could change so quickly. Whoosh! Fukuai charged directly towards the spot where Yejian was knocked down, throwing another ferocious punch. No! All the Konoha ninjas screamed in despair. Ha ha ha! Turn into mincemeat. The Cloud Ninjas laughed savagely. This punch could crush a mountain, let alone a mere wild Yejian. Boom! The astonishing impact instantly cleared the dust, but the scene revealed made everyone present widen their eyes in shock. No way! Yuhi Kurenai couldn't help but cover her mouth, her eyes fixed ahead, seeing something incredibly shocking. The Cloud Ninjas looked as if they had seen a ghost. Fukai's ferocious punch was easily blocked by Yejian. Yejian's arm was covered with mysterious patterns. The wounds on his body, resembling cracks, were visibly healing at a speed that was astonishing. How is this possible? He recovered from his injuries in an instant? What? What technique is this so powerful? Whether it was the Cloud Ninjas or the Konoha Ninjas, they felt inexplicable horror. This was truly godly power. Roar! But Fukai had no such thoughts. Another fist came crashing in. Boom! Yejian still caught it easily. Then, under the watchful eyes of the ninjas, Yejian seemed to transform into a humanoid beast, engaging in intense close combat with Fukuai. Every punch landed. Each collision made the earth emit a mournful wail. It was unimaginable where such terrifying power came from in Yejian's not-so-tall, not-so-strong body. In the blink of an eye, they had violently clashed for 10 minutes, and Yejian still held the upper hand. Roar! Fukuai opened his mouth, gathering a tailed beast ball, the heart-stopping power instantly descending. But Yejian was even more terrifying, not dodging or avoiding, forming a giant Rasengan and charging directly at Fukuai. Bang! An explosion erupted on the spot. Fukuai then unleashed several tailed beast balls in quick succession, hurtling towards Yejian at extreme speed. Willow Leaf Dance. Thousand Birds Blade. Yejian unleashed a shocking sword strike, directly tearing through all attacks, his form turning into a streak of lightning that reached behind Fukuai, raising a massive chakra sphere and fiercely pressing down. Super. Hidden Spiral Sphere. Boom! The earth erupted violently again. Fukuai was pressed directly into the ground, flesh and blood splattering, but his tail sent Yejian flying. A clear sound of broken ribs echoed. Roar! Fukuai chased after Yejian once more. It seemed the earlier scene where Yejian had no power to fight back was about to repeat itself. The hearts of the Konoha ninjas tightened. Jinjutsu, dark walking technique. Yejian shouted loudly, and Fukuai instantly lost his direction, his movement stalling. He swung forward, but Yejian had already retreated, quickly forming hand seals, lightning release. At that moment, Fukuai broke free from the Jinjutsu and charged towards Yejian again. Quick retreat. The Konoha ninjas shouted in panic, but Yejin remained indifferent, thunder killing. This was the reward Yejin received 3 days after obtaining Kirin. When activated, thousands of lightning spears fell like rain, a powerful area attack skill that could also be used to suppress gigantic monsters. Boom! A clap of thunder shot down, and Fukai was immediately struck down. Puff, puff, puff. At least a dozen lightning-long spears pinned Fukai down, and even he could not resist the violent lightning. Paralyzed and unable to move. Roar! Fukai roared, but it was of no use. Lightning release. Kirin. Yejin changed his hand seals, and once again, thunder roared in the sky, engulfing the entire battlefield. Is it over? The Konoha ninjas thought to themselves. If it doesn't end, they truly did not know how the next battle would unfold. Fighting a tailed beast Jinchuriki in close combat was something they could hardly imagine. Truly a godly figure. No wonder the third Hokage wanted Lord Yejin to participate in the battlefield of the Cloud Village. A special J-Nin from the Uchiha clan thought so. He was a distant relative of Uchiha Shisui, tasked with protecting him when necessary. But watching Uchiha Shisui's battle just now, Uchiha Izumi could only say that Uchiha Shisui didn't need his protection. Even he was certain he could defeat Uchiha Shisui, now that he was with Lord Yejin. His future must be bright. Uchiha Izumi thought that if Shisui assisted the clan leader in the future, it would help suppress those restless members within the clan. Lord Yejin would eventually rise to a high position, and with his connection to Shisui, perhaps the Uchiha clan situation would truly change. Just as he was thinking this, a figure appeared in the dust. Alert! He immediately shouted to those around him. No one knew if the newcomer was friend or foe. The Cloud Ninjas were in the same situation. Everyone's gaze was fixed on this figure. Rip! The person suddenly swung their arm, tearing through the dust. When they saw the person's face, the Konoha ninjas erupted into cheers. Lord Yejin is mighty. Yejin was seen carrying the bloodied Fukai on his shoulder, raising his left arm and shouting, "Everyone, it's time for us to counterattack." Hearing this, the Konoha ninjas responded with wild cheers. Oh. The Cloud Ninjas, however, were taken aback. What to do? Captain Saki? Fukai has been captured. How do we explain this to the Raikage? A Cloud Ninja looked at their highest commander, his face anxious. No matter how powerful Konoha's cold light is, after fighting Fukai, I don't believe he has any chakra left. He shouted darkly, "Brothers, don't be fooled by Konoha's cold light's fake appearance. He definitely has no chakra left. Let us take back Fukai kill." Hearing this, the Cloud Ninjas felt it made sense. Yes, that is their weapon of war. No matter how powerful Konoha's cold light is after such a terrifying battle. Could he have much chakra left? Without chakra, what is there to fear from Konoha's cold light? Chapter 42. Chakra depletion? Impossible. Oh no, Lord Yejin. Uchiha Izumi's expression changed drastically upon hearing this. Indeed, what the Cloud Ninja said made a lot of sense. Yejin had gone through such terrifying battles. He surely didn't have much chakra left. But when he looked towards Yejin again, the words in his throat suddenly got stuck. He saw Yejin throwing Fukai to a distant shadow clone, and then, like a fierce tiger, he charged into the Cloud Ninja army, surrounded by terrifying lightning. Bang! It was as if a stone had been thrown into a calm lake. Countless Cloud Ninjas were sent flying in all directions. Yejin was like a ferocious beast, the terrifying force causing the Cloud Ninjas to spit blood continuously. Damn it, don't get too arrogant. A special Jonin wielding a lightning blade appeared behind Yejin. Lightning water slash. A sharp aura descended, and the surrounding Cloud Ninjas instantly felt pleased. This strike will show you how powerful it is. This is a sword technique that can cut through lightning. The special Jonin grinned, as if he could already see Yejin being injured by his slash. Swish. The moment the strike landed on Yejin, the special Jonin's expression of pride suddenly froze. How is this possible? He felt as if he had struck a piece of iron with a wooden stick. This strike not only had no effect, but instead, it caused the lightning on Yejin to instantly spread towards him. He let out a piercing scream and was kicked away by Yejin. Yejin snatched a kunai from a Cloud Ninja rushing at him, infused it with lightning, and threw it at the special Jonin. With Yejin's current strength, the kunai pierced through the special Jonin's chest, like a bullet without any obstruction. Body flicker technique, Yejin muttered, as the Jonin behind him was getting closer, ready to strike down. Whoosh! Yejin disappeared in front of the Jonin like a flash of lightning, causing the Jonin's pupils to shrink instantly. Not good. Immediately, a strike descended at an extremely fast speed from behind. Bang! Everyone heard a loud rumble, as the ground beneath the Jonin's feet sank directly. The Jonin struggled to block the lightning blade falling in front of him. As expected of a hidden cloud village Jonin, he actually managed to block my strike. He was powerful enough to engage in hand-to-hand combat with the half-tailed beast Fukuai in lightning armor mode. The fact that this Jonin could block it showed just how formidable he was. Stop talking nonsense. The Jonin felt as if a mountain was pressing down on his shoulder. This desperate heaviness was something he had only experienced against the Raikage. All right, no more talking. The moment he finished speaking, the Jonin suddenly felt a heart-wrenching pain in his chest, and his body uncontrollably flew backward. The Jonin transformed into a shadow, flying backward, crashing through a large number of cloud ninjas who were spitting blood along the way, finally skidding to a stop after leaving a trench several meters long. Chidori Blade. But Yejin had already descended from above like the Grim Reaper, his lightning blade exuding a terrifying tearing force that mercilessly pierced through the Jonin's chest. Captain Sahi. Countless cloud ninjas were stunned at this scene. A Jonin died so easily? Just how terrifying is Yejin? Didn't he just go through a fierce battle? Why does he still possess such terrifying strength? Facing such an enemy, how could they have any chance of winning? You don't think a mere Jinchuriki can deplete my chakra, do you? Yejin pulled out his long knife and looked at the shocked cloud ninjas. His sage mode is not just for show. Not to mention, he still has soldier pills for stamina recovery. Everyone from Konoha, don't just stand there. This is your chance to shine. Don't you want it? Upon hearing Yejin's words, Uchiha Izumi immediately responded and followed Yejin's lead, charging forward. After he finished speaking, he was the first to rush out. Seeing this, the others immediately followed like a tidal wave. Is this the strength of the captain? Waihai Kurenai, who also joined the battlefield, thought to herself. For her, the daughter of the strongest ninja she had ever seen, her father Waihai Akihiko, this was undoubtedly shocking. For the first time, she realized that there are people in this world who can change the entire battlefield situation with their own strength. It was just like the legendary White Fang, swift as lightning, fierce and ruthless. Watching Yejin directly take on the Bloodline Limit ninjas, Kurenai couldn't help but make a silent vow to become stronger quickly. At that time, she must not hold them back. Among the entire team, she was the weakest. Damn it. The Cloud Ninjas had gone to great lengths to annihilate the medical team. The surprise attack army consisted of 360 people, including 3 Jonins, 5 Bloodline Limit ninjas, and 10 special Jonins. Not to mention the 8 Tails Jinchuriki added to the mix. And these people, aside from a few Bloodline Limit ninjas, were taken care of by Uchiha Shursui and Noera Kurenai, who were gaining experience from Yejin. The rest were all taken down by Yejin commanding the elite ninjas from various clans. 300 Cloud Ninjas, none survived. Report the battle situation to the camp. After giving orders to the ninja relaying information, he immediately instructed his shadow clones to arrange medical ninjas to treat the wounded. Can we continue fighting? Yejin approached his 3 subordinates, where Kurenai was bandaging Kurenai's wounds. Seeing Yejin arrive, she nervously said, "Captain, I didn't hold you back, did I?" Yejin nodded at her. Satisfied, you did very well just now. Kurenai immediately showed a happy expression, feeling a sense of relief. Uchiha Shursui looked at Yejin and replied, "We can still fight." But Noera Kurenai shook his head and said, "I can't go on much longer. I can't compare to you and Shursui, you 2 monsters." Kurenai also said, "Captain, let me stay here to help take care of the wounded." Yejin nodded and took Uchiha Shursui with him. "Let us go support the main camp." Frontline camp. Oh no, how could we possibly be a match for such monsters? Don't joke around. How can we deal with such enemies? Among the Konoha army, Emo Uni had already donned the tailed beast cloak, transforming into a monster that charged recklessly. Unstoppable. Countless Konoha ninjas looked on in despair. Against such an enemy, they could only ask, how could they possibly be a match? Even the strongest Uchiha Fugaku on the battlefield could do nothing against the half-tailed beastified Emo Uni. He could only rely on a few Jonin to barely prevent Emo Uni from causing further slaughter. They could only defend passively. To actively restrain Emo Uni was an unimaginable luxury. Ah, damn it. Can't we do anything about this guy? Inazuka clan Jonin Inazuka Shin shouted unwillingly. We have to find a way to break free and provide support, thought Waihaiji. Chapter 43. Suppressing the tailed beast Jinchuriki, damn it. Nara Shikaku in Yamanaka, Inoichi, along with the Kimichi Choza, are holding off A. Although their strength is more than enough to deal with A, his speed and reflexes are top-notch. He knows he won't be able to take them on head-to-head, so he doesn't give them the chance, merely circling around them. Haha, give it up, Nara Shikaku. You can't stop Emo Uni's attack. A laughed triumphantly, his body clad in lightning armor, shining like a lightning spirit as he flashed around. Even if Konoha's cold light can temporarily suppress the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, so what? A's face, illuminated by the lightning, looked especially ferocious. Did you really think that after killing some Jonin on the battlefield of Sunagakure and earning the title of Konoha's cold light, you could stand against a war weapon like the Jinchuriki? Seeing Nara Shikaku grit his teeth, A's smile widened even more. Perhaps he was already at a disadvantage, being beaten up by our Jinchuriki, in danger of losing his life. Once we take care of Konoha's cold light, there will be no one left to protect the medical team, and we will completely cut off your retreat. He raised his arm and shouted, Cloud Shinobi, go on a rampage. The response was a frenzied roar. The morale of the Konoha army was instantly further suppressed. Yes, how could they possibly be a match for the Jinchuriki? Unless someone of the level of the legendary three ninjas came to fight, that might be a different story. Urgent report. At that moment, an information ninja appeared behind Nara Shikaku, his face pale with shock. I couldn't help but laugh. See, I told you everything. Come on, let me hear what good news you have. Nara Shikaku's face immediately turned grim as he looked at the information ninja, anxiety rising in his heart. What is going on with the medical team? How is Igami? Is he in danger? Faced with his 3 consecutive questions, the information ninja immediately responded. Lord Shikaku, the Eight Tails Jinchuriki has been captured by Lord Yagami, and all 800 Cloud Shinobi attacking the medical team have been completely annihilated. Lord Yagami. He took a deep breath and shouted with a voice that could be heard across the battlefield. He is coming here to provide support. Boom! Just as he finished speaking, a loud explosion echoed from the center of the battlefield, drawing everyone's attention. What? What kind of joke is this? In the center of the battlefield, a Cloud Shinobi sat slumped on the ground, his face filled with terror as he trembled. He actually punched the Two Tails Jinchuriki away. What kind of monster is this? In front of him stood a young man with silver hair, wrapped in lightning, still maintaining a punching stance. Before him, the massive form of the Two Tails Jinchuriki was being sent flying, crashing heavily into the mountainside, causing the mountain to crack. There was a brief silence at the scene. Then, a wave of cheers erupted from the Konoha ninjas. Lord Yagami. It's Lord Yagami who has arrived. Oh, Lord Yagami is mighty. The one who suddenly appeared on the battlefield and punched the Two Tails Jinchuriki away was none other than the arriving Lord Yagami. Everyone, I'm late. Yagami smiled brightly at the surrounding Konoha ninjas. Leave this guy to me. Watch out. A ninja suddenly changed color and warned. Behind Yagami, the half-tailed beast Emo Uni had torn through the air's resistance and lunged at Yagami with a claw. Time seemed to stop at that moment. Yagami instantly vanished, reappearing above Emo Uni, an overwhelming chakra bursting forth from his body, his hand movements swift and terrifying like a thunder god. Lightning release. Emo Uni, having failed his sneak attack, immediately opened his mouth to Yagami, gathering a violent chakra cannon. Heavenly Thunderstrike. But Yagami was a step faster. Endless thunder surged forward, and at the moment Emo Uni fired the cannon, a pillar-like terrifying lightning spear descended in an instant. It shattered the chakra cannon and pinned Emo Uni directly to the ground. Bang! A dust wave surged several meters high, and the terrifying aftershock blew away all nearby ninjas. Watching this shocking scene, everyone on the battlefield couldn't help but widen their eyes. In an instant, he suppressed the Jinchuriki. Is this? Lord Yagami. Countless Konoha ninjas gazed at Yagami, who descended like a celestial being, their shock beyond measure. Immediately after, a more terrifying roar erupted among the Konoha ninjas. No, impossible. That guy actually suppressed Mo Uni with a single blow? How could he be so strong? I stared at Yagami's figure, utterly unable to believe the reality before him. Huff. Although Narashikaku was also astonished by Yagami's terrifying power. Seeing him arrive and instantly suppress Mo Uni, he couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Yagami has grown to such a point. Shikaku. It seems we really are getting old. Akimichi chose a laugh heartily, looking at A in the distance and provocatively saying, "Now, I wonder how you're going to be arrogant?" A gritted his teeth, glancing at the situation on the battlefield, knowing that there was no longer any need to continue. Yagami's arrival had instantly brought a backbone to the Konoha ninjas, elevating their morale to an unprecedented height. They had come from afar without a chance of victory. Continuing on could lead to unknown consequences. But before that, I looked at Mo Uni, who was pinned to the ground and unable to move, his expression heavy. To be able to make Mo Uni unable to move, even in his half-tailed beast state, how could this guy possess such terrifying lightning release? Also, how did he defeat Furkai? In the second half-tailed beast transformation, he nearly destroyed the hidden cloud village. Only the old man could subdue him. How'd this guy do it? Damn it, we've already lost Furkai. We cannot let Mo Uni be captured by him again. For the first time, I felt such apprehension and even fear toward the kid. He must be eliminated. We cannot allow him to grow any further. He clenched his fists. Konoha does not need another existence more terrifying than the yellow flash. In his eyes, the threat posed by Namikaze Minato, who escaped from him and the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, was far less than that of Yagami before him. The former was merely fast and had some powerful techniques, but the latter was a true threat to them. But before that, he needed to devise a plan to rescue Mo Uni. All Jounin, bloodline limit users, follow me to take down that guy. I shouted loudly, instantly transforming into a flash of lightning, disappearing before Narashikaku and the others. Chapter 44. Fame in the Ninja World. Oh no! Narashikaku's expression changed drastically. And Uchiha Fugaku, Inazuka Kiba, and Aburame Shii quickly rushed towards Yejin. Facing the oncoming cloud ninjas, Yejin tightened his grip on the long knife. After all, there were a bunch of strong opponents, and killing them would still take a lot of effort. Lightning release, lightning annihilation, level Chiyo dance. But AI suddenly appeared beside Mo Uni, kicking the lightning spear that had pinned him down into pieces. Retreat. Seeing that he had successfully rescued Mo Uni, AI immediately issued a retreat order. The cloud ninjas who had originally charged towards Yejin all turned around and rapidly retreated. It turned out that the attack was merely a distraction. Their true goal was only to rescue Mo Uni. Retreat? Yejin snorted. Not only had AI outmaneuvered him, but he had also rescued Mo Uni, which made him very displeased. In an instant, he arrived in front of AI, thrusting out a knife with incredible sharpness. Did you ask for my opinion? Ninjutsu, Chidori Blade, thrust. Chidori Blade could not only tear, but also impact. How could it be? Zulfust. AI looked horrified at the sword thrusting towards him, his body unable to react in time. It's over. This terrifying speed was on par with their elder. In the face of this sword's destructive power, his proud lightning defense felt as fragile as paper, and it was directly pierced. AI was unwilling. Was he really going to die here? Lava release, protective rubber, accompanied by a steady voice, a yellow, rubber-like substance rapidly enveloped him. Bloodline limit? Yejin immediately felt a powerful blocking force, such that even his Chidori blade could not advance. Moreover, after being wrapped up, they were continuously pulled backward, making it even harder to exert strength. He quickly withdrew his sword. If he didn't retreat now, this rubber would wrap around him too. Are you okay, AI? Among the Cloud Ninja army, a man with a serious expression, wearing a lightning eye patch over his left eye and dressed in high-collar ninja attire, used a technique to dispel the rubber and turned to AI, asking, "Thanks to your timely intervention, AI's face still bore a strong shock as he took a deep breath and said in fear, "I almost got killed by that guy." Upon hearing this, the man nodded in agreement, saying they must report back to the Raikage in detail. This person was their greatest obstacle on the front lines. If he wasn't eliminated, their battle line could never advance. As for Yejian, lava-release ninja, T-Dai, he naturally recognized the man who had saved AI. Although he looked 20 years younger than he remembered, there was no doubt that this unique rubber ninjutsu was unmistakable. He was the bloodline limit ninja, known as T-Dai, who would later block the Third Raikage for a moment during the Fourth Great Ninja War and save Naruto multiple times at critical junctures. He was deeply trusted by the Third Raikage and was hailed as the strongest bloodline limit ninja in the Hidden Cloud Village. TCH, I really hate bloodline limit upper ninjas, Yejian said unhappily, withdrawing from the 100 Heroes technique. Due to the recent battle with Fuka, he had consumed too much chakra, resulting in a significant decrease in his strength while in a 100 Heroes state. Otherwise, he wouldn't have allowed AI to be saved by T-Dai. No wonder bloodline limit ninjas are respected. They are indeed formidable. Usually, if a Chunin awakened a bloodline limit, they could quickly attain a special Jonin strength. If such a bloodline limit ninja continued to strive for power and eventually advance to Jonin, their threat would be even greater. Just like T-Dai, who had rescued someone right under Yejian's nose. Displeased as he was, Yejian had to admit that while T-Dai might not compare in combat power to Kaga level, in terms of defense, Kaga level couldn't match him. "Are you okay?" Narashikaku came to Yejian's side, sensing his momentary weakened aura, and couldn't help but feel worried. "I'm fine, just a bit drained on chakra." Yejian's gaze remained fixed ahead. What to do next? Although he was reluctant, he had to admit that letting them go was the best way to minimize losses. They had traveled a long way without rest before being pulled into a battle, and many were completely out of stamina. If they continued fighting, they might be turned over by the Cloud Ninjas. "You're right," Narashikaku praised. As expected of the third Hokage's disciple, your perspective is already focused on the bigger picture. That's exactly what I'm thinking. We need to regroup fully before facing the enemy again. Narashikaku felt that Yejian truly had the talent of a commander, whether in terms of strength, reputation, or vision. However, as a medical ninja, he couldn't bear to see everyone's sacrifice in vain. Yejian smiled, then his expression grew serious. The next time, he wondered what kind of lineup it would be. Now that the Eight Tails Jinchuriki had been captured by him, would the Third Raikage personally take the stage next time? Just thinking about this enemy, who was both offensive and defensive like a humanoid beast, made him feel a surge of excitement. As he was now, as long as he worked hard to accumulate enough chakra, battling the Third Raikage wasn't out of the question. The next day, the news of Yejian defeating and capturing the Eight Tails Jinchuriki on the battlefield had already spread throughout the ninja world. This news was like a heavy bombshell for the entire ninja community. That was a Jinchuriki, a weapon of war. He captured it just like that? How old is he? 14. He is already this terrifying. How much more terrifying will he become in the future? No one could imagine. Yejian's name, Konoha's Cold Light, instantly became famous throughout the ninja world. Konoha Village. What did you say? That kid Yejian captured the Eight Tails Jinchuriki? Even the third Hokage, who had experienced many storms, dropped his pipe in shock upon hearing this news. Ignoring the burnt documents and his Hokage robe, he looked at the Umbu member delivering the information and asked seriously, "Are you sure there's no mistake? Did Yejian really do this alone?" The Umbu nodded, stating that this information was personally relayed by Lord Narashikaku through the intelligence department. So, it should be correct. Hiss. The third Hokage couldn't help but gasp and sat in his chair, unable to regain his composure for a long time. What kind of genius have I taken as my disciple? He had seen many geniuses over the years, Orochimaru, Kakashi, Minato, but a talent as monstrous as Yejian was truly a first for him. It seems that sending him to the front lines of the Hidden Cloud Village was indeed a wise decision. However, this kid's growth rate is too astonishing. The third Hokage picked up his pipe and took a few puffs, feeling an unprecedented sense of joy and pride. Chapter 45. The candidate for the fifth Hokage immediately sent out the corresponding sealing team to assist in sealing the Eight Tails Jinchuriki. A living Eight Tails Jinchuriki is worth more than a dead one. This means they have directly gained control over a significant military force of the Kumogakure. The Kumogakure will absolutely not want to see their ninja village lose a tailed beast, which would lead to an imbalance in military strength. Additionally, inform Kakashi and the others that they must remain vigilant and cautious in the near future. The third Hokage said sternly, the Kumogakure would definitely not want to see the Eight Tails Jinchuriki fall into the hands of our Konoha. The Yumbu nodded and immediately went to execute the orders. As for why they wouldn't transport him to the rear of Konoha, it was obviously because there were too many uncertain dangers on the transport route. It is much safer to keep him on the front lines. Kumogakure. What? Fukai has been captured? Impossible. He is the most perfect Jinchuriki of our Kumogakure. His combat power only below mine. Unless the third Hokage of Konoha personally makes a move, who else could possibly capture him? Konoha's cold light? The roar of the third Raikage echoed throughout the entire ninja village from his imposing office. Damn Konoha! Damn Konoha's cold light! The third Raikage angrily smashed the table in front of him. Why does Konoha always produce so many powerful geniuses? The legendary three ninjas, Konoha's White Fang, isn't that enough? His anger was mixed with intense unwillingness. Now there are the Yellow Flash and Konoha's Cold Light, both of whom are more monstrous than the other. Damn Land of Fire. Why wasn't it us who dominated there back then? In the entire ninja world, there is no force that does not covet the territory of the Land of Fire. With fertile land, advantageous location, developed economy, and a large population, along with the most powerful village, Konoha, which is always home to emerging geniuses. Gather information. In 3 days, I want all information on that bastard Konoha's Cold Light. The third Raikage clenched his fists, filled with killing intent. I will personally crush his head and take back Fukai. At the front line of Iwagakure, Konoha's main camp. What did you say? Yakumo captured the Eight Tails Jinchuriki and suppressed the Two Tails Jinchuriki on the battlefield? After just uniting with the Sand Village's army and achieving a victory against Iwagakure, Minato Namikaze was nearly shocked speechless upon hearing this news. Yakumo, has he grown to such an extent? Even Jiraiya, who was sitting beside him, could not help but be astonished. How has this kid grown so much? Just 10 days ago, he could barely handle the old man Hirusuke. What level of combat power is the Eight Tails Jinchuriki? It is not an exaggeration to say that in the Sand Village, it would require the strength of the entire village to deal with such an existence. Yet Yakumo managed to defeat him and even capture him alive. How terrifying. This kid is truly never meant to be ordinary. Jiraiya shook his head. He had originally thought about helping Minato gain more merits on the front line of Iwagakure, wondering if Yakumo would feel a bit unbalanced. Now it's the opposite. He should be worried about how to help Minato gain more merits. Minato is likely to officially take over as the fourth Hokage after this battle ends. With such a terrifying merit established by Yakumo, Minato would have to capture either the Four Tails Jinchuriki or the Five Tails Jinchuriki to gain the people's recognition. Truly, Yakumo is remarkable, but I will not admit defeat. It would be a lie to say Minato felt no jealousy. However, he felt it was a blessing to have such an opponent, always pushing himself to move forward. Teacher, do you think the Sand Village might guess that Hirusuke was killed by Yakumo? Minato looked at Jiraiya with some concern. As a trusted aide of the Hokage, Minato and Jiraiya naturally knew more of the insider information. No way. Jiraiya shook his head seriously. Now that the situation is set, even if the Sand Village wants to betray the alliance, they must consider whether they can bear the consequences. Yakumo's terrifying strength is also a deterrent to them. Moreover, since Rasha took over as the fourth Wind Shadow, there have not been many notable achievements. Whether it's the reputation of Yakumo killing Hirusuke or being forced to ally with us, or the losses of Hirusuke and many elite Sand Shinobi, he has no authority as Wind Shadow, and I don't believe the Sand Shinobi have no grievances against him. Minato nodded. It is indeed so. Not to mention, just the sudden alliance between Konoha and the Sand Village to jointly combat Iwagakure has led to much discontent among the Sand Shinobi. So, Jiraiya said calmly, even if he guesses the truth, he is extremely angry at Yakumo. But to regain the authority of the Wind Shadow, he urgently needs a victory to prove himself and restore the dignity of the Wind Shadow. Minato added, Therefore, this battle against a Wagakure is the best opportunity. After all, if he collaborates with a Wagakure, he might not even be able to defeat us. He might also worry that if he collaborates with a Wagakure, he could be backstabbed by Noki, leading to us teaming up with a Wagakure against them. Jiraiya nodded. That's right. Hearing their conversation, Kushina exclaimed, listening to your conversation just now, I feel that Yakumo is really terrifying. His calculations are so deep. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya chuckled. If that kid Yakumo heard what you just said, he would probably humbly say, it's just good luck. I didn't expect to succeed by accident or something like that. Then his smile slowly faded. He is regarded by the third Hokage as a candidate to succeed as the fifth Hokage after Minato steps down. He said that Yakumo is very similar to the second Hokage back then. He hopes Yakumo can become an important high-ranking member of the Anbu in the future and assist Minato in making Konoha even better. Hearing this, Kushina was taken aback. Such a high evaluation? Jiraiya nodded. I think the third Hokage's idea is great because you can't imagine how terrifying it would be if this guy were to betray Konoha. Kushina thought for a moment. Indeed, such a talent must be kept in the village. By the way, Minato, how is the development of that technique going? Jiraiya looked at Minato Namikaze. If that technique is successfully developed, I think with your current abilities, it should be possible to catch one of the two Jinchuriki from a Wagakure off guard. Speaking of this, Minato also said seriously, speaking of this, I have to thank Yakumo. He said with emotion, I really can't imagine how he can have such wild yet accurate and direct ideas about ninjutsu. Chapter 46. The Flying Thunder God can be even better. He pulled out a kunai inscribed with a series of incantations for the Flying Thunder God inside. Originally, I thought that increasing the number of Flying Thunder God kunai would greatly expand my instantaneous strike area and provide me with more escape routes. This idea seemed pretty good. Jiraiya nodded in agreement. Even the second Hokage back then only used the Flying Thunder God as a body flicker technique, combined with swordsmanship to defeat enemies. And his reputation was not prominent. However, Minato Namikaze has long since spread the fame of the Flying Thunder God technique throughout the ninja world, truly elevating it. However, Yahiko told me that since we can inscribe the Flying Thunder God formula on kunai, why not try to directly inscribe it on the enemy's body? That way, the enemy wouldn't even have time to react before being severely injured. At that time, no matter how fast a ninja is, they cannot be faster than my Flying Thunder God. And with my Rasengan, I am afraid that even a fellow speed ninja would not be my opponent. Moreover, as long as I leave the formula on the enemy's body whenever I want, regardless of time, place, or opponent, I can teleport in front of them with the Flying Thunder God and deliver a fatal blow. Upon hearing Yahiko's thoughts relayed by Minato, even Jiraiya couldn't help but shiver, feeling a chill down his spine as he said, this kid, could he be a born expert in ninjutsu assassination? It seems that Yahiko's understanding of the Flying Thunder God is even more profound than Minato's. Yes, I thought the same at that time. This instantly made my Flying Thunder God a presence that could make the entire ninja world tremble with fear. Minato spoke, still filled with shock on his face. Jiraiya shook his head, saying, I didn't understand this guy back then, and I understand him even less now. After pausing for a moment, he continued. Yahiko said that after this war ends, he has some ideas about upgrading the Rasengan to share with me. According to his description, the upgraded Rasengan's power could rise several levels. Jiraiya's eyes widened in shock, and after staring at Minato for a long time, he shook his head and said, with this guy in Konoha, it truly is a blessing. Kushina beside them couldn't help but nod, her curiosity about Yahiko reaching its peak. What kind of ninja is he? To be even more monstrous than her husband. Clearly, he hadn't learned the Flying Thunder God, yet he could guide her husband to develop it even more terrifyingly. It truly was a loss to have gone on a mission recently. Otherwise, she could have met Yahiko in the Sand Village's main camp. Just as Jiraiya and the others had speculated, they had indeed uncovered the truth behind the death of Kaizoku. Chiyo naturally hated Yahiko in an instant. However, she didn't dare to tear her face with Konoha, whether it was her or Rasha. They both needed a victory to prove themselves and give an explanation to the feudal lord of the Wind Country, who had long since lost trust in them. But they could endure. That didn't mean Inoki could. Dame Konoha, I really want to turn you into ashes with dust release." He was furious. He originally thought he was played by Danzo, only to find out now that he had been outsmarted by Kid. That was one thing. But because of the conflict caused by Yahiko, not only had it disrupted his friendly alliance with the Cloud Village, but it also caused his plan to raid Konoha to fail, leaving him caught up in the war between Konoha and the Sand Village. If he hadn't spent over 1 billion Ryo to calm the anger of the Cloud Village and prevent them from attacking Konoha, his Iwagakure would have almost been besieged by the 3 major ninja villages. But in his original beautiful plan, the besieged protagonist should have been Konoha. Just because of Yahiko, he found himself in a situation where even if he won now, it would be a significant loss. Every time he thought of this, he couldn't help but feel his blood boiling, wanting to spit blood. Did I hear someone cursing me? At the border of the Land of Fire, in Yahiko's tent, he wiped his nose and said, "I wonder what Danzo's reaction will be when he finds out about this." Yahiko chuckled. "Danzo, I advise you to behave yourself. Otherwise, when we return, I might expose your entire organization." Yahiko was not Sarutobi Hiruzen. No matter how harshly Danzo treated him, it wouldn't threaten his life. If Danzo dared to stir up trouble during this war or plot against Yahiko from behind, Yahiko wouldn't mind making him understand the cost of plotting against him. However, the puppet servants turned out to be surprisingly useful, easy to hide, and with decent combat power. Before heading to the battlefield, he naturally made some preparations. He couldn't trust that guy Danzo. As long as he was alive, Yahiko would always feel like a thorn in his back. Not to mention he had recently offended him quite a bit. Even with the 3rd Hokage helping to monitor him and issuing a house arrest order, he still felt that his safety had to be controlled by himself to be at ease. So, he used puppet servants to keep an eye on Danzo's every move. At this moment, in Konoha Village, a quarrel was erupting. "Sarutobi, what on earth are you thinking? The 8 Tails Jinchuriki is such an important existence. How can you handle it so carelessly? Don't you know how dangerous it is to put him on the front lines? The correct approach is to transport him to our Konoha village. As Hokage, how can you be so foolish?" Shimura Danzo shouted sternly, filled with discontent. Of course, this was all an act. His proposal to transport the 8 Tails Jinchuriki back to the village was naturally based on his own interests. Transporting the 8 Tails Jinchuriki would require sending a large number of ninjas and a powerful leader, right? And now, where could Konoha find a powerful leader? His root organization. Where could they find a strong leader in Konoha now? It was either him or his partner Orochimaru. No matter how he chose, it would benefit him. They could take this opportunity to extract the bloodline of the 8 Tails Jinchuriki for experiments, potentially cultivating batches of Jinchuriki in the future. If that didn't work, they could try to inscribe secret seals on the 8 Tails Jinchuriki, turning him into a blade under their control. If that also failed, extracting the 8 Tails chakra to artificially create another Jinchuriki was also possible. Regardless, as long as he held such power, what did it matter if he lost the power to connect with various forces in the ninja world? He would be sufficient to compete for the position of Hokage. Danzo, don't think I don't know what you're planning. The 3rd Hokage snorted coldly. "I warn you to behave yourself recently. Otherwise, don't blame me for disregarding our past friendship." His words were extremely severe. "If you dare to make any small moves in secret or betray Yahiko's whereabouts to Inoki again, don't blame me for dismissing you from your position as advisor." After saying that, he sighed, looking at Danzo with a pleading expression. "Danzo, I'm begging you, okay?" Chapter 47. Fair Handling. New hope for the Uchiha upon hearing this. Danzo's expression changed several times before he snorted and turned to leave. Has Danzo made any recent moves? After Danzo left, the 3rd Hokage returned to calmness and asked the air beside him. "No, except for getting closer to Lord Orochimaru." An indifferent voice came from the air. "What on earth is that guy Orochimaru up to?" The 3rd Hokage frowned upon hearing this. Ever since the 2nd Shinobi World War ended, he had been focused on research and developing ninjutsu. Recently, he had been getting too close to Danzo. He hoped it wouldn't reach a point where their master-disciple relationship would be put to the test. Developing ninjutsu and conducting research is fine, but getting too close to Danzo makes me uneasy. Sign-in begins. Please go to the medical team for sign-in time. 1 minute. At the border of the Land of Fire, Yejin arrived at the medical team. As soon as he entered, he saw a ninja from a Sarutobi clan confronting a ninja from the Uchiha clan. What happened? Seeing this scene, Yejin frowned immediately and coldly said, "If you want to fight, go outside. Don't cause trouble in my medical team." Upon seeing Yejin arrive, the medical ninjas in the team looked at him as if he were a savior. "Lord Yejin, you finally came." The arguing Sarutobi clan ninja and Uchiha clan ninja immediately stopped their actions. What is going on? With war looming, do you still have the energy to infight? Do you think I, Yejin, am easy to bully? As these words came out, the two immediately changed their expressions. However, the Uchiha clan ninja still seemed a bit unconvinced. "Lord Yejin, I didn't want to infight, but this guy is really too much." Hearing this, Yejin looked over what's going on. As soon as he heard this, the Uchiha clan ninja was about to speak, but was pulled back by his clansmen behind him. It was as if he realized something and hesitated. "Feel free to say whatever you want. No need to have any reservations. I, Yejin, have always been fair, and everyone can testify." Seeing him like this, Yejin spoke to dispel his concerns. Upon hearing Yejin's words, perhaps due to trust in his character or perhaps out of outrage, the Uchiha clan ninja pointed at the Sarutobi clan ninja and said, "Clearly, we are all serving Konoha." Yet this guy actually said that it would be better if all Uchiha clan members were dead, since we're all sent to the front lines as cannon fodder. What is there to treat? Then he took the healing potions that belonged to us and said that we Uchiha clan don't deserve to use such good things. That's a waste for us. "Lord Yejin, can I endure this?" After hearing this, Yejin's gaze directly turned to the Sarutobi clan ninja beside him, coldly asking, "Is this true?" Upon hearing this, the Sarutobi clan ninja felt a bit guilty, but still shouted, "So what if I said it? Isn't it the truth? Aren't the Uchiha clan like a ticking time bomb in the village? Who knows when they'll rebel like Uchiha Madara? Since that's the case, it would be better if they all die sooner." "Shut up," Yejin shouted, looking at the Sarutobi clan ninja with an extremely gloomy face. "Just because of Uchiha Madara, you want to extend this stereotype to the entire clan? Have you forgotten that there were also heroes like Uchiha Kagami from the Uchiha clan? Should he also die?" As soon as these words came out, the Sarutobi clan ninja was immediately left speechless. If I remember correctly, just now on the battlefield, the Uchiha clan ninja bore a lot of pressure for you, Sarutobi clan ninjas. Is this what they should do? Since everyone is working for Konoha, does anyone have to die? Is this how you treat your comrades? If a war breaks out and the Uchiha clan feels dissatisfied, uniting with the Cloud Ninja to deal a heavy blow to our Konoha army, can you bear this responsibility? The Sarutobi clan ninja's face changed drastically, and he quickly waved his hands. "I didn't mean that." Yejin snorted coldly. "I don't care how you treat the Uchiha clan outside, but in my medical team, you are all the same to me, and that S is patience. If I find out that such things happen again, then you Sarutobi clan will be the last to receive treatment. Return the things that belong to the Uchiha clan." Facing Yejin's stern order and this real threat, the Sarutobi clan ninjas, though very unconvinced, dared not provoke Yejin. "Anyone among you who is not satisfied with my decision can come find me." Seeing this, Yejin looked at the Sarutobi clan ninja, his tone indifferent. No. The Sarutobi clan ninja quickly spoke, whispering to the Uchiha clan ninja as he approached. "This time he got lucky. I don't believe you'll be this lucky next time." Seeing this, Yejin chuckled a few times, causing the Sarutobi clan ninja to immediately fall silent. Fearing being threatened by Yejin again, Yejin patted the shoulder of the Uchiha clan ninja. "Thank you for your trust in me. If there's any injustice in the future, you can find me." This made the Uchiha clan ninja tear up, excitedly saying, "Yes." Yejin then looked at the other ninjas. "The same goes for all of you. I am fair to matters, not to people." Everyone nodded, understanding. Many felt that fighting alongside such a person was truly a blessing. "Thank you." After calming the emotions of everyone, Yejin left the medical team. As soon as he stepped out the door, he encountered Uchiha Fugaku. "It's just my duty." Facing Uchiha Fugaku's gratitude, Yejin showed no expression. "But if you, clan leader Fugaku, can make some of your clansmen change their arrogant habits, I believe everyone will accept you more." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Fugaku was taken aback for a moment, then nodded. "I'll try to do that." After Yejin left, Uchiha Fugaku said, "The chances of my Uchiha clan's conflicts with the village easing seem to have increased a lot." The Uchiha clan actually wanted to be more restrained and not so arrogantly indifferent. However, there were often people in the village who deliberately sought trouble with them, leading to conflicts, and in the end, it was always their fault. Over time, the frustrated clansmen became completely indifferent. After all, whether they caused trouble or not, it always ended up being their fault. So it was better not to tolerate anyone and not to give in to anyone. That way, it wouldn't be so frustrating. And in order to ease the increasingly intensified contradictions between the clan and the village in this situation, he could only always speak for outsiders. Thus, there were quite a few elders in the clan who were very dissatisfied with his seemingly weak behavior. Chapter 48. What are you originally? He hoped that Uchiha Shursui would grow up and help him reorganize the clan while also building good relationships with the higher-ups of the Hokage. But now it seems he has a better candidate. In the Sarutobi clan's tent, Yejin thought to himself, who does he think he is? If it weren't for Lord Third taking him as a disciple, how could he have achieved what he has today? But instead of being grateful to Lord Third, he not only fails to appreciate the favor, but also speaks up for those Uchiha scoundrels. He thinks he is impressive just because he is the leader of the medical team. A disgruntled Sarutobi ninja complained. This immediately garnered agreement from many other ninjas around. They all felt that Yejin was going too far. What is so good about helping the Uchiha clan? Aren't they just a bunch of cannon fodder? They are just used to protect the Sarutobi clan's ninjas from major sacrifices. Once he has an Uchiha subordinate, he starts to turn against his own clan. Shut up. At this moment, a stern shout came from outside the tent. A J-Nin with a scar on his right cheek walked in, and everyone immediately spoke up. J-Nin Nagayama. Sarutobi Nagayama looked at the disgruntled Sarutobi ninja with a gloomy face and said, "Is Yejin someone you could discuss? Don't forget that he can hold the position of medical team leader because of his own strong abilities, not because of any favor from Lord Third." The crowd was suddenly left speechless. To tell you the truth, Lord Third intends to make him the future 5th Hokage. Moreover, after the 4th Hokage takes the throne, he is very likely to directly manage the Yonbu. Not to mention that he is highly regarded by Jiraiya and Tsunade, especially Tsunade. She is like a sister to Yejin. With such a relationship, he still has such a reputation now, and many clans in the village have greatly benefited from his help on the front lines, avoiding significant casualties. His rise to a high position will definitely face little resistance. Is such a person someone Ymir Chunin could discuss? Without the halo of Lord Third, what are you? After hearing these words, everyone felt a chill run down their spines and cold sweat broke out on their foreheads. If you offend him, in the future, he has plenty of ways to deal with you. Even Lord Third won't be able to help you much. Hearing this, everyone was astonished. In Yejin's room, sign-in completed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Sage Body Chakra Refinement Method scroll. Sage Body Chakra Refinement Method. The chakra refined through this method is different from the ordinary methods. The power refined is closer to that of sage techniques. Using this method allows the user to possess pure chakra, better develop the potential of the sage body, speed up recovery, and have a larger chakra volume. Looking at the description of this scroll, Yejin couldn't help but feel a rush of excitement. So, does this mean that my previous chakra refinement methods were misguided? No wonder I always felt a bit uncomfortable. I thought it was just my illusion. Without a second thought, he immediately began to learn. Suddenly, Yejin felt as if his head had been struck by lightning, as if some shackles in his body had been broken. The chakra that had originally surged like a great river was now beginning to develop towards the scale of an ocean. Heavier and more massive. Is this the true sage body? He clenched his fist, feeling a continuous surge of refined power emerging. Moreover, with the Yin Seal helping him control the power in detail, he felt that he could really fight for days and nights without getting tired. Now, even if the third Raikage were to attack, I would be more confident. Opening his eyes, the light in them was so intense that it seemed to disperse the air, terrifyingly powerful. Just one intense battle away, and I can truly elevate my chakra quality to the level of a Kage. At that time, activating the Thunder Armor mode combined with my other techniques would be enough to suppress Fukai. Under the 100 Heroes technique, I wonder if I can defeat the third Raikage? Just because my chakra quality hasn't reached Kage level doesn't mean my strength can't match it. Yejin himself, along with Minato and others, can achieve that. But if the chakra quality reaches Kage level, then my strength would definitely surpass that of a Kage. The third Raikage, Jiraiya, is just like this. It's really something to look forward to. He closed his eyes again, continuing to delve deeper into mastering this power. A day later. What's wrong, Yugao? Is this what you call not dragging your feet anymore? On a flat area at the top of a mountain not far from the main camp. Yejin looked at the exhausted and panting Yugao, with no intention of showing her any sympathy, his words full of mockery. TCH. I won't drag my feet. She had almost given up, but after being spurred on by Yejin, Yugao gasped and got up again, charging at Yejin once more. As a Jinjutsu ninja, one cannot neglect taijutsu, especially on the battlefield. Not far from them, Uchiha Shursui was suppressing Nara Shinkai in a fight. Shinkai, you have to seize this opportunity. The chance to duel with a genius like Uchiha Shursui is rarer than being personally trained by me, Yejin said while fending off Yugao, directing his words at the already struggling Nara Shinkai. Hey Captain, don't worry, I won't miss such a great training opportunity. Even though he was already sore all over and his body felt extremely heavy, Nara Shinkai had no intention of giving up. Once, he thought that he might only ever be able to look at geniuses like Kakashi from behind, and it would be impossible to catch up with him in his lifetime. But after this battle started, he suddenly saw hope. Not to mention being personally taught by Yejin, just the daily team practice made him extremely happy. His opponent was Uchiha Shursui, who had a reputation as a genius just like Kakashi. Moreover, Yejin had personally acknowledged that Uchiha Shursui's strength was greater than Kakashi's. Training every day with such a powerful person, it's not impossible to catch up to Kakashi, whether it's fire style, swordsmanship, or the use of ninja tools. Uchiha Shursui has benefited him immensely. Perhaps this is why Yejin let him practice with Uchiha Shursui, because he teaches according to their abilities. As for Jinjutsu, Yejin didn't let Uchiha Shursui use it, saying that it wouldn't be effective for training. Shursui, remember to meet at the usual place tonight. During the day, Uchiha Shursui helped Nara Shinkai train, and since Yejin had no time to train, he naturally had to make it up to him. Otherwise, he wouldn't feel right. Yes, Captain. There is nothing that made Uchiha Shursui happier than hearing that Yejin would personally train him. So, every night, everyone could see Uchiha Shursui returning covered in injuries. But no one mocked him, only envied him. They only regretted not being Yejin's subordinate. Meanwhile, Nara Shinkai felt that despite making great progress, he was still so powerless against Uchiha Shursui. Chapter 49. The Raid Mission. Is a genius truly insurmountable? Noura Shinjian thought to himself, but Kakashi has definitely fallen out of the ranks of what I consider geniuses. In his eyes, there are only two geniuses, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Shursui. I wonder how Yamashiro Kaichi's intelligence gathering is going. I should check it out tomorrow. While training Yugao, Senju Hashirama thought this. After 5 days of torment from Hashirama, Yugao has made significant progress in both taijutsu and jinjutsu. Now, she has no trouble dealing with Chunin. However, to kill, she would need to exert some effort. The next day, how's it going, Kaichi-senpai? Have you found any intelligence in Fukai's mind? Hashirama arrived at the intelligence department's main camp and looked at Yamashiro Kaichi. Since they captured such an important figure as Fukai, they certainly couldn't overlook the intelligence in his mind. Seeing this, Yamashiro Kaichi shook his head. As I expected, the Jinchuriki's mental world has restrictions, and at this point he suddenly showed a look of panic. It might make you laugh, but I couldn't withstand the fierce aura of the Eight Tails. After so many days, I have made no progress, and I let you down. Hearing this, Hashirama was somewhat surprised, then relieved. Indeed, the strength of the Eight Tails is not trivial. Without sufficient terrifying chakra power, it is indeed impossible to suppress his malevolent aura. If it weren't for Fukai not being able to fully unleash the Eight Tails power, I wouldn't have been able to capture him. Hearing Hashirama's words, Yamashiro Kaichi nodded. Exactly. It seems I can only waste your efforts. Yamashiro Kaichi said apologetically to Hashirama. Hashirama worked hard to capture the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, but in the end, he couldn't even gather some intelligence, which made Yamashiro Kaichi feel a bit embarrassed. How about I give a try? Hashirama waved his hand, eager to give a shot. You can gather intelligence too? Yamashiro Kaichi was somewhat surprised. Hashirama smiled. Why not? After saying that, he brought his index and middle fingers together and placed them on Fukai's forehead, closing his eyes as a powerful force surged in. There is such terrifying mental power. Experiencing Hashirama's aura up close, he realized just how terrifying Hashirama truly is. Suddenly, a chilling malevolence erupted from Fukai, making one shudder. But immediately, a pure and masculine power emerged from Hashirama, completely dissolving that force. At this moment, inside Fukai's body, the Eight Tails felt this power and was shocked. How is it possible that I feel an aura similar to Senju Hashirama from this kid? This pure and masculine power cannot be mistaken. He has only felt it on Senju Hashirama. That is a terrifying power that can suppress all tailed beasts. Hey, as expected of the system's ability, these restrictions have no effect on me. In Fukai's mental world, Hashirama entered without obstruction. Even the Eight Tails power dared not approach. Only watching as Hashirama explored the intelligence in Fukai's mind. A quarter of an hour later, Hashirama came out, and Yamashiro Kaichi immediately asked, "How is it? Did you gather any useful intelligence?" Hashirama didn't want to discuss how he gathered intelligence. This is his own skill. There is indeed some intelligence. Wait a moment, let me relay it. He connected to the intelligence output device beside him. Suddenly, an intelligence scroll began to roll out, and a line of intelligence appeared. After reading the intelligence, Yamashiro Kaichi was shocked. Could this be a trap from the Cloud Ninja? How could the Jinchuriki know about the deployment of the Cloud Ninja army? This requires Commander Narashikaku to make a decision. Hashirama smiled and immediately walked with Yamashiro Kaichi toward the command camp. I think this intelligence is very likely to be true. After receiving the intelligence, Narashikaku analyzed it for dozens of minutes and came to this conclusion. In other words, Hashirama licked his lips, his eyes fiery. We can launch a raid and take out a contingent of the Cloud Ninja? Narashikaku nodded. Exactly. He looked at Hashirama. I think this mission belongs to you. I think so too. Hashirama grinned. Just right. I've been training Uchiha Shursui and the others hard these past few days. It's time for them to practice and see what their current strength is. Hearing this, Narashikaku smiled, then said seriously, "Are you really ready to speak up for the Uchiha clan? This is not an easy road. Not many in the village as higher-ups like them. Even with our support, plus Jiraiya and Lady Tsunade, you may still face tremendous public pressure." His eyes were full of warnings. Don't forget about the past with Hitaki Tsukumo. Hearing this, Hashirama grinned. If the higher-ups think I'm Hitaki Tsukumo, then they've miscalculated. I only care about the opinion of one old man. The rest, in my eyes, only Danzo poses a bit of a threat. But unless they really put a knife to my neck otherwise. He smiled again, his eyes full of confidence. Just relying on public opinion cannot suppress me now. I am not Hitaki Tsukumo. Hearing this, Narashikaku nodded. Then I have no objections. Indeed, Hashirama is not Hitaki Tsukumo. His strength is not inferior to White Fang, and he has great prestige and a decent status. Most importantly, he has a firm mind and formidable support behind him, unlike the lone fighter Hitaki Tsukumo. Then this mission is entrusted to you, Narashikaku said solemnly. I hope you all return safely. Hashirama nodded. Just wait for my good news. He then gathered the three who were training. It's time to test the results of your training during this period. Looking at the three in front of him, Hashirama smiled and said, I have a mission to raid the Cloud Ninja army. The enemy S numbers are roughly around 4,000. How about it? Are you interested in going on an adventure with me? Hearing this, Uchiha Shursui's eyes lit up, and Noera Shinjian showed no signs of fear. I have no problem. Yugao also puffed up her not yet developed chest, showing no signs of retreat. Great, we'll set off at 3 in the afternoon. Seeing this, Hashirama nodded in satisfaction. I can finally see the results of the training these days. It's truly exciting. Noera Shinjian clenched his fists, excitement filling his eyes. Uchiha Shursui was the same, his clenched fists indicating his inner excitement. Chapter 50 The Origin of Konoha's Cold Light. At the same time, haven't you gathered all the information on that bastard Konoha Cold Light yet? The third Reikage shouted angrily, surrounded by raging lightning, reflecting his inner discontent. Not Not yet, Reikage-sama, please. Wait a little longer. A black-skinned beauty secretary couldn't help but break into a cold sweat upon seeing this. Damn it. When we find all the information on that guy? The third Reikage was furious, saying he couldn't wait another moment. That bastard Konoha Cold Light caused us, the Cloud Ninja, to suffer such heavy losses this time, and he was itching to crush his skull. Not to mention that Fukai is still in the enemy's hands, perhaps undergoing the most severe interrogation right now. As Reikage, how can I just watch my subordinates suffer? Hearing this, the Reikage secretary immediately said, if he could wait a few more days, once we have his information, we can set up an ambush and eliminate him completely. As long as Konoha Cold Light is gone, the Konoha army won't be a threat. Under your leadership, they will surely return in defeat, and rescuing Fukai will be a matter of minutes. Upon hearing this, the third Reikage finally calmed his anger and asked, how are the conditions of the drug, weapons, and freshwater food at each outpost? Make sure to strengthen our vigilance. Don't let the Konoha people discover our ambush, so we don't repeat the mistakes of the past with the sand-hidden village. In response, the secretary pushed up her glasses confidently and replied, Reikage-sama, you can rest assured about this. The location information of these outposts is known only to the higher-ups. Konoha ninjas absolutely cannot know. As for Fukai, she didn't even consider that, because as a Jinchuriki, Fukai had no access to any confidential information. Hearing the secretary's words, the third Reikage nodded. He was still confident in her abilities. However, they would not have thought that Fukai had inadvertently overheard the location of the weapons manufacturing outpost from the mouths of several high-ranking officials. But this matter was completely unknown to anyone, as Fukai had never mentioned it to anyone. In the northwestern part of the Land of Water, in a valley village. This is it. In front of the valley, Yejin was hiding with 3 others in the grass. He closed his eyes and activated his sensory technique. Even though he had confirmed the intelligence was accurate, he could not rule out the possibility that this was a trap set by the Cloud Ninja. The guard force consists of 100 people, 1 Jounin and 3 special Jounin. It is currently unknown if there are any Kekkei Genkai ninjas inside. The village has more than 3,800 people. Wow. 5 Jounin. Quite cautious. After briefly scouting the situation, Yejin began to formulate a battle plan. Sunset Red exclaimed, Captain, you actually know how to scout? That's impressive. She felt her understanding of Yejin was far from comprehensive. Just a bit. Yejin smiled, saying that he would take care of all the guard forces, and they just needed to rush into the village to fight. After dealing with the guards, he would immediately meet up with them. At that time, Shursui and Jinkan would go with one of his shadow clones to destroy the weapons manufacturing site. Upon hearing this, the 3 nodded, with Jinkan saying, what a simple and straightforward plan, but I like it. Yejin's voice was low then. Let's begin. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone saw a flash before their eyes, and Yejin had already disappeared from in front of them, arriving outside the village 100 meters ahead. So fast. Even though they had witnessed Yejin's super speed before, after seeing it up close, Sunset Red was still left speechless in amazement. With such speed, is there really anyone in the ninja world who can keep up with his movements? Don't just stand there. Let's go. Sunset Red heard Shursui Uchiha's voice, and she was momentarily stunned. Didn't the captain say to wait until he dealt with all the guards before? Shursui Uchiha pointed ahead, saying, look, the guard are almost all gone. Sunset Red hurriedly looked over, her eyes widening in disbelief as she exclaimed, just a few seconds? All 100 are dead. They saw that the last Jounin of the Cloud Ninja's outer guard had fallen into a pool of blood. Not more, not less, exactly 5 seconds. What kind of terrifying killing speed is this? Sunset Red was shocked into silence, doubting life itself. Is this really the speed a person should have? There is even a Jounin cut down like chopping vegetables? What a familiar scene. But the captain's speed is getting faster and faster. Back then, it took several minutes to deal with such enemies. Narashikamaru commented calmly, seeing Sunset Red in shock. He chuckled, saying, do you think the captain's reputation as Konoha Cold Light came from nowhere? Glancing at the blood-soaked battlefield, it was certainly earned with the blood and lives of countless Sand Ninja. The Wind Shadow even ordered the Sand Ninjas below Jounin level. If you encounter Konoha Cold Light, you may flee without punishment. The 3 landed, looking at the pristine Yejian standing amidst the river of blood and corpses. Sunset Red suddenly understood why Yejian was called Konoha Cold Light, because before the enemy died, they probably could only see a flash of silver light pass before them. You guys are a bit slow. Yejian turned to look at the three, the blood-red earth contrasting with his sunny smile, making him look like a demon, causing Sunset Red to shiver involuntarily. Behind Yejian, a sharp voice suddenly rang out. Enemy attack. Instantly, a group of Cloud Ninja appeared, surrounding Yejian and the others. Who is it? Who dares to invade our Cloud Ninja army's outpost? A curly-haired Chunin shouted harshly, looking at Yejian's back, his brow furrowing. He felt like he had seen this back somewhere before. Kill. Yejian did not answer the Cloud Ninja's question. Instead, he spoke to Shisui, Uchiha, and the others. Arrogant. Hearing this, the curly-haired Chunin's gaze turned to Yejian, saying, Then let me see where your confidence comes from. Don't tell me your assurance is just because of this Uchiha brat? After saying that, he charged directly at Yejian's back, intending to kill him first and then take out the Uchiha brat. At this moment, Yejian also turned around upon hearing the words, and the Cloud Ninja, with a fierce expression, shouted, Die. A sharp blade slashed down, and he envisioned Yejian being split in two by his strike. Puchi. A cold light swiftly swept across, and the Cloud Ninja's eyes widened as he fell, his long knife breaking along with him. What? He actually cut through Captain Maji's long knife with one strike. The Cloud Ninja were taken aback, and the leading Jounin instantly sensed something was wrong, shouting, Be careful, this guy is not right. Chapter 51. Just an arrogant fool, Yi Jian pointed his long knife forward and shouted, Go. Then, he charged directly towards the Cloud Ninja army. Arrogant fool, how dare he come at us alone? Seeking death. Yi Jian's actions instantly enraged many of the Cloud Ninjas present. How dare he look down on them like this? Even the leading Cloud Ninja had a dark expression, completely unaware of his own insignificance. He ordered the Cloud Ninjas behind him to kill Yi Jian. The group of Cloud Ninjas behind him immediately surged forward like hungry wolves, rushing towards Yi Jian. But, the first Cloud Ninja to reach him had a ferocious look on his face, lightning crackling from his blade as he viciously slashed down. Willow Leaf Dance. Thousand Birds Blade. Yi Jian's body erupted with lightning, instantly accelerating and crashing directly into the Cloud Ninja army. A large group of Cloud Ninjas were thrown into chaos. Countless swords and blades shattered and fell, instantly creating a huge gap. Such swift speed and power, coupled with the lightning that enveloped his body. Damn it, it's Konoha's Cold Light. The leading Jonin shouted at the entire camp. Konoha's Cold Light has arrived. Everyone pay attention. The Cloud Ninjas were greatly alarmed. But Yi Jian would not stop. No. Bastard, if we die together. Yi Jian was like a furious Azura, completely unstoppable. How? Powerful. How could we possibly be a match? The surrounding Cloud Ninjas looked at Yi Jian in horror, cold sweat breaking out on their foreheads. That was Konoha's Cold Light, who could capture the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, Fukuai. Surely they couldn't defeat him. The captain is amazing. He has intimidated so many people all by himself. Yuhi Kurenai watched as Yi Jian slaughtered among the Cloud Ninja army, as if he were in a realm of his own, causing the Cloud Ninjas to continuously retreat. Unable to help but exclaim in awe. Ha ha ha, we can't fall behind. Noera Hikari laughed loudly, unleashing a wave of terrifying flames towards the enemy in front of him. Brat, don't get too arrogant. The bald-headed Cloud Ninja roared angrily. If I'm no match for Konoha's Cold Light, can I handle you? He released a fierce wave of lightning to block the flames. Judging by his identity, he was clearly not an ordinary Chunin, but seemed to be a squad leader. Brat, you're nothing but... The bald-headed Cloud Ninja hadn't finished speaking when a cold light flashed rapidly before his eyes. The bald-headed Cloud Ninja, unable to believe it, covered his neck with his hands, blood spilling everywhere. How is this possible? I actually died at the hands of this brat. Seeing this scene, the surrounding Cloud Ninjas were immediately shocked. Be careful, this brat is not normal. He killed Captain Shizuki. What? Captain Shizuki was taken down so easily by this brat? Looking at the uncertain expressions of the Cloud Ninjas in front of him, Noera Hikari grinned. Why not? Not far from him, Uchiha Shisui transformed again, causing a flock of crows to obscure the vision of a group of cloud ninjas. Be careful. That Uchiha brat is attacking while we're blocked from sight. A special Jonin shouted loudly, but the next moment he suddenly felt a crisis. From among the crows in front of him, a pitch-black short blade suddenly shot out, moving at lightning speed, leaving no time for defense. Oof. The special Jonin snorted coldly, his body suddenly dodging to the side to evade the strike, and he retaliated with a furious and fierce punch. Uchiha brat, I'll crush you into serious injury with one punch. But this punch passed directly through Uchiha Shirsue's body. What? It's an illusion. The special Jonin was horrified, and just as he was about to turn around, a sharp pain surged from his chest. When did you become an illusion? He turned to look at the indifferent-faced Uchiha Shirsue, asking unwillingly. Anytime, a knife was added, and Uchiha Shirsue's light voice came through. What? Special Jonin Tatai was killed just like that? The cloud ninjas around were horrified, looking at Uchiha Shirsue with panic in their eyes. He is clearly only 10 years old. How can he be so terrifying? What are you panicking about? Look at how ugly you all look in your panic. Is this what we call the warriors of the cloud? A tall, muscular Jonin with a fierce face stepped forward, followed by 3 other Jonin. I admit Konoha's cold light is indeed powerful, capturing the 8 tails and establishing an unparalleled reputation. But so what? The fact is, he is just one person. The tall Jonin shouted, Don't forget we have a full 3,800 men. If each of us takes a knife, each of us uses a jutsu, we can drown him. He looked at Yi Jian as if aiming at a delicious prey. Konoha's cold light is just an arrogant brat. All of you, charge together. As long as we can kill him, we won't mind sacrificing all of us. Hearing this, the gazes of the cloud ninjas suddenly changed. No longer panic. Only madness. Not good. Noera Hikari and Uchiha Shirsue both changed their faces drastically at the same time, wanting to find Yuhi Kurenai's whereabouts. Quickly retreat. We don't want to be a burden to the captain. Yuhi Kurenai's voice suddenly rang out, and they saw her rushing out of the encirclement of the cloud ninja army at high speed. Noera Hikari and Uchiha Shirsue both nodded in approval upon seeing this and quickly retreated. Their thoughts were the same as Yuhi Kurenai's. The battlefield now belonged to Yi Jian, and if the 3 of them didn't leave, they would only drag him down. With Yi Jian's speed, the Cloud Ninja strategy might not be effective. Lightning Release, Angry Thunder Tiger. Lightning Release, Gratitude Wave. Lightning Release, Lightning Dragon Technique. In an instant, the entire battlefield was completely engulfed in lightning. It was more violent and dense than a torrential rain, leaving no chance for even a moment's respite. But it must be said, this was a terrifying attack. If trapped inside, even having 10 lives would mean nothing. Yi Jian's voice suddenly came from above, causing the cloud ninjas who were fiercely attacking to freeze in shock. Up there! When did he get there? A group of cloud ninjas looked at Yi Jian standing on a rooftop, his clothes billowing, looking completely bewildered. What are you dawdling for? Go! The tall Jonin shouted, growing increasingly wary of Yi Jian. They had just launched such a fierce attack, yet not a single hair on him was touched. Such an enemy is too terrifying. That's not going to work. Surrounded by so many of you, even if many are just Chunin. Yi Jian's right hand had already completed the last hand seal, and it was still quite strenuous. What one-handed hand seals? The tall Jonin's face was filled with shock, but Yi Jian shook his head. No, this is just my last seal. Boom! Suddenly, a deep rumble of thunder echoed in the sky. The tall Jonin was immediately startled and hurriedly looked up at the sky. Chapter 52, Destruction of the Withered Not Good. They saw that the dark clouds had completely enveloped them, with terrifying lightning snakes weaving through the clouds. Scatter! The tall Jonin's expression changed as if he had thought of something. Yet Yi Jian smiled again, his smile cold like that of a ruthless Azura. Since we are here. He opened his eyes, his voice indifferent. What are we waiting for? Lightning Release. He pointed down with his right hand. Heavenly Thunder Kill. Boom! In an instant, countless dense lightning spears fell from the sky like a torrential rain, instantly drowning the entire Cloud Ninja army. No, don't! One life after another was mercilessly pierced by the lightning spears. In just 1 or 2 seconds, more than half of the over 3,000 people were gone. The entire village was littered with corpses. Oh, bastard. The tall Jonin's eyes bulged with blood. I will make you pay with your life. Ye win food. You could try if you can. His hands turned into phantoms, rapidly opening and closing. Lightning release. Kirin. A terrifying bolt of lightning shot from his body into the clouds. In the next moment, lightning flashed, accompanied by a soul-shaking low growl. A vivid Kirin broke through the clouds, extending its head downwards. That was merely an appetizer. This is the real main course. No. The tall Jonin screamed in horror, his eyes filled with despair. Roar. In an instant, a massive bolt of thunder struck heavily to the ground. Bang! The terrifying thunderstorm rampaged, tearing apart the earth, shattering the air, and consuming everything around. In an instant, countless wails and screams simply vanished. Gulp! Even standing far away, the three Uchiha members couldn't help but swallow hard at the chaotic scene before them. This is the true power of the captain? Waihai Kurenai's voice trembled. No wonder. Even the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki was defeated by him. Uchiha Shursui gasped in amazement. It's like the god of thunder. The commotion took a long time to settle down. As the dust cleared, all that remained was a wasteland, along with countless charred corpses, and a small portion of cloud ninjas with hollow eyes, like walking corpses. Of course, there is also the lone intact building at Yi Jian's feet. Creak! Suddenly, a grating sound echoed, and the three Uchiha members turned to look. The tall Jonin, charred and bloodied, stood up, his blood-red eyes fixed on Yi Jian. Behind him, two other Jonin also stood up, though they were heavily injured. They had clearly not lost their combat capabilities. Shursui, leave those walking corpses to you three. Yi Jian landed before the tall Jonin. Looking at the four cloud ninjas with admiration, as expected of Jonin, it really isn't that easy to take you down. The Kirin was his highest single target attack so far. Even someone like the Jinchuriki of the Eight-Tails would probably be half dead after such an attack. Yet he couldn't finish off these guys. It was truly astonishing. You must die. The tall Jonin's face was filled with killing intent, his murderous aura boiling. To protect themselves, their two Jonin companions paid the price with their lives. I swear, I will not rest until you are dead. The two Jonin behind him echoed, one stout and one sturdy. Kill. The tall Jonin had no intention of wasting words. His entire body was suddenly enveloped in lightning. Don't think you're the only one who can use this ninjutsu. In just a second, he was in front of Yi Jian, his terrifying fist crashing down. Lightning release. Thunderstorm fist. However, Yi Jian's figure flickered strangely, dodging close to the tall Jonin's body. His indifferent voice rang out, too slow. The tall Jonin was enraged, wanted to turn and throw another punch when a sharp, piercing pain surged through his body. A blade wrapped in lightning pierced through his heart. How is this possible? How could you so easily pierce my lightning armor? The tall Jonin's eyes rapidly lost their light, collapsing to the ground. At that moment, the stout and sturdy two Jonin had already surrounded him from left and right, determined not to let him escape this strike. They both wielded long knives, covered in terrifying lightning, cloud flow, lightning instant slash. The speed was at its peak, truly impossible to evade. But how is this possible? The stout and sturdy ones originally thought Yi Jian couldn't dodge and were overjoyed at the prospect of heavily injuring him. But the moment their long knives struck Yi Jian, their hearts sank. It was like a wooden stick hitting iron armor. It couldn't penetrate at all. Surprised? Yi Jian looked at the two. A smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth, and two cold lights swept across their necks. Puffed. Their necks suddenly split open with a huge gash, blood gushing forth. And Yi Jian's blade pierced through their chests again. I forgot to tell you, my defense is not inferior to your Reikage. After obtaining higher quality chakra, combined with Yang release, even his lightning armor's defense could withstand a tailed beast bomb, let alone a slash. At that moment, a frenzied figure suddenly appeared behind Yi Jian, and his lightning armor had dissipated. This strike would definitely succeed. Pointless struggle. Yi Jian didn't even turn his head, not intending to resist at all, because a short blade pierced through his chest, revealing Uchiha Shirsui's rapidly spinning three-tomo Sharingan behind him. Impressive, Shirsui. Yi Jian praised. You just covered over 10 meters in an instant to reach here. Your body flicker technique isn't any worse than mine. Uchiha Shirsui shook his head seriously. Compared to you, Captain, I'm still far behind. Yi Jian shook his head, glancing at the already concluded battle of Nara Shikamaru and Inuzuka Kiba. But you've taken down quite a few special Jonin. Now, even against Jonin, you have the strength to fight. Among the enemies the three of them were responsible for, it was clear who had made the kills. Uchiha Shirsui's enemies were mostly pierced through the chest. Nara Shikamaru's were primarily injured in the neck. And Waihai Kurenai's opponents bore clear signs of being caught in Genjutsu, along with numerous injuries from ninja tools. Among the remaining enemies, Yi Jian roughly checked, and Uchiha Shirsui had single-handedly taken down 23 people. 3 special Jonin, 15 Chunin, 5 Genin. That was 9 more than Nara Shikamaru and Waihai Kurenai combined. It's all thanks to the captain's teaching. Uchiha Shirsui humbly replied. Under Yi Jian's guidance, he had already awakened his double three-tomo Sharingan. This was also the reason for his terrifying strength now. Let's go. There's only the final step left. The last step, destroy the weapons manufacturing facility. Boom! With this terrifying explosion, the mission of Yi Jian and his team was successfully completed. Chapter 53. Uchiha Obito's counterattack. Meanwhile, at the front line of Iwagakure. Kakashi, you really are something. Today you managed to kill 2 special Jonin and 5 Chunin. That's amazing. But I won't lose to you. Next time, I will work even harder to achieve better results. Uchiha Obito said excitedly to Kakashi. Kakashi glanced at him coldly and replied, then keep working hard. But in his heart, he regarded Obito as his current rival. This time, Obito had only killed 1 less special Jonin than him. The speed at which his strength was growing was astonishing. However, having been guided by that guy Yajima, it's no wonder his power increased so rapidly. Kakashi had fought against Uchiha Obito before. Everything else was fine, but the fire release, fire rotation technique he developed under Yajima's guidance was not inferior to Kakashi's purple lightning. It was also thanks to this technique that he was able to achieve his current results. This made Kakashi very vigilant. I wonder how strong Uchiha Shirsui is now. He can't be much stronger than me, right? In Kakashi's eyes, the only one among his peers who could rival him was Uchiha Shirsui. This was also his target to catch up to. With Yajima guiding Uchiha Shirsui, he felt that Shirsui's strength would only grow faster, not slower. Obito really has encountered a benefactor. Meanwhile, Aoyama, Rado, and others watched Uchiha Obito challenging Kakashi and couldn't help but feel emotional. Just because of a technique Yajima taught him, he not only activated his double Tomo Sharingan in the war, but also gained impressive strength. He had suddenly transformed from the bottom of the class to someone who could keep pace with them. Therefore, they felt they had to work harder as well. After all, they had all been taught by Yajima, and who would want to be weaker than the others? Damn it. Aoyama and Rado have grown their strength so quickly, and that's fine. Asuma Sarutobi watched this scene, clenching his fists in frustration. But why has Uchiha Obito surpassed me? Is Yajima's guidance really that powerful? Among his peers, he had become the weakest. How could he, as the son of the Hokage, maintain his dignity? They're all so lively, Jiraiya said with a smile as he watched the scene. I really have to thank Yajima for helping them improve their strength so much and enhancing their self-defense capabilities. Minato Namikaze also expressed his feelings. Haha Minato, but you're still the strongest. That battle today was really impressive. You severely injured the Four Tails Jinchuriki and forcefully repelled Iwagakure's attack. I estimate that Inoki won't dare to act rashly for a while. In response to Jiraiya's words, Minato thought for a moment and said, it was all thanks to Yajima's guidance. Otherwise, how could I have developed the Flying Thunder God technique to such a terrifying level? But if he knew that both the Rasengan and the Flying Thunder God technique were originally invented by him, I wonder what he would think. Yajima's actions were indeed borrowing flowers to offer to Buddha. Haha, I think the entire ninja world will be shocked by your achievements today. Jiraiya patted Minato on the shoulder, smiling. The next day, the third Raikage was furious. Bastard! A thunderous roar echoed from the Raikage's office. Tell me, Why does that bastard from Konoha know about our weapon manufacturing location? Didn't you say a few days ago that this matter was safe? What is happening now? Our forces have been wiped out. It was only after the logistics team noticed something was wrong that this was discovered. Faced with the Raikage's furious questioning, the secretary was also dumbfounded and sweating profusely. Her body trembled continuously, but she couldn't explain anything. She was also a loss. Utterly confused. Forget it. Hasn't that bastard from Konoha gathered enough information yet? How is the plan to ambush him going? Faced with the Raikage change of topic, the secretary finally breathed a sigh of relief and replied, "It's all done." The third Raikage immediately stood up. "Good, this time I will completely crush this guy into pieces." He slammed the table and notified A and Tsuchikage. "I will personally go to the front lines." The secretary immediately wanted to dissuade him, but under the Raikage's undeniable gaze, she retreated and yielded. Iwagakure. So, you mean to say that Minato's strength has already grown to this level? Inoki looked at the severely injured and unconscious Four Tails Jinchuriki. Old G, with an extremely dark expression. Next to him, Kuratsuchi nodded. "I didn't see what happened at all." Old G didn't even have time to half-tailed beast transform before Minato hit him multiple times in the same spot. Speaking of this matter, Kuratsuchi still looked shocked. Just a few days ago, he didn't have such a level of strength. He could only dodge and restrain against Old G's attacks. But this time, Minato's strength had suddenly increased significantly, and Old G was no match for him. Inoki couldn't help but clench his fists, his face extremely grim. Damn, how has Minato grown so quickly? His speed is too fast. With a dark expression, he ordered the frontline ninjas to abandon their missions if they encounter Minato and prioritize saving their lives. The offensive will be temporarily slowed down. We need to discuss countermeasures first. Kuratsuchi nodded in understanding and went to relay the orders. Frontline of the Land of Fire. Although I know you can complete the mission, I didn't expect you to do it so quickly. After reading Yajima's battle report, Narashikaku couldn't help but sigh. The third Raikage must be furious with you now. If you encounter him, just escape if you can't win. It's not shameful. Yajima nodded in response. Don't worry, if I can't win, I will. Narashikaku was skeptical and handed Yajima a red scroll from the table. Take a look at this. Yajima took it and raised his eyebrows in surprise. As expected of Minato, he has grasped what I told him so quickly. Severely injuring the Four Tails Jinchuriki, Inoki will really have a headache now. The contents on the scroll were naturally Minato's latest achievements. Hearing this, I knew it was you who guided Minato. Otherwise, even if he could do it, he wouldn't have been able to do it so quickly. Narashikaku said with an expression of realization, I really don't know what you have in that head of yours. You can guide anyone. Yajima laughed. Just a smart brain and some genius potion. Meanwhile, Minato was also looking at Yajima's latest achievements. The scroll was sent by Narashikaku through Jiraiya's contact toad. As expected of Yajima, I just injured the Four Tails Jinchuriki, and he has already wiped out a Cloud Ninja garrison. Minato took a deep breath, realizing that if Yajima was his opponent, he really couldn't let his guard down. Chapter 54. Open up. The second Een ceiling space, he looked at Kakashi and said, Don't you want to know about Uchiha Shursui? His achievements are right here. Kakashi originally came just to ask questions. Upon hearing this, he immediately glanced at the scroll in Minato's hand. When he took it and looked, his eyes widened, and a strong sense of defeat welled up inside him. How could this be? Has he become this strong? During the Cloud Ninja raid mission, he had killed a total of 28 enemies. 5 were Elite Jonin, 16 were Chunin, 7 were Genin, in front of Uchiha Shursui's achievements. His own accomplishments felt so pale and ridiculous. Damn, it seems I've fallen too far behind. Kakashi tightened his grip on the scroll, secretly resolving to train twice as hard. He could not let Uchiha Shursui continue to widen the gap between them. Thus, Uchiha Obito was dumbfounded to see Kakashi training harder than Might Guy. Damn, Kakashi, I won't lose to you, Uchiha Obito shouted. This instantly motivated everyone else, and they all began to train even harder. As a result, Asuma Sarutobi was left bewildered. What's going on? Everyone is fighting like they're on steroids. Is there no room for me, the underdog? Time swiftly passed, and a week went by. Perhaps the Leaf's consecutive actions had dealt a significant blow to the Cloud Ninja, as the front lines unexpectedly welcomed a rare period of calm. Every day, aside from training his 3 subordinates, Leaf was teaching the medical ninjas in the medical team how to better save lives. In Leaf's tent, I didn't expect the true development of Sage Mode to be this terrifying. In just 1 week, the Ean's sealing space in my chest had already been completely filled with chakra. It seems I can consider developing a second Ean's sealing space. This way, the duration of the 100 healings technique in battle can last longer. However, the Cloud Ninja's recent unusual behavior, despite the massive losses I inflicted on them, shows no signs of seeking revenge. Something feels very off. It's worth being on guard. Leaf felt that the Cloud Ninja must be scheming something. The second Ean sealing space would be set in the lower abdomen. For Leaf, opening the Ean sealing space was already a very familiar task. Lord Leaf, Lord Kakuzu is looking for you urgently. Please head to the command camp quickly. But at that moment, a voice suddenly interrupted Leaf. Got it. Leaf could only stop his development and head to the command camp. What happened? As soon as Leaf entered the command camp, he saw Nara Kakuzu with a troubled expression and a blood-soaked Sarutobi clan ninja. Leaf recognized him. Wasn't this the one who had a conflict with the Uchiha clan not long ago? When this person saw Leaf arrive, he looked like he had seen a savior. Lord Leaf, please save Jonin Nagayama. He was captured by the Third Reikage while on a mission, and they specifically requested you to rescue him. Leaf frowned. What's going on? He knew Nagayama. He wasn't a reckless person. How could he have been captured by the Third Reikage? I'll explain. Nara Kakuzu looked grimly at the Sarutobi ninja. They thought the Cloud Ninja were terrified by your reputation, so they recklessly approached the Cloud Ninja camp outside of their mission, trying to gather intelligence. Upon hearing this, Nagayama rushed to stop them and ended up getting captured while trying to save these fools. His eyes were filled with hatred for the Sarutobi ninja, but he restrained his anger and said, "The Third Reikage has always hated you, Leaf. Now that they have leverage, they're even more emboldened. They threaten that if you don't go save him, they will spread this matter and ruin your reputation. Besides, they only gave us 1 hour left." Hearing this, Leaf's frown deepened. Lord Leaf, stop thinking. This is our fault, but shouldn't we focus on rescuing Jonin Nagayama first? Are you really going to just watch him die? The Sarutobi ninja questioned from the side. Shut up, you fool. Nara Kakuzu shouted angrily, his tone extremely somber. Do you want to lose a powerful ally like Leaf on the front lines because of this? The Sarutobi ninja shrank his neck, but still shouted, but even so, we can't just watch him die. I already know I'm wrong. Lord Leaf is so powerful. He will definitely be able to save Jonin Nagayama. Nara Kakuzu gritted his teeth. Do you think the Third Reikage? Leaf interrupted. Enough, Uncle Kakuzu. There's no need to get angry over such a person. I'll go. As soon as the voice of the system sounded in his mind, start signing in. Please head to the Third Reikage for sign-in. Time limit. 1 hour. Refusing to sign in will erase the host. Being late for sign-in will cause the system to automatically revoke all rewards earned by the host. Leaf realized he had no choice but to go. Hearing Leaf's words, Nara Kakuzu was shocked. Your opponent is the Third Reikage, an existence on par with the Hokage. No, the risk is too great. Leaf smiled freely. If a comrade is in trouble, how can I just stand by and watch? But just in case, I still need a large army to support me from the rear. No way. Nara Kakuzu could not agree. Don't worry, Commander. I will definitely return safely. The front lines also need experienced Jonin like Nagayama to lead. If we get a reputation for watching people die, how can we command respect in the future? How can we lead everyone to resist the Cloud Ninja? Hearing Leaf's words, Nara Kakuzu gritted his teeth, and after a long contemplation, finally spat out a word, fine. He stared at Leaf seriously and said, if it really becomes dangerous, you must return safely, understand? The front lines can afford to lose one Jonin Nagayama, but not a wild Leaf. Don't worry, I will definitely return safely. Leaf replied confidently. Hearing Leaf's agreement, the Sarutobi ninja's face immediately broke into a smile. Lord Leaf, thank you so much. Lead the way, Leaf said briefly and directly. But the Sarutobi ninja showed a look of hesitation upon hearing this. Lord Leaf, can I not go? Seeing this, Leaf coldly snorted and directly grabbed his head, invading his consciousness. in just about 10 minutes. He found a route map he needed. You waste so many people's efforts to gain a chance to leave, yet you are so ungrateful. Leaf's gaze was icy. Someone like you, who only speaks ill behind others' backs, should hurry back and hide instead of coming out to harm others. During the intelligence gathering, he also saw this person express dissatisfaction and resentment towards his help to the Uchiha clan. It made him feel extremely disgusted. Chapter 55. Save People. 1 hour later. Sukadai, can this really work? Knowing it's a trap, will Yukike's really come? In a certain place in the land of water, the third Raikage asked Sukadai beside him. He felt it was somewhat unreliable. He thought the plan from a Cloud Ninja Intelligence Corps was a bit better. But Sukadai insisted that the simpler the method, the higher the success rate. Out of absolute trust in his old partner, he completely left the planning of this matter to Sukadai. He will definitely come, Sukadai said confidently. A smart person like Yukike's knows very well the consequences of standing by and doing nothing. Emotionally and logically, he will definitely come. Unless he doesn't want to survive in the ninja world. Hearing Sukadai's words, the third Raikage nodded. Since that's the case, he showed a fierce expression. This time I must kill him here. Sukadai's gaze was also extremely fierce. It must not be allowed for him to continue growing. Just as they were saying this, a Cloud Ninja suddenly reported, Lord Raikage, Yukike's has arrived. The third Raikage immediately stood up and shouted. Where? Before the Cloud Ninja could respond, a terrifying bolt of lightning shot straight towards him. Oof. The third Raikage suddenly charged forward, his whole body enveloped in lightning, colliding fiercely with the bolt. Boom! The violent force created a thunderous sound, and the ground exploded from afar. The third Raikage looked at the newcomer with a face full of killing intent and grinned. Yukike's, I finally waited for you. I didn't expect you to dare come to your death. In front of him, who else could it be but Yejian? How troublesome of you to worry. Yejian's eyes shimmered with brilliant light, already entering the 100 Heroes technique state. However, he felt incredibly grave. Indeed, the third Raikage's power was terrifying. Little did he know, the third Raikage was even more surprised. Apart from the Eight Tails, no one had been able to confront his power head-on over the years. If that's the case, then he must be eliminated. Such a monstrous individual must not be allowed to continue growing. Yejian, why are you so foolish to take risks for me? Sarutobi Waizan naturally saw this scene. He spoke with great agitation. You shouldn't have come. This is a trap aimed at you. Sacrificing me for the greater good is the most correct approach. What you're doing does not conform to the rules of a ninja. Do you want to be despised like White Fang? Hearing Sarutobi Waizan's words, Yejian laughed heartily. Waizan-san, in the ninja world, those who do not abide by the rules are useless and will be scorned. But, his voice suddenly turned low, those who do not cherish their comrades are even worse than useless. He shouted fiercely, does the will of fire teach you not to care for your comrades? How can I entrust my back to someone who doesn't cherish their comrades? Besides, I am not Hatake Sakumo. The third Raikage roared, Brat, to fight me and act so casually, do you not take me seriously? The terrifying power erupted, and the ground beneath him instantly collapsed and exploded. Foolish, thinking you can compete with Lord Raikage in strength. The Cloud Ninjas witnessing this could not help but mock loudly. Don't think that because you suppress Fukai, you can compete with Lord Raikage. Lord Raikage possesses the terrifying strength to suppress tailed beasts. The third Raikage originally thought that under his terrifying power, Yejian would be unable to withstand it. However, Yejian actually stood firm, effortlessly blocking his powerful impact. How is this possible? This guy, facing Lord Raikage's terrifying power, actually shows no sign of losing ground? Is he even human? The surrounding Cloud Ninjas couldn't help but gasp in cold air. Haha, good. The third Raikage laughed upon seeing this. No wonder Fukai lost to you. I didn't realize you had such terrifying power. But soon, his face filled with cold, killing intent, if that's the case. Then you must be eliminated. Hearing this, Yejian couldn't help but laugh. If you have that ability, you can try. His eyes burst with scorching light. A face full of provocation. Don't let me down, Raikage. Hearing Yejian's arrogant words, the third Raikage shouted, Brat, you won't be disappointed. The third Raikage was about to unleash a fierce punch, but Yejian suddenly transformed into lightning and shot towards Sarutobi Wizon. His mission was to save people, not to fight the Raikage. Angering the Raikage was just to make him lose his cool. Yuan-Ti, get away. The third Raikage had made up his mind. He must eliminate Yejian here. How could he let him slip away? Moreover, to actually flaunt his speed in front of me. What a presumptuous brat. The third Raikage swiftly caught up to Yejian, his eyes sharply attacking. Hellpiercer. Three-finger thrust. The third Raikage's three fingers tore through the air like thunder, arriving directly in front of Yejian. The terrifying power, resembling a mountain-shattering tsunami, was now completely condensed in these three fingers, gathering into an unimaginable sharp force. Yejian believed it could even tear apart mountains. Hellpiercer, a terrifying body technique unique to the third Raikage, possessing the terrifying strength to pierce tailed beasts. The fewer the fingers, the more terrifying the destructive power. By the time there was only one finger left, almost no one could withstand this terrifying blow. It was called the strongest spear. Don't even think about dodging. You can't escape. Today is your day of doom. The surrounding cloud ninjas widened their eyes and shouted, not daring to miss this moment. They wanted to witness the historic moment of the third Raikage killing Yukike's. Pucci. Yejian was directly pierced through the chest, and the cloud ninjas immediately erupted in cheers. Oh, Lord Raikage is magnificent. Sarutobi Wizon let out a long sigh, a face full of pain. He knew it. No matter how strong Yejian was, could he be stronger than the Raikage? Is it over? Sukadai felt a bit incredulous. Was it too easy? The next second. No, wait. The third Raikage suddenly shouted, and the cloud ninjas were puzzled. They saw Yejian, who had been pierced through the chest, suddenly transform into a mass of lightning, shooting into the sky. It was actually a lightning clone. In the sky, dark clouds rapidly gathered. Sukadai, seeing this scene, suddenly seemed to realize something and shouted in panic. Not good. Quickly retreat. Quickly take the hostages out of this area within 100 meters. This is Yukike's ninjutsu. The technique that suppressed Moyun, he was just like this. Yejian zipped behind Sukadai, who immediately sensed danger, and a layer of rubber quickly covered him. Hey, my target ISNTU. Yejian grinned, kicking Sukadai towards the third Raikage, and his body suddenly surged backward, charging straight towards Sarutobi Wizon. Chapter 56. Successfully rescuing? No way. The third Raikage shouted, but his path forward was blocked by a flying earth platform, delaying him for a second. I won't let you succeed. The surrounding Jonin, watching Sarutobi Yashiyama, shouted and immediately rushed to block Yejian's advance. Whoosh! Just in front of them, Yejian flashed like a ghost and brushed past them, arriving in front of Sarutobi Yashiyama. Puff! With one slash, he severed the bindings and hoisted Sarutobi Yashiyama to retreat. Little brat. The third Raikage suddenly appeared in front of him, two fingers radiating an unimaginable sharp aura. Do you think you can succeed? Yejian's pupils contracted, thinking, as expected of the third Raikage, his speed is terrifyingly fast. He swung his sword back. Ninjutsu. Chidori blade. Boom. The air exploded suddenly. Yejian felt as if a planet had collided with his sword, and the bones in his entire arm shattered. Crack. The battle knife in his hand even made a cracking sound, unable to withstand this terrifying destructive force. Little brat, it seems your knife has already told you the outcome for today. The third Raikage's face twisted with rage, and the lightning around him became even more dazzling. Die for me. Dream on. Yejian shouted fiercely. If the strike hit him, he felt he would truly die. Lightning release. Heavenly thunder murder. With his current chakra quality, he unleashed this ninjutsu in the state of 100 Heroes technique. How could the Raikage be underestimated? Boom. A strike that reached its peak slammed down on the Raikage. An incredibly simple lightning spear actually knocked the Raikage to the ground, heavily pinning him into the earth. Yejian immediately gained the chance to escape. Although he was forcibly blown away by the aftermath, he had still managed to break free. Oh no, we can't let him run away. Seeing this scene, the Earth Platform Ninja immediately organized everyone to block him. Boom! But Yejian was faster, and another terrifying lightning spear fell directly towards him, forcing him to take cover behind a rubber defense. Ha ha! Grandpa is leaving, Cloud Ninjas. Yejin immediately activated all his chakra, focusing it on speed, retreating like a bolt of lightning in an instant. Little brat, do you think you can escape? The third Raikage shouted, furiously chasing after him, his speed not lagging behind Yejin at all. All that could be seen were two terrifying flashes of lightning violently tearing through the air, instantly vanishing from sight. In the land of soup, Qinglong Valley. Rikuju, it's been so long. Why is there still no sign? Yejin won't run into trouble, will he? Uchiha Fugaku asked with a worried expression. He seemed even more concerned about Yejin's safety than Nara Rikuju. It's no wonder he felt this way. For the Uchiha clan, Yejin was too important. To ease the conflicts with the village and restore their status within it, they needed Yejin's involvement. Nara Rikuju shook his head, clearly lacking confidence. I don't know either. I hope that kid listened to my advice. This time, the enemy was the third Raikage, and he didn't know if Yejin could successfully return. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have been swayed by him. At worst, he could just bear the reputation of not saving someone in need. It would be a lie to say Nara Rikuju didn't regret it. But now, it was too late for regrets. Urgent report. At that moment, a ninja from a mountain clan exclaimed joyfully, Lord Rikuju, I detected Lord Yejin's chakra. Sarutobi Yashiyama's chakra has also appeared, less than 2 kilometers from here. Upon hearing this, Nara Rikuju and Uchiha Fugaku were both shocked, then ecstatic. Quick, hurry to support Yejin. Nara Rikuju had never lost his composure like this before. There's an incredibly violent chakra behind Lord Yejin. It must be the third Raikage. The mountain clan ninja spoke again. Just as I thought. Nara Rikuju had an expression of not being surprised. He figured that Yejin wanted the army to support him for this reason. Just as he was speaking, a playful voice came, Third Raikage, you can't do it. You've chased me for so long and still haven't caught up. Since that's the case, I'll just take this person away. In the eyes of the Konoha crowd, a terrifying lightning flash rushed forward. Behind him was also a flash of lightning. You little brat. So arrogant. The unique, steady yet violent voice of the third Raikage came, clearly furious. Ha ha ha. Do you want to see who's ahead? Yejin suddenly accelerated, pulling away from the third Raikage. He shouted to Nara Rikuju, everyone, it's up to you. Nara Rikuju immediately shouted to the surrounding valley, attack. Instantly, a group of Konoha ninjas appeared, all of them Chunin and Jonin. Earth release, earthquake palm. Earth release, rock collapse technique. In the naturally formed terrain of the mountain valley, the terrifying power of the earth release ninjas was immediately displayed. In an instant, it was as if mountains were moved and seas were filled, massive boulders lifted, forming a mountain range that blocked the third Raikage. Moreover, there were terrifyingly huge falling rocks pouring down, trapping the third Raikage completely. Ah, you bastard! Seeing this scene, the third Raikage roared in fury, as if he had transformed into an invincible war god, crazily destroying the mountain. Countless rocks were smashed by him, and he was unharmed. But, haha, third Raikage, it seems you still couldn't stop me from taking the person I want. Yejin looked down at the third Raikage from the gap in the mountain valley, grinning and teasing. Little brat, come down. I will definitely kill you. The third Raikage glared at Yejin on the mountain, his killing intent boiling. Hearing this, Yejin picked his nose with a disdainful expression. Please, third Raikage. I'm impulsive, but not stupid. I have the Konoha army as my backing. Why would I want to duel you? Is your brain not functioning properly, or is mine? Yejin's words immediately drew laughter from the surrounding Konoha ninjas. Exactly. Third Raikage, has your brain been squeezed? Why should Lord Yejin duel with you? You, as a village leader, are bullying a child. Don't you feel ashamed? This statement made the third Raikage even more furious. Ah, little brat, you go too far. He punched the cliff, causing the entire mountain to tremble. Countless people were immediately filled with dread. This power was truly terrifying. Their gazes towards Yejin were filled with even more admiration. Yejin had actually managed to successfully rescue a captive from such a powerful opponent. It was truly impressive. Chapter 57. The Great War approaches. Obtaining treasures, seeing the furious expression of the third Raikage, Yejin laughed again, then suddenly became extremely fierce. Third Raikage, It seems you still haven't understood your situation. He raised his arm and called out, "Everyone, the chance to encounter the lone third Raikage is incredibly rare." He stared at the third Raikage, like a fierce tiger sizing up its prey, his eyes burning with intensity. But now this opportunity is right in front of us. Why not all attack together and take him down? No matter how powerful he is just one person, and after such a long chase, his chakra must be running low. As long as we defeat him, we will achieve a significant victory. Without the Raikage, the Cloud Ninja army will be leaderless. And won't we be able to slaughter them at will? Yi Jian's enticing words were incredibly tempting. The surrounding Konoha ninjas couldn't help but swallow hard, their eyes also lighting up with fervor. Their gazes toward the third Raikage were no longer filled with fear, but rather greed, as if they were looking at prey. Oh no! The third Raikage felt an intense chill run down his spine under such gazes. Just as Yi Jian said, after such a high-speed chase, his chakra had already been depleted by more than half, and in front of him stood at least 10,000 Konoha troops. Moreover, with a terrifying opponent like Yi Jian present, he could very well end up in a dire situation. He immediately calmed down, feeling a desire to retreat. If he only had a violent temper, he wouldn't have been able to become the Raikage. Although it was reckless, it wasn't without merit. Nara Shikaku also approached, looking down at the third Raikage, his lips curling up. "Third Raikage, how about you just stay here with us?" As soon as Nara Shikaku said this, the entire Konoha army erupted in cheers. "Kill! Kill! Kill!" The sound shook the heavens, and the whole mountain trembled. All the ninjas stared at the third Raikage like hungry wolves. At this moment, even the third Raikage couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. The cold light of Konoha. "Next time, I'll take your life." As the Raikage, he couldn't afford to lose face. After leaving a harsh remark, he immediately broke through the cliff's obstruction and retreated rapidly. "I'm looking forward to it." Yi Jian laughed in response, "But next time, I hope the dignified third Raikage won't be as embarrassed as this time." Hearing this, the third Raikage almost spat blood in frustration. When had he ever been so embarrassed? Only today did Yi Jian make him feel this way. Despite the thousands of flames of anger in his heart, he could only suppress them. "Should I pursue?" Uchiha Fugaku approached, looking at Yi Jian and Nara Shikaku, his face full of eagerness. This sentiment also represented the thoughts of many Konoha ninjas. Yes, are we really going to let such a big fish go? No. Nara Shikaku and Yi Jian both shook their heads. Seeing this, Shikaku signaled Yi Jian to explain the reason. Yi Jian did not hesitate to clarify his reasoning. After all, he was the third Raikage, possessing the strongest shield and the strongest spear. In a short time, we wouldn't be able to defeat him, but the Cloud Ninja army would take the opportunity to come to his aid. At that point, it wouldn't be possible to achieve our goal. Having said that, he let out a sigh of relief. Moreover, our purpose this time was merely to rescue the hostages. It was unwise to go into battle with such insufficient preparation. Nara Shikaku nodded in agreement, affirming, "Exactly. I see." Uchiha Fugaku analyzed and found it reasonable. Nara Shikaku looked at Yi Jian, both admiring and fearful, saying, "Next time, I absolutely won't let you undertake such a task again." Yi Jian laughed. "Don't worry. There won't be such a task next time." He took a deep breath. Upon returning this time, preparations should be made for a fierce battle. The third Raikage would definitely not let this go easily. Nara Shikaku nodded gravely, indeed. He is the third Raikage. At this moment, Sarutobi Yashiyama, who had been helped up, deeply bowed to Yi Jian. "Lord Yi Jian, this life was given to me by you. From now on, whatever you need, I will comply without hesitation." Yi Jian helped Sarutobi Yashiyama up, patting his shoulder. "We are comrades. I can't just watch you die." Originally, Yi Jian wanted to pat him on the shoulder, but unfortunately, he was too short and could only settle for a different approach. Front line of the Land of Fire. Prepare for battle. Under Nara Shikaku's order, the entire front line instantly became solemn. The atmosphere was filled with a suffocating sense of pressure. Inside Yi Jian's tent, sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a high-level Chakra Sword 1 and a Bone Growth Technique Scroll 1. The system's voice echoed in Yi Jian's mind. High-level Chakra Sword. It has excellent chakra conduction properties, with a blade that is extremely tough, allowing the host to better unleash their power. Additional attribute, penetration, increases the power of the host's ninjutsu attacks. The system really understands me. Looking at the sword, covered in blade patterns and radiating sharpness, Yi Jian was extremely satisfied. Bone growth technique, a high-level medical ninjutsu. Once activated, it can reshape bones and spur the growth of corresponding flesh and skin, making it a super treasure for saving lives. Looking at this technique, for some reason, the first person Yi Jian thought of was Uchiha Bido. He wondered if this guy would still end up with the same fate as in the original work. If that were the case, he felt that guiding him to become stronger and developing a powerful ninjutsu would be utterly unnecessary. Learning, once he mastered such a technique, he would directly transform into a deity. As long as you have half a body left, Yi Jian was confident he could keep you alive. This was the true Sennin technique, not in vain for risking his life to save others. In the face of this technique, his Sennin creation paled in comparison. One could only say, after all, it was a Sennin technique, and the learning process was exceptionally long. After a whole hour, Yi Jian finally completed his studies. From now on, I estimate that I will truly not die. With this Sennin technique and his own sage body, he felt he was close to being immortal and indestructible. True immortality of the soul, and the body remaining unscathed. Open the second sealing space. Regardless of whether there was this rescue mission or not, the clash between Yi Jian and the Third Raikage was inevitable. And now, the war was undoubtedly confirmed. The time left for Yi Jian was not much. The Third Raikage would definitely not swallow this humiliation. An attack on the Konoha army might happen in the next few days. And indeed, it was as such. In the Cloud Ninja camp, the roar of the Third Raikage echoed throughout the base. 3 days later, we will launch a full-scale attack on the Konoha army. The Third Raikage's furious roar rang out. That bastard Yi Jian, I'll personally crush his skull. This humiliation must be avenged. Chapter 58. The Great War begins. Miss Shinobi deploys. Is the battle finally about to start? AI's words instantly ignited immense excitement within me. This time, I must show the guys from Konoha just how formidable I am. Although the Tsuchikage felt it was a bit too impulsive, a direct confrontation was indeed necessary to allow the Third Raikage to showcase his strength and subsequently boost our morale. Since the war began, we have suffered repeated, devastating blows from Konoha's cold light. It was time for the Third Raikage to deal a heavy blow to Konoha and diminish their morale. Thus, a war mobilization against Konoha immediately commenced. The Cloud Shinobi, who had long been feeling frustrated, erupted in cheers upon hearing the news, eager to rush out and battle the Konoha forces. Simultaneously, in the Konoha camp, Nara Shikaku and other high-ranking officials were discussing tactics. Leave the Third Raikage to me. The shadow clone of Yajian spoke up. After looking around, he said, my main body is developing new techniques, and once completed, we will be more confident in facing the Third Raikage. This is our only choice for now, and only my main body can contend with the Third Raikage. Hearing this, no one at the scene opposed. Everyone had witnessed the terrifying power of the Third Raikage and knew that with their abilities, they absolutely could not match him. Since that is the case, let us proceed with the rest of the strategic arrangements as I just mentioned. Does anyone have any objections? Nara Shikaku looked at the crowd, and everyone shook their heads, signaling no objections. All right, let us make the arrangements. With Nara Shikaku's words, the war officially entered the phase of both sides preparing for battle. Yajian's main body. Second space, open. Yajian erupted with terrifying chakra, piercing downwards like a sharp blade, directly breaking through a certain restraint. Boom! A thunderous sound echoed within Yajian's soul, and a massive abyss resembling a bottomless pit suddenly exploded into existence. In an instant, it felt like a sublimation had occurred, and an overwhelming aura surged within Yajian, causing all the ninjas in the camp to change their expressions in shock. What a terrifying presence. Is this the strength of Lord Yajian? It's simply unimaginable to resist. The surrounding guards sensed this aura, drenched in cold sweat, as if a weight of thousands of pounds pressed upon them, making breathing a luxury. Fortunately, this heavy aura came quickly and left just as fast. In the blink of an eye, it had completely vanished. Second, In sealing space, form. Yajian opened his eyes, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and murmured excitedly, "Now, even when facing the terrifying monster that is the third Raikage, I am confident that I will not be at a disadvantage." He clenched his fists, wondering if he could truly break through the shadow level in terms of chakra quality during his battle with him. If successful, at that point in the entire shinobi world, aside from the resurrected Uchiha Madara, no one would be a match for Yajian. Meanwhile, as preparations for battle were underway at the front lines of the Land of Fire, a sudden dispatch of 10,000 troops from the hidden mist village headed toward the borders of the Land of Fire. Because they moved silently and few paid attention to them, Konoha, currently engaged in battle on two fronts, was completely unaware of their arrival. Konoha must never have thought that we from the hidden mist village would take the opportunity to launch a surprise attack. The leader of the hidden mist village was none other than the fourth Mizukage, Kagaya Yagura. Ha ha ha, Lord Mizukage, this idea is simply brilliant. Behind him, the cruel-faced seven ninja swordsman grinned. Let them fight head-on. We from the hidden mist village will benefit from the rear. Kagaya Yagura dared to launch a surprise attack on Konoha at this time, because he was confident he would not be counterattacked by Konoha. He would reach out to the Cloud Village and form an alliance with the Cloud Shinobi under the condition of sharing the spoils. He believed that the Raikage would definitely not refuse his proposal. Ultimately, the best outcome for Konoha would be to negotiate a truce, acknowledging that all the benefits they gained were rightfully theirs. In this way, the hidden mist village would not have made this trip in vain. Konoha has been waging wars in various directions over the years, but they have been lax in guarding against us. They probably thought we would still remain isolated from the world this time, completely unaware of us. Excitement filled Kagaya Yagura's eyes. This was absolutely perfect. With such a premise, they might even have already penetrated the Land of Fire, while Konoha's eyes still Haven-T reacted. It's true that the hidden mist village has always kept to itself. However, that does not mean that they will not strive to seize opportunities when they arise. In Yagura's view, there was no better situation than now. Konoha and Sunagakure were allied, while Awagakure and Kumogakure fought their own battles. The four major ninja villages were all mired in the quagmire of war, with no time to spare. At this moment, the hidden mist village's proactive strike would undoubtedly lead to unexpected victories. Frontline of the Land of Fire. I feel like I'm forgetting something. After successfully opening the second Een sealing space, Yajian timely integrated all his power. Yet, he felt as if he had forgotten something. It was as though certain events were happening at the same time, but he had forgotten about them. However, it seemed like he hadn't forgotten anything at all. Yajian shook his head, deciding to deal with this grand decisive battle first. Even if he had forgotten something, it should not be anything significant. With a sharp swing of his long knife, the ground beneath his feet shattered apart. Yajian was surrounded by terrifying lightning, and the blade in his hand moved faster and more unpredictably. In the end, it truly resembled a walking bolt of lightning. Unfathomable. Daiyu Spiral Pill. God-hidden Spiral Pill. Lightning Release. Kirin. One after another, ninjutsu erupted from Yajian's hands, creating a scene that was apocalyptic. Fortunately, they were still quite far from the camp. Otherwise, the entire camp might have been obliterated. I can hardly imagine that such terrifying attacks could be achieved by a ninja. Do you think Lord Yajian's current strength could defeat Lord Hokage? In the distance, some Konoha ninjas were discussing this, with looks of admiration and shock on their faces. You should be able to, right? I don't know. After all, I've never seen Lord Hokage in action. The crowd chimed in, offering their opinions. There is still a bit of gap. Just then, a sneering voice came from behind them. Startled, they turned to see Yajian's shadow clone approaching, and their faces immediately revealed panic. Discussing such matters behind their backs and encountering the main person was certainly not a good thing. Chapter 59. The War Begins. Confrontation with the Third Raikage. Come on. Am I really that petty? Seeing their panicked expressions, the shadow clone of Yajian waved his hand and looked at the distant scene, saying, "Although my main body is already quite formidable, we must not underestimate Lord Hokage." He glanced at everyone. After all, the old man was raised by the first Hokage and taught by the second Hokage. He grew up in the midst of war, a true hero of the ninja. If Lord Hokage goes all out, my main body might not fare well. Hearing this, the people around couldn't help but nod in agreement, but they were somewhat shocked, saying, "So Lord Hokage is really that powerful?" Then, feeling they'd been too disrespectful, they quickly explained, "I didn't mean to disrespect Lord Hokage." The Yejin Shadow clone laughed heartily, saying, "I know. Don't be fooled by Lord Hokage's not-so-tall stature and slightly aged appearance. If he fights with all his might, he is still terrifying." In the original story, although Orochimaru summoned the first and second Hokages, their powers were not at full strength. But the first Hokage, with his monstrous strength, could directly confront and not be at a disadvantage, even managing to seal both Hokages. This is enough to demonstrate the terrifying aspect of the third Hokage. Everyone nodded, instantly gaining a clearer understanding of the third Hokage's strength. Just then, the commotion in the distance ceased. When everyone looked over, they couldn't help but gasp. A whole valley had disappeared. Ha ha ha, sorry. My main body got a little too excited and destroyed the valley. But it's a minor issue, just think of it as a change of scenery. Upon seeing this scene, the Yejin Shadow clone couldn't help but laugh. Everyone wiped their sweat upon hearing this. Is destroying a valley really just a minor issue? This terrifying power made them begin to doubt whether what the Yejin Shadow clone said earlier was truly accurate. Can the third Hokage really be Yejin's opponent? Everyone, let us give our all in this battle. The Yejin Shadow clone turned around, looking at everyone with a serious expression, saying, "You all fight hard on the front lines. Leave the other injured matters to me. I hope all of you can return safely, understand?" Hearing this, everyone immediately responded excitedly, understood. This was Yejin's acknowledgement. How could they not be thrilled? Meanwhile, Hong, your illusion techniques have indeed become more impressive. Even I find them a bit hard to resist. Noara Kakashi looked at the sunset red in front of him and said with emotion. Hearing this, Sunset Hong shook her head, looking at Uchiha Shursui not far away. Her eyes burning with determination. Not enough. It's simply not enough in front of Shursui. Noara Kakashi couldn't help but smile wryly upon hearing this. Compared to this prodigy, she naturally was not enough. After all, she could defeat Jonin now, practically a prodigy like their captain. In the distance, Uchiha Shursui's gaze was fixed directly on Yejin's training direction. He clenched his fists and said, "I will keep chasing your footsteps, even if I can't catch up. It doesn't matter." If a month ago, Uchiha Shursui was still proud of his genius status, now he had completely discarded that thought. In front of Yejin, any genius seemed pale and powerless. Since that is the case, why cling to the title of genius? Isn't it more interesting to work hard to chase after Yejin's footsteps and continuously grow stronger? In this battle, I will also make a name for myself. Uchiha Shursui thought firmly. He hoped that in the future, when everyone mentioned the famous ninjas of Konoha, besides the Sannin and the Yellow Flash, they would add another name, Uchiha Shursui. 3 days later, Konoha's Cold Light. This time, I will personally crush your neck in front of everyone. The grander the battle, the simpler it often is. Konoha's 20,000 troops met Yunin's 20,000 troops on a very flat grassland. Haha, third Raikage, who can't boast? If you have the ability, come and give it a try. Yejin laughed loudly, saying, "Neither of us was satisfied in the last battle. Don't let me down in this one." Behind Yejin, Uchiha Fugaku watched this scene and asked Narashikaku beside him, "Is it really okay to be this straightforward?" He felt this was too inconsistent with Narashikaku's style. Shouldn't they split into many squads, attacking in turns and coordinating together? No need. Narashikaku shook his head. He looked at Yejin and the third Raikage. The victory of these two individuals was the crucial factor in determining the outcome of this war. His eyes were filled with seriousness. When the fight truly began, there was no time to worry about other things. Plus, with the Jinchuriki joining the battlefield, the plain was indeed the most suitable venue. He looked at Yejin ahead and clenched his fists, thinking, "You must win, Yejin." Just as he was saying this, Yejin stepped out of the Konoha army, and all eyes on the battlefield immediately turned to him. Despite not being tall, his presence at that moment put immense pressure on the Yunin troops. Many couldn't help but grip their long knives tightly, cold sweat appearing on their foreheads, swallowing nervously. Red veins even appeared in their eyes. Ye Jian raised his head, drew the long knife at his waist, and his white robe fluttered. His azure pupils held the vastness of the sky. This single action instantly tensed the bodies of all Yunin ninjas. No need to be nervous. Seeing this, Ye Jian smiled broadly, enveloped in terrifying lightning, his voice extremely lazy because it has nothing to do with you all. The moment the words fell, Ye Jian's figure instantly vanished from sight, and a bolt of lightning surged directly towards the third Raikage. The terrifying sharp aura caused the surrounding Yunin to involuntarily take a few steps back, feeling a stinging sensation on their faces, as if they had been cut open. Arrogant brat! The third Raikage was immediately enveloped in lightning and threw a punch with tremendous force. Boom! The entire air trembled violently. The terrifying sharp aura caused the surrounding Yunin to scream in agony, their bodies completely torn apart. Bang! Ye Jian was actually knocked back directly, retreating 10 steps. Each step left a deep footprint in the ground. You little brat, is that all you can do? The third Raikage appeared before Ye Jian in an instant, not giving him any chance to react, executing Hell Stab. Second-hand piercing, the condensed lightning formed an incredibly sharp force, piercing directly into Ye Jian's chest as he watched. In an instant, blood gushed out, as Ye Jian's entire chest was completely pierced through. What? Nara Shikaku and the others, upon seeing this scene, couldn't help but change their expressions in horror. Ye Jian was actually this weak. How is that possible? Ha ha ha. You brought this upon yourself. Now you know how powerful the old man is, right? A laughed loudly upon witnessing this. His eyes were filled with intense pleasure. What load of nonsense about Konoha's cold light. In front of the old man, it's nothing at all. Chapter 60, Breaking the Shackles, Shadow Level. The Cloud Ninjas immediately erupted in wild cheers. Oh. The Konoha side was taken aback. How could this happen? Ye Jian was defeated in just one exchange? Little brat. You hurt me. The third Raikage suddenly roared in anger and punched Ye Jian away like a sandbag. Whoa! Ye Jian, like a phantom, crashed heavily into the Konoha army. He skidded along the ground for dozens of meters before smashing into a giant rock, cracking it like a spiderweb. Only then did everyone notice the blood-red wound on the third Raikage chest. What? The strongest defense of Lord Raikage actually had no effect? How is that possible? How'd that guy do it? The Cloud Ninjas looked at each other in shock. This is too terrifying. Be careful. The third Raikage chased after Ye Jian, and the Konoha Ninjas only saw a flash of lightning that sent dozens of people flying. Even elite Jounin couldn't react in time and were injured. The Raikage reached Ye Jian, who was embedded in the giant rock, with his icy fingers poised to pierce Ye Jian's head. No! The Konoha Ninjas were horrified. Some rushed towards the Raikage to stop him, but their attacks couldn't even shake his defense. How is this possible? The special Jounin who attacked was stunned. Lord Ye Jian is actually fighting against such a monster? Just as this thought crossed his mind, he felt a sharp pain in his chest and abdomen, and his consciousness blurred as he staggered back. Get lost. Everyone who approached the third Raikage was instantly blasted away by the lightning emanating from him. This scene made all Konoha ninjas feel the terrifying power of the third Raikage firsthand. This is not a level we can intervene in. Even Nara Shikaku couldn't help but sigh. But Ye Jian seized the opportunity to disappear, reappearing behind the Raikage just as he was about to attack. However, the Raikage elbowed him with tremendous force. Boom! It was as if a meteorite had fallen, and the violent lightning raged, forcing the surrounding Konoha ninjas to retreat hastily. After all, it was the third Raikage. His reaction was truly fast. Ye Jian flashed to a distance, his face filled with regret. Although he lamented his failure to land that hit. Little brat, I remember piercing your chest just now. Why? Can I see the wow now? The third Raikage turned around, his face dark and questioning Ye Jian. Upon hearing this, everyone noticed the situation and was shocked again. Could it be that he has instant recovery abilities? Guess. Ye Jian revealed a provocative smile, touching his chest that hit really hurt. You were the first to pierce my defense and inflict such heavy damage on me. But unfortunately, if you had used a complete technique just now, I might have been dead. Provocation. This was definitely a provocation. The third Raikage's expression darkened immensely. Little brat, just wait. Soon you won't be able to laugh anymore. With that, he charged at Yejin again, launching a thunderous punch. Puff! Yejin was once again sent flying, spitting blood. Little brat, you've gotten weaker. The third Raikage appeared behind Yejin, roaring furiously. I don't know what's going on, but since that's the case, I will take your life. Boom! 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 Yejin was struck repeatedly like a sandbag. The sickening sound of bones cracking echoed constantly, making the Konoha crowd shudder in fear. Is Yejin going to lose? What will they do? Something's wrong, Captain. It seems like he's doing this on purpose. Uchiha Shursui furrowed his brows and spoke. Uchiha Fugako beside him looked over. Ask him, what do you mean? Uchiha Shursui replied. Neither the captain's terrifying swordsmanship nor the lightning jutsu, or even his unpredictable speed, have been used at all. He is deliberately provoking the third Raikage to unleash stronger attacks on himself. It's as if he is trying to break some kind of shackles. This statement left Nara Shikaku and others bewildered. Meanwhile, the Cloud Ninjas were ecstatic, their eyes filled with fervor. Kill him! Kill him! Lord Raikage! Ha ha! What Konoha's cold light? It's nothing. Disappear forever. The third Raikage was thinking the same. Looking at Yejin, who was about to be smashed into a pulp in his hands, he roared viciously. This last punch will send you to the afterlife. Just as this punch was about to fall, the Cloud Ninjas were wildly excited, believing they were finally getting rid of a major threat. An unexpected turn of events occurred. That won't do. Although I'm taking hits on purpose, I don't want to die. Yejin's voice rang out again, and a terrifying force surged forth like an ocean overturning, instantly descending. Even the third Raikage changed color, and before him, Yejin's figure vanished in an instant. But his words left everyone confused. Taking hits on purpose? Does Yejin have some serious illness? Finally, he has broken this shackle. Yejin appeared in the distance, arms wide open, a look of enjoyment on his face, bone growth technique. Suddenly, hot air erupted from his body, accompanied by the sickening sound of cracking bones. Yejin's body was writhing, a faint green light enveloping him, making him look like a deity. Yes, Yejin had endured the hits for so long to use the Raikage's punches to forcefully elevate his chakra quality under intense pressure, breaking through to the shadow level. And once he broke through, the change in strength was like riding a rocket. Thank you, third Raikage, for helping me break the shackles. It's hard to find such heavy fists elsewhere. He opened his eyes, looking at the third Raikage like a prey. As a token of gratitude, I grant you a dignified death. Such a gaze, such a tone, instantly infuriated the third Raikage. Don't be so arrogant, little brat. He once again appeared before Yejin like thunder, swinging a terrifying heavy punch. Byakugan, no jutsu, activate. These seemingly casual words sounded like a divine whisper, instilling fear in everyone present. Boom! A domineering and terrifying aura erupted from Yejin's body. He swung his long knife, unleashing an overwhelming force as if opening the heavens, striking out at the nearby third Raikage. Bang! It exploded on the spot like a meteor striking the earth. The terrifying shockwave sent a large number of surrounding ninjas flying. But even more astonishing occurred. The third Raikage was actually knocked back. What? Everyone present turned pale at this sight. Chapter 61. The third Raikage falls. Just now. That felt quite satisfying, didn't it? Yejin appeared before the third Raikage like a phantom, his long sword wrapped in terrifying lightning, crashing down with the weight of a mountain. So fast. The third Raikage was horrified and had no time to react. Boom! The third Raikage was sent flying like a broken kite, crashing violently into the Cloud Ninja army, and finally smashing heavily into the cliff wall. The entire earth trembled violently, dust and debris swirling. What? The Raikage was actually sent flying. Even they couldn't help but be shocked at this scene. Damn brat! The furious roar of the third Raikage echoed, and in the next moment, he charged again at Yejin, using the two-handed technique. Ninja sword technique, Chidori blade, thrust. Yejin also roared, piercing through the air's resistance as their weapons collided violently. The power brought by the breakthrough chakra was far stronger than he had imagined. Bang! The Raikage was once again pushed back. The air trembled violently. Impossible. The third Raikage couldn't accept such a thing and charged towards Yejin again, his furious fists striking out like meteors. Bring it on. Yejin forcefully stepped forward, colliding fiercely with the Raikage like a shooting star. Boom, boom, bang, bang, bang. The speed of the two was simply too fast. The entire battlefield could only see two terrifying flashes of lightning colliding, accompanied by sounds that seemed capable of shattering space at any moment. This scene didn't look like two people fighting, but rather like two-tailed beasts colliding. Blood splattered out from time to time, and the fierce sparks never ceased. Their clash moved from one end of the battlefield to the other, and outsiders couldn't intervene at all. The earth had long been reduced to ruins, with debris rolling and breaking even more severely. Incredibly terrifying ninjutsu erupted from their battle. Two-handed technique. The third Raikage roared suddenly, transforming into a terrifying, sharp bolt of lightning. It had the power to destroy space, making one's heart tremble. Supergiant Rasengan. Yijian, like a deity, held up a massive sphere of light and charged forward heavily. Bang! Thunder roared and the wind howled. Both of them let out cries of pain simultaneously. Blood splattering from their arms, flesh torn. Ha ha ha! So exhilarating. Yijian laughed heartily, his injuries rapidly healing, making it seem as if he had suffered no damage at all. Taste my high-speed attack. Yijian shouted loudly, unleashing a frenzied chakra, his speed skyrocketing once again. Giant Rasengan. The ninjutsu hit the third Raikage relentlessly, making the Cloud Ninja pale. They clearly saw that the third Raikage was actually injured through his armor. Ah, how could I let you hit me like this, brat? The third Raikage roared, his speed suddenly increasing as his furious fists struck out again like meteors. Too slow, Raikage. Yijian instantly vanished in front of the Raikage, reappearing high in the air. With a shining Rasengan, he threw the light sphere towards the Raikage. But just as the Raikage was about to dodge, the Rasengan disappeared. What is happening? The third Raikage couldn't figure out the situation when suddenly the space in front of him twisted, and a giant Rasengan, the size of a basin, enveloped him completely. Poo poo poo. The Raikage's armor immediately suffered countless terrifying impacts. The dense scratches made the Cloud Ninja's hearts race with fear. The Raikage was actually being beaten? How is that possible? Just as they were saying this, a bolt of lightning pierced through the third Raikage. So painful, brat. The third Raikage roared, waving his arms wildly like a madman. But his back had already lost sight of Yijian. However, the old man's strongest shield was actually pierced again. I stared at the grotesque wound on the back of the third Raikage, falling into existential doubt. Brat, don't think. You can escape again. The third Raikage roared, instantly appearing in front of Yijian, his stout right arm thrusting out with just a finger. Hell-piercing thrust, one-handed technique. He roared violently, his face filled with a mad, killing intent. This time, I will completely erase you. Faced with this strike, Yijian, who had just appeared, found himself in absolute danger. Even he couldn't help but feel the hairs on his body stand on end. He felt as if his body was going to be pierced. Helplessness and fear surged in his heart. It was an absolutely unavoidable strike. What a terrifying monster. He initially thought that relying on the 100 Heroes technique with a sealed space would allow him to contend with the third Raikage. But after the real fight just now, he realized, if it weren't for the opening of the second space and the fact that his chakra quality had reached the level of a shadow just now, after a prolonged battle, he would definitely lose. Because this strike, the one-handed technique, could not be dodged in his previous 100 Heroes state. Fortunately, it was the simultaneous explosion of chakra from both spaces. Otherwise, it would have been me who got severely injured. However, in this state, winning against the third Raikage is not a problem at all, but the burden is indeed heavy. He felt that if it weren't for the rapid recovery effect of the Sage Body and the existence of the bone growth technique, he would have long since been shattered. But such a terrifying strike would ultimately become the fatal weapon that brings about your demise. Yijian charged forward, a Rasengan appearing in his hand, ready to collide. What does this guy want to do? Seeking death? He actually dares to use that technique against the Raikage's most terrifying one-handed technique? How much does this bastard from Konoha look down on the old man? Not only did the Cloud Ninjas not understand, but even the Konoha ninjas didn't understand. Nara Shikaku watched anxiously, worried in his heart. What are you doing, Yijian? Don't mess around at such a crucial moment. How terrifying is the one-handed technique? Can Yijian really catch it with a Rasengan? Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Just as Yejian was about to approach the third rakeage, his figure suddenly ducked, and he was about to brush past the rakeage. But the Rasengan in his hand smashed directly onto the rakeage's elbow, and he murmured, "What happens when the strongest spear collides with the strongest shield's defense?" Pooh! The rakeage's chest was suddenly pierced. In an instant, blood and flesh splattered, lightning shining. The fierce killing intent on the third rakeage's face froze immediately. Lightning release, Chidori blade. A cold voice came from behind the rakeage. A terrifying long sword wrapped in lightning pierced through his defenses without obstruction, emerging from his chest. What? This scene stunned everyone. Impossible! A screamed in terror. Just as he was about to rush out, he was tightly held back by Tsuchikage, only able to let out a furious roar. Chapter 62. You're too lousy, you. Clearly, could. Directly pierce through my defenses. Why? Make me self-harm? Looking at Yi Jian, who struck with a single blow and immediately retreated, the third rakeage, feeling his strength quickly fading, asked in confusion. The sharpness of Yi Jian's long knife was something even his defenses could not withstand. He just wanted to see who left a scar on your chest, the one known to have the strongest shield. He also wanted to see who was stronger between the strongest shield and the strongest spear. Yi Jian was panting heavily, but still smiling broadly. Ha ha, I have roamed the ninja world for most of my life, never thought I would die at the hands of a little brat. The third rakeage suddenly laughed out loud, finding it extremely amusing. In the end, he praised the knife in Yi Jian's hand, saying, "I have a good knife, otherwise I wouldn't have lost so miserably." After saying this, he died. Raikage-sama? No, this is impossible. The Cloud Ninjas collapsed directly. They felt as if the sky had fallen. After all, it was the third rakeage who could fight the Eight Tails, possessing the strongest spear. To think he would die at the hands of a little brat? Puff! Yi Jian suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground, his breath instantly extremely weak. Lord Yi Jian! Captain! This scene stunned the Konoha ninjas, who all shouted in alarm. But, Konoha's cold light died for me. Suddenly, a violent lightning bolt shot towards Yi Jian. It was AI. He roared viciously, "I want you to pay with your life." With a single punch, he violently struck down. No, the Konoha ninjas were horrified. Even Nara Shikaku had prepared in advance. The moment he sensed AI's movement, he rushed to assist. But it was still half a step too late. Just as Yi Jian was about to have his head smashed by AI's punch, facing imminent death, whoosh! Another shadow flashed by, causing AI to miss entirely. Who is it? AI shouted angrily, but saw not far away Uchiha Shursui, carrying Yi Jian appear. "You little brat from Uchiha, you." Seeing that it was a 10-year-old brat who ruined his plans, AI's fury escalated. But then he suddenly found that he couldn't move. Only then did he realize he had been caught in Nara Shikaku's shadow binding jutsu. AI, come back. Seeing this, T-Dai hurriedly used rubber to pull AI back forcefully. Such speed. The Konoha ninjas were all astonished by Uchiha Shursui's terrifying speed. He was actually able to rescue Yi Jian a step faster than the Raikage Sun. "Hey, Shursui, as expected of you." Yi Jian took a couple of breaths, took a healing soldier food pill, and looked at Uchiha Shursui, praising him. "With your strength, you need a title." Under the witness of 40,000 people, Yi Jian took a deep breath and said, "Since that's the case, how about we call you Shunshin Shursui?" Shunshin Shursui. Hearing the title Yi Jian gave him, Uchiha Shursui couldn't help but smile. "Thank you, Captain." He really liked this title. "Damn little brat, stop being so arrogant." AI roared, his eyes fixed on Yi Jian, filled with blood-red hatred, ordering, "Konoha's cold light is already weak. Focus on him and avenge Lord Raikage." The Cloud Ninjas responded fervently. Oh, all the Cloud Ninjas stared at Yi Jian with blood-red eyes, filled with hatred. "Dream on. I will never let you get close to Lord Yi Jian, even half a step." "Ha ha, you little bastards from the cloud. The Raikage is dead. Why are you still pretending to be strong?" The Konoha ninjas retorted without fear. "If Lord Yi Jian gets hurt, then even I, a special Jonin, would be useless." A Konoha ninja with long arms said mockingly. "Yes, that's right." Many Konoha ninjas immediately echoed. Yi Jian had already helped them deal with the strong enemy, the Raikage. If they couldn't handle the remaining enemies, it would be too embarrassing. Everyone, Yi Jian suddenly spoke up, raising his hand with a smile. I, Yi Jian, am not weak enough to need protection. He looked at the furious AI and reminded him, don't forget, I am the inventor of the healing potion and healing soldier food pills. He smirked. You don't think I'm going to run out of chakra, do you? As soon as he finished speaking, an overwhelming heavy aura burst forth from him, as if a mountain was pressing down, causing many cloud ninjas to turn pale with fear. Come! Yi Jian shouted, raising his knife towards the cloud ninjas, his eyes brimming with fighting spirit. Who among you will fight me? The cloud ninjas looked at each other, but all saw the intent to retreat in each other's eyes. After all, he had just killed the third Raikage. They were no match for him. The morale that had just risen was instantly shattered. Damn it! T-Dai couldn't help but grit his teeth, but had no way to counter it. Yi Jian's approach was purely a strategy of overwhelming masculinity, impossible to resolve. The death of the Raikage was right in front of them, and the blow to the morale of the Cloud Ninjas was irreparable. Ha, what is wrong? Are the Cloud Ninjas all cowards? Yi Jian laughed mockingly. Weren't you just saying you were going to kill me? Why have you suddenly wilted? The Konoha ninjas behind him immediately joined in, bursting into laughter that echoed through the skies. Ah, too much bullying, damn bastard Dai. AI was the first to lose control, his eyes blood red as he charged forward, his speed not much slower than the third Raikage's. But, too slow. You haven't even received the Raikage's essence. Yi Jian was instantly enveloped in lightning, and with a flash, he appeared in front of AI, his knife seemingly wrapped with billions of bolts of lightning. With just a single strike, AI was sent flying out faster than he came, spitting blood continuously. Damn it! AI couldn't accept this fact. Enraged, he vanished into thin air and reappeared behind Yi Jian. Lightning plow-hot knife. Buffed. Yi Jian's head was instantly severed. But before AI could show any excitement, Yi Jian transformed into a surge of lightning and shot straight into the sky. AI retreat. Seeing this extremely familiar scene, T-Dai's face changed dramatically. Where? AI couldn't hear it at all, only searching for Yi Jian's figure. Are you looking for me? Behind AI, Yi Jian's devilish voice rang out, and without thinking, AI threw a punch backward. Bang! Contrary to his expectations, Yi Jian suddenly disappeared. His punch was firmly caught by Yi Jian. Yi Jian suddenly closed in. In shock, AI hurriedly retreated, but he was pulled back by Yi Jian. The next moment, AI felt a severe pain strike his chest and abdomen. It felt as if he had been hit by a rapidly moving boulder, causing a momentary daze in his mind. Wah! A mouthful of blood gushed out, and when his vision returned, a blue light ball was rapidly enlarging in his sight. The light ball had terrifying destructive power, directly tearing apart his lightning armor and shredding the flesh and bones in front of his chest. Chapter 63. In the blink of an eye, strong enemies turn to ashes. What is happening? This can't be real. AI is so weak in Lord Yejin's hands. Looking at AI, who had no power to resist at all in Yejin's grasp, the Cloud Ninja were all in disbelief. Moyuni, hurry and come with me to rescue him. Tuchai exclaimed in shock. Clearly, Yejin didn't have the terrifying aura he had when fighting against the Raikage. He thought that even in such a weak state, Yejin would still have the strength to fight back, and that AI could at least hold his ground. This way, he could analyze Yejin's strength and come up with a response. But the scene before him left him stunned. That was AI, the one who could battle the elite Jonin in the village, known as the son of Raikage, the next Raikage heir. In Yejin's hands, he was so weak. Yes, the moment Mayun-I was called, he immediately rushed out with Tuchai. Having been beaten by Yejin once, he instantly entered the first stage of half-tailed beast transformation. Ha! I've been waiting for you too. Seeing this scene, Yejin laughed loudly. Everyone saw him throw AI heavily to Tuchai, and then quickly formed hand seals, shouting, Fall of Heavenly Thunderkill. Boom! The sky had already turned pitch black from the violent lightning that Yejin had unleashed. A terrifying bolt of lightning roared down, transforming into a lightning spear that shot straight at Mayun-I. The target was the tailed beast Jinchuriki? Not good. Tuchai was horrified, but he couldn't abandon AI, so he could only shout anxiously, Mayun, get out of the way. Don't let him catch you. Mayun, he was taken aback, and the two tails on his body immediately wrapped around the lightning. This time, he wouldn't be caught. The raging lightning surged forth. Although Mayun screamed in pain from the lightning strikes, he managed to grasp the lightning spear that had once pinned him down. You've caught it. What about the next strike? Yejian's devilish whisper echoed again. Everyone looked in shock, only to see that Yejian had already completed another hand seal. That seal was not good. Tuchai's face changed dramatically when he saw the seal in Yejian's hand. Run. Mayun, he couldn't help but shiver, as an irresistible authority filled the sky. Lightning release. Kirin. Yejian's cold voice rang out. Tuchai didn't think twice and immediately formed hand seals, creating a mass of rubber to wrap around Mayun. Chidori blade go. Yejian actually used the long knife in his hand as a kunai, wrapped in lightning, and kicked it towards Tuchai. In an instant, it was right in front of Tuchai. The terrifying sharpness made Tuchai's face change drastically. He could only wrap himself and AI in rubber, giving up on rescuing Mayun. Meanwhile, the Kirin had already roared down. Roar. It was as if it echoed deep within the soul. Countless people felt darkness before their eyes, their blood surging violently, and blood flowed from their ears and noses. No. Mayun, he wanted to resist, but facing the authoritative lightning Kirin, he couldn't muster any will to fight back. Even the two-tailed cat within him roared in horror. Why are you, Cloud Ninja, provoking such a monster? Boom! The lightning engulfed the entire battlefield, and a violent shockwave surged madly in all directions. The earth was easily pushed aside, terrifying soil waves swept forth, threatening to overturn everything. Earth Release Squad. Quickly form a formation. Narashikaku's face changed dramatically. If they were engulfed, they would at least lose hundreds of people. Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall. A row of Earth Release ninjas rapidly formed hand seals, creating a hard wall, layer upon layer. But, bang, 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 this hard earthen wall was utterly ineffective, instantly flattened before the shockwave. Earth Release, Earth Flow Castle Wall. At that moment, two steady voices rang out. Sarutobi Yoshiyama and Senju Taro simultaneously formed hand seals, and two noticeably thicker castle walls rose from the ground. Boom! The earth trembled violently, but it failed to break through the defense. It merely cracked. So powerful! Is this the strength of elite Jonin? The surrounding Konoha ninjas couldn't help but exclaim. What a sense of security. Just the residual wave was already so terrifying. Yejian had truly become the pillar of Konoha. Senju Taro released the castle walls, sincerely expressing his feelings. Sarutobi Yoshiyama nodded in agreement. During the Battle of Kiriyama, Yejian could barely kill an elite Jonin. At that time, it was already quite impressive. But seeing the current scene, they realized how wrong they had been. The scene before them was truly astonishing. The land within 100 meters had completely vanished, leaving only a massive broken pit dozens of meters wide. Yejian, dressed in white, stood atop his long knife at the center of the pit, looking calm and composed. As if sensing something, he turned and smiled apologetically at the Konoha ninjas behind him. Sorry, I hope I didn't hurt anyone. Next time, I'll make sure to control my power. It was as if the terrifying lightning release in his hands was just an ordinary lightning technique that he could control at will. Moreover, everyone believed he could indeed do it. Beneath him, Mayun lay unconscious, charred. At that moment, everyone had only one thought in their minds. Powerful. The Jinchuriki, who had once made everyone fearful, was so weak before him. It was as if subduing the Jinchuriki was effortless. Yejian picked up Mayun and sheathed his sword. He even waved goodbye to the Cloud Ninja across from him, then returned to the Konoha army under the gaze of countless people. No one among the Cloud Ninja dared to stop him. How shocking. Uchiha Shursui looked at Yejian, his heart equally unsettled. Even someone as calm as him couldn't help but feel a surge of a real man should be like this. In the future, would I have the chance to reach his level? He told himself that he could. Narashikaku stared at Yejian's back, his intense excitement lingering. Once a comrade, now he had become a significant figure. Right before his eyes, he had captured the Jinchuriki again, defeated the son of Raikage. and even pressured the entire Cloud Ninja into an action. So impressive. Sealing Squad, it's up to you. Yejin released the Lightning Armor mode and handed the unconscious Moyun E to the Sealing Squad. He smiled slyly when it comes time for negotiations. I hope the Cloud Ninja bleed more. Many Konoha ninjas burst into laughter at this, but they all agreed with his words. I really don't know just how strong he is now. Nara Shikako marveled as he looked at Yejin. In the 100 Heroes Technique mode, he mentioned, he was able to overpower the third Raikage. Yet the third Hokage, using all his strength, might not necessarily win against the third Raikage. Even without entering the 100 Heroes mode, he could easily capture the Two Tails Jinchuriki. This was something Jiraiya wouldn't dare to guarantee, saying he would need special means to do so. Chapter 64. Do you want to dance too? He has already become the strongest in Konoha. Nara Shikako couldn't help but exclaim. At just 14 years old, this terrifying strength and talent are truly frightening. He suddenly started to worry. Can Minato really compete with Hoshigaki? Then next, Hoshigaki looked at the opposing Cloud Ninja army, revealing a playful smile. Cloud Ninja brats, do you want to continue? The Cloud Ninjas immediately showed signs of retreat. Haha, so it turns out the Cloud Ninjas are such timid cowards. Hoshigaki laughed loudly. Then his expression turned serious. If you don't come up, I will. As soon as he finished speaking, he charged at the Cloud Ninja army like a rampaging beast. Here he comes. Engage. Engage. The Cloud Ninja army was in a panic, their eyes bloodshot as they shouted to relieve their fear. In an instant, Hoshigaki sent a large number of them flying, screams ringing out. You, bastard! A particularly furious Special J, Nin shouted, bringing down his sword wrapped in terrifying lightning. Too slow. Hoshigaki knocked his long sword away, closed in, and grabbed his neck, domineeringly asking, Do you want to dance too? Let him go, you bastard! A furious voice came from behind Hoshigaki as a tall Cloud Ninja swung a fist towards his head. Hoshigaki grabbed the Cloud Ninja and threw him towards the attacker. Taking advantage of the moment, the man caught his comrade. Hoshigaki stuck explosive tags on both of them and kicked them far away. No, get away. It's going to explode. The two Cloud Ninjas shouted in terror, frantically trying to tear off the explosive tags. But it was too late. Bang, bang. Two violent explosions erupted, sending the surrounding Cloud Ninjas flying. Puffed, puffed, puffed. A flash of cold light passed, and the Cloud Ninjas fell to the ground in pools of blood, with gaping wounds on their necks gushing blood. We're going to. With a shout from Nara Shikako, the Konoha army surged forward like tigers released from their cage, fiercely pouncing on the Cloud Ninjas. Boom, boom. Hoshigaki was like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. Wherever he struck, a large area would clear out. No one could stop Hoshigaki's blade. Heavy and sharp, his eyes moved like a hawk, observing the movements around him. The movements of countless people were captured in his sight, and he responded in an instant. Swish! Hoshigaki suddenly tilted his head, a cold flash whizzing past his ear. Good ambush technique, Hoshigaki praised. As the kunai in his hand crackled with lightning, and he flicked it back at the ninja behind him, but unfortunately, his skills were still lacking. Puffed. At the moment the ninja was pierced through the chest, Hoshigaki plunged his sword into the ground, and blood immediately gushed out. This technique, you don't think you can hide it from my senses, do you? Hoshigaki pulled out his sword and charged again, slashing and stabbing. Simple techniques in his hands had terrifying and continuous lethality. Like a killing Shura, nothing could stop him as he left a trail of blood. All one could see was a flash of arc light before several people fell. And, no, don't come near me. Get away. It's going to explode. Everywhere Hoshigaki went, besides the fallen, the surrounding Cloud Ninjas all had explosive tags stuck to them. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying explosions immediately engulfed everything around. Only a silver light continuously flickered in the smoke, reaping lives. Suddenly, Hoshigaki seemed to sense something and leaped into the air. A pair of hands reached up from the ground. After sticking an explosive tag, Hoshigaki flicked his hands, sending a flurry of kunai flying out. Using the ninja technique, instant kunai technique. Puffed, puffed, puffed. In an instant, the surrounding Cloud Ninjas fell, clutching their necks. Swish, swish, swish. Continuous kunai and shuriken flew out. striking down Cloud ninjas like pinpoint strikes. Just how many explosive tags and shuriken does he have? The Cloud ninjas were terrified, completely bewildered. Does Hashigaki's shuriken not cost anything? It seemed endless. Ha ha ha. Why do you care where I got them from? Hashigaki laughed heartily. Are you all ready to welcome death? Frequently signing in, it's either explosive tags, kunai, or wire. Besides the ninja tool warehouse, Hashigaki believed he had the most ninja tools on him. Welcome death? What does that mean? The already frightened Cloud ninjas were confused. They saw Hashigaki suddenly pull back. Instantly, countless wires that they hadn't even noticed appeared, woven into a hell of wires around them. Not good. The Cloud ninjas were immediately horrified and hurriedly tried to escape. But it was too late. Puffed, puffed. In an instant, countless shuriken and kunai transformed into terrifying weapons. The Cloud ninjas trapped in this hell either died or were injured, screaming endlessly. No, he is not human. He is a devil. How can we possibly win against such a monster? The Cloud ninjas completely collapsed. Hey, Tokidai, you don't think I'm going to let you interfere, do you? Not far behind Hashigaki, Narashikaka grinned. Beside Tokidai, Yamanaka, Inoichi, and Akimichi, Choza, surrounded him. But don't blame us for 3 against 1. Narashikaka's expression was serious. After all, he was a bloodline limit J-Nin, a presence worth noting among the Cloud ninjas. Tokidai's heart sank. Looking again at A, he was tightly entangled by Uchiha, Fugaku, even falling into a disadvantageous position, facing life-threatening danger. Jinjutsu, binding technique, instant slash. Uchiha Shursui charged in, taking down 4 or 5 Chunin. It looked just like another Hashigaki, already scared out of their wits by Hashigaki. The Cloud ninjas were even more afraid to confront Uchiha Shursui. Bastard, just a little brat. Look at how scared you all are, a tall J-Nin appeared. Unsatisfied that the Cloud ninjas were frightened by a little kid, the J-Nin glared at Uchiha Shursui with a face full of killing intent. If I can't take down Konoha's cold light, can I still not take down his subordinates? Uchiha Shursui smiled. You can come and try. In an instant, a row of shadow clones appeared behind him. Just a bunch of clones. Watch me break you. The tall J-Nin completely disregarded it and charged into the crowd of Uchiha Shursui. But soon, he realized something was wrong. Damn, which one is the real body? He already had several wounds and burn marks on him. He was completely bewildered. Clearly, every time he attacked, it was a solid body. But when he aimed for that solid body to attack, it turned into a shadow. However, he found that this transformation could only happen once. Petty tricks. Lightning release. Lightning flash. The J-Nin erupted with terrifying lightning, spreading throughout the Uchiha Shursui crowd. But just within the lightning, a flock of crows suddenly flew out. Chapter 65. The Great Shock in the Ninja World. The third Raikage falls. The tall elite ninja immediately became alert, thinking, don't even think about a sneak attack. A beam of cold light shot towards him. He quickly dodged to the side, reached for his long knife, and hurled Uchiha Shursui away. However, Uchiha Shursui attacked again, along with several other Uchiha Shursui surrounding him. The tall elite ninja snorted coldly. This time, I won't be fooled again. According to his conclusion, the Uchiha Shursui he had just thrown away would turn into a shadow after attacking once. Therefore, the person in front of him who was thrown away and attacking again was definitely not the real body. The real body was among these clones. Don't think that mixing the real body among the clones for an attack means I can't do anything. He turned around and struck at the Uchiha Shursui behind him, with lightning crackling on his arm. But the next moment, the tall, elite ninja looked at the broken blade protruding from his chest, suddenly unable to believe his eyes. Wide open in disbelief. Why? Isn't your phantom reality transformation supposed to be used only once? Why did what I thought was a shadow suddenly become real? This is unreasonable. Hearing this, Uchiha Shursui pulled out his short blade and quickly retreated, saying, that was just me misleading your judgment. As long as he wanted, he could perform the phantom reality transformation at any time. This was the essence that Yejian had taught him. Illusion and reality, freely interchangeable. Ah, damn it. The tall elite ninja fell in anger, unwilling to lose his life. Captain Ryuji was killed just like that. Quick, run, we're no match for this guy. The surrounding cloud ninjas had faces full of horror and terror, retreating without a second thought. As expected of you, Shursui, you've actually taken down an elite ninja. The voice of Noera Jenkin came. In front of him, a particularly elite ninja lay down with a face full of unwillingness. The surrounding cloud ninjas all looked terrified. Are you kidding? The captain is dead. What do we fight with? Damn it, damn it. AI shouted furiously. Why do you leaf ninjas always have geniuses popping up? The cold light of the leaf is like this, and the instant body Shursui is like this. The intense unwillingness was vividly reflected on him. His words received strong agreement from the cloud ninjas. Isn't that the case? Ha ha. I'm really sorry. You can't envy us. Yejin laughed loudly, his gaze scorching as he said, From the moment you chose to wage war against my leaf, you should have been mentally prepared for this, everyone. The voice, though not loud, rang clearly in the ears of the cloud ninjas like the whispers of a devil. Countless cloud ninjas were already showing signs of retreat. With Yejin around, they simply could not be a match for the leaf. Tsuchikage also realized this point. He quickly withdrew from the siege of Inazuka, Akimichi, and Nara, issuing the order the cloud ninjas most wanted to hear. Retreat. Just kill me. Upon hearing the order to retreat, AI couldn't help but shout out in anger. But he also understood that the current situation would not change because of his fury. If they didn't retreat now, he felt he would be killed. In that case, the entire cloud would be completely without a backbone. As for the two tails, Jinchuriki, they could only think of a way to retrieve it later. Oh, we won. Long live Lord Yejian. Seeing the cloud ninja army retreat, the leaf ninjas couldn't help but shout with joy, echoing through the heavens and the earth. There was no more satisfying outcome than this. They had achieved merit and lost very few people. Everyone could happily return to the village and reunite with family and friends. With Lord Yejin around, this battle would surely end soon. The next day, a heavy piece of news spread rapidly throughout the ninja world. The Leaf Army achieved a great victory over the Cloud Ninja in the Chuan Valley Prairie of the Land of Hot Water. The third Raikage fell. What? The third Raikage fell? Both Inoki and Raza hurriedly checked what had happened. The third Raikage actually fell? This was too shocking. And upon seeing the name of the one who had taken down the third Raikage, Inoki felt a chill run down his spine. Raza nearly dropped his jaw in shock, feeling a mix of coldness and relief in his heart. Fortunately, he had allied with the Leaf. Otherwise, the third Raikage would have been his fate. This kid's growth speed is a bit too fast. The third Hokage looked at the information in his hand, feeling incredulous for the first time. Even the pipe he dropped on the ground went unnoticed. He thought capturing the Eight Tails Jinchuriki was Yejin's greatest achievement. But now, he revealed to the entire ninja world. No, his greatest achievement was taking down the third Raikage. Not only that, he also captured 2 Jinchuriki weapons, causing the Cloud Ninjas to suffer a crushing defeat and retreat. But such a terrifying achievement, what should Minato do? The third Hokage felt a headache coming on. In his expectations, it should have been Minato with greater merit, then logically succeeding as Hokage. Yejin, because of his considerable achievements, would become a high-ranking member of the Umbu, with Yejin as his disciple. Even if he stepped down to become an advisor, he could still retain significant influence. For this, he didn't hesitate to let Jiraiya assist Minato and sent him to the front line of Awagakure, where it was easier to achieve merit. But now, could Minato still be the people's choice to become Hokage? Would Yejin really be willing to listen to him and become a high-ranking member of the Umbu? The third Hokage had no confidence at all. Danzo felt a chilling fear, a sense of prickling terror. No, he absolutely cannot let him rise to a high position after the war. Otherwise, I will definitely die in his hands in the future. Danzo couldn't sit still, immediately heading to the Hokage's office. Sarutobi, Yejin is being too reckless. He actually killed the third Raikage. Now we have to face the Cloud Ninjas without end. How much public pressure will we have to bear for cleaning up his mess? A person like him must not remain on the front line. He must be recalled to Konoha and kept under strict watch, giving him no chance to cause trouble. Looking at the agitated Danzo, the third Hokage thought for a moment before shaking his head in refusal. Danzo, listen to me. Be more restrained in the future. Don't provoke Yejin. I believe he won't make things difficult for you for my sake. He wasn't sure if Yejian would continue to listen to him in the future. But after thinking through everything just now, there was one thing he was very certain of. The terrifying momentum brought by Yejian in this battle would surely cause the other 4 great ninja villages to settle down instantly. The dawn of the end of the war was already in sight. Next, it would be the time for Konoha to develop rapidly. Chapter 66. Stop fooling around. Danzo, just as the conflict between the Uchiha clan and the village began to ease due to Hashirama's intervention, everything was developing in a positive direction. In this case, it would be better to pass on the leadership of Konoha to the younger generation smoothly. He could become a supportive figure and spend the rest of his life comfortably. If Hashirama did not wish to become a high-ranking member of the Anbu, then he could choose for himself. With his strength and talent, being a guiding Jonin would be quite good. Well, I always think about controlling the young ones. Sometimes it could backfire. What would happen if he followed Danzo's methods? If Hashirama developed a hatred for Konoha and turned against his master, it would be a significant loss for the village. If he were to become a member of another ninja village, it would truly be a disaster for Konoha. He had already made a foolish mistake during the White Fang incident. This time, he couldn't afford to be foolish again. Sarutobi, hearing that the 3rd Hokage actually refused, Danzo became anxious. Do you really want to watch yourself lose so much power accumulated over the years? At that time, would you really be able to control the wild Hashirama? Are you sure he won't turn against you? He was genuinely afraid. If Hashirama became a high-ranking official, with his vengeful character, Danzo's end would truly be near. Danzo had thought that the power-hungry Sarutobi Hiruzen could be swayed by his words. After all, that was how the White Fang had been dealt with. His achievements overshadowed the 3rd Hokage, so the White Fang had to die. But this time, he had miscalculated. The 3rd Hokage actually shook his head, saying he was getting old and that supporting the younger generation was just fine. Danzo felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar, unable to believe his eyes as he looked at the 3rd Hokage. As if he were meeting him for the first time. Danzo, let us not make another mistake. The 3rd Hokage looked at Danzo, whose face was pale, and comforted him, saying, despite the grudges, as long as I am here, you will definitely not be in any life-threatening danger. Just then, an Anbu member suddenly appeared, panicking as he reported, Hokage-sama, the Mist Village is launching a massive invasion and has already captured the central part of the Land of Fire. Please send reinforcements quickly. This news caused the 3rd Hokage to stand up immediately, but he showed no signs of panic. Instead, he burst into laughter, with an expression of relief on his face, saying, haha, this is great, just in time. The Anbu member was left dumbfounded. The Hokage was not worried about the invasion of the Mist Village. Instead, he was happy. Was his mind really intact? Send word to Minato. Instruct Kushina to lead 10,000 troops to stop the Mist Village's advance. Tell Minato he must repel the Mist Village. He continued, send word to Hashirama. Led 2,000 troops to the front lines at the Rock Village to fight the enemy. Although the Anbu member was bewildered, he immediately complied. Danzo, feel free to go. The 3rd Hokage waved his hand at Danzo, saying that sometimes one shouldn't be too attached to power. However, upon hearing this, Danzo coldly snorted, his eyes filled with resentment, saying, Sarutobi, you will regret this. If he didn't seize the power in his hands, the day Hashirama rose to power would mark the beginning of his countdown to doom. The only thing he could rely on now was the root organization. He not only couldn't relax his grip on power, but on the contrary, he had to tighten it even more. Sigh. Regarding this, the 3rd Hokage shook his head, taking a puff from his cigarette and murmuring, if Hashirama accepts my arrangement and becomes a high-ranking Anbu member, do you think your root organization can really survive? A malformed organization that appears under my hand should disappear under my hand as well. Sorry, Danzo. As long as Minato successfully repels the Mist Village and gains merit on the front lines of the Rock Village, the position of Hokage will definitely be secure. With him as Hokage and with my support, if Hashirama assists him, there will be no room for the root organization to survive. Konoha should rightly be the Hokage's power. There is no need for a root organization to share this cake. On the front lines at the Rock Village, has Hashirama become this terrifying? Minato looked at the scroll in his hand, feeling a sense of powerlessness for the first time. This kid, is he really going to become Hokage directly? Jiraiya beside him was also shocked. Although he was only 14, it wouldn't be impossible to make him Hokage. But if that were the case, what would happen to Minato? Wouldn't there really be a rift between the two of them? Jiraiya felt a severe headache. If there was a rift, it would be a disaster for Konoha. Old man, you really need to handle this well. Jiraiya could only hope that the third Hokage had a suitable plan. Now, many people in the village would probably have headaches. At the front lines of the Land of Soup, while consolidating the second Seal space, Hashirama thought about the assassination of the third Raikage. Konoha and the Cloud Village would undoubtedly be locked in a deadly conflict, given the cowardly and fearful nature of those old geezers in the village. Aside from the third Hokage, they were probably already blaming themselves for making too much noise. Especially Danzo. He would definitely seize the opportunity. Old man, don't let me down. Don't end up like in the original story, where they won against the Cloud Ninjas, but in the end, due to the Cloud Ninjas' threats, knowing it was a trick, still handed over Hinata Hayashi just to appease their anger. Just as he was thinking this, Nara Shikaku sent someone to call him for a meeting. Huh? The Mist Village is invading? The moment he heard this, Hashirama slapped his forehead. He felt like he had forgotten something. He actually forgot about the Mist Village. So, they want us to go rescue them? Hashirama looked at Nara Shikaku, realizing that the only ones capable of stopping the Mist Village now were them. No, Nara Shikaku's expression was strange. The reinforcements were Minato. You need to go to the front lines at the Rock Village to stop the enemy. Hashirama was bewildered, then suddenly seemed to understand something, shaking his head. It really was putting the old man in a tough spot. All right, then I'll take the trouble. Letting Minato go instead of him was naturally to ensure that Minato would have enough merit to ascend to the position of Hokage without being questioned. You don't hold any grudges against the Hokage, right? There was no such implication in the third Hokage's message. But Nara Shikaku could tell from a slight analysis that this arrangement would likely raise objections from Hashirama. No way. Hashirama spread his hands, saying he had no desire to become Hokage. It would be great for Minato to become Hokage naturally. The old man is being too cautious in his thinking. Hearing this, Nara Shikaku was immediately relieved. He could tell from Hashirama's words that he was sincere and had no intention of lying. Then the front line will be entrusted to Uncle Shikaku. You must keep an eye on the two Jinchuriki. Although he would leave a shadow clone behind, it was still not as safe as being there in person. Go. The Cloud Village currently does not have the strength to plunder. Nara Shikaku smiled. With Uchiha Fugaku and their team of Inuzuka and Nara present, the Cloud Ninja Army, which had already suffered heavy losses, did not have the strength to snatch food from the tiger's mouth. Chapter 67. Obito versus Shursui. I didn't expect to see Kakashi so soon. When I heard that Yejin was going to the front line of Awagakure for support, Noara Kurama showed an unexpectedly eager expression after a brief moment of surprise. I wonder how much distance there is between my strength and his now. Hearing this, Yejin smiled and said, "You'll find out when you test it yourself." Then he noticed Uchiha Shursui beside him was also eager to try, and he cheerfully said, "Of course, Shursui, you too." Finally, he turned to Yugao and said, "I believe that Yu Ehong will also be happy for your progress." This made Yugao immediately show a very happy expression. She had always wanted Yejin's recognition and praise. That's why she worked so hard to become stronger, trying not to lag behind her two exceptional teammates. Now, with Yejin's words, she felt that all her efforts over the years were worth it. An indescribable joy surged forth, and her eyes were instantly blurred with tears. "I'm sorry. I'm just too happy." She wiped her tears and first apologized, then said very firmly, "I will continue to work hard and absolutely will not disappoint you, Captain." Yejin nodded upon hearing this, smiling brightly as he patted her head. "I believe in you." In the afternoon, under Yejin's leadership, 2,000 troops headed from the northeast of the Fire Country to the northwest battlefield of the Fire Country. Within just one day, they arrived at the front line of Awagakure. "You brat finally made it pretty fast, huh?" Not even a day. Jiraiya personally led the team to welcome Yejin. Given Yejin's current achievements and status, he deserved this treatment. "The situation is urgent. There's no time to waste." Yejin smiled, then looked at Minato Namikaze beside him. and after bumping fists with him, he asked, "When will the army set off?" Unlike him, Minato knew that moving an army of 10,000 was no joke, and naturally, preparations would take longer. "We'll depart tomorrow." Minato looked at Yejin with a very complex expression, then said, "This time, I'm taking advantage of you. I will strive to become an excellent Hokage and will never disappoint you." If it weren't for Minato being a more suitable age for Hokage than Yejin, the third Hokage probably wouldn't have deliberately assigned him the great task of repelling the Mist Village. "Don't worry about it." Yejin looked at Minato, his eyes clear. "This Hokage position is just right for you. You are more suitable to be Hokage than I am." He could fight, but currently, he lacked a lot of experience in governing a village. Perhaps by the time he becomes the fifth Hokage, he will have enough experience to handle this position. "You are still so straightforward," Minato said with admiration. Yejin might have a vengeful character, but he was always straightforward with friends, which was truly reassuring. Beside him, Kushina Uzumaki was also carefully observing Yejin. Sunshine confidence, but it was hard to tell that he had the strength to kill the third Raikage. She couldn't see that he was as monstrous as her husband, Minato, but standing next to him indeed gave a strong sense of security. She thought, what a mysterious and powerful person. Yejin also smiled at her and nodded in acknowledgement. "Hey Guy, Kakashi, long time no see." Yejin looked at Might Guy and Kakashi, who were behind Minato and the others, and greeted them with a smile. "Hey, Yejin, long time no see." Might Guy immediately circled around Yejin, examining him, and finally revealed his shiny teeth, giving a thumbs up. "Your youth is still so dazzling. I will continue to learn from you." Yejin hugged him tightly, patting his back with a smile. "I am extremely honored to be chased by you. Keep shining your youth, Guy." Guy's eyes brimmed with tears, squeezing Yejin even tighter, excitedly saying, "Yejin, I knew you understood youth." The smiles of the two seemed to vaguely indicate a merging, causing those around them to break into a cold sweat. How could a normal person like Yejin also be as neurotic as Might Guy? Yugao was surprised. "I didn't see this side of my captain," but it must be admitted that seeing Yejin's behavior relieved Kakashi and others who had been worried. Their friendship with Yejin would not change because of his rise in status. "Seeing you all here, I feel relieved." Yejin's gaze swept over Kakashi, Aoba Yamashiro, and others. "Your hard work and training has not been in vain." Hearing this, they all smiled. That powerful feeling had almost become muscle memory, hard to forget. Speaking of which, their eyes turned toward Noira Kurama with a hint of challenge. Since that's the case, why not have a competition? It would also help both sides understand each other's strength, Jiraiya suggested. Everyone was eager for this, so they naturally agreed. Yugao and other Jounin were also attracted to come over. Of course, Yugao mainly wanted to see her daughter's growth. Who wants to go first? Yejin looked at the group next to Kakashi. Excluding Might Guy, Aoba Yamashiro, and others, there were also Asuma Surtobi, Obito Uchiha, Rin Noira, and several other ninjas from the same era. I'll go first. Obito Uchiha jumped out immediately, looking at Uchiha Shursui. I want to see the strength of the number one genius of the Uchiha clan. Looking at his confident appearance, Yejin couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. It seemed that during this time, Obito had gained some strength. Otherwise, Kakashi, as his teammate, would have stopped him by now. "Captain, look." Uchiha Shursui looked back at Yejin with a questioning expression. Yejin nodded, smiling. "This is your battle. You decide." Uchiha Shursui respectfully nodded, then looked at Obito. "Then let's do it." His eyes instantly entered the three-tomo state. Since Obito dared to challenge him, his strength was definitely not low. Naturally, he had to give it his all. However, the movie revealed shocked not only Kakashi and the younger generation, but even Jiraiya, Minato, and others were taken aback. That is, three-tomo, to have at this age? Even Jiraiya, who had seen many geniuses, was stunned by Shursui's talent. That was an achievement that many Uchiha clan members would never reach in their lifetime. He really wanted to ask, how did Yejin teach him? He remembered that Uchiha Shursui had just reached the two-tomo before joining the battle. This speed of progress was a bit frightening. Kakashi clenched his fists even tighter. Shocked in his heart, how powerful could this guy be? For the first time, he felt that his own talent was so insignificant. Chapter 68 Kakashi. I've been waiting for this day for a long time. As expected of Brother Shursui. Seeing Uchiha Shursui had actually activated 3 Tomo, Uchiha Obito's expression immediately became serious. And he also revealed his double Tomo. I'm going in. Uchiha Obito dashed towards Uchiha Shursui at high speed, throwing a punch towards Shursui's chest. Uchiha Shursui directly caught his fist and threw it downwards. Uchiha Shursui's body suddenly paused, and as he looked up, he heard Kakashi's startled voice beside him. Be careful. Uchiha Shursui's right leg had already lashed out. The speed was so fast that it turned into an afterimage. So fast, the Sharingan can't capture it. And my body can't react. Uchiha Obito was shocked. He had considered the gap between 3 Tomo and double Tomo, but he never expected it to be this large. Bang! Crossing his arms to protect his chest, he was sent flying by Uchiha Shursui. Fire style. During his retreat, he quickly formed hand seals to try to turn the situation around. However, he only heard a violent wind sound in his ears. And Uchiha Shursui had already appeared behind him amidst the gasps of the crowd. A sharp knife hand strike was launched, forcing him to use the substitution technique to evade. Fire style. After landing, Uchiha Shursui quickly formed seals and aimed in a certain direction, unleashing a massive fireball. Great fireball technique. Boom! The rolling fireball was so scorching that the people around couldn't help but retreat immediately, breaking through the ground towards the predetermined direction. It was exactly where Uchiha Obito had appeared. What? Just as Uchiha Obito emerged, a massive fireball appeared in front of him, startling him and making him hurriedly dodge to the side. Suddenly, as if he had anticipated something, he raised his arm to block in front of him. Bang! Sure enough, Uchiha Shursui's heavy whip leg came crashing down. Good reaction. Uchiha Shursui praised, then exerted force again with his foot, but it wasn't enough. Uchiha Obito was sent flying once more. No way, Obito was actually suppressed from the very beginning. Both he and Rin were extremely shocked and found it hard to believe. Kakashi was even more focused on Uchiha Shursui's figure, constantly simulating the same situation in his mind, and then despairingly realized that he wouldn't fare much better than Uchiha Obito. Swish, swish, swish. Uchiha Obito shot out a large number of shuriken to block Uchiha Shursui's continued assault. Uchiha Shursui flickered and dodged all of them, closing in on Uchiha Obito again, glaring with his right eye, binding technique. Uchiha Obito couldn't help but shout in dismay, feeling his body unable to move. Uchiha Shursui's knife hand was already resting on the back of his neck. You lost. Uchiha Shursui's calm voice echoed, and Uchiha Obito sighed in defeat. I admit defeat. He didn't even have a chance to unleash his strongest technique. Uchiha Shursui's suppression was all-encompassing. Obito, just like that, lost? Not to mention Kakashi. Even Rin and the others were astonished. You have to know, in the current camp, only Kakashi could narrowly defeat Uchiha Obito. But Uchiha Shursui managed to win so easily? How powerful is he really? Such terrifying speed. Yajima, did you teach him? Jiraiya was surprised. He seemed to see the past Yajima. No. Yajima shook his head. This was something he comprehended on his own. Now, even Minato and the other J-Nin were astonished. They had a deeper understanding of Uchiha Shursui's monstrous level. Hee, this time it's my turn, right? Shinken. Nara Shinken grinned and discussed with Uchiha Shursui. Uchiha Shursui nodded, all right. He bowed to the J-Nin present and stood behind Yajima again. Shinken, you. Seeing Nara Shinken's confident demeanor, Rin and the others couldn't help but feel an ominous premonition. They were both Yajima's subordinates. If Uchiha Shursui was so strong, Nara Shinken obviously wouldn't be much weaker. And looking at the fiery gaze he was aiming at, everyone knew who he was going to challenge. Kakashi. Come on, Kakashi. I've been looking forward to this day for a long time. Let me see how much of a gap there is between us. Upon hearing this, everyone curiously looked at the two. You can't be telling me Shinken can already compete with Kakashi, right? Jiraiya said with a strange expression while looking at Nara Shinken. In his impression, Nara Shinken was on par with Rin and the others, while Kakashi was much stronger. Who knows? Yajima smiled. Shinken had been pestering Shursui for this day, practicing day and night. Jiraiya immediately gasped. He knew that his guess might really come true. Your teaching ability is a bit terrifying. Jiraiya joked. He thought that once the war was over, he might as well let Yajima teach the lower ninjas. Perfectly fitting since Yajima had that talent. Come on, Shinken. Let me see how much you have grown now. Kakashi said seriously. He believed he wasn't a match for Uchiha Shursui, but Nara Shinken surely couldn't be that weak. Then, I'll go. Nara Shinken drew his sword, and in a flash, like a bolt of lightning, he was in front of Kakashi. How is that possible? Kakashi's body was instantly covered in goosebumps, his pupils constricting sharply. He never expected Nara Shinken to have become this strong. It was still thanks to his incredibly fast reflexes that he managed to dodge. But his face was still cut open. Kakashi, don't underestimate me, or you'll be the one to lose. Nara Shinken grinned, feeling a special satisfaction from Kakashi's earlier reaction. Now, he was indeed an enemy that Kakashi needed to take seriously. I admit I underestimated you just now. Kakashi wiped the blood from his face. Well, his mask was torn. But from now on, I won't make that mistake again. He actually drew the short blade from his back and charged at Nara Shinken like a leopard. Swish! The blades of the two clashed, producing dazzling sparks. Within a few breaths, they had fiercely collided several times. If it's a swordsmanship contest, I'm more than willing to accompany you. Nara Shinken smiled, lifted his foot, and aimed a knee strike, fast enough to surprise Kakashi, who quickly retreated. He also threw out shuriken to prevent Nara Shinken from pursuing. Nara Shinken immediately retreated, landing and quickly forming seals, fire style, dragon fire technique. A flame roared out like a ribbon, the terrifying temperature obscuring the surroundings, rushing towards Kakashi. Purple lightning. Kakashi chose not to evade and opted for a direct counterattack. It must be said, this is indeed an A-rank ninjutsu. The flames were torn apart by Kakashi. But before him were 3 shuriken coming from the left, right, and front, with no sign of Nara Shinken to be seen. Kakashi quickly knocked away the shuriken and swung his blade upwards. Sure enough, Nara Shinken was coming down with a fierce slash. Swish! A piercing sound of metal clashing erupted, with intense sparks flying everywhere. Chapter 69, Stunned. Go! Kakashi swung his arm powerfully, and to his surprise, Noera Gungjin was knocked back. He immediately closed in quickly and struck down again with great force. A piercing sound of metal clashing echoed, and Noera Gungjin was pushed back once more. It's over. Gungjin. Kakashi moved in again, ready to disarm Noera Gungjin of the short blade in his hand. However, you fell for it, Kakashi. Noera Gungjin smiled, throwing 3 kunai once more. Kakashi was puzzled and quickly deflected the attack, only to realize something was wrong. Steel wires. He immediately understood what was happening, and the kunai that had been deflected behind him instantly transformed into Noera Gungjin. The two suddenly pulled in opposite directions, and several steel wires tightly bound him. This is bad. Kakashi was alarmed, but Noera Gungjin had already appeared behind him, thrusting down violently. Kakashi, is he going to lose? Might Guy and the others thought in disbelief. How could this be possible? That S. Kakashi, the strongest among them. Is he really going to lose to Noera Gungjin? TCH. So it turns out I still can't do it? Noera Gungjin's blade stopped just above Kakashi's neck, looking displeased. Everyone was confused as to why he suddenly stopped when he was clearly about to win. Upon closer inspection, it turned out Kakashi was holding a kunai in his right hand, crackling with lightning, having severed the steel wires binding him, now poised at Noera Gungjin's lower abdomen. Noera Gungjin had a halt. Otherwise, it would be a mutual defeat. A tie. No way. Has Gungjin become this strong? Incredible. Might Guy and the others were unwilling to accept this outcome. Just a month or 2 ago, Noera Gungjin was nowhere near Kakashi's level, on par with them. But now he had surpassed them, able to stand shoulder to shoulder with Kakashi. This is too frustrating. Kakashi, I look forward to our next battle. Noera Gungjin smiled as he sheathed his short blade, his eyes filled with intense fighting spirit. The result of this battle fulfilled all his dedication over this period. Yes, his dream was achievable. He had caught up with Kakashi. I'm looking forward to it too. Kakashi's gaze was equally fervent as he clenched his fist, feeling a strong sense of crisis. It turned out that he had already been caught up by Noera Gungjin. This was a bit hard for Kakashi to accept. He needed to work even harder. Next time, He couldn't be pushed into such a desperate situation. Moreover, he would forever have only one true rival. He looked towards Uchiha Shursui in the distance. Next time, I hope we can have a good fight. Uchiha Shursui nodded politely and replied, I hope so too. The outcome of the battle between Kakashi and Noira Gunjin surprised everyone present. No one expected this result. With Kakashi's talent, it shouldn't have been possible for him to be caught up by Noira Gunjin. But that was exactly what happened. Such terrifying teaching ability. The ninjas present couldn't help but glance at the smiling Hitaki. Without a doubt, Noira Gunjin's achievements today were all thanks to Hitaki. In just a month or two, Gunjin had grown so much under your guidance. Hitaki, how many surprises do you have that we don't know about? Jiraiya remarked. Clearly, Yamashiro, Aoba, and the others had also received guidance from Hitaki before. At that time, Kakashi, who was also guided, had consistently remained the strongest among his peers. But now, because of Kakashi, Yamashiro, Aoba, and the others had arrived at the Iwagakure front line. Meanwhile, Noira Gunjin had followed Hitaki to the front lines of the land of hot water, continuously receiving his guidance, and his strength had caught up with Kakashi, who had also been working hard. The effect was simply too obvious. Moreover, the effectiveness of Hitaki's guidance was really easy to see. Asuma Sarutobi was the most obvious case. He was of the same generation as Kakashi and the others. His talent wasn't bad, and his strength should have been comparable to his peers. But because he had never received Hitaki's guidance, he couldn't even compete with Yamashiro, Aoba, and the others, let alone defeat Might Guy, who had extremely poor talent and was at the bottom among his peers. It was evident that the longer one received Hitaki's guidance, the stronger they became. Jinhong, only your daughter remains to take the stage under Lord Hitaki's command. I believe she has changed significantly by now. An elite Nin beside Yugao, Jinhong spoke with envy. Of course, being a subordinate of Hitaki is a tremendous opportunity. It was Yugao Jinhong who got it. What luck. Ha ha, don't mention it. Jinhong's qualifications aren't that great. She probably won't have a dazzling performance. Yugao Jinhong laughed happily. Though he said that, his gaze towards Jinhong was filled with expectation. Yes, being a subordinate of Hitaki, how will his daughter Jinhong perform? More than a month ago, she was just a low-ranking ninja with mediocre strength. Now what level has she reached? She can't possibly defeat a Chunin already, right? An elite Nin spoke, a ninja from the Sarutobi clan. Upon hearing this, many surrounding ninjas couldn't help but shake their heads. How is this possible? A low-ranking ninja defeating a Chunin in just over a month? That is simply a fantasy. Jinhong doesn't even have a bloodline limit and isn't suited to learn powerful ninjutsu. No matter how strong Hitaki's teaching ability is, it's impossible to achieve something like that. It feels unusual. Someone from the Hyuga clan said it was Hyuga Hizashi. Indeed, she does give me an extraordinary feeling. Her aura is very refined. An elite Nin from the Yamanaka clan spoke with a frown. We'll find out how it is, just give it a try. Minato Namikaze looked at Jinhong, filled with curiosity. Whenever he faced Hitaki, he always seemed overshadowed. Whether in terms of achievements, strength, or teaching ability, he was inferior to Hitaki. Before meeting Hitaki, he had never thought he would be overshadowed. Jinhong, it seems everyone is looking forward to you. Do you want to show us what you've got? Hitaki teased Jinhong beside him. Hearing this, Jinhong nodded confidently and said, why not? She walked confidently into the arena, showing no signs of stage fright, which made everyone nod in approval. Truly a disciple of Hitaki, she exudes an extraordinary aura. Who wants to compete with me? Jinhong's gaze swept over Might Guy and Asuma Sarutobi, among others. Upon meeting her gaze, Asuma Sarutobi immediately responded, I will. Upon hearing this, Might Guy's expression changed. He grabbed Asuma Sarutobi and exclaimed, that as someone taught by Hitaki, we can't even guarantee a win. What chance do you have? Chapter 70. Asuma, you're even weaker than a woman, however. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Asuma was quite displeased and shouted loudly, what is there to be afraid of? He pointed at Yuhi Kurenai dismissively and said, so what if she has received training from Yamanaka Ino? She's just a woman. How strong can she be? Moreover, he added, even if I'm the weakest among you, I can still defeat a Chunin. She just a genin. I refuse to believe that after a month of not seeing her, she could be stronger than me. In Sarutobi Asuma's view, he couldn't defeat people like Kakashi or Uchiha Obito, who could contend with Jonin. He also wasn't a match for Guy or Lee, who could fight against Special Jonin. So, could he really not defeat a mere Yuhi Kurenai? After saying that, he ignored the dramatic change in the expressions of his peers and walked toward the center of the arena. Lord Yamanaka, Asuma absolutely means no disrespect to you. He just a bit arrogant. Please don't take it to heart, Sarutobi Yoshiyama quickly explained beside Yamanaka. Are you kidding? Sarutobi Asuma is the son of the Hokage. But what is Yamanaka's current status? If he angers him, will Sarutobi Asuma have a good end? Yamanaka smiled and patted Sarutobi Yoshiyama's shoulder, saying, Don't worry. Am I that petty? He then said to Yuhi Kurenai, Kurenai, it seems you've been underestimated. Yuhi Kurenai immediately smiled brightly. Captain, don't worry. No one will think that way after this. After spending more than a month together, she had long admired Yamanaka to the point of adoration. That Sarutobi Asuma, looking down on her, was one thing, but daring to speak disrespectfully to Yamanaka? Unforgivable, even if he was the son of the Hokage. She would not hold back. Hey, just so you know, I want to hold back, Sarutobi Asuma said arrogantly. Yuhi Kurenai smiled sweetly. That is even better. She looked at Sarutobi Asuma, as if she could already envision him turning into a pig's head. I'm coming, Sarutobi Asuma shouted. He had to prove himself today. Sarutobi Asuma was not the weakest among his peers. He quickly dashed in front of Yuhi Kurenai, gathering chakra in his hand and delivering a heavy, fast punch. He thought that as a Jinjutsu user, Yuhi Kurenai would be poor in Taijutsu and would retreat from his close-range attack. That way, she could utilize her strengths and launch long-range Jinjutsu attacks. But Yuhi Kurenai unexpectedly grabbed his arm with one hand. Her gaze filled with contempt. You were just boasting. And your strength is so weak? Before Asuma could react, he felt a tremendous pulling force on his arm, being drawn toward Yuhi Kurenai. Her other hand came in with a punch, and the impact was significant. Hiss! Asuma was taken aback and hurriedly used the substitution technique to evade the blow. But as soon as he reappeared, Yuhi Kurenai immediately noticed and executed the ninjutsu, instant shuriken technique. A large number of shuriken-like illusions appeared in front of him, and Asuma quickly waved his kunai to block. However, many onlookers showed surprised expressions. Did you teach him the instant shuriken technique? Jiraiya looked at Yamanaka in astonishment. Such a secret technique shouldn't be passed down to others, right? Yamanaka replied. I have plenty of secret techniques. I don't mind this one. Beside him, Yuhi Shinju said, but is it appropriate to pass on this brute force technique to a girl? He could see that Yuhi Kurenai had used a technique that enhanced her strength when she easily blocked Sarutobi Asuma's punch. The only technique in Konoha with such an effect was the brute force technique passed down from Tsunade. He felt it was too precious, a bit too much to bear. Hearing this, Yamanaka shook his head and said to Yuhi Shinju, No, this is a technique I invented, the giant strength technique, which is not as powerful as the brute force technique. However, Kurenai has a great talent for accurately controlling chakra. Shursui and Gunma can't learn as quickly as she can. He looked at Kurenai, who had already closed in on Asuma, and said, Since she is suitable for learning this technique, why not teach her? Isn't it about teaching according to one's aptitude? This statement made Yuhi Shinju nod in agreement. He bowed deeply to Yamanaka. Thank you, Lord Yamanaka, for passing on your skills. Yamanaka generously taught Kurenai 2 techniques, and this kindness was not trivial. Shinju, you're too polite. Yamanaka helped Yuhi Shinju up and sighed. After all, she is one of my subordinates. In a battlefield where anything can happen, I have to find a way to keep her alive. The people around nodded continuously. Of course, agreeing was one thing. They wouldn't do the same. Secret techniques should not be passed on. That was their principle. In the arena, just as Asuma had just knocked away all the shuriken, Yuhi Kurenai suddenly closed in. Not good. Asuma was alarmed as Yuhi Kurenai launched another punch, her heavy force causing his expression to change dramatically. Bang! In midair, He used the substitution technique to avoid the damage. With a swoosh, Asuma appeared behind Yuhi Kurenai. Let me show you my strength. He aimed a knife-hand strike at her neck. However, Yuhi Kurenai had already reacted, stepping left to evade the strike. She swiftly twisted her body and delivered another heavy punch to Sarutobi Asuma's chest, knocking him back once more. Damn it, I refuse to believe it. Asuma's face turned beet red. Just moments ago, he had boasted that he could not be defeated by a mere woman. Now he was thoroughly slapped in the face, being forced into such a pathetic state by the weak woman in his eyes. Fire release, fireball. After all, he was the son of the Hokage. Using ninjutsu was not surprising. A fireball the size of a basin shot rapidly toward Yuhi Kurenai. I don't believe you can remain calm in the face of this. Asuma shouted triumphantly, with a kunai ready in his hand. As long as Kurenai dodged the fireball, he could use the kunai to force her into panic. Then, he could close in and end the battle in one go. He had tried this mode against enemies many times, and it had never failed. Whoosh! The sound of something slicing through the air came from the right of the fireball, and Asuma immediately shot his kunai. But when Asuma saw the scene in front of him, his face drastically changed. The kunai he had shot was actually aimed at a cloth bag wrapped around a kunai, used to distract him. Meanwhile, Yuhi Kurenai appeared to the left of the fireball, throwing a rapidly moving kunai that forced him to retreat quickly. But as soon as Asuma landed, Yuhi Kurenai was already less than 3 meters away from him. Damn it, I wanted to give you a chance to get close. Asuma quickly formed hand seals to block Yuhi Kurenai from engaging him in close combat. Too slow. Yuhi Kurenai smiled coldly, and before he knew it, she had already completed her hand seals, using Jinjutsu, touch pain technique. Asuma felt a sudden wave of unbearable pain throughout his body, as if the air flowing around him was slicing him like a knife. The touch pain technique caused any contact, even air or hair, to feel like being injured. And clearly, Yuhi Kurenai would not let Asuma remain at this basic level of pain. She unleashed a flurry of powerful strikes aimed at Asuma's face. It hurts so much. I want to admit defeat. It's so painful. Don't hit my face. Don't hit my face. Stop. I admit defeat. I admit defeat. Until Yuhi Kurenai had truly beaten Asuma into a pig's head, she finally stopped, lifting the Jinjutsu. She looked down at Asuma, who was groaning while holding his head, and said, "You can't even defeat a weak woman like me. TSK, tis TSK. You really are weak, little dog." Chapter 71. The effort type genius. Hearing this, Asuma almost spat blood. He wanted to refute, but faced with the threat of Kurenai's violent fists, he backed down. Captain, how's my performance?" Kurenai turned around, instantly changing her demeanor, happily seeking praise from Kakashi, like a little girl acting cute toward an older brother. It was hard for everyone to connect the image of Kurenai, who had just beaten up Asuma, with the sweet-smiling Kurenai now. Kakashi gave Kurenai a thumbs up. "Kurenai, I'm proud of you." Kurenai was instantly overjoyed, her little face turning red with happiness. "So, Dad, my growth hasn't let you down, right?" Kurenai asked excitedly in front of her father, Asuma. However, this fierce style made Asuma smile wryly. Was this still the obedient and cute daughter from over a month ago? She looked a bit like Tsunade from the 3 legendary ninjas. "Kakashi, may I ask how strong Kurenai is now?" Asuma looked at Kakashi and asked. This was also what everyone around wanted to know. Asuma was definitely not weak, but Kurenai had easily defeated him. Kakashi smiled and looked at Kurenai. "I think it would be better if Kurenai answered this herself." Kurenai grinned and said, "I can barely counter a special Jonin. I know I'm still weak, but I will keep working hard." The surrounding crowd couldn't help but suffer internal injuries after hearing this. This is too much. An 11-year-old can counter a special Jonin, and that's called weak. How can the others live with this? This isn't how to show off. Even Kurenai has become so strong. Minato, watching all this, couldn't help but sigh. "Kakashi, you say you don't teach well, but look, your teaching results are the best." Kakashi laughed and said, "Is that so?" "Ha, I haven't taught them much. They worked hard on their own." Hearing this, Minato couldn't help but chuckle. Kakashi is still the same Kakashi, with the familiar tone. But Kurenai's strength brought various feelings to everyone. Many Jonin with children were very eager to get guidance from Kakashi in the future. If Kurenai could become so strong, then their children could too. Minato thought the same way. Meanwhile, those who graduated with Kurenai, like Inuzuka Kiba and Uchiha Bito, also felt a sense of urgency. Being defeated by Uchiha Shursui was not shameful, but if they were surpassed by a woman, they couldn't accept that. That would be too humiliating. Of course, a certain little Dogasuma, who had already lost to Kurenai, didn't count. Is anyone else wanting to compete? Jiraiya glanced at everyone, and, seeing that Inuzuka Kiba, Might Guy, and others were silent. End of the match. The biggest purpose of this competition was to let the younger generation understand each other's strength levels. This way, they could better cooperate in future battles. It's a pity they didn't get to see Guy in action. Kakashi sighed. He actually wanted to know how strong Guy had become with the help of the Eight Gates. Compared to Kakashi, he was more curious about Might Guy's growth. Do you value Guy that much? Jiraiya was a bit surprised. His impression of Might Guy was just tenacious. Hearing this, Kakashi said, there are two types of geniuses in the world, talent-type geniuses and effort-type geniuses. He looked at Might Guy, who was making an agreement to fight with Kakashi, and couldn't help but smile. Guy belongs to the super elite among effort-type geniuses. After years of hard work, the dazzling brilliance he will unleash in the future might not even be comparable to talent-type geniuses. Isn't there a saying? First there was Guy, then there was heaven. A kick from Night, Guy could slay gods. Jiraiya was surprised, looking at the goofy Might Guy. That kid has such talent? He shook his head and smiled wryly. I guess I'm getting old. Can't keep up with your young perspective. No wonder you can train your subordinates to be so strong. I guess if Might Guy were under Kakashi, he would also become very strong. The next day, after the battle ended, Minato said to Kakashi, I want to seriously fight you. This was something he had wanted to do for a long time, but had never found the time. All right, Kakashi agreed happily. I look forward to this battle. I hope your new technique doesn't disappoint me. Just after yesterday's competition ended, Minato indeed found Kakashi, asking about the upgrade of the Rasengan that Kakashi had mentioned before. Kakashi then explained the related content of the Rasen Shuriken to Minato. With his high talent, Minato successfully mastered the Rasen Shuriken in less than 2 hours. Of course, he couldn't break Kakashi's lightning armor. However, Minato was already quite satisfied. In his eyes, Kakashi was a monster, not to be judged by common sense. Jiraiya highly approved of this technique, believing it was even more terrifying than Kakashi's Chidori Blade. He continued to be amazed by Kakashi's strong teaching ability. At the medical center, as the deputy of the medical team, Kakashi naturally became the commander of the frontline medical ninjas. Therefore, he immediately came to the medical center to check on the injured and ensure he was well informed to give accurate orders. This bandage hasn't been changed for 2 days. Didn't the on-duty medical ninja notice this? It was obvious that the medication was not suitable for the patient at all. How could such negligence be overlooked? Your procedures are too chaotic. This is too inefficient. I'll reorganize them for you. You all follow my method. To be honest, Kakashi was not very satisfied with the situation. There were many oversights that caused some patients' conditions to worsen unnecessarily. Yes, if it had been anyone else, the leader of the medical center would have been quite dissatisfied. As one of Tsunade's proud students, who would dare to point fingers at her? Not a chance. But Kakashi was different. His medical skills surpassed hers, his status was higher, and he was clearly more experienced. The medical center had to listen to Kakashi's guidance. All right, you've done very well already. Kakashi turned to his junior sister, who was about 10 years older than him, and comforted her. You've managed well under the lack of experience for the first time. However, I must be responsible for the patients, so I was a bit strict. Please don't take it to heart. If I offended you, I apologize. As a superior, the methods were actually quite simple, showing both grace and authority, having the insight to recognize talent, and being willing to take responsibility. If you can do these 3 points, you can basically be considered a very good leader. Hearing Kakashi's words, Keiko Matsushita quickly waved her hands. No, you're absolutely right, senior brother. It was my oversight. Chapter 72. The medical sage Yi Jin nodded at the situation as long as he could accept the guidance. He immediately separated a shadow clone to assist Matsushita Keiko in organizing the related procedural issues. He himself then entered the intensive care unit to begin treating critical cases. These were patients whose conditions had worsened due to delays in treatment. Izumi Kawasho, an ordinary chunin from Konoha, was hospitalized due to a leg injury that affected key bones and muscles. However, he did not expect his condition to never improve and instead deteriorate to a life-threatening level. From the discussions of the medical ninjas treating him, it seemed that amputation was the only way to save his life, and he would no longer be able to become a ninja. Sigh, it's a pity I have no luck. If Lord Yi Jian were here, I should be able to save my leg, right? Izumi Kawasho had no complaints. Konoha's medical system was already the best in the ninja world. With an injury like his, he would likely have died without timely treatment in other ninja villages. It was just that thinking about the end of his ninja career still made him feel sad. He chuckled to himself. There's no need to feel so sentimental at such a young age, right? At that moment, a mocking voice interrupted his thoughts. He was initially annoyed, wondering who would dare to joke with him in such a state. But when he saw who it was, he nearly sat up in shock, stuttering, "Yi Jian, Lord, you came." His words instantly startled the other injured patients resting nearby. When they saw that Yi Jian had actually appeared, a chorus of surprise erupted. Many people who had previously looked despondent suddenly had hope in their eyes. Who is Yi Jian? He started studying medicine at 7, went to the front lines to save people at 8.5, and by 10, he already possessed skills that rivaled Tsunade's. He created the super medical ninjutsu Palm Sage, creation and Palm Sage destruction, which reduced the casualty rate on the Konoha front lines to an unprecedented low. Unless you were on the brink of death, he could find a way to bring you back from the hands of the Grim Reaper. He was the god of life in the hearts of Konoha ninjas. With such a person in front of them, how could they not feel hopeful? Yi Jian waved his hand to signal everyone to be quiet. Since I am here, I will certainly not stand by and watch you die. His smile was warm. As long as it is within my ability, I believe everyone can receive the best treatment possible. Hearing this, everyone nodded continuously. Lord Yi Jian, we believe in you. Finally, you have come. With you here, we feel assured. Ha ha ha. Once I recover, I will definitely follow Lord Yi Jian to fight the enemy. No one doubted Yi Jian's abilities. If he couldn't solve a problem, then no one else could. Are you ready? Yi Jian asked the excited Izumi Kawasho. Yes, Lord Yi Jian, I am ready. He replied, trembling with excitement. Yi Jian smiled, administered anesthesia, and immediately began his work. He cut away the necrotic tissue, cleared the accumulated pus and blood from the wound, and removed any remaining medication. After a thorough disinfection, he clamped the ends of the ruptured blood vessels and extracted the broken vessels. He repaired the nerves connected to bones and muscles. Such a severe injury that required amputation was trivial in Yi Jian's hands. He didn't even pause, proceeding in an orderly manner. One could only see him occasionally using his fine extraction technique in conjunction with his Palm Sage technique. Izumi Kawasho's originally pale face immediately regained color. Chakra point stimulation. Yi Jian placed his fingers on Izumi Kawasho's chest and released a strand of chakra. His body had not moved for too long, causing his nerves to weaken and his blood vessels to become blocked. He needed stimulation to get his bodily systems functioning again. Izumi Kawasho felt a tingling sensation in his body, along with a slight stinging pain. But the feeling of weakness quickly dissipated, replaced by an unusually smooth sensation. After stitching the final stitch and using the Palm Sage technique to accelerate recovery without bleeding, Yi Jian smiled and patted his shoulder. All done. In a week, you'll be able to jump around again. Upon hearing this, Izumi Kawasho nodded excitedly, his gloom completely lifted. Thank you so much. I can't express my gratitude enough. He was so moved that tears flowed from his eyes. Don't mention it. Saving people is my duty. Yi Jian smiled. I remember you. You were the one who killed 3 enemies at the front lines of Sunagakure and were wounded in the abdomen by poison. I also performed surgery on you. Hearing this, Izumi Kawasho became even more excited, his voice trembling. You remember me? It was such an honor that someone as important as Yi Jian would remember his name. Yi Jian's tone was gentle. Of course, I shouldn't be that forgetful. As a manager, chatting with grassroots ninjas about the past would definitely earn their recognition and help build rapport. His influence would thus spread. Lord Yi Jian is truly extraordinary, different from other commanders. Others couldn't help but feel admiration. Who wouldn't like such a high-ranking figure? So approachable and powerful. How could one not feel respect and a desire to follow him to the death? All right, next is you. I remember you too. Your name is Yanagawa Taro. You once teamed up to take down a special Jonin from Sunagakure. How's it going on the front lines of Iwagakure? Yi Jian moved to another young ninja and began treating his abdominal wounds. Looking at Yanagawa Taro's excited expression, Yi Jian chatted with him while performing the treatment. By the time they finished talking, the surgery was complete. Keep it up. I hope to hear more news of your achievements in the future. He patted his shoulder, and under Yanagawa Taro's adoring and excited gaze, he moved on to the next patient. As expected, Yi Jian was able to recall the names and experiences of nearly everyone present. Night quickly fell, and before long, it was midnight. Under the respectful and admiring gazes of everyone, Yi Jian completed surgeries for all the patients, except for one person whose injuries were too severe, resulting in the complete failure of all their chakra pathways, making recovery impossible. The others would fully recover in 7 to 10 days. After arranging for appropriate medical ninjas to care for them, Yi Jian went to check on other patients. After chatting casually and sharing some lighthearted stories with the injured, his warmth brought him a bunch of followers. Stepping out of the medical facility, Yi Jian stretched a little, feeling somewhat fatigued. According to his plan, the medical facility underwent a re-establishment of protocols, transforming the previously busy and chaotic environment into one that was orderly. The medical ninjas felt the most significant change. After implementing Yi Jian's system, not only had their efficiency improved, but their burdens had also lightened. Indeed, it was Lord Yi Jian. This is what a qualified commander should be. They recognized that Lady Keiko still had a long way to go. Working under such a commander made them feel very secure. Chapter 73, Plotting. Konoha's cold light, must I you really or something, kid? You organized the medical facility so well in just one afternoon, and you even handled the critically injured ninjas. With you managing the rear medical support, the ninjas on the front line can kill enemies with peace of mind now. Jiraiya joked outside the tent. Of course, there was something he didn't say. Yi Jian only took one afternoon and one early morning to not only establish authority, but also earn everyone's respect, along with a group of followers. Such means are truly impressive. It's hard to believe that such a seasoned approach could be executed by a 14-year-old. Isn't this the meaning of my existence? Yi Jian smiled, stating that while he's fighting on the front line, the rear medical support can't be chaotic. Otherwise, wouldn't Tsunade-sensei's hard work in establishing medical ninjas be in vain? He looked at Jiraiya, his expression turning serious. Ever since Watergate severely injured the Four Tails Jinchuriki, the IWA ninjas have been unusually quiet. Now that Watergate is gone, they probably should start moving again. Watergate took away 10,000 troops, leaving Konoha with only 7,000 on the front line. He believed that someone as shrewd as Inoki wouldn't remain unresponsive in such a situation. Jiraiya nodded. That guy should make some moves. He glanced at Yi Jian and suddenly chuckled. However, with Watergate gone, another even more terrifying monster has arrived. I think Inoki must be quite troubled. Upon hearing this, Yi Jian chuckled. I really do want to fight him. Such strong opponents are hard to come by. A different battle experience brings different kinds of fun. Jiraiya couldn't help but shake his head and smile wryly. Only you would say something like that. Others wouldn't think fighting Inoki is fun. It's no joke. Anyone who can become a Kage in wartime is definitely not a simple character. Half a day later, in Tsuchikige's office, numerous high-ranking officials gathered, and the atmosphere was extremely heavy. Everyone, what are your thoughts on the current front line? Inoki supported his chin with both hands, looking at the high-ranking officials. The officials exchanged glances, but none spoke. What could they say? They initially thought that with the departure of their archenemy, Watergate, they would have a chance to turn the tide. But now, another even more troublesome Konoha's cold light had appeared. The third Raikage had fallen to him, and facing such an enemy, they had no chance of victory. What's wrong? Are you all so frightened by Konoha cold light that you think we have no hope of victory? Seeing that everyone remained silent, Inoki frowned. He snorted. Isn't it just a Konoha cold light? He is indeed strong, but as long as we get rid of him, won't we have a chance? This statement immediately drew everyone's attention. Get rid of Konoha Cold Light? How we do that? Don't forget, when Watergate left, he took away 10,000 troops. His eyes flickered with cold madness. Currently, Konoha only had 5,000 under Jiraiya and 2,000 under Konoha's Cold Light, totaling 7,000. Even if they added the 10,000 from Sunagakure, what difference would it make? My Iwagakure can at least deploy 25,000 troops. He stood up and scanned the crowd, saying, as long as we kill Konoha Cold Light, do you think Konoha will still be our opponent on the front line? And once the Cloud Ninjas learned this news, they would definitely not hold back any longer and would launch war again. Inoki's expression was sharp as he slammed the table and declared by then, Konoha will be at war with us, the Cloud, and the Mist simultaneously. Even if Konoha has a strong foundation, they will be dragged into the quagmire of war. If I persuade Sunagakure to join it this time, haha, he had a cunning murderous intent on his face. By then, Konoha will be facing all 4 major ninja villages at once. No matter how strong Konoha is, they can't possibly have a chance of winning. Hearing Inoki's words, everyone couldn't help but show signs of interest. An old man with a scar over his right eye said, Suchikage, do you mean to design a trap to lure Konoha Cold Light into our scheme? Inoki shook his head directly, his lips curling up. Konoha Cold Light is incredibly sharp. He probably won't fall for it. This time, I will directly exhaust Konoha Cold Light on the battlefield. His gaze was extremely fierce. This strategy was originally meant for the third Raikage, and now it is also very suitable for Konoha Cold Light. He slammed the table again, his tone extremely confident. After this battle, I want there to be no more name of Konoha Cold Light in the ninja world. No matter how powerful Konoha Cold Light is, can he fight against thousands alone? If not, then it will be 20,000. As long as he is willing to pay the price, nothing is impossible. 2 days later, at the front line of Iwagakure, what a handsome young man. I didn't expect that the legendary Konoha Cold Light would be so young. Konoha really is a good place to cultivate such an excellent ninja like you. You gave us a lot of headaches in Sunagakure back on the battlefield. In the Alliance's main tent, Chiyo looked at Yejin sitting opposite her and smiled. Although it was a compliment, her words were laced with strong murderous intent. How could Chiyo not harbor killing intent? The murderer of her brother was right in front of her. Yet she couldn't take revenge for her brother. Nice to see you again, Lord Yejin. Raza also greeted with a forced smile. Behind him stood a young ninja with a sharp gaze, looking at Yejin with immense hatred, as if he wished he could eat him alive. Yejin looked at the person and smiled brightly. May I ask who this is? Why do you look at me with such eyes? Do I have a grudge with you? Upon hearing Yejin's words, the young ninja gritted his teeth and replied, My name is Maki. Yejin raised his eyebrows and then smiled. My apologies. It turns out you are Lord Maki. I sincerely apologize for the death of your elder brother Taki and your second brother Ryuki. At that time, we were enemies, and I had no choice but to act ruthlessly to survive. He bowed to Maki. I apologize for any offense. This Maki is naturally the capable assistant of Gaara in the original work, the only upper ninja from Sunagakure who could hold his own. His elder brother Taki died at the hands of Konoha, and his second brother Ryuki died at Yejin's hands. So it is understandable that he harbors such deep hatred towards Yejin. Upon hearing this, Maki's fists immediately clenched tightly, making a cracking sound. He did not want to accept Yejin's apology. He only wanted to kill Yejin to avenge his brothers. But he couldn't. Yejin looked at Raza with a bright smile. I believe Lord Wind's shadow won't hold a grudge over such matters, right? Now that we are allied, we should put aside past grievances and work together against the enemy. What do you say, Lord Wind's shadow? Chapter 74. The task at Kamizukiyo Bridge. Hearing this, Rasha cursed Yejin in his heart for being extremely shameless. So openly exposing their scars and still expecting them to be forgiving? What a joke. But now that Konoha was so powerful, no matter how much resentment they held, they could only smile and let it go. Rasha immediately smiled and said, Of course, we from Konoha and Sunagakure are now in a friendly alliance. How could we still dwell on such matters? He scolded Maki behind him. Do not be disrespectful to Lord Yejin. Chiyo silently watched all of this, and couldn't help but curse in her heart. What a petty little brat, unwilling to take even a bit of loss. She had only slightly provoked Yejin and was met with an equally strong counterattack. Moreover, they had to endure being exposed. Aladikt, Yedin. Don't say anything that is not conducive to unity. At this moment, Jiraiya spoke up, first rebuking Yi Jian, then gently apologizing. Yi Jian is still young and speaks without discretion. Please don't take offense. Though he said this, he was already overjoyed inside. When Minato was still around, Sunagakure was not disobedient, and he had suffered quite a bit. But now, he had finally found an opportunity to get back at them. No, Rasha smiled, but inwardly wanted to curse. Jiraiya, stop pretending to be a good person. Please, at least wipe that smile off your face before apologizing. All right, let's discuss the next battle plan. Jiraiya's expression became serious. Iwagakure had been quiet for a long time, and according to the information from the reconnaissance ninjas, the IWA army had been making moves recently, likely preparing for war. This war should not last long. Both sides should hope for an early end to the conflict. He looked at Rasha, Lord Kazekage. According to our reliable information, 3 days from now, Iwagakure's logistics will pass through Kamizukyo Bridge. I plan to take this opportunity to cut off Iwagakure's supplies, and then both our forces will simultaneously advance, forcing IWA ninjas to end this war. This task of destroying the supplies requires coordination. One side will blow up Kamizukyo Bridge to disrupt Iwagakure's transportation routes, while the other side will eliminate Iwagakure's supply personnel. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Rasha inquired, is the information reliable? Rasha dreamed of winning a battle. This way, his position as Kazekage would be truly secure, and the Sand Ninjas would respect him. Jiraiya nodded. The information comes from our people who are infiltrated in Iwagakure. It is absolutely reliable. If Lord Kazekage does not believe it, feel free to send someone to verify the information. Their information about Iwagakure came from the intelligence network that Danzo had established. Although he greatly disliked Danzo, Jiraiya had to admit that Danzo was quite talented in gathering intelligence. That won't be necessary. I have no doubts about Konoha's intelligence capabilities. Rasha waved his hand and smiled. Since that's the case, let's discuss the details together. 2 hours later, Yi Jian, the important task of destroying the supplies is entrusted to you. Jiraiya looked at Yi Jian. Currently, the only one capable of executing this task at the front lines was Yi Jian. The many Konoha ninjas also recognized this. Not a problem. Yi Jian accepted, but he didn't expect that this task, which should have been carried out by Minato, had now fallen to him. Hearing this, Jiraiya smiled. If Minato were here, perhaps this task wouldn't exist. But whether it's you or him executing this task, it's suitable. Yi Jian just smiled. In fact, Jiraiya didn't understand his meaning. What he wanted to say was that this task was originally supposed to belong to Minato's team in the original story. After this war, 2 Konoha heroes were born, Kakashi Hatake and Uchiha Obito, who was supposed to die in this battle. It seemed that this tragedy from the original story would not happen again. Yi Jian thought to himself, this is good. Without the masked man, there would be no Ninetales incident in the future. But why did he feel a bit uneasy? Yi Jian took a deep breath. He had never felt this way when executing tasks before. Was it just his illusion? Or was he too tired recently? He touched his chest, feeling a lingering sense of unease. The intelligence was absolutely correct. He was 100% sure. This information about IWA Ninja Supply Transport was confirmed by him and Jiraiya personally. The informant was Konoha Spikabuto Yakushi. Yi Jian knew this man's capabilities. His strength might barely suffice, but his intelligence-gathering abilities were top-notch. Moreover, to be on the safe side, according to Konoha's rules, important enemy intelligence like this would have 2 spies sending information independently. But the contents of both reports were consistent. Yi Jian had personally checked this with Jiraiya, so there would be no mistakes. Maybe he was just too tired recently, which is why he felt this way. At his current level of strength, he would have a certain premonition of unknown dangers. This was also the reason for his entanglement. However, to be safe after eliminating the IWA ninjas, he would still use the intelligence probe technique to check things out. Spy information could be wrong, but the memories of IWA ninjas would surely not be wrong. An hour later, Shirzei, Genma, and Kurenai. This time our task is to disrupt the enemy supply line. It is indeed not a small challenge, but I have confidence in your abilities. If executed properly, After the success of this mission, our Konoha village's war at Iwagakure's front line can basically come to an end. In Yi Jian's tent, Uchiha Shirzue, Noera Ginma, and Yuhi Kurenai were summoned. Hearing Yi Jian's words, Ginma immediately showed an excited expression. Sounds great, Captain. It seems like this isn't a simple task to complete, but that makes it even more thrilling. His current strength was already quite good. With Yi Jian leading, he would dare to raid the 4 major ninja villages. Captain, what is the main objective? Uchiha Shirzue asked calmly, inquiring about the mission details. Yi Jian handed him a scroll. Take a look. This time the danger level is quite high. The 3 looked at it, and Kurenai couldn't help but read out loud. Destroy Kamizukyo Bridge. Cut off IWA Ninja's supply transport. Her eyes brightened instantly. Isn't this quite similar to our previous raid on the weapon manufacturing plant in Kimobikure? We can see the captain display his might again. Yi Jian also smiled and said, Kurenai, the content of this mission is indeed quite similar to that time, but the process is much more complicated, and its significance is even greater. Chapter 75, Infiltration. A great massacre. Kurenai Yuhi chuckled. What's the big deal? We just need to follow the captain and kill. She was curious to see whether the Rock Shinobi or the Cloud Shinobi were stronger. Uchiha Shirzue also closed the scroll and said, with the captain here, this mission will surely be completed smoothly. It's great that the war can end so quickly. He felt that ending the war with fewer sacrifices was a perfect thing. Yejin nodded and said, if that's the case, let's hurry and prepare. His eyes sparkled with excitement. We'll set off at 8 p.m. tonight. The 3 of them nodded, all showing a hint of excitement on their faces. As they walked out of the tent, Might Guy was in the middle of training with Raijin and the others, pushing himself hard. It seemed that the recent match between Nara Shikamaru and Kakashi had indeed stimulated them. Among them, the hardest working was Sarutobi Asuma. However, when he saw Kurenai pass by, he couldn't help but pale and avoid her. Clearly, he had been left with quite a psychological shadow. As for Kurenai, she didn't even notice Asuma. She was excitedly discussing the mission with Uchiha Shirzue. Of course, from her occasional glances at Shirzue, it was clear that she was smitten. It seemed that the romantic pair of Sarutobi Asuma and Kurenai from the original story would not appear again. However, Uchiha Shirzue was indeed a good choice. Yejin couldn't help but smile like an ant. At the same time, in Iwagakure, Inoki was also giving orders. Old Ji, Han, do you both understand this mission? Inoki looked sharply at the 2 and asked. No, they answered straightforwardly. Good. Huang Tu, Haiyan, you will lead 10,000 troops with me to battle. This time, I want the name Konoha Hongguang to completely disappear from the shinobi world. Inoki's eyes were filled with madness. I have invested a lot to complete this mission. I cannot lose this battle. I will not lose. How ruthless was Inoki? In order to successfully ambush Yejin without him noticing, he completely revealed the necessary routes of the Rock Shinobi's transport team to the Konoha spies. At that time, the 3,000 transport team members would all be buried in the enemy's hands, just to prevent Yejin from suspecting that there was an ambush. After Yejin let his guard down, he would lead his troops to suddenly strike on the return journey, trapping Yejin with absolute military strength. He believed that his plan would succeed. For this plan, he had almost investigated all of Yejin's background, including his ability to sense chakra. Since there are no problems, let's set off. Inoki took a deep breath. After this battle, our Iwagakure will surely be renowned in the shinobi world. If we don't succeed, we will die trying. How could Yejin have imagined Inoki's madness? To kill him, he was willing to sacrifice over 3,000 elite rock shinobi. After a day's journey, they successfully arrived near the Kamikaze Bridge. Not far behind Yejin, a group of dead rock shinobi lay sprawled on the ground. They belonged to the Outer Guard, preventing the rock shinobi on the Kamikaze Bridge from being caught off guard by a sudden attack. According to the pre-battle meeting, they were responsible for blowing up the Kamikaze Bridge, while the transport team a few kilometers away was to be handled by the Sand Shinobi. Yejin opened the map and pointed to the terrain, explaining, to guard this place, Iwagakure specially built a wall for better surveillance. Behind the wall, there is a camp with a total of 800 people. 1 jonin, 8 special jonin, 200 chunin, and the rest are genin. We'll split into 2 groups. I'll deal with the enemies in the camp, while you go blow up the bridge." As Yejian spoke, he suddenly remembered that in the original story, there were invisible bloodline limit ninjas among the rock shinobi, so he warned, "Although I will handle most of the enemies in the camp, there will naturally be hidden enemies on the bridge. You must not let your guard down to avoid being ambushed or putting your teammates in danger." Hearing Yejian's words, the three nodded. "After completing the mission, we will regroup here. If there are no issues, then let's set off." Uchiha Shursui and the others nodded. Yejian instantly flashed and transformed into a bolt of lightning, rushing toward the lookout tower. Before the rock shinobi on the lookout tower could shout, he clutched his neck and fell down. However, this dazzling lightning quickly attracted the attention of the patrolling rock shinobi in the camp. Enemy attack. Before the patrolling shinobi could speak, a barrage of kunai flew in like bullets, piercing through their chests. "Go!" Uchiha Shursui and the others immediately infiltrated. Yejian also landed in the camp, immediately causing a huge commotion. A large number of rock shinobi rushed out of the camp and surrounded Yejian. "You damn rat. You actually killed so many of us at once. You won't get away today. Stop talking. Kill him." His companions have already rushed toward the bridge. They probably want to sabotage it. "That's right, kill him. Let him know our might. How dare you barge into our camp, arrogant brat. You will pay for your arrogance." Hearing this, Yejian smirked, revealing a mocking expression. "Kill me? You can certainly try if you think you can." As soon as he finished speaking, he dashed out, his lightning blade shining with a terrifying deathly glow, unleashing an overwhelming aura. "You bastard." Seeing Yejian approach, a bald rock shinobi threw a furious punch, but Yejian easily severed his arm with a single stroke of his blade, sending him flying. Impossible. Captain Sasuke was defeated in one encounter? How could this guy be so powerful? The surrounding rock shinobi changed their expressions drastically, shocked by Yejian's terrifying strength. "Weren't you going to kill me? What's wrong?" Yejian appeared like a ghost behind a group of rock shinobi, ruthlessly swinging his knife. "Are you planning to kill me with your mouths?" "No." Facing the cold, long knife, the group of rock shinobi screamed in terror, but it changed nothing. They fell to the ground with wide-eyed fear. "You bastard." Behind Yejian, a sturdy rock shinobi, with his right arm wrapped in thick rock, brought his fist right in front of Yejian and bellowed, "Die." The surrounding rock shinobi revealed expressions of excitement, as if they could already envision Yejian's brains splattered all over the ground. "You are too weak." Yejian did not dodge, but easily caught the punch. Impossible. What kind of monster is this guy? He actually caught Captain Para's punch. Captain Para's punch weighs at least 5,000 pounds. Chapter 76. Task completed. Yejian's speculation, the surrounding rock ninjas were horrified, but Coppola was even more shocked. He felt as if he had crashed into an immovable wall, unable to affect the person in front of him in the slightest. Realizing the danger, he quickly retreated. "Did I let you go?" Yejian's voice suddenly appeared behind Coppola, causing him to feel a chill all over. Before he could react, a lightning long sword pierced through his chest. Lightning. The long sword so fast, and the power so terrifying. A dreadful name suddenly emerged in his mind. He gasped, his pupils constricting, and shouted with all his might. "Run? This guy is Konoha's cold light." As soon as these words were uttered, the rock ninjas froze in place. Then, their eyes widened in terror, their faces turning pale. Gulp. The sound of swallowing echoed continuously. The rock ninjas felt a chill run down their spines, their bodies as heavy as lead. Unable to move, they were screaming in their hearts in panic, wondering why they hadn't recognized this monster sooner. "We're doomed. Absolutely doomed. How could they possibly be a match for this guy? He was the terrifying monster that had annihilated the third Raikage. Their meager strength was utterly insufficient. Quick, run." The team leader, Jonin, shouted hoarsely, his voice filled with panic, looking at the young man in a white coat, wearing a sturdy battle uniform inside. He was left with nothing but despair. Why did they have to encounter such an enemy? And why had they received any warning in advance? The surrounding rock ninjas suddenly woke up from their stupor and scattered in chaos to flee. Flee? Yejian couldn't help but laugh. Wasn't that a bit too underestimating of me? In the next moment, he transformed into lightning and charged into the crowd, immediately accompanied by pale lightning. Splashes of blood erupted. The rock ninjas fell like wheat, with no survivors. Like a reaper's cold light, as he moved left and right, there were hardly any left alive. No, don't! The desperate cries of the Jonin echoed, but the next moment, the lightning form of Yi Jian brushed past him. A crimson line appeared on his neck. Huh! He clutched his neck, gasping in terror, reaching out for something, but ultimately could only let his hand fall powerless. If you don't run, I won't have such an easy time finishing you off. After all, there were 800 ninjas, and one of them was a Jonin. Even if Yi Jian was powerful, it would still take him a minute to deal with them. Unfortunately, they were scared out of their wits. Opening his sensing technique. Hey, found a few survivors. No, in the cold light of death, the last survivor also fell. The entire camp had completely turned into a blood-red hell, creating a shadow clone for vigilance. Yi Jian's main body arrived in front of the Jonin's corpse. Mind-probing technique. He placed his index and middle fingers together on the Jonin's forehead and invaded. Let me see if this mission is truly a trap. That feeling of unease had lingered, and the closer he got to the kamikaze bridge, the stronger it became. Yi Jian felt it should not be due to his fatigue, but that this mission indeed had something unusual. However, as his mind-probing deepened, Yi Jian could not help but furrow his brows tightly, because he found no abnormalities in the Jonin's memories. How could there be no abnormalities? Could it really be just an illusion caused by my fatigue? Yi Jian felt something was off, but the facts indicated that this mission had no issues. Be careful on the way back, since the mission was already halfway completed, but no abnormalities were found. That unsettling thing must be hiding on the way back. Could it be that Onoki wants to ambush me halfway? Yi Jian speculated. But if there was to be an ambush, this Jonin would definitely know. Despite looking so weak in his hands, that was only because of Yi Jian's speed and reputation, which scared the Jonin into submission. But in any ninja village, a Jonin was an absolute backbone of the village. Any decisions made, the Jonin would definitely be aware of. If even this Jonin didn't know, then there could only be two possibilities. Either Onoki truly didn't expect that the news of the Rock Ninja's transport would reach Konoha, or he deliberately let it out to lure him into executing this mission. Then ambush him halfway, and Onoki, for the sake of secrecy, might even sacrifice the lives of everyone in that transport team. Because if Onoki wanted to set up an ambush to kill Yi Jian, he would definitely investigate all of Yi Jian's methods thoroughly. To prevent Yi Jian from finding out about his ambush from the minds of the Rock Ninjas after entering the kamikaze bridge, ultimately resulting in failure, he directly treated the transport team's members as sacrifices. If that were the case, then Onoki was truly ruthless. Yi Jian couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. But when he thought about it, someone who could closely associate with Danzo certainly wasn't a good person. It wasn't surprising to engage in such activities. It seemed he really had to be cautious on the way back. A cautious boat sails for 1,000 years. However, was this faint sense of unease a power of the sage body? Or was it merely a premonition of danger that comes with being stronger? Yi Jian had never felt this way before. He needed an answer. And this answer could be provided by the system. The host has not guessed incorrectly. This is indeed a power of the sage body. It is the perception and prediction of crises. Hearing this, Yi Jian nodded, thinking it was indeed the case. Just then, a shadow clone of Uchiha Shursui rushed over. Captain, the 100 enemies on the bridge have been completely dealt with. We can blow up the bridge. Hearing this, Yi Jian was somewhat surprised by the efficiency of Uchiha Shursui and his two companions. They finished so quickly, but thinking about it, Uchiha Shursui's speed was already at 70% of his level. He had also mastered the high-speed killing technique quite well. Plus, with the help of Nara Shikamaru and Yuhi Kurenai, they should have resolved the enemies in half an hour. Alright, let's get started. Blowing up the bridge was simple. Just stick the explosive tags on the bridge supports and then detonate. Half an hour later, boom, accompanied by a sky-high fire and a terrifying tremor, the kamikaze bridge collapsed with a roar. The Rock Ninja supply line was severed. Captain, should we go support the Sand Ninjas? Uchiha Shursui asked. They must be struggling to deal with so many enemies as quickly as you did. Now that we've caused such a commotion, the Rock Army will definitely notice. If we don't resolve the enemies and retreat quickly, we will surely fall into a trap. when the time comes, facing their accusations. Konoha wanted to have the upper hand. Hearing Uchiha Shirsue's words, Yijin couldn't help but laugh, then said, "Don't worry. They should be close to finishing their battle as well." Facing Uchiha Shirsue's confusion, Yijin glanced at the three of them. To ensure the task was completed smoothly, their Kazekage had personally stepped in. His sand gold Kekkei Genkai was terrifying in group battles. Chapter 77. The terrifying young man indeed, just as Yejin said. When Yejin arrived at the scene with the three others, only 200 to 300 people were left struggling. "Lord Kazekage, do you mind if my subordinates join in?" Yejin stood on a branch, resembling a fallen immortal as he asked. Of course, Rasha naturally did not want to offend Yejin and also wanted to take the opportunity to see the strength of his subordinates. This way, he could have a general understanding of the strength of the younger generation in Konoha. However, the J-Nin beside Rasha could not help but frown and say unkindly, "Konoha's cold light, let me say this first. If your subordinates are incompetent and allow the enemy to escape, the consequences must be borne by you in Konoha." Although they were cooperating with Konoha, it did not mean they would have a good attitude towards Yejin, the former enemy. Hearing this, Yejin smiled confidently, of course, but he looked at the J-Nin, his chilling aura suddenly overwhelming, and said lightly, "But next time, I hope you will say these words before Kazekage agrees." Since Kazekage has already agreed without objection, do you still want to chatter? Do you think I, Yejin, am easy to bully? Faced with Yejin's terrifying aura, the J-Nin couldn't help but change color. It felt as if the blade of death was directly placed at their throats, leaving them with no thought of resistance. Just as Rasha was about to speak, hoping Yejin would give him face and not make things difficult for these people, Yejin withdrew his aura and said to Uchiha Shirsue and the others, "Go." This made Rasha feel a little frustrated. Was he really this insignificant? Watching Uchiha Shirsue and the others join the battlefield, the IWA ninjas couldn't help but become furious. Arrogant fools. How dare they look down on us like this? Sending a few kids to fight us. Truly outrageous. Let's see what these 3 kids can do. Let's go together. Immediately, a group of IWA ninjas charged toward Uchiha Shirsue and the others. "Kids die," a scar-faced Chunin shouted as he slapped the ground, Earth-style, Earth Spike. Instantly, a large number of sharp rock spears shot up from the ground, and Uchiha Shirsue had no reaction, instantly getting pierced. "Haha, is that all?" The scar-faced Chunin laughed uncontrollably, full of disdain. Just as he was about to mock Yejin's subordinates for being incompetent, a hurried scream came from behind. "Watch out." The scar-faced Chunin was startled and quickly turned around, only to see a pair of crimson eyes before him. Sharingan. The scar-faced Chunin was horrified, but just as he thought of retreating, a sharp pain suddenly struck from his abdomen. Uchiha Shirsue quickly drew his long knife and had already retreated. Not good. This Uchiha kid is not simple. Everyone attacked together. Seeing one Chunin taken out by Uchiha Shirsue, the remaining IWA ninjas were shocked. Faced with Uchiha Shirsue, who continued to charge at them, they immediately decided to attack in groups. "Kid, you'll soon understand our power." 4 or 5 Chunin snarled, quickly forming hand seals. "Let's see how you dodge this time." But Uchiha Shirsue suddenly glared fiercely. Sharingan Genjutsu. The 4 or 5 IWA ninjas felt a sharp pain in their heads. Their hand seals interrupted, and they exclaimed in horror, "Not good." Puffed. Before they could finish speaking, they had already lost their voices. Uchiha Shirsue flashed past, cutting open the throats of all 5. "No, it's impossible." The 5 fell to the ground, still wide-eyed. They couldn't believe this was real. Hiss. The surrounding IWA ninjas became extremely tense upon witnessing this scene. They finally realized that Uchiha Shirsue was not simple. He was so strong. Even a few J-Nin from Sunagakure were shocked. Facing Chunin, Uchiha Shirsue was actually in a slaughtering mood, not at all inferior to them. Keet D. A special J-Nin sneaked up and suddenly attacked, his sharp sword thrusting fiercely. "Watch out!" Someone among the sand ninjas couldn't help but shout a warning. But the next moment, this person couldn't believe his eyes. Uchiha Shirsue instantly transformed into a swarm of crows. In the next moment, Uchiha Shirsue appeared like a ghost behind this special J-Nin, stabbing through his chest with a sword. I, Pashi, actually died at the hands of such a kid. I won't accept this. The Special J Nin's unwilling roar could not withstand the call of death and fell to the ground. Hiss! A group of sand ninjas gasped, shocked as they looked at Uchiha Shursui. No, this guy's a bit too strong. Hey, this kid is only 10 years old. And he easily took down a Special J Nin? Even for the Uchiha clan, isn't this too monstrous? They were genuinely frightened. If someone like him were to become their enemy, it would be utterly despairing. No, that kid with 1,000 books is also suspicious. Suddenly, someone among the sand ninjas pointed at Shiranui Gunma, who was slaughtering his way through. Everyone immediately turned to look. They saw Shiranui Gunma, like a god of war, wielding a cold short knife, cutting through enemies with cold arcs of light, claiming numerous lives. His fighting style was like an artistic performance, fierce sparks mingling with splattering blood, creating a magnificent symphony amid the desperate expressions of the IWA ninjas. Although he was only killing Chunin, it was still terrifying. After all, he was only in his teens. You arrogant bastard, stop being so cocky. Another Special J Nin charged out, aiming to kill Shiranui Gunma. The sand ninjas immediately anticipated how Shiranui Gunma would handle this enemy. Swish! Shiranui Gunma swung his sword fiercely. Accompanied by a piercing metallic sound, the charging IWA ninja was sent flying. What? The sand ninjas stared wide-eyed at this scene in shock. But what surprised them even more was yet to come. The sand ninjas didn't even see Shiranui Gunma form hand seals. They just saw him take a deep breath and violent chakra surge from his mouth, transforming into a terrifying blast of flames, fire style, dragon fire technique. The Special J Nin from IWA had no chance to react as the flames pierced through his chest, leaving him dead on the ground, eyes wide open. Gulp! The terrifying power of Shiranui Gunma made the sand ninjas' scalps tingle. They initially thought that since Uchiha Shursui was so strong, the other two should not be that impressive. After all, a genius paired with two mediocre ones was the unwritten rule of the ninja world. However, reality was often so stark. Uchiha Shursui was strong, and Shiranui Gunma was not bad either. Please don't tell me this little girl is also that terrifying. The sand ninjas couldn't help but look at Yuhi Kurenai. Seeing her quickly retreating in the face of an attacking Special J Nin, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 78, Panic. The terrifying intuition in the leaves, fortunately. This one isn't that monstrous. Otherwise, their hearts truly couldn't bear it. But is the young generation of Konoha all this terrifying? Raza looked at Kurenai Yui, narrowing his eyes involuntarily. Although she was retreating in front of a Special Jonin, the other party was also helpless against her. Before this, she had already taken down several Chunin, which shouldn't be underestimated. This made a layer of gloom cover Raza's heart. Konoha is still that Konoha, as always a cradle of talent, with strong individuals emerging one after another. Most importantly, he looked at the figure of Yagami, and the gloom in his heart deepened. His existence could make the major ninja villages uneasy. How could they not be uneasy? With a monster like Yagami stationed in Konoha and so many young, strong individuals. When they grow up, they might be able to recreate the scene of the first Hokage's reign, giving Konoha overwhelming strength that surpasses the other 4 great ninja villages. At that time, even if Konoha wanted to annihilate them, it wouldn't be impossible for the 4 great ninja villages to protect themselves. They could only form an alliance. But he knew very well that an alliance made up of 4 villages with ulterior motives wouldn't last long. Raza was deeply worried about the future situation of the ninja world. 10 minutes later, all IWA shinobi were completely annihilated. The sand ninjas no longer dared to underestimate the 3 Uchiha Shursui, placing them on equal footing with themselves. It seems that the day the war ends is not far off. What do you think, Lord Yagami? Raza activated his ability to bury all the corpses and said to Yagami beside him, I think so too. Yagami smiled brightly. Our supply line has been cut off, and the transport personnel have been killed by us. The IWA shinobi army won't last much longer. However, this has nothing to do with me. I'm only responsible for killing enemies. This matter still needs to be discussed with Lord Gaara and my senior brother Jiraiya. Raza replied, Lord Yagami, you're joking. You are one of the most crucial existences on the front lines, and your opinion is extremely important. After exchanging a few compliments, everyone set off on their way back. Meanwhile, on a cliff a few kilometers away, Lord Suchikage, we will definitely succeed, right? Lus looked at the black smoke rising in the distance, clenching his fists in grief. To lure Yagami into the trap, they had sacrificed the entire transport team and the IWA shinobi at the Kamikaze Bridge stronghold. The cost cannot be considered small. If Yagami manages to escape like this, not to mention Noki will spit blood, he will too. Because that would truly be a case of losing more than gaining. It will definitely happen. It must happen. Naka's face was filled with killing intent as he said in a deep voice, "This place will be the burial ground of Konoha's cold light. After today, there will be no such name in the ninja world." He took a deep breath to calm his fluctuating emotions and asked, "How are the preparations going?" His gaze was icy. "I do not want any negligence. We must not let Konoha's cold light notice anything amiss and escape. Understand?" Lus nodded heavily. "That is certain. If there is a mistake, I will end my life in apology." His eyes were equally cold, stating that he had repeatedly confirmed the hidden barriers, corresponding troop deployments, natural sound simulations, and breath isolation. As long as there is no order from you, this place will be an ordinary mountainous area. There won't be anything unusual. Noki nodded. He was still at ease with Lus's work. Otherwise, he wouldn't have entrusted such an important matter to Lus. Lord Suchikage, the target is 10 kilometers away, and it is expected to arrive in 30 minutes. At this moment, a sensing ninja reported. The operation begins. Noki took a deep breath, unconsciously clenching his fists. The final moment is here. Suddenly, the murderous and oppressive atmosphere that enveloped the entire wilderness disappeared. The sounds of birds chirping and insects buzzing rose and fell. Only pairs of cold eyes remained, watching the road below. Half an hour later, Yagami, who had been rushing at full speed, suddenly felt a strong sense of panic and immediately stopped. "What's wrong, Captain?" Uchiha Shursui noticed Yagami's ominous expression and immediately became alert. He did not know that this action of his almost prompted Noki, 500 meters away, to order an attack. "Lord Yagami, have you discovered something amiss?" Raza also asked curiously. "Lord Wind Shadow, don't you feel a sense of panic?" Yagami looked at Raza. As fellow strong individuals, they should have a keen perception of danger. "Panic?" Raza couldn't help but shake his head, dismissing it. "Lord Yagami, are you being too cautious?" He pointed at the low mountains around them and said, "Look at this terrain. Does it seem like a place where an ambush could be set? Moreover, the intelligence about our mission here is only known to our two villages. I, Raza, indeed have a grudge against you, but I'm not so confident as to set an ambush without your informants noticing. Furthermore, look at the surrounding area filled with birds and insects. If there were really an ambush, there should be some oppressive atmosphere. But do you feel that now?" Indeed, just as he said, Uchiha Shursui did not feel any oppressive aura either. "Lord Wind Shadow, you do have a point, but I still think it's better to be cautious." He immediately closed his eyes and activated his sensing technique. Thanks to the improvement in chakra quality, the sensing range has also increased significantly. However, Yagami's brows suddenly furrowed because there was no abnormality at all. "Really? Is it just my illusion? But what is this lingering sense of panic? How is it?" "Lord Yagami, I told you it was just your illusion." Seeing the worried expression on Yagami's face, Raza couldn't help but feel secretly pleased. It turns out Konoha's cold light can also have moments of embarrassment. After all, he is just a 14-year-old kid. How can he compare to my maturity? Raza thought to himself. Of course, he wouldn't show any expression on the surface. It may indeed just be my illusion. Yagami exhaled. "Let's continue our journey." Hearing this, many sand ninjas showed a hint of mockery, which quickly disappeared. However, they were already very satisfied to see Yagami make a fool of himself. And hidden away, Noki couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He never expected Yagami to be so perceptive. Fortunately, he had prepared thoroughly and used barriers to isolate perception. Otherwise, it would have truly been a wasted effort. But this also made Naka's resolve to eliminate Yagami even stronger. Keeping such a monster would undoubtedly become a great threat. Not right. Just when they were 100 meters away from the ambush set by Noki, Yagami stopped again. "What now?" "Lord Yagami, You won't say there's an ambush again, will you? Raza looked at Yagami with mockery. Didn't we just scout it? Do you not trust your own abilities anymore? Chapter 79. The Mad Noki. Yejian ignored his sarcasm and said seriously, Lord Wind Shadow, could you please use ninjutsu to disturb the soil of the mountain in front of us? This palpable feeling of dread could not be a mere illusion. Yejian, have you thought this through? If there are no enemies, you'll really be embarrassing yourself. Luo Sha's words were laced with mockery. Yejian frowned. I am quite sure. Please take action. Just as Luo Sha was about to make a move, the ambushing Noki directly issued the attack order. He knew that once Luo Sha acted, his plans would be disrupted, and perhaps Yejian and the others would escape the encirclement. At that point, he would have truly worked in vain. Damn Konoha's cold light. How can they be so perceptive? Noki gritted his teeth in hatred. Despite hiding so deeply, he was still discovered. Such a prodigy must be eliminated today, even if it costs him his life. Kill. With Naka's fierce shout, countless rock ninjas suddenly emerged from all directions surrounding Yejian and his group. The sight was endless, with a dense mass of heads. The ground trembled violently, and the terrifying sounds of stomping and shouting carried a dreadful power. The surroundings darkened instantly. A terrifying and violent aura pressed down upon them. Just the aura alone made Luo Sha swallow hard, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. No one could remain calm in such a scene that resembled a steel torrent. How is this possible? The Jounins behind Luo Sha trembled, their faces filled with fear. This scale of enemies, how can we win? It's over. The sand ninjas were stunned by the scene in front of them, completely losing their fighting spirit. Could it be really a trap? Am I going to fall here today? Luo Sha looked at the scene before him in disbelief, his palms sweaty. If it weren't for Yejian, he would feel ambushed and not even know what was happening. Just a moment ago, he was mocking Yejian for overreacting, but in the blink of an eye, Yejian's words had truly come to pass. Luo Sha was confident in his strength, but facing this endless enemy, he felt he would not be able to escape. See Captain Wei. Asuka trembled in fear, looking helplessly at Yejian. At least 15,000 of them. Yejian took a deep breath, glancing towards the front of the rock ninja army, and said in a deep voice, Noki, you truly think highly of me. To mobilize so many troops just to eliminate me. In front of this menacing rock ninja army, Noki floated in the air. He looked at Yejian with pride. His eyes sharp, Konoha's cold light. You're the prodigy who took down the third Raikage monster. How could you be completely destroyed without such a large force? Not only that, but I've also prepared 2 Jinchuriki for you. As he spoke, the Four Tails Jinchuriki, Old Z, stepped forward, grinning bloodthirstily at Yejian. You will surely fall here today. The Five Tails Jinchuriki, Han, followed closely. I will personally crush you. Instantly, this drew laughter from the rock ninjas, filled with killing intent. Konoha's cold light, you're dead today. Uchiha Shursui retreated to Yejian's side, his voice filled with horror. Captain, what do we do now? The Tsukikage is personally leading, with 2 Jinchuriki, plus 15,000 rock ninjas. I see no hope of escape. Wait, I'll create an opening. You take Shihong and hurry back. Yejian whispered in Uchiha Shursui's ear. This made Uchiha Shursui shake his head immediately. No, Captain, how can we let you? Yejian stopped him, forcing a smile. What do you do by staying? Do you think 15,000 troops are a joke? He glanced at Luo Sha beside him. Not to mention, we have unstable factors around us. His tone was resolute. Listen to me, you must hurry back to the camp. Understand? Don't worry. I want to die before you bring reinforcements. Uchiha Shursui reluctantly nodded, but his eyes couldn't hide the sadness. Haha, what's wrong, Konoha's cold light? Are you writing your last words? Seeing this, Noki couldn't help but mock. It seems even you cannot contend against so many enemies? Then he looked at Luo Sha beside Yejian. A smirk on his face, Lord Luo Sha, you've just taken the position of Wind Shadow. You wouldn't want to sacrifice yourself here, would you? His voice was full of temptation. Since that's the case, why not join forces to eliminate Konoha's cold light? Your village advisor, H. Zuki, died at his hands. Don't you want revenge? Luo Sha clenched his fists. How could he not want revenge? But their Sunagakure was not strong enough. However, Noki continued, If you miss this great opportunity today, there won't be another. As long as we take down Konoha's cold light, with our two villages teaming up, Konoha's mere 7,000 troops will be no match for us. You don't need to have any worries. Without Konoha's cold light, Kimogakure will surely launch a fierce attack again. At that time, Konoha will have to face attacks from Iwa, Kimo, Suna, and Kiri simultaneously. His expression was fierce and ruthless. You don't think Konoha can contend against 4 major ninja villages at the same time, do you? At that time, we will be the victors. Konoha not only won't dare to seek you out for revenge, but will also have to compensate you handsomely. Luo Sha, what are you hesitating for? Upon hearing this, Asuka and Noera Hikari felt a chill run down their spines, looking at him with extreme vigilance. Luo Sha took a deep breath. Under the watchful eyes of the eager sand ninjas behind him, he looked at Yejian with an apologetic smile. I'm sorry, Yejian. It seems you must die here today. Your strength is too extraordinary. With you in Konoha, it will surely become a colossal force in the future, which I do not wish to see. Hearing this, the sand ninjas behind him all fixed their gazes on Yejian, revealing a look of delight. They had let him be arrogant before, but now they were going to take it back. Luo Sha, are you not afraid that after the rock ninjas take me down, they will turn on you? At that time, Sunagakure will be leaderless, and it will be a feast for Iwagakure. Yejian seemed to have anticipated this situation, saying mockingly. This made Luo Sha's expression change again, and he couldn't help but look towards Noki. Noki laughed heartily. To show my sincerity, I can let you leave freely, without forcing you to join in. You just need to stabilize Konoha and wait for my command to attack. He looked at Luo Sha at that time. You won't need to worry about me turning on you. Hearing this, Luo Sha nodded in agreement, his gaze fixed firmly on Uchiha Shursui and the others. Without a doubt, he intended to assassinate Uchiha Shursui and the others to prevent any leaks. Chapter 80. 1 against 15,000. It seems today will be a fight to the death. This outcome was not unexpected for him, as it was bound to happen. He formed hand signs and created a shadow clone. Shursui, are you ready? Whether I can survive depends on you. Yejian drew his long knife, enveloped in lightning. Captain, you must wait for us to come. Uchiha Shursui's red eyes were filled with deep sorrow, and he did not notice that the 3 tomos in his right eye were merging. Is this going to produce a Manjiki? Yejian smiled bitterly in his heart. The conditions for activation are a bit ominous, betting on my life and death. However, having a 10-year-old Manjiki subordinate is indeed quite fulfilling. Just for the sake of seeing Shursui activate his Manjiki, I must survive today. Konoha's cold light, what are you still struggling for? You don't really think there's a way out for you. Noki looked at Yejian's actions and couldn't help but snort coldly. In his eyes, Yejian was already a dead man. He didn't believe it. Unless Hashirama Senju revived, no other ninja could handle such a large-scale siege. Ha ha, Noki, how do you know it won't work if you haven't tried? Yejian, like a god of thunder, wore a confident smile. Shursui, I'm going in now. I'll leave the rescue to you. Upon hearing this, Yejian's shadow clone also wrapped itself in lightning. This way, it wouldn't disappear easily from attacks and could escort Uchiha Shursui and the others away. This was also why Yejian was willing to split half of his chakra. The main body can use the 100 heal technique, and so can the shadow clone. Ha ha! To be facing death and still dare to split half of your chakra to create a shadow clone. Aren't you just seeking your own death? Noki grinned. You're neither a Jinchuriki, nor do you have any special constitution. Your chakra amount shouldn't be considered vast, right? I don't understand the meaning of what you're doing. Just to escort your subordinates away? In his view, Yejian's actions were incredibly foolish. Foolish? Yejian's main body smiled. I hope you always think this way. After saying that, he charged at the rock shinobi like a bolt of lightning. Everyone, watch out, he's coming. And Iwagakure Jonin shouted, his voice trembling. They all felt that Yejian would die here today. But that didn't mean they dared to underestimate him. It was precisely because they knew how terrifying Yejian was that they dispatched 15,000 troops to intercept him. How could they not panic in the face of such a grim enemy? Doton, Flying Rock Bomb. Doton, Earth Spike. Doton, Rock Iron Cannon. Doton, Earth Flow Slash. Instantly, countless flying rocks soared through the sky like cannonballs. A large area of sharp rock spears burst forth from the ground, forming a rock spear prison, leaving no chance for escape. The ground in front of Yejian even rose up, creating a massive barrier, completely blocking Yejin outside. Go! Yejian's shadow clone immediately took Uchiha Shursui and the others to retreat from the other side. Captain, don't die. You must wait for us to come back. Yugao glanced back at Yejian, who had already charged into the rock shinobi, and shouted desperately, "Don't think about escaping." Arsuna, seeing this, immediately manipulated the earth to create a massive wall of earth to block their path. But, Pucci, this was cut through by Yejian's shadow clone with a single strike. He instructed Uchiha Shursui, "You just run. The faster you reach the front line for help, the greater the chance my main body has to survive." Yugao immediately revealed a look of reluctance. Uchiha Shursui, however, decisively made a judgment, pulling the hesitant Nara Shikamaru and Yugao to turn and run. Yet, blood tears flowed directly from his eyes, his emotions surging violently. "Captain, please, you must survive until the reinforcements arrive. I'm begging you." His right eye was spinning rapidly, showing signs of merging. "Don't think we will let you succeed. Do you really think our 15,000 troops are just a bunch of pushovers? Foolish. Not running with the main body of Konoha's cold light and trying to escape from us. Don't you think that's too much of fantasy, kid?" The rock shinobi laughed with sneers and disdain as they saw Uchiha Shursui and the others trying to break through. "Is that so?" Yejian's shadow clone suddenly spoke, carrying an uncontrollable violent aura. "Then why don't you try this technique and see?" Suddenly, he released terrifying lightning that shot into the sky. Raiton, heavenly thunder kill. If there were cloud shinobi here, they would immediately call for everyone to retreat. But unfortunately, only Iwagakure's shinobi were present. Noki might have heard relevant news, but even if he immediately reacted and ordered all Iwagakure shinobi to retreat, they wouldn't be able to respond in time. Therefore, boom! At the moment when the thunderous roar exploded, the Iwagakure shinobi felt an unprecedented tremor, realizing the severity of the situation, but it was already too late to dodge. The sky turned completely black, lightning raged and roared. With a scope so vast, it was almost divine. Swish, swish, swish. Dense lightning spears poured down like a torrential rain, moving at extreme speed with unimaginable terrifying penetrative power, covering all the Iwagakure forces in the direction Uchiha Shursui and the others were advancing. "Pucci, what does it mean for human lives to be like grass and all things like ants?" Anyone witnessing this scene would have a profound understanding from then on. No, I don't want to die." In just a blink of an eye, a massive gap was smashed open in the army. Countless Iwagakure corpses piled on the ground, their faces twisted in terror, eyes wide open, resembling dark hills. Those watching felt a chill in their hearts, unable to stop the fear surging within. Gulp! The remaining Iwagakure shinobi, seeing this scene, couldn't help but shiver, retreating a few steps back. Run! However, Uchiha Shursui had no time to be shocked. He grabbed the dazed Yugao and Nara Shikamaru and rushed towards the massive gap that spanned several hundred meters. He couldn't waste the opportunity Yejian's shadow clone had painstakingly created. He could clearly see that after releasing such an attack, Yejian's shadow clone had dimmed a bit. If they didn't leave now and the Iwagakure shinobi reacted, wouldn't all of Yejian's shadow clone's efforts be in vain? Yet, the sorrow and despair in his heart grew heavier. In the midst of such a terrifying siege, no matter how powerful Yejian was, could he really hold out until they called for reinforcements? He saw no hope. He had no idea what kind of terrifying strength was needed to face such a terrifyingly large enemy force. Chapter 81. Battle of Monsters. Quick, stop him! Daimyo was equally stunned by the terrifying attack power of Yejian. However, seeing Uchiha Shursui and the others fleeing, he quickly shouted orders to command the already frightened rock ninjas to stop them. But it was obvious. Facing that earlier attack that resembled divine wrath, the ordinary rock ninjas had already been scared out of their wits. Nowadays, only the high-ranking ninjas, especially the elite ones, could react quickly. "Damn it! I won't let you succeed." Huangtu roared fiercely, his face twisted in rage as he slammed the ground and shouted, "Earth style! Earth flow wall!" A wall as tall and thick as a small mountain instantly appeared in front of Uchiha Shursui and the others. He let me crush your heads with my own hands. The Jinchuriki of the Five Tails, Han, was propelled forward like a phantom by steam, appearing in front of Uchiha Shursui and the others. What? Uchiha Shursui felt his soul tremble, his face turning pale in an instant. Han's punch was so powerful that it made the air tremble, and its speed was incredibly fast. There was no way to dodge. He couldn't react at all. Despair flooded his heart as he gritted his teeth and thought, "Is today the day I fall here?" His vision was completely covered by that punch, leaving only darkness and despair. But get away as far as you can. Suddenly, he heard Yejian's shadow clone shout angrily. It was as if a punch had struck the space itself, causing the air to pause, and the heavens seemed ready to be overturned. Boom! With a soul-shattering explosion, the Five Tails Jinchuriki Han was sent flying without any resistance, crashing into the army of rock ninjas like a super cannonball. In an instant, the rock ninja army was thrown into chaos, the sounds of bones breaking and cries of pain rising and falling like a wave. Did he just send Han, the one most skilled in strength, flying with his bare hands? Even Huang Tu and Rasha couldn't help but feel shocked at this scene. That was the Five Tails Jinchuriki, a weapon of war, a being that made countless people tremble in fear, and yet he was sent flying by a mere shadow clone? Shursui, let's go. Yejian's shadow clone didn't have time to wait for their astonishment. Some thoughts from his main body made him even willing to activate the 100 Heroes technique to quickly take Uchiha Shursui and the others away. Otherwise, it would be hard to distinguish between friend and foe later. Whoosh! Uchiha Shursui didn't hesitate at all, taking a deep breath to relieve the feeling of powerlessness in his heart, and continued to use the body flicker technique to retreat quickly. The rock ninjas on either side of the several hundred-meter human wall just watched them leave, with no one daring to attack. Quick, chase them! Rasha quickly recovered from his astonishment and immediately pursued them. Now, he had only two paths in front of him. Either he would get to Uchiha Shursui and the others first, report to Konoha, gain Jiraiya's trust, bring reinforcements, and eliminate Daimyo and this army of 15,000 rock ninjas. In that case, he and Konoha would be the victors of this battle, and the benefits he would gain afterward would certainly not be small. Or he could stop Uchiha Shursui and the others from reporting to Konoha, killing them halfway, and then proceeding as Daimyo had said. He would still be the victor of Sunagakure, and the benefits afterward would also be significant. However, now he had only one path to choose. Rasha's eyes turned fierce. That was to hunt down Uchiha Shursui and the three. He could indeed choose the first idea, and the benefits gained would not be small. But, as the Kazekage and the leader of Sunagakure, if he were to go back on his words so easily, what credibility would he have in the future? With his already insufficient credibility, even if he led Sunagakure to win this battle, he would leave an impression of being untrustworthy and fickle among his subordinates. How could such a person gain the recognition of everyone in Sunagakure, win their hearts, and solidify his position as Kazekage? No one would want to follow a leader who is untrustworthy. Lightning style, Kirin, facing the pursuing Rasha, Yejian's shadow clone shouted to the sky again. Rasha's face instantly changed, a sense of unimaginable fear enveloping him, heavy and cold. It made him feel like an ant, only able to accept a merciless judgment and be granted death. Retreat. Rasha quickly retreated and wrapped his subordinates behind him in sand gold to retreat quickly. Ha ha! The mighty Kazekage, so easily fooled? But at that moment he began to retreat, the sense of crisis suddenly vanished. Only the ruthless mocking voice of Yejian's shadow clone remained. In a flash, Yejian's shadow clone grabbed Uchiha Shursui and the three, and quickly transformed into a cold light, disappearing without a trace. Oh, that damn guy! Rasha's face turned red with rage as he felt unprecedented humiliation. In front of so many people, he had actually been toyed with by Yejian's shadow clone. Thoroughly embarrassed. But he also understood his current situation. If he didn't leave now, Daimyo might change his mind and keep him behind as well. His body was once again wrapped tightly in sand gold, and he surged toward the gap, rapidly fleeing this place of turmoil. Lord Suchikage, should we? Seeing this scene, a rock ninja beside Daimyo showed a glint of intent in his eyes. Daimyo shook his head. Don't complicate matters. The earlier battle made him fully understand one thing. His understanding of Yejin's strength was still not detailed enough. Keeping Rasha might affect his plan to kill Yejin. As expected of the monster that killed the third Raikage, even a shadow clone is this terrifying. Daimu's gaze was cold, but the more he had to eliminate him. Meanwhile, among the Rock Ninja army, Han charged out again, his eyes red as he roared at Yejin. "It hurts, you bastard. You've angered me." Han's figure was tall. In a state of rage, he was terrifying like a beast, with violent and intensely hot power bursting forth. Boyle-style, scalding force burst. He suddenly spewed out terrifying steam from his body, instantly causing the ground beneath him to explode in a large area. And the surrounding Chunin were thrown off their feet, blasted away by the steam. You bustat. In an instant, Han was in front of Yejin. Like a frenzied bomb, he charged forward with his head, tearing through the air with a piercing sound, the terrifying force distorting space itself. Whoosh! Just a moment ago, Yejin was still fighting against the Rock Ninjas. But the next moment, he had disappeared from Han's sight. Bang! The empty Han crashed directly into the Rock Ninjas, sending a large group flying, spewing blood without stopping, causing terrifying screams. There were fractures, shattered organs, and even burns among them. Counting it up, there were actually several hundred people. Chapter 82. Steam Ninja, aw you bastard, if you have the guts, don't hide. Han looked at this scene, his eyes filled with rage, blood vessels bursting forth. Ha ha, why should I hide? Yi Jian scoffed, full of sarcasm. Is the legendary Steam Ninja only capable of this? Truly disappointing. But in his mind, Han's information immediately surfaced. A Jonin from a Wagakure, who, with the bloodline limit of the Five Tails, Mu King, gained the ability to use Boil Release. He could freely manipulate steam in battle, suppressing his opponents and stifling their will to fight, causing them to collapse without a fight. His speed, strength, and destructive power were all top-notch, earning him the title of Steam Ninja. He thought to himself, not an enemy that can be easily dealt with. Seeing Han about to strike again, he pointed to the sky. You might want to take a look at what's above your head. At this reminder, Han and Noki couldn't help but look up immediately. Then, Naka's face changed instantly. Not good. Han, retreat quickly. In the sky, dark clouds thickened ominously. Thunder snakes surged, and lightning flashed everywhere. An overwhelming aura of power descended, with the might to destroy everything. Don't think you can scare me, you little brat. Han shouted with his eyes blood red. A sharp whistling sound erupted from his body like a steam whistle, shaking the earth with the sound of his steam. He stomped heavily, creating a 10-meter wide pit, as if he could overturn the entire ground, and transformed into a terrifying figure, charging towards Yi Jian. I want to see whether your hand seals are faster or my fist is faster. Die Monster strengt und mit Jetpunch. Scorching steam gushed out, blurring the air, shaking the heavens. Lightning release, Kirin. Yi Jian's voice rang out from behind him, and Han's pupils constricted. When did this happen? However, there was no time for him to think. A roaring sound filled with endless pressure came crashing down as a proud lightning Kirin emerged from the clouds, lunging down. Roar. Everything was consumed by this thunderous Kirin's roar. Boom. Terrifying lightning exploded with immense power. The earth was so fragile in the face of this strike, being pushed away like waves, turning into a rolling disaster of earth and stone expanding in all directions. Faced with this cataclysmic force, the regular IWA shinobi had no power to resist, quickly being swallowed up. They let out a scream before being mercilessly robbed of their lives under this terrifying pressure. When everything settled down, all that remained was a horrifying pit, surrounded by various twisted corpses lying in grotesque positions, charred black. Gulps. It was unknown how many IWA shinobi swallowed in terror, feeling their bodies tremble. This is not a level we can handle. Can we really take down this kind of guy? They began to doubt it. Don't be afraid. Huang Tu appeared, though also full of dread. He couldn't help but sneer. The more he releases powerful ninjutsu, the more it proves he fears being overwhelmed by us. After releasing several powerful techniques, how much chakra could he possibly have left now? He raised his arm and shouted, "Don't be fooled by his appearance. Everyone attack together. We have 15,000 people. If each of us uses a technique, we can drown him. Let the name Konoha's cold light disappear from the ninja world today. Kill. After speaking, he quickly formed hand seals and shouted, Earth release. Earth spear. A large number of sharp earth spears fiercely shot out, but were all shredded by Yi Jian's blade. Yes, Captain Huang Tu is right. Everyone attack together. Konoha's cold light die here. Even if a god descends today, he can't save you. Countless IWA shinobi quickly form hand seals. In an instant, a torrential rain of attacks descended upon Yi Jian. No matter how powerful Yi Jian was, he couldn't possibly block it all. Two fists can't fight four hands, and the saying that chaotic punches can kill a master isn't just talk. Yi Jian felt terrifying attacks from all directions, below his feet, above his head, and all around him were cloaked in various assaults. Various massive rocks closing in mudslides, underground rock spikes, falling boulders, and terrifying rock projectiles, or the rushing clay disturbances, all appeared one by one. Although Yi Jian was temporarily unharmed thanks to his lightning armor, he couldn't sustain this forever. Once a flaw appeared, he would be doomed. Indeed, he couldn't just passively take the hits. He had to take the initiative into his own hands. Yi Jian thought to himself, and suddenly a terrifying surge of lightning erupted from him, shattering all the attacks. Be careful, this guy is going to counterattack. Seeing Yi Jian's lightning suddenly become violent, Huang Tu shouted a warning. Ninja Sword Technique, tous en beurre blade wave. Yi Jian raised his hand and unleashed a large wave of sword energy, exceedingly sharp. Danger, get out of the way, don't block. Huang Tu's face changed drastically as he shouted, seeing the IWA shinobi trying to form seals to block. But it was too late. Puchi. In an instant, a large number of IWA shinobi were directly bisected, their defenses sliced in half. How terrifying. Damn it. How can he be so powerful? How can we fight against a monster who can take down the third Raikage? Seeing Yi Jian being attacked for so long and not only remaining unscathed but also easily slaughtering them, the IWA shinobi couldn't help but feel a sense of retreat. Body flicker technique. Yi Jian flashed again, transforming into a bolt of lightning rushing towards the IWA shinobi. Don't forget, he excels not only in lightning release and strength, but also in terrifying speed. He is renowned for his speed. Be careful. That guy is using the body flicker technique. Quickly avoid him. Don't compete with him in speed. The IWA shinobi turned pale, quickly trying to evade the incoming Yi Jian. Evade? Yi Jian, transformed into lightning, seemed to see a monumental joke. Just try it as long as you dodge. I'll give you the name Konoha's cold light. Suddenly, Yi Jian accelerated, and the sound of tearing echoed continuously. One by one, IWA shinobi fell, clutching their necks in terror. All were fatal strikes, clean and swift. You bastard, don't get too cocky. Han's voice suddenly came, standing like a giant wall in front of Yi Jian, his rapidly striking fist directly hammered out. Boil release, jet meteor punch. Countless dense fist shadows tore through the air, transforming into a storm of violent illusions rushing towards him. Ora. Yi Jian was forced to stop, engaging in a violent counterattack with him. Boom, boom, boom. The earth exploded, trembling incessantly. The air howled and twisted, and terrifying shockwaves made it impossible to approach. Chapter 83. More monstrous than a Jinchuriki. What kind of monster is this guy? He actually can stand his ground against Han? Han possesses overwhelming, terrifying strength. So why can this guy fight him so easily? It's simply inhuman. How can such a terrifying monster exist in this world? The surrounding rock ninjas were dumbfounded, swallowing hard. But what made them even more desperate was yet to come. Get out of my way! Yi Jian suddenly roared, his right arm seemingly possessing the power of a dragon, summoning chaotic lightning that smashed through the air and struck Han's right arm. Crack! A sound that made one's teeth ache echoed. Han, the dignified Jinchuriki, was actually retreating in pain, spitting blood and sending a group of rock ninjas flying. In this clash of power, he actually lost. Impossible. Even the earth couldn't help but feel a chill. That is Han, the most terrifying powerhouse of the Iwagakure. capable of shattering mountains. To lose in a contest of strength against Yejian? Just how terrifying is this guy's power? He is already like this. The other rock ninjas looked at Yejian as if he were a monster, and they couldn't help but feel a bit discouraged. Such a monster, how could they, as lower and mid-ranking ninjas, possibly be his match? Strange, isn't it? Seeing this scene, Yejian grinned and said, I'm Tsunade's disciple. Isn't it normal for my strength to be a bit greater? In fact, after his battle with the third Raikage, he now possessed shadow-level quality chakra, and even just activating the lightning armor made him one of the top tier among shadow-level ninjas. He acknowledged that Han, as a Jinchuriki with 4 tails, was indeed strong, but that was under the premise of him being in a half-tailed beast transformation state. In that state, Han might give Yejian a bit of trouble. However, now, Han was merely using Boil Release, barely at shadow-level strength. It wasn't difficult for Yejian to defeat him. With such performance just now, wasn't it perfectly normal? But a crisis suddenly descended. Earth Release, super heavy rock technique. Noki suddenly appeared behind Yejian and threw a punch. The entire space instantly became heavy, and Yejian's hair stood on end. Even if he could defend against this move, he wouldn't want to. At the moment of contact, his body would be subjected to unimaginable gravity and would quickly turn to rock. At that time, if he were ambushed by others, he would suffer severe consequences of being torn apart. The situation would turn unfavorable for him. Whoosh! He immediately transformed into lightning and disappeared. But when he reappeared, a searing magma fist suddenly loomed large before him. There truly was no room to catch a breath. Yejian covered his head with both hands, feeling as if he had been struck by a mountain, the terrifying force shaking his very soul. Bang! Yejian was smashed into the mountainside like a bolt from the blue, unable to stop himself from spitting out blood. After all, he was a Jinchuriki. His strength was indeed terrifying. You little brat, die for me. Han suddenly appeared again, his body enveloped in steam, pressing down with immense pressure. Whoosh! Yejian immediately retreated, reappearing behind Han. You're too much of a nuisance. Han was hit directly by Yejian's Kirin technique, yet he seemed unaffected. This made Yejian marvel. After all, he was a steam ninja, truly formidable. Chidori Blade. Yejian was about to stab down with his sword to eliminate a troublesome enemy when Naki's voice came again. Earth Release. Cracking Earth Palm. A massive rocky arm slammed down, forcing Yejian to dodge. But just like before, as soon as he appeared, Lao Zi was right in front of him, delivering a heavy punch. He was completely enveloped in terrifying hot magma, the lava release chakra mode. In this mode, he possessed terrifying defensive and offensive capabilities, combined with Lao Zi's superb taijutsu, creating a horrifying lethality. Super large Rasengan. Yejian pushed forward, the terrifying tearing force of the Rasengan rushing to meet the attack. Boom! Lava splattered everywhere. But Lao Zi's expression immediately changed. How is this possible? This guy. How can his strength be so terrifying? His fist was actually pushed back. But even more terrifying was yet to come. With a sizzle, Yejian's Rasengan actually tore through his lava release chakra armor, and his arm was about to be shredded apart. Hiss! Lao Zi's hair stood on end, quickly using a rock clone to dodge this strike. He reappeared beside Noki, still shaken. Noki, how can this guy be so strong? Hearing this, Noki nodded solemnly. That's why I gathered such a large army to deal with him. His astonishment was no less than Lao Zi's. In lava release chakra mode, Lao Zi could stand and be attacked by 10 Nin simultaneously without suffering any injury. If he unleashed his full power, he could even melt mountains. Even the elite Nin of the village couldn't get close to him. The heat generated by the lava release chakra was so terrifying that anyone who got too close for more than a second would be melted. With such terrifying strength, Lao Zi once single-handedly faced thousands of ninjas from the land of grass, intimidating them into not daring to move. Now such a powerful being had suffered such a huge loss against Yejian after just one encounter. This showed just how frightening Yejian was. Moreover, are you alright, Han? Looking at Han returning to his side, Noki asked with some concern. Uft. Han had just prepared to answer when he spat out blood, staining his mask. His voice was weak. I'm not dead yet, but I need to rest for a while before I can fight again. If it weren't for my steam armor cushioning the blow from that lightning technique, I would probably be seriously injured and unable to move now. He gasped. This guy is clearly so young, yet whether it's speed, strength, destructive power, or even defense, he completely surpasses me. If Lao Zi and I work together, perhaps we could restrain him in a wider area. However, his method of killing the third Raikage has clearly not been used yet. Currently, the only one who can hold him back is you, Lord Suchikage. Hearing Han's words, Noki nodded gravely. Yes, Yejian hasn't even used his 100 healing jutsu yet, and he's already this terrifying. Just how frightening would he be if he did? Therefore, he must not be allowed to use it. Hee, Lord Suchikage. No matter how strong he is, let's just exhaust his stamina with our army. At this moment, a rebellious voice rang out. A man with spiky hair appeared, his emerald eyes fixed on Yejian, licking his lips as if he were looking at his prey. Hunt, don't underestimate him. Seeing the newcomer, Noki couldn't help but remind him. This was a rare talent from their village, possessing the explosion release Kekiai Genkai, and his strength was quite impressive. Chapter 84. Endangered, don't worry, Lord Suchikage. I will be very cautious. Sho revealed a bloodthirsty smile, looking at the group of rock shinobi. Everyone, for the better future of Awagakure. Let us pave the way for Lord Suchikage. Upon hearing this, the rock shinobi immediately showed hesitation, but soon their faces became determined again. Their original task was to act as cannon fodder. Kill. A total of 15,000 troops were divided into 30 large squads by Noki. Each squad consisted of 500 men, launching an unceasing wave of attacks against Yejian. Even if Yejian were a deity, he would still be drained of all his chakra. What does it feel like to have 15,000 men charging forward in succession? Everything in front is completely dark. All that can be seen is the snarling faces of the rock shinobi getting closer and closer. Amidst the earth-shaking shouts, even the sky seemed to change color. Doton, stone dragon technique. Doton, rock fist technique. Doton, Kagmir technique. The rock shinobi were frenzied. No matter how many arms Yejian had, in this surging crowd like a raging sea, he was as insignificant as a grain of rice, completely submerged in the throng. Ninjutsu, Chidori Blade. Yejian was like a leaping flash of lightning, breaking through the crazed ranks of the rock shinobi. The attacks on his lightning armor were as dense as raindrops. Rock shinobi continued to fall at Yejian's hands, whether they were Genin or Chunin. But this time, there were no vacancies. For every one killed, two would fill the gap. The relentless attacks rained down on Yejian. At this point, even with his extraordinary talent and chakra comparable to a tailed beast, he must fall here. Sho grinned, his eyes filled with indifference to life. Standing beside him were a dozen Jainin, clearly not simple characters. They were there to reduce casualties by countering the enemy when Yejian was on the brink of collapse. Everyone believed, including Noki, that no matter how fiercely Yejian fought now, he could not hold on for long. His chakra reserves simply wouldn't allow it. No one could face an army of 15,000 and keep fighting indefinitely. But Lord Suchikage, why does he still look so lively? Half a day had passed, and the rock shinobi had lost half their number. Yet Yejian still appeared to be bouncing around, showing no signs of chakra depletion. Noki watched as Yejian, covered in blood and with his lightning armor shattered, continued to fight tirelessly like a war god. And an intense chill rose in his heart. This guy, could it be that he wouldn't exhaust his chakra? He suddenly felt that he didn't truly understand Yejian. Meanwhile, at Jiraiya's place, what did you say? Yejian is surrounded by 15,000 rock shinobi. When Jiraiya heard the news from the bloodied Uchiha Shursui, he couldn't help but shiver. What a joke. How could Yejian possibly have a chance in such a lopsided battle? Moreover, the most important thing was, that damn Raza actually said he would betray them, and then did. Jiraiya quickly wrote this news into 3 copies and sent them to the front lines of the land of hot water, to the Hokage of Konoha, and to the front lines of the mist villages Minato. He then immediately ordered a state of emergency and informed that Sunagakure had torn up their alliance and become enemies. He quickly gathered all Jainin. What? Upon hearing Jiraiya's news that Yejian was in a desperate situation, the Jainin were all horrified. What should they do? Is Yejian dead or alive? That damn Noki actually set up such a huge trap to ambush Yejian. Hurry up and send troops for rescue. Yajian must still be holding on. Each Jainin had different thoughts, but Uchiha Fugaku was the most agitated. Yayan absolutely cannot di. Senju Teru, Hayama Shirakumo, and Sarutobi Nagayama quickly requested Jiraiya to send troops for rescue. Send my orders. After a brief struggle, Jiraiya immediately commanded, Uchiha Fugaku, you will lead 4,000 men for the rescue. Senju Teru, Sarutobi Nagayama, Hayama Shirakumo, you three will accompany him. The remaining 3,000 men will stay with me on constant alert against a possible attack from the Sand Shinobi, and quickly send a signal for assistance to the Hokage, requesting a deployment of 10,000 troops to reinforce the front lines. Upon hearing this, a Jainin from the Sarutobi clan immediately spoke up to stop him. Lord Jiraiya, what are you joking about? Sending out so many people, what will happen to our main camp? The Sand Shinobi have an army of 10,000, and we only have 3,000. Even with your leadership, we can't hold them off. Besides, it's already been over half a day. Who knows if Yajian is dead or alive? To risk the lives of everyone at the front for someone whose fate is uncertain and possibly lead to a catastrophic defeat at the front. Are you serious? How can you do something so foolish? Hearing this, Jiraiya immediately shouted, shut up. He glared at the Jainin from the Sarutobi clan, his killing intent palpable. Do you think you understand this principle better than I do? But how do you know Yajian is dead? How can you be so certain? And have you considered the consequences of not saving Yajian? Jiraiya's face turned red with anger. The shame of inaction aside, his sacrifice would also cause the rapidly advancing medical system to stall again. He would lose the trust of the frontline ninja, and Tsunade would come after your Sarutobi clan in a rage. Noki would take the opportunity to ally with the Sand Shinobi against us in Konoha. At that point, we would have to face 4 major shinobi villages at once. Are you planning to let this fool resist against the 4 major villages? Not to mention, if Yajian manages to escape and finds out no one came to save him, he might defect from Konoha out of despair. Can you bear such a cost? The Sarutobi Jainin was left speechless, cold sweat running down his back. Jiraiya snorted and turned to the others. Do any of you have any objections to my decision? Everyone shook their heads. What a joke. Yajian had saved the lives of most of them. They would willingly give their lives for Yajian. All right, then let's set off quickly. Jiraiya took a deep breath. He must save Yajian. Meanwhile, at the Hokage building. Wow, what? The third Hokage looked at the message transmitted to him through the summoning technique. His face instantly changed. Even the pipe in his mouth fell to the ground. Unwilling to believe that the news was true. Old man. Just then, the office door was suddenly pushed open violently by Tsunade. She slammed her hand on the table and asked, has something happened to that guy Yajian? Why do I feel so restless? Is there any news from the front lines? Chapter 85, The Possibility of Curing Hemophobia. Seeing Tsunade's anxious expression, the third Hokage couldn't help but sigh and handed the information in his hand to her. Let me see this kid. Tsunade's strong expectations suddenly froze. In an instant, her face turned pale, and she staggered back several steps. Impossible. This absolutely cannot be true. He won't die, right? Tsunade looked at the third Hokage. Old man, hurry and send troops to rescue Yakumo. Hearing this, the third Hokage couldn't help but show a troubled expression. Tsunade, there's only one place where we can deploy troops now. Are you sure you want to? Tsunade interrupted him with a loud shout. What about the Root organization? Aren't they from Konoha? If they dare not rescue, I'll tear down their base. The third Hokage sighed and said seriously, but who do you plan to have lead this army for the rescue? Danzo? Orochimaru? Can you trust either of them? This question directly stumped Tsunade. Damn it, she clenched her fists, unwillingly saying, if only I hadn't developed hemophobia. Otherwise, she could have directly led troops to rescue. But suddenly, as if realizing something, she thought, no, even if I have hemophobia, as long as I successfully lead troops to support Jiraiya, he will have extra forces to rescue Yakumo. She immediately looked at the third Hokage. I will go personally. Hearing Tsunade's words, the third Hokage frowned. Tsunade, if Tsunade had looked closely, she would have noticed a hint of expectation in the third Hokage's eyes. Stop talking so much, old man. Quickly gather the forces for rescue. I will bring the people to Jiraiya and hand them over to him. I don't need to participate in the battle. This way, even with my hemophobia, I can still handle this task," Tsunade said urgently. After pretending to think for a moment, the third Hokage nodded in agreement. No one saw the smile at the corner of his mouth. After Tsunade developed hemophobia, not only did her combat power greatly diminish, but Konoha also lost a medical sage. Not to mention going to the battlefield. She couldn't even stand the sight of blood. Therefore, he had been worried about how to help Tsunade overcome her hemophobia, so that Konoha would have an additional fighting force. And now, this opportunity seemed to have arrived. Since it was because of her brother and lover's deaths that she feared losing those close to her, now, the person she cares about the most, Yakumo, is in danger and has a threat to his life. Perhaps under such intense concern, to prevent a tragedy from happening again, Tsunade would overcome her psychological barrier and defeat her hemophobia. What? Yakumo is being besieged by IWA ninjas and is in danger? To be honest, when Danzo heard this news, he was overjoyed. An eyesore, a thorn in the flesh about to die. How could he not be happy? He could hardly contain his laughter. Even if the third Hokage wanted to requisition 4,000 ninjas from his rude organization, plus 6,000 ninjas under the Hokage's command, to form a 10,000-strong army for support, he wouldn't refuse. On the contrary, he would be extremely happy. He had always wanted to insert his people into the front line, but had never had the opportunity. Now the opportunity had presented itself. How could he not agree? This way, he could justifiably recommend Orochimaru as the commander. The third Hokage would surely think the same. Who else is more suitable than Orochimaru now? It couldn't possibly be the crippled Tsunade. At that time, not only could Orochimaru achieve merit, but he could also insert his own influence into the front line, making small moves against Yakumo while continuously obtaining corpses for research. At that time, Orochimaru would have another chance to compete for the Hokage position, and Danzo would also gain a deeper foundation. He felt it was perfect, but when he asked the Hokage who should be the commander, his subordinate's answer made him feel as if he had eaten something unpleasant. Because the commander is Tsunade. What a joke. Danzo was so furious he felt like he might explode. He absolutely would not allow this situation to happen. Just as he was about to argue with the third Hokage and persuade him to replace Tsunade with Orochimaru, Tsunade forcefully barged in. "Danzo, I advise you not to delay me from going to the rescue." Tsunade had a murderous look on her face. "Otherwise, don't blame me for tearing down your rude organization." Danzo stared at Tsunade, but inside he felt a wave of horror. Tsunade had barged in directly, knocking several people aside, appearing before him drenched in blood. But how is this possible? Tsunade has hemophobia. Shouldn't she turn pale and be terrified, falling into her memories at the sight of blood? But now, although her face was slightly pale, there was no trace of fear at all. Tsunade's hemophobia seemed to be recovering. This was not good news for Danzo. "Tsunade, what do you want to do, rebel?" Danzo shouted darkly, looking at Tsunade, feeling extremely displeased. "You dare to be so disrespectful in front of me? Do you even recognize me as your advisor? Do you understand what respect and hierarchy mean? If Tsunade's hemophobia recovers, then there would be one more person to trouble him. Moreover, it will be the most troublesome kind. As the granddaughter of the first and second Hokages and the princess of the Land of Fire, Tsunade was naturally royalty. If anything happened to her, it would be a big problem. Not to mention that some powerful figures in the Land of Fire would hold him accountable. Even many families in Konoha would speak for Tsunade. After all, behind many families was the name of the Senju clan. Me, rebel?" Tsunade chuckled. "So what if I do, rebel? Stop talking nonsense. Quickly gather 4,000 people for me. Don't try to play tricks, otherwise you'll find out that this medical sage is also quite capable when it comes to poison." Faced with Tsunade's threatening words, Danzo coldly snorted, "Just this once, and there's no next time. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." He could never actually lay a hand on Tsunade, unless Tsunade was completely abandoned by Konoha, or if she truly wanted to rebel and slaughter Konoha. But that was impossible. "At least you know your place." Tsunade coldly snorted and turned to leave. She was actually surprised at her calm reaction after seeing blood. She thought she would fall back into the fearful memories. But unexpectedly, the moment she saw blood, What appeared before her eyes was Yakumo covered in blood. Suddenly, she had only one thought in her mind: to save him. She absolutely would not allow her last relative, Yakumo, to leave her again. The symptoms of her hemophobia surprisingly eased a lot. To think that because of this kid, I actually walked out of my mental block? Tsunade self-deprecatingly smiled. This student was indeed not a mistake. Yakumo, you mustn't be in any danger. We still have a battle to fight. Minato Namikaze also received this news. All he could do was pray that Yakumo would have a guardian angel. He didn't know who could remain safe amidst such an ambush. Chapter 86, A Strike That Changes the Terrain. Chidori Blade. With a swing of his sword, a terrifying wave of energy was unleashed, tearing through more than a dozen approaching rock shinobi. Yejin leaned on his long sword, gasping for breath. His throat was hoarse to the point of being almost mute. His consciousness began to blur, and his entire body ached intensely. His chakra was truly running low. How many had he killed? 5,000? 8,000? Yejin himself was not sure, as the scene before him remained a dense mass of darkness, stretching endlessly. The ground was littered with corpses, blood pooling into puddles that emitted a nauseating stench. Even the long sword in his hand had become slick with accumulated blood, making it hard to hold on to. Covered in blood, his silver hair was completely soaked and dripping red. Around him, the rock shinobi looked on in fear, hesitant to approach the Shura-like Yejin. Several times, he appeared to be on the brink of collapse. However, as long as they dared to charge at him, Yejin would unleash another bloody massacre upon them. Therefore, even though they saw Yejin in his current state, they did not dare to act recklessly. TCH, is this really my limit in a normal state? Yejin said, somewhat displeased as he observed the rock shinobi who dared not approach. Finally reach your limit, Konoha Cold Light. At that moment, Onoki floated down, looking down at the disheveled Yejin with a smug smile. So you've reached your limit after taking down 8,000 of my elite rock shinobi. Your chakra is more than I imagined. But it doesn't matter, Konoha Cold Light. Are you ready to meet your death? As he spoke, Han and Old Purple appeared one after the other, along with a dozen elite Jonin forming a circle, their eyes fierce. Ha ha, death. Yejin couldn't help but laugh at these words, mocking Onoki. You should know that I still have one technique left, the 100 Heroes technique. Hearing this, Onoki laughed even louder, sneering. Of course I know, but how much chakra do you have left to enter this state? Do you think I deployed so many troops just to deplete your chakra? He looked at Yejin, smugly saying, There's no need to struggle. Without chakra and with your stamina exhausted, you're no different from a useless person in my eyes. He expected Yejin to show signs of unwillingness or anger after hearing this. But he was wrong. Yejin actually chuckled, his voice deep and compelling. Onoki, do you know why I wasted half of my chakra to send shadow clones to help Uchiha Shursui and the others escape? Seeing Yejin's confident demeanor, Onoki felt something was off and asked, Why? Yejin squinted his eyes with a smile, because if they were here, I would really find it hard to control my accuracy and might accidentally injure them. At this, Onoki's expression changed, and he shouted, What do you mean? Stop pretending to scare us. Bakutan, who was beside him, couldn't help but sneer. Konoha Cold Light, do you think you can frighten us with a few mysterious words? He barked harshly, Don't joke around. Do you think this will change the outcome of your death today? Old Purple and Han both showed mocking expressions, believing Yejin was just putting on a show. Well, since that's the case, let me show you. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura erupted from Yejin's body, a heavy pressure descending upon the entire battlefield. His voice resonated like that of a deity, second in sealing space. Release. Boom! The ground trembled violently, the air blurred, and an unimaginable pressure was unleashed, causing the elite Jonin to change color and retreat, drenched in cold sweat. 100 Heroes technique, activate. As his words fell, the sky darkened. The air shimmered into a trembling mist, and the earth erupted violently, an endless wave of wind surging forth, blowing the Jonin back relentlessly. How is this possible? Onoki took a deep breath, his pupils shaking in disbelief. Looking at Yejin, who was enveloped in the sealing script, Onoki felt a chill creeping up his spine. Impossible. You should be exhausted. How can you still unleash such a terrifying chakra? You don't have a special physique. This is unreasonable. After killing 8,000 people, you can still unleash chakra as immense as a tidal wave. He had only seen 2 people capable of this, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. But both of them possess special physiques. Facing Onoki's furious questions, Yejin smiled brightly, countering. How do you know I don't have one? Now, he was just one step away from attaining the perfect sage body like Senju Hashirama. His chakra was so vast that it would soon rival that of a tailed beast. Not to mention he had 2 Een sealing spaces. The recent slaughter of 8,000 and the shadow clones that aided Uchiha Shisui in retreat had drained his own chakra and the chakra stored in the first Een sealing space. But the chakra from the second Een sealing space had yet to be tapped. Isn't it normal to exhibit such power? Now, please enjoy my performance. Get ready. The next attack will be indiscriminate. Onoki was puzzled, but looking at the increasingly dark sky, he could somewhat guess Yejin's intentions. Quickly form seals to evade. This guy is about to use lightning release. In response to Onoki's shout, Yejin's voice grew even more frenzied. Since battling the third Raikage, he felt this insane. Rock Shinobi, thank you for allowing me to have my fun. As a reward, I grant you death. Lightning release. Heavenly thunder killing. Boom. The originally dark sky erupted with thunder. I want to let you succeed. Han rushed towards Yejin, roaring fiercely. As long as I take you down, there will be no problems. Onoki's face changed instantly, shouting, Come back, Han! Boom! Like the wrath of heaven. A thunderous sound resonated through the soul, and Han was pierced and pinned to the ground by a lightning spear as thick as an arm, unable to move. In the sky, a torrential downpour of terrifying lightning spears descended, much like the despairing scene from half a day ago. This time, however, the area covered was even broader. The entire battlefield was enveloped in it. This was a world-shattering strike fueled by 70% of Yejin's chakra. A strike capable of altering the terrain. Puff, puff, puff. Without giving any chance to react, the lightning spears fell like rain, bombarding the entire ground mercilessly. Despairing screams and unwilling roars echoed throughout the battlefield. But nothing could change the outcome. Only life was rapidly withering away. 7,000, 3,000, 1,000. Chapter 87. Terrifying Dust Escape. The storm of lightning and gunfire raged for a full 10 minutes. When everything settled down, the mountains of the battlefield had been completely flattened. Pits of various sizes were densely connected, and everywhere lay charred corpses, twisted and grotesque, a truly horrifying sight. To the naked eye, apart from Yejin, there were no other living beings left. Crack! In the distance, a mound of earth split open, and Ohayaki, Old Purple, and Baodansho appeared before Yejin. Immediately after, clusters of rock ninjas stumbled out like walking corpses. Their ears were deafened, their eyes bled. Yet when they looked at Yejin, they retreated in sheer terror. However, Ohayaki could not accept the sight before him. Wood, leaf, cold, light. Ohayaki screamed in despair, I want your life. 8,000 rock ninjas. In just 10 minutes, there were fewer than 500 left. He felt like vomiting blood. Dust release. Original realm stripping technique. A terrifying beam capable of annihilating everything shot from his hand, moving so fast that it was impossible to dodge. But in his current state, Yejin's strength was on par with the third Raikage, his speed so extraordinary that it defied logic. This strike could not touch him at all. After missing its target, the beam obliterated a small mountain instead. What's wrong, Lord Suchikage? When Yejin reappeared, he stood next to a towering rock ninja, entirely charred, raising his sword. Can't take it anymore. His long blade stabbed down fiercely, enveloped in lightning, with terrifying tearing power. Boom! A cold, overwhelming force erupted, sweeping away everything in the vicinity. What a pity. If you had remained calm and transformed into your half-tailed beast form, you might not have died so quickly. Yejin murmured coldly, his gaze fixed mockingly on Ohayaki. That is, the five-tails Jinchuriki. Han! A Jounin looked at this scene in terror, his voice trembling, and Ohayaki, his eyes instantly turned blood red. Ah, Wild Yi Jian, you must die today. Dust release. Limits stripping technique. Ohayaki thrust one hand forward, unleashing a terrifying aura of annihilation. A cubic barrier appeared in his hand, spreading out like light. When one saw the blinding light, Ohayaki's attack was already upon them. Within 100 meters, everything was instantly turned to nothingness. Even though Yi Jian had quickly dodged, he was still grazed, and a large chunk of flesh on his right arm was instantly obliterated. How terrifying the power. Earth release. Cracking earth palm. Ohayaki did not give Yi Jian a moment to react. Just as Yi Jian landed, a massive rock hand shot up from beneath him. Ohayaki reappeared above Yi Jian, a conical barrier already in his hand. No matter where Yi Jian tried to retreat, Ohayaki would be the first to attack. As expected of the third Tsuchikage. Praised even by Uchiha Madara, his battle experience was truly terrifying. He certainly did not dare to confront Dust Release. This was an existence that even Susanoo could not withstand. He did not believe that his lightning armor could rival Uchiha Madara's Susanoo. But if he thought that he had no way to retreat, wouldn't he that be underestimating me? Yi Jian swiftly retreated, and just as Ohayaki released his Dust Release, he had already completed the hand seal for the body replacement technique to evade the attack. You sly little brat, I won't let you sneak attack. Ohayaki shouted, quickly forming seals to create 3 rock clones to guard the surroundings. After just a simple exchange, he deeply felt how troublesome Yi Jian was. Even someone as experienced as Old Purple, a Jinchuriki, could not react in time against his Dust Release, only to meet annihilation. Yet Yi Jian had evaded with just one body replacement technique. His reaction speed was astonishing. How was this possible? Even Lord Tsuchikage's Dust Release can't touch him? A Jounin spoke in disbelief. That was a technique they regarded as the light of death. In their understanding, it was impossible to dodge. Indeed, he is known for his speed. What terrifying reflexes! Old Purple's expression turned solemn. He believed he could not gain any advantage against Yi Jian, who possessed such terrifying speed. TCH, how frustrating. Am I really just going to watch? Sho said unhappily from aside. Even when facing a Jinchuriki, he could participate. But now, he could only watch the fierce battle between Ohayaki and Yi Jian, unable to intervene. Lord Tsuchikage, there's an opening above you. Yi Jian reappeared, surprisingly above Ohayaki, his lightning blade stabbing down fiercely. Careful, Lord Tsuchikage. Seeing this scene, the rock ninjas exclaimed in alarm. Earth release, rock fist technique. Ohayaki felt a chill throughout his body and immediately swung a punch to collide. Haha, little brat, I've finally waited for you to get close. I can't waste this opportunity. At the moment of collision with Yi Jian, a cunning smile appeared on his lips. Yi Jian's heart sank. Although he didn't know what was happening, retreating quickly was the best strategy. But, you think you can escape? Ohayaki grinned maliciously and shouted, Earth release, super heavy rock technique. Hearing this, Yi Jian's pupils dilated in shock as he attempted to retreat. But his body suddenly became unimaginably heavy, as if he were carrying a mountain, uncontrollably falling down. Ohayaki had 2 ultimate techniques, the all-destroying Dust Release, the super control skill, light heavy rock technique. In Yi Jian's view, the latter was even more lethal. Once hit, his body would become extremely heavy, turning his original advantages in speed and strength into negatives, leaving him at the mercy of his opponent. It's over, Konoha Cold Light. Ohayaki conjured a cubic barrier, the aura several times denser than before. In an instant, it enveloped Yi Jian. An infinite power of annihilation approached, and the despair he felt when fighting the third Raikage returned. You think you can take my life? Dream on. Yi Jian roared, a surge of lightning erupting from his body as he charged into the clouds. Lightning release, Kirin. The beauty of this technique lay in its immense power and ease of execution, requiring no complex seals. It only needed lightning as a catalyst to launch a devastating attack. Boom! When a massive lightning Kirin broke through the clouds, Ohayaki felt his hair stand on end, enveloped in despair as if he had fallen into an ice cave. He could only unwillingly cancel the Dust Release and quickly form seals for defense. Earth Release, hardening technique. What a great opportunity to eliminate Yi Jian. It was resolved just like that. wasting his 3 raw clones. He was practically seeing flames in his eyes with rage. Meanwhile, below, Old Purple Show and others turned pale in unison. Chapter 88. Wanton Slaughter. Knock his helplessness quick. Dodge. Old Z pulled Explosive Release Hunter and retreated violently, rushing into a reliable defense created by the allied Jonin nearby. Bang! The terrifying lightning completely engulfed everything. The remaining 500 IWA shinobi were hopelessly obliterated by the lightning. They had no way to counter this terrifying strike. Just a moment of intense pain, and then there was no more feeling. Life passes away so quickly. When everything calmed down, only a massive shattered stone statue remained. After Noki walked out from it with a gloomy face, he immediately collapsed. A bit farther away, Old Z and Explosive Release Hunter also emerged from the broken earthen shield on the ground. But upon counting, they found that 3 more Jonin had actually been lost. In their field of vision, the traces of Yejian had already disappeared. Konoha's cold light. Noki watched as the last 500 men vanished, and 3 more Jonin were lost, finally unable to hold back a mouthful of old blood that spewed out. His eyes turned blood red as he let out a shrill roar. I will definitely kill you. Oh, you want to kill me? That won't do, Lord Tsuchikage. Yejian's voice suddenly echoed, surprisingly coming from behind him. Noki felt a stabbing pain all over his body, the intense sense of crisis wrapping tightly around him. Without any time to react, a cold lightning blade pierced through his chest. Old Z and Explosive Release Hunter turned pale, speechless in shock. But in the next moment, the pierced Noki surprisingly transformed into a pile of rocks, merely an earth clone. Yejian was also taken aback and was about to retreat when Naka's cold voice rang out from behind him. This time, I will definitely not let you escape again. Earth style, super heavy rock technique. He slapped his palm on Yejian, and Yejian's body rapidly turned into rock, heavily sinking into the ground, causing the entire area to tremble violently. It's over. Noki swung a heavy punch, enhancing his fist with the heavy rock technique for increased power, be shattered to pieces. With one punch, Yejian's body instantly crumbled. Did I succeed? Old Z, Explosive Release Hunter, and the others couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. As expected of Lord Tsuchikage. Using an earth clone to trick me. If I hadn't been cautious, I might have really died without a grave. Yejian's voice suddenly echoed again, unexpectedly behind Explosive Release Hunter. Explosive Release Hunter felt a tightness all over his body, incredulously saying, how could it be so fast? He absolutely did not want to die here. And his chakra surged violently, with explosive power spreading throughout his body, ready to injure anything that came into contact. But, Pucci, a lightning blade pierced through his chest, instantly shattering his heart. The explosive power couldn't stop Yejian's attack at all, as the terrifying lightning force rapidly tore through his entire network of chakra. Even Old Z beside him didn't have time to react. Only after everything happened did he furiously swing his fist in pursuit. Too slow, Yejian mocked, but his figure had already transformed into lightning, disappearing before Old Z. Noki, witnessing this scene, felt his heart break with rage, furiously preparing to chase after him. But in that moment of lost focus, the Yejian before him, whose body had already shattered, suddenly transformed into a bolt of lightning, wrapping around Noki as if teleporting. Oh no! Noki shouted in alarm the moment his body was enveloped. Instantly, he was overwhelmed by an unbearable, terrifying lightning force that rampaged through his body. Noki cried out in pain, but managed to timely use an earth clone to evade, thus avoiding further serious injury. But when he reappeared, he saw that Yejian had just landed. He was overjoyed. Die, you bastard. Just as he aimed to release Dust Release at Yejian, a sudden, intense tearing pain surged through his body, causing him to lose strength and spit out blood involuntarily. Damn it, is it because of the lightning technique just now? Just a moment of contact, and my body is so severely damaged. Naka's face turned extremely ugly, and his regard for Yejian rose several levels. This guy is far stronger and more dangerous than he imagined. I underestimated him too much. As expected of Lord Tsuchikage, his battle-hardened experience is truly well-deserved. That previous move could seriously damage the chakra and muscles of a tailed beast Jinchuriki in just a few seconds, incapacitating them. I didn't expect Lord Suchikage to use an Earth clone to evade in time, only sustaining injuries to crucial chakra pathways, making it impossible to use chakra. I truly admire that. Of course, I advise Lord Suchikage to rest quickly to avoid further injury and truly lose the ability to act. After saying this, he directly charged towards the IWA shinobi, making Noki furious. No way. Dust release. But just as Yejin said, the moment he activated chakra, a tearing pain surged through his body, making it impossible to condense enough chakra. Old Z was even more enraged, roaring, "You bastard, stop being so arrogant." Boom! He instantly half-tailed beast transformed and rushed right in front of Yejin, opening his mouth to condense terrifying chakra, turning into a horrific energy cannon and shooting it out. "Get lost. Stop getting in my way." Yejin's battle knife slashed out fiercely, ninjutsu, willow leaf instant dance, thousand birds blade. Puchi. A terrifying sharpness that seemed capable of tearing the sky erupted, and the sword wrapped in a tremendous thunder clashed past Old Z. Roar. In the next moment, Old Z suddenly let out a pained roar, his right arm completely severed. Oh! But the intense pain made Old Z even more frenzied, his will being completely overtaken by the tailed beast's violent negative emotions. You bustat. Old Z roared in fury, like a phantom, closing in on Yejin, delivering a colossal punch that pierced through the air towards Yejin. Super. Great Ball Rasengan. Yejin did not dodge or evade, instantly forming an intensely expanding Rasengan in his hand, crashing violently into Old Z. Let me see. Whose power is more terrifying? Yejin also roared, the chakra from the second ceiling space exploding violently, causing Old Z's fist to bend backward under pressure. Immediately afterward, a full breakthrough. The massive Rasengan crashed down on Old Z's chest, instantly turning him into a bloody mess, accompanied by the sound of shattering bones, enveloping him entirely. Boom! A muffled explosion of energy erupted. The terrifying tearing force shattered the ground, wildly spreading in all directions. The aftermath came suddenly, causing several Jonin's hurried defenses to shatter, exposing themselves completely to this destructive force. Huangtu was one of them. No, just as he was about to be torn apart, someone grabbed his clothes and threw him away. It was his most respected senior, the IWA shinobi Jonin Heian, the father of the IWA shinobi Heishi, who had once died at Yejin's hands. No! Huangtu screamed in despair, but it couldn't change anything. He watched as Haiyan's body twisted in an instant, becoming a bloody mess, ultimately leaving no place for him to be buried. Not far away, Yejin was gasping heavily, with only 20% chakra left, feeling truly exhausted. Chapter 89, Blood Loss. Inoki spits blood, however, he laughed. In the perception technique, only 6 Jonin were left in Awagakure. The only other survivors were Inoki and Otsutsuki. He was just one step away from victory. He initially thought of using the body flicker technique to deal with the Jonin, but estimated it would take some effort. He didn't expect Otsutsuki to help him so much, severely injuring Otsutsuki and taking out so many Jonin, greatly reducing his burden. Little demon. A hoarse voice like a wraith suddenly came from behind Igami. He couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine, and without thinking, he quickly tried to retreat. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw that Inoki was bleeding from all 7 orifices, but was still releasing an incomplete dust release attack toward him. Puff! He couldn't dodge in time, and a large semicircular hole was blasted out of his side. When he landed, he immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, his face turning pale. The blood gushed from his side uncontrollably, quickly sapping his strength. Hey, Konoha Cold Light, didn't expect this, did you? Seeing this scene, Inoki grinned. Don't underestimate me, old man. So what if my muscles and veins are torn? As long as I can take you down, even if my injuries worsen, it's worth it. He shouted to the distant Otsutsuki. Kill him now. Otsutsuki immediately let out a mad, sinister laugh and rushed in coldly. Konoha Cold Light, let us see what tricks you have left. He didn't believe that Yagami, whose body had been pierced, could still survive. Shinin, Rasengan. Seeing this, Yagami gritted his teeth and threw out a white Rasengan. However, after he threw it, it vanished with a pop. Ha ha ha. Can't even defend yourself, huh? Seeing this, Otsutsuki laughed even more arrogantly, then died. But just as the long blade was about to fall, a white sphere of light suddenly appeared behind him, causing Otsutsuki to feel a chill down his spine. Boom! The Shinin Rasengan exploded. Its power far exceeded that of the Rasengan, tearing apart Otsutsuki's body in an instant, leaving a gory mess, and horrific screams filled the air. No! Inoki was horrified at this scene, crying out again in despair. He never expected that what he thought was a sure thing would end up costing him his son, Otsutsuki. Ah, Konoha Coldlight, how many tricks do you have left? Inoki, furious, spat out another mouthful of blood, his face aging significantly. Ha ha ha, beyond your imagination. Yagami, pale-faced, laughed loudly, quickly forming hand signs, medical ninjutsu, bone growth technique. A green light enveloped Yagami, and under Inoki's shocked gaze, the gap in his side visibly grew back at an astonishing speed. This is healing wound destruction. Inoki shouted in disbelief. Impossible. You're not from the Senju clan. How could you have this ability? Even among the Senju, only Hashirama has such power. What is your background? Yagami's display made Inoki, amidst extreme emotional turmoil, recall some of his own desperate experiences. Ha ha. Who told you this Izine healing wound destruction? This is my own medical ninjutsu. Lord Suchikage, you need to see more of the world. In just a moment, Yagami had fully recovered, his complexion rosy and his gaze sharp. Inoki's expression changed immediately, and he shouted to the remaining Jonin, "Quick retreat. If this continues, we will all die." He and Otsutsuki were the two strongest who could fight against Yagami, and now both were severely injured. Didn't he think a few Jonin could stand up to Yagami? Yes. The 6 surviving Jonin immediately responded, 2 lifting Otsutsuki while 4 rushed to Inoki's side, surrounding him. Heavy rock. Technique. Inoki couldn't care less about injuring his veins anymore, and, while spitting blood, insisted on granting the 6 people the ability to float. You think I would let you? Seeing this, Yagami grinned and was about to launch an attack. However, Otsutsuki struggled to rise again and gathered a tailed beast bomb to fire, forcing Yagami to retreat quickly. Go! Seeing this, Inoki hurriedly led the others to float away. Konoha Coldlight, I will avenge this in my lifetime. Inoki gritted his teeth with resentment. Yet, beyond his anger, he felt a tinge of fear when he thought about Yagami's terrifying strength. Could he really take revenge? Yagami was already so powerful, and if Konoha got involved, could a Wagakure still resist? Impossible. The losses from this battle were too great, too much for Inoki to accept. 15,000 troops completely annihilated. The Kamikaze Kuin bridge base destroyed, and 3,000 transport troops perished. Most importantly, they lost the Jinchuriki of the 5 tails. All the foundations of a Wagakure built over the years had been buried by him. Such heavy losses were one thing, but the massive cost he incurred to unite with Kumogakure to attack Konoha was completely wasted because of Yagami. Under his manipulation, not only did he fail to bring any benefits to a Wagakure, but he also lost everything. He even had to helplessly abandon his son, Otsutsuki. Anger, helplessness, worry, and a mix of complex emotions surged over him, making it incredibly hard for him to breathe. In the midst of overwhelming frustration, he spat out another mouthful of blood, nearly losing his ability to float. In an instant, he seemed to age over 20 years, with white hair and a frail appearance, as if he would die at any moment. The multiple blows Yagami dealt were truly heavy. Even Inoki couldn't bear it. Yagami here. Hey, I avoided a tough battle. Looking at Inoki and his group leaving, Yagami smiled while gasping for breath. His chakra was nearly depleted. Although he had the recovery soldier pill, he could no longer enter the 100 Heroes technique mode, making it difficult to take down Otsutsuki. If a few more Jonin restrained him, he would also suffer losses. What a thrilling battle. He leaned against a rock and took a recovery soldier pill. He had used almost all his strength in this battle, but still came close to losing. If he hadn't scared Inoki away, the outcome was still uncertain. However, with such massive losses, Inoki would surely be devastated. Thinking of Inoki's distressed, blood-spitting appearance made Yagami feel a wave of relief. Since Inoki wanted to kill him, he would make Inoki suffer. At the same time, In the land of grass, a long line of troops was rapidly heading toward Yagami's direction. The leader was none other than Uchiha Fugaku, the head of the Uchiha clan. Faster, faster. Uchiha Fugaku swiftly moved through the forest, but was still not satisfied with the current speed, urging them on. The thought of Yagami facing enemies alone made him anxious. Captain, let's take a break. A figure, Bayun Yesan, darted in front of Uchiha Fugaku and stopped him. Chapter 90, Shock. Ajura Yejin, he pointed behind Uchiha Fugaku and said, "Look, everyone is rushing at an extraordinary marching speed, and they are already exhausted. If we don't rest now, they will really be worn out. Even if we arrive in time, how can anyone still have the strength to fight? Isn't that just sending them to their deaths?" His tone was heavy, and I also wanted to hurry to save Yejin. But how could we help him in such exhaustion? Hearing this, Sarutobi Yashiyama, Senju Teru, and the others all nodded in agreement. However, Uchiha Fugaku turned to Uchiha Shursui beside him and asked, "How far is it to the battlefield?" Uchiha Shursui immediately replied, 70 miles to go. Uchiha Fugaku then nodded and said, "All right, let us rest first." Upon hearing this, the entire army let out a collective sigh of relief. Shursui is the captain. Yuhi Kurenai, pale-faced and anxious, asked, "He won't be in trouble, right?" Uchiha Shursui nodded, his expression grave yet resolute. "He will be fine." Narashikaku, standing nearby, was just sharpening his blade, his face filled with hatred. "If the captain sacrifices himself, I will kill every IWA ninja in my lifetime. Never to rest." The chilling killing intent made the Konoha ninjas nearby shiver involuntarily. However, could Yejin really hold out until we arrive among the 15,000 troops? Many Konoha ninjas had little hope left in their hearts. They felt that even retrieving Yejin's corpse would not be in vain. Many of them couldn't help but sigh. Yejin was such an outstanding ninja, yet he fell to such a calamity. It truly was a tragedy that the heavens were blind, causing Konoha to lose such an important fighting force. Half an hour later, let us go. Uchiha Fugaku impatiently led the army forward again. However, just when they were 5 miles away from the battlefield, he suddenly stopped, his face ashen. Why? Couldn't he hear the sounds of battle anymore? He stared blankly at the valley ahead, his eyes filled with despair. A battle involving 15,000 troops, couldn't he possibly retreat so quickly? But now, there was complete silence ahead. This could only mean one thing, right? Yejin had fallen. At the thought of this, Uchiha Fugaku felt himself sway, a strong sense of loss washing over him. Impossible, the captain won't die. Yuhi Kurenai cried out in grief. He must have retreated. We need to hurry and see what is going on. Hearing this, Uchiha Shursui nodded heavily. Yes, the captain cannot have sacrificed himself. Thus, everyone continued forward. 3 miles, 2 miles, 1 mile. Finally, Uchiha Fugaku emerged from the forest, arriving at a plain. However, when everyone looked at the scene before them, they couldn't help but widen their eyes in shock. The intense battle they had imagined was nowhere to be found. There was only a deathly silence. The plains were stained a blood-red hue, and everywhere they looked were the grotesque, charred bodies, twisted and piled like a mountain in pools of crimson blood. A mountain and sea of black crows descended upon the corpses, greedily pecking at the rich feast of flesh and blood, the tearing sounds sending chills down their spines. The stench of blood and charred flesh hit them hard, making it impossible to confront directly. The sky was shrouded in darkness and tinged with red, filled with ominous signs. This was no battlefield. It was clearly a Hell's Cape. Ugh! Many ninjas, including Yuhi Kurenai, turned pale at this sight and couldn't help but vomit, unable to stop. How is this possible? Uchiha Fugaku and the others, including Senju Teru and Hakiyama Yama, exchanged horrified glances, seeing the shock mirrored in each other's eyes. Yejin had single-handedly dealt with all the enemies? And just by a boulder near the pile of corpses, Yejin, drenched in blood, seemed to wake up and looked over, smiling brightly. "Oh, you guys are here?" His gaze was indifferent and cold, yet Yejin's lips were filled with a sunny smile. This extremely contradictory expression made everyone present shiver, feeling a chill run down their spines. To them, Yejin no longer looked like a ninja. even with blood dripping from his hair. He resembled a Azura born from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. With the world as the backdrop, Yejian was now the sole ruler of this battlefield, enveloping everyone in a terrifying atmosphere of death and blood, making it hard to breathe. His azure blue eyes made him look even more eerie, instilling unease in everyone. Perhaps unable to withstand the oppressive aura emanating from Yejian, the crows that had been pecking at the flesh suddenly took flight, filling the sky in an instant. This scene, so spectacular it defied description, was deeply etched into the hearts of everyone present. "Captain, are you all right?" Uchiha Shursui rushed to Yejian's side, worriedly asking. Hearing this, Yejian smiled and flicked his finger on Shursui's forehead. "With this many people, you think they could take me down? Not even close." Then he looked at Uchiha Fugaku and the others, smiling. "Sorry, I made you all run for nothing." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Fugaku quickly replied, "Not at all. We came too late. We should be the ones apologizing." However, looking at the nearly endless mountain of corpses and sea of blood before him, he steeled himself to ask, all of this, you did it alone?" His question was also what countless others wanted to know. One person took down 15,000? This was beyond the realm of ninja capabilities. It was something only a sage could achieve. Yejian smiled and replied, "Why not?" As soon as these words left his mouth, a chorus of gasps filled the air. The gazes directed at Yejian were filled with shock. 15,000 people, taken down by Yejian alone. Was he not a god? "Wah, Captain, it's so great that you're all right." Yuhi Kurenai didn't care about anything else and threw herself into Yejian's arms, crying like a flower in the rain. All the worries and fears from the journey vanished at that moment upon seeing Yejian. "Sorry for making you worry, Kurenai." Yejian patted her back and said, "All right. There's so many people watching. Mind the impact." Hearing Yejian's teasing tone, Kurenai's face turned red as she stepped out of Yejian's embrace. Just how powerful is he now? Uchiha Fugaku and the other Jonin thought to themselves. Not to mention 15,000 people. Even if surrounded by 1,000, they would find it incredibly difficult to break through. Yet Yejian had slaughtered a full 15,000. This level of strength was terrifying. Even the Hokage might not surpass it. Oh right, Yejian suddenly seemed to remember something, dragging back a person who looked like a dead dog from the distant battlefield, and said to Uchiha Fugaku and the others, "This is Iwa's Jonin, Huangtu, the son of the third Tsuchikage, Inoki." Chapter 91, Rescue. Furious Chiyo, he smiled slyly, thinking it should still hold some value. When the time comes for negotiation, he should be able to gain some benefits from Iwagakure. Upon hearing this, Senjutaro couldn't tell if others could hold back, but he certainly couldn't and burst out laughing. "You brat, are you here to join the battle, or are you specifically here to take hostages?" During the battle with Kumogakure, Yejian had captured the 8 tails and 2 tails Jinchuriki. Now, he had captured the son of the Tsuchikage. He really was targeting important personnel. There is nothing wrong with saying that. He smirked, but his gaze turned cold. "Inoki almost caused my downfall this time. Is it too much to ask him for some benefits?" Everyone nodded in agreement. As long as Yejian was safe, they could discuss anything. "Oh right, Yejian." Bayan Yasan suddenly spoke up. "Lady Tsunade has also come to the front lines to lead the troops in support. Since you're fine, you should report to Lady Tsunade." Hearing this, Yejian was taken aback. "What? Teacher Tsunade is here too? Then what about her blood phobia?" "In that case, I'll take my leave first." Uchiha Fugaku and the others nodded, not wanting to delay Yejian from returning to see Tsunade. Yejian immediately transformed into lightning and disappeared before everyone. Uchiha Fugaku and the others couldn't help but marvel. So fast. If that were an enemy, they wouldn't even have time to react before they were dead. In the land of grass, Konoha's main camp. Jiraiya, Tsunade, give it up. Konoha's cold light is doomed. You have only 2 options today. Retreat or die. Raza looked at the Konoha army being pushed back step by step, his eyes flashing with intense pleasure. After failing to capture Uchiha Shursui amidst the IWA army siege, he immediately gathered 5,000 troops from Sunagakure, totaling 15,000, and launched a strong attack on Konoha's camp. Currently, Konoha's total strength was only about 13,000. His Sand Ninja army had a significant advantage. Most importantly, although he didn't know the reason, Tsunade, who had been suffering from blood phobia, had regained her combat strength. However, due to the exhaustion from coming to support from afar, she was struggling against Chiyo's attacks and began to fall behind. The entire front line was almost solely supported by Jiraiya. He has already won. Nonsense. That kid Yejian won't fall so easily. Raza, are you not afraid that Konoha will settle the score with you after the war? Jiraiya, already covered in injuries, still shouted fiercely at Raza. Ha ha ha. Settle the score with me? Raza laughed outright, responding with a fierce expression. You Konoha are now surrounded on all sides. Don't even think about settling scores. Right now, you're struggling to save your own lives. Moreover, after IWA deals with Konoha's cold light, they will also come to join us. He sneered. The only fate awaiting you, Konoha, is defeat, followed by compensating for our losses, draining your foundations. I want to know, where do you find the strength to settle scores with me? The Sand Ninja behind him immediately laughed triumphantly, filled with arrogance. Ha ha, surrender, Konoha. No one can save you now. Everyone, attack together and let Konoha know the might of our Sand Ninja. The arrogant words of the Sand Ninja echoed one after another. Many from Konoha, especially those from the Root organization, exchanged glances, feeling a sense of retreat. They were here to support, but they were not here to sacrifice themselves for nothing. They didn't take care that the Konoha camp was right behind them. They absolutely could not afford to lose it. In their view, facing such a clearly disadvantageous battle, retreating was the way to go. By the time reinforcements arrive, it would be too late. Furthermore, aside from Danzo, no one could make them sacrifice themselves one after another. Everyone hold on. Our 4,000 reinforcements will arrive in a few hours. Tsunade shouted loudly. Though her face was extremely pale due to chakra exhaustion, her tone remained bold. By then, we will have a greater advantage, and the Sand Ninja will surely be defeated. Upon hearing this, Raza snorted coldly. Well, you'll have to wait until that time comes. He waved his arm, his eyes fierce. Kill. Don't let them wait for reinforcements. After saying that, he was the first to launch an attack against Jiraiya and Tsunade. A torrent of sand roaring forth. Jiraiya quickly activated the Raging Lion's main technique, wrapping himself and Tsunade to retreat. Tsunade, D. But just behind them, Chiyo's puppets suddenly attacked, releasing a burst of poisonous mist that made both of them dizzy. One puppet wielding a chakra-wrapped, long knife viciously lunged at Tsunade. Not good. Jiraiya's face changed drastically. But due to the poison, he had no time to form a defense. Ha ha, die. Chiyo's voice was filled with pleasure and a chilling tone. Since Konoha's cold light is dead, then my brother's revenge will be on you. Teacher Tsunade. Jiraiya's pupils contracted violently, no. As he watched the knife about to pierce Tsunade's throat, a terrifyingly sharp force suddenly approached. Puff! Everyone saw a cold light rush past, and the puppet lunging at Tsunade was split in half. The cold light continued to penetrate deep into the forest, tearing a gaping chasm in the woods. As everyone focused, they realized it was a lightning-long knife. Instantly, over 100 casualties appeared among the Sand Ninja, all cut in half. Who? Chiyo shouted alertly, feeling an ominous premonition for some reason. Oomph. A voice like that of a deity echoed, deep and ethereal, sending chills down their spines. You're trying to kill my teacher and still ask me who I am. A terrifying flash of lightning appeared before the Konoha army. The newcomer had piercing blue eyes, clad in blood-stained clothes, as if he had just emerged from hell, his face covered in blood. The moment he arrived, an overwhelming aura of killing intent descended, making the entire battlefield seem to lose its color. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Raza's face changed drastically in shock. Konoha's cold light. It's impossible. You were supposed to be dead. The newcomer was none other than Yejian. Even Jiraiya was in disbelief, unsure as he asked, Yejian, is it really you? Upon hearing this, Yejian turned around with a smile. What's wrong, Jiraiya-sensei? You don't recognize me anymore? He immediately created a shadow clone to help Tsunade recover her strength and handed Jiraiya an antidote pill. Then, he himself took a stamina recovery pill and looked at Chiyo. Grinning, since I'm here, I'll 1 TB leaving, just in time to capture you as a trophy to present to my sister as a meeting gift. Upon hearing this, Chio trembled with anger. You little brat, you're going too far. Chio of the Sand, a dignified puppet master and a renowned strong figure in the ninja world, was actually insulted so by Yejian. It was intolerable. Chapter 92, Suppression. She immediately took out a purple scroll and released 10 puppets. The little brat had just escaped from the Rock Ninja army, and after running for so long, I want to see how much chakra is left. After saying this, she flicked her hands, connecting 10 chakra strings, White's secret technique, Chikamatsu's 10 puppets. Seeing this scene, Tsunade behind her couldn't help but remind her, be careful, it's the highest achievement of puppetry, Chikamatsu's 10 puppets. Yejian waved his hand without looking back, signaling Tsunade to relax. Chikamatsu's 10 puppets, huh? Haha, I've finally encountered the real deal. Drawing his lightning blade, a layer of lightning armor covered his body, and Yejian grinned like a ferocious beast. Soon as Chio, come, let me see how different you are from your foolish brother. Ninja technique, instant shuriken technique. Yejian threw out a large number of shurikens, dense as rain, piercing through the air with a series of puff sounds. The speed was so fast that even Chio's pupils constricted. This was clearly just a C-rank ninjutsu, yet this kid made it feel like an A-rank technique. It was truly terrifying. This was the first time Jiraiya saw Yejian in action, and he was shocked. Chio felt the same and quickly manipulated the puppets to block. But at the moment of collision, her expression suddenly changed. How could it be so heavy? In a violent clash, the heavy force from the puppet almost made her lose control. Sangol, seeing this, Rasha was about to launch a sneak attack, but Jiraiya was already prepared. Fire release, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. The entire sky was instantly illuminated in red, and a terrifying fireball comparable to a meteor surged forward, causing the surrounding sand ninjas to retreat continuously just from the momentum. Naturally, Rasha was forced to block in front of Jiraiya. Whoosh! In front of Chio, a lightning flash suddenly appeared, and Yejian was right in front of her. How could he be so fast? Chio was horrified. An A-shield puppet quickly opened its arms to form a chakra shield, blocking Yejian's attack. Amir, puppet can't really block me? Yejian smirked coldly. Ninja sword technique, instant cut. With a puff sound, accompanied by extreme sharpness, the shield puppet was actually split in half by Yejian's blade. The so-called instant cut was merely an upward slash, but in Yejian's hands, it could unleash terrifying power. One slash. Split my puppet? Chio's pupils constricted violently. This puppet was based on solid wood and reinforced with a solidification technique. How could it be so fragile? This fierce swordsmanship made her think of someone. What? Hard to believe. As the puppet fell, Yejian's cold face moved closer, and he smiled, saying, Are you thinking of the Leaf's white fan now? Chio couldn't help but grit her teeth. Yejian had hit the nail on the head. Back then, the Leaf's white fan had such abilities. But this guy's swordsmanship is terrifyingly excessive. Even if the Leaf's white fan could cut, he couldn't do it as easily as Yejian. He must not be allowed to live any longer. Chio felt as if she were facing a great enemy. She quickly waved her hands, and from the torn puppet, a series of syringe-like needles suddenly shot out, spraying a barrage of poison needles and short arrows, accompanied by a toxic mist. Meanwhile, behind Yejian, two puppets armed with a blade and a sword also lunged forward. Yet Yejian stood still as if poisoned. Bot. Seeing this scene, Chio couldn't help but rejoice, shouting, Now you know the power of this old woman. The title of Puppet Master is not just for show. Tsunade, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but shout, Get away. Yejian, even if they are puppets, their power is absolutely terrifying. Even with lightning armor for protection, he would still be heavily injured. However, with a spark, the blade, puppet, and sword puppet attacked, and they didn't even leave a mark on Yejian's lightning armor. Impossible. Chio's face changed in horror as she rapidly retreated. Don't underestimate the puppets. The blade was infused with wind chakra, not to mention the lightning armor. Even steel can be cut. But the scene before her truly gave her a chilling sense of dread. If she couldn't break through Yejian's defenses, how could she fight? Surprise, huh? Yejian's voice came from behind her, and Chio couldn't help but feel her hair stand on end, thinking without hesitation to dodge to the side. Puff! In the next moment, the spot where she had been standing was pierced by the lightning blade. Yet Chiyo's side still received a bloody gash. Not bad for a reaction. Better than that foolish brother of yours. Yejin charged toward Chiyo again, the lightning blade stabbing violently. You little brat, don't act so arrogant. Chiyo roared, feeling humiliated as the dignified puppet master was completely suppressed. Ninja technique, jungle secret burial. A secret puppet suddenly opened like a door to another world, and a mass of densely packed adamantine with tentacles surged out. They were all equipped with terrifying sharp edges, rushing forward at high speed, capable of tearing everything apart. It was as if countless roaring earth dragons were attacking, blocking out the sun, making it impossible to stop. What a familiar scene. But its power was even greater than what Hiruzen used, and it was more convenient to use. After all, she was the first puppeteer of Sunagakure. Yejin smiled, but it wasn't enough. Suddenly, an extremely sharp lightning appeared in his hand. Lightning release. Chidori's spear. He gripped it tightly, and the raging lightning instantly transformed into a sharp lightning blade that darted forward. Puff! The sky full of adamantine with tentacles was suddenly torn apart, and the secret puppet's chest was pierced and then neatly cut in half. Chiyo couldn't believe her eyes as she looked at her severed right arm and quickly retreated. Run? Yejin smirked, swinging his arm, and the long lightning blade horizontally chased after her, quickly closing in on Chiyo. Ninja technique, mechanized light shield seal. Chiyo, horrified, raised her left arm to block, and a row of puppet mechanisms sprayed condensed chakra, forming a shield to block the blade. Bang! Chiyo felt as if a high-speed mountain had crashed in her arm, and with her strength, she couldn't resist it at all, being sent flying like a sandbag. Ugh! She spat out a mouthful of blood, her heart filled with shock. As a dignified puppet master, how could she be so powerless? Is Yejin's strength too powerful? How is this possible? Countless ninjas watching this scene were also stunned. That was Chiyo, their strongest warrior from Sunagakure. Known as the Grandmaster of Puppetry in the ninja world, a super strong figure that can make thousands of troops turn pale at the mention of her name. How long has it been? And she was forced into such a desperate situation by Yejin to suppress Chiyo so easily. Even Tsunade, who was receiving treatment from Yejin's shadow clone, was shocked. She knew Yejin was strong, but she didn't expect him to be this strong. Chiyo was an enemy that would require her full effort to defeat. But in front of Yejin, she was so powerless.